Chapter 1 Rebirth. Ah, it hurts. So painful. I jerked awake from the iron bed, but could no longer feel that excruciating agony. Gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, I found myself surrounded by pitch-black darkness where not a single thing was visible. Is this hell? Am I still dead? Just then, an angry voice suddenly erupted nearby. Wang Yu, what the hell are you shouting about in the middle of the night? You just woke me up right after I fell asleep. Startled by the words, I rubbed my bleary eyes and finally took in my surroundings. This was actually my university dorm room. I frantically grabbed my phone, and the date was glaring back at me, September 5, 2040. I'm reborn. It's the day before the zombie virus outbreak. Disbelieving, I slapped myself hard across the face. Ouch, that hurt, definitely not a dream. Excitement rushed through me, and with trembling hands, I climbed down from the bed, trying my best to keep my voice steady as I whispered, I need to step out for a moment. The man didn't respond. I walked through the desolate university town. It was just past 3 a.m., and the dimly lit streets were nearly empty. I sat on a stone bench, gazing at the campus that felt both familiar and foreign, overcome with melancholy. On September 6 in my previous life, an unknown virus swept across the globe. 90% of humanity was infected and turned into zombies, though the virus also awakened supernatural abilities in a fraction of survivors. Most lifeforms on Blue Star mutated. Almost overnight, zombies and mutated beasts ran rampant. As the apocalypse progressed, some higher-tier zombies and beasts even developed sentience, gaining human-like intelligence. On the human front, as supplies dwindled and authorities lost control, social order gradually collapsed. The constraints of morality and law disintegrated, plunging society into a ruthless survival of the fittest struggle. The strong rule with their powers and fists. In my past life, I awakened an ability, but alas, it was the universally deemed most useless spatial power, relegating me to nothing more than a mobile backpack for the team. Spatial abilities were both rare and useless. In their past life, practically no spatial ability users had ever surpassed B rank, always being deadweight that dragged others down. Not only did they receive fewer crystal cores, but they were also treated with disdain. In the end, our small encampment was torn apart by several grade C beasts, and I ended up as their meal. Thinking this, I shook my head helplessly. Wait, don't all rebirths come with a system? Then shouldn't I? I glanced around, no one in sight. Then, tentatively, I called out, System? A few seconds later, ding, a cold, robotic voice suddenly rang in my head. Congratulations, host, on activating the Apocalypse Store system. Please choose whether to bind. Just as expected. But seriously, dude, it's voice controlled? So if I never said those two words in my life, would you just move on to the next candidate? Without a second thought, I immediately said, bind it. Whatever the system was, I figured I'd bind it first, since when had any system in novels ever backstabbed its host? Only after speaking did I realize, wait, an Apocalypse Store? What the hell? Binding successful, the system announced, and suddenly a virtual panel materialized before my eyes. Owner, Wang Yu. Stamina, 30, Strength, 30, Speed, 30. Ability, Space Ability Level, Mid-Stage D rank, 600 out of 800. Seeing this, I froze momentarily. This was exactly my ability level from my previous life. Abilities, zombies, and mutant beasts all have tier classifications divided into 7 ranks, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Each rank is further divided into high stage, mid stage, and low stage. The higher the rank, the more potent the ability becomes, corresponding to greater combat strength. The sole method to advance ranks is by absorbing energy cores. Every creature mutated by the virus develops a crystal core, which is the source of all power and the life essence of the mutated being. In my previous life, I toiled for decades only to reach mid-D rank. First, because spatial abilities were too niche and lacked offensive power, and second, because leveling up was absurdly difficult. Absorbing 4 or 5 cores of equivalent rank, or a massive pile of lower-grade cores, was needed just to advance a single stage. Plus, the higher your rank, the less effect lower-grade cores had. That's why most ability users opted to grind levels in teams. I could feel a 100 cubic meter space within my body. I never expected my spatial ability to have reincarnated with me. But this defensive type ability didn't really excite me. Besides, the apocalypse was arriving tomorrow, and there was no time to stockpile supplies. Just then, a sweet, bubbly voice chimed in. Hello, host. I'm your exclusive system. You can call me Gold Bar. I couldn't help but scoff. Even systems have gotten cutesy these days, and naming it Gold Bar? Fitting for a shop system, so mercenary even in its naming. Gold Bar's tone was aggrieved, sensing the host's cynical thoughts. I coughed awkwardly twice and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Gold Bar, where's my shop? Don't tell me I have to build it myself? Gold Bar replied, the shop's construction is handled by the system. Please select a location for the shop. As soon as it finished speaking, a massive map of Nanjiang City suddenly appeared before my eyes. The marked locations on the map are available options. I nodded and began scrolling through the map with my finger. Normally, shops would be located in densely populated areas, but the apocalypse was different. The denser the population, the more zombies there would be. Who'd want to risk their life just to buy something? The Nanjiang city where I lived was one of the megacities in Xia country, with a population of 20 to 30 million. After searching for half a day, I simply couldn't find a satisfactory location. So, I simply chose a lakeside park far away from the university district. Confirmed. A few seconds later, Golden Bar announced, store construction complete. Host, please proceed to the store for activation. I thought, since I had nothing better to do now and with the shop system secured, material shortages wouldn't be a concern anymore. So, I headed out of campus, checking the system panel as I walked. Looking at the crystal coin balance on the panel, I couldn't help but ask, I know crystal cores are the main currency in the apocalypse, but what are crystal coins? Gold Bar explained, crystal coins are the fractional currency derived from crystal cores. It's like the relationship between a single $50 bill and $51 bills established for customers' convenience during transactions. Moreover, he continued, crystal cores are the universal currency in the system store. They can be used to purchase supplies, upgrade the host's special abilities, or improve the shop itself. Hearing this, everything clicked into place. I pressed further, then how many crystal coins equal one crystal core? And how much can they buy in supplies? The gold bar displayed an exchange rate chart. F-grade crystal core equals 50 crystal coins, E-grade crystal core equals 100 crystal coins, D-grade crystal core equals 200 crystal coins, C-grade crystal core equals 400 crystal coins, B-grade crystal core equals 800 crystal coins, A-grade crystal core equals 1,600 crystal coins, S-grade crystal core equals 3,200 crystal coins. The gold bar added with a chuckle, hee hee, as for the pricing of goods in the store, that'll be up to you, host, to decide. As I spoke, I'd already reached the school gates. Taking advantage of the security guard's inattention, I slipped away from Nanjiang University in a flash. Walking along the street, the wide roadway occasionally had cars passing by. The nightclubs lining the streets remained brightly lit, with drunken youths clustered in groups of 3 or 5, even though it was already 4 in the morning. Nanjiang City's prosperity was evident at a glance, but I shook my head. In the post-apocalyptic world, all this splendid glamour would vanish like foam. Oh whoa! A wretched scream interrupted my train of thought. Turning my head, I saw a group of flashily dressed young men gathered in a circle, laughing and roughhousing by the roadside. In the middle was a scrawny black dog, its limbs gripped tightly as it struggled desperately to break free, yet how could it possibly overpower several grown men? One had to look closely to even make it out clearly. Chapter 2, Entering the Shop. A young man with dyed blonde hair and a flushed face, holding a can of beer, shouted, "Doggy's got it made, we're treating you to a little drink. Hurry up. Wait, I can't hold him no longer. Let's see how many cans Black Dog can down, whether he can match our drinking." Ha 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 ha. The bleached-haired youth jeered as he cracked open the soda can. Quick, hold that dog's head down. Arf. Woof. At that moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Ha! The bleached blonde guy turned his head and saw me, a clean-faced guy in sportswear, standing behind him. With an expressionless face, I said, "Too full and bored, so you resort to such despicable acts?" Hearing this, the blonde retorted impatiently, "None of your damn business. I advise you to stay out of it." Then he tried to slap my hand off his shoulder, but my grip was like a vice, clamping down tightly. Seeing this, the other 3 instinctively released their hold and closed in, while Black Dog seized the moment like an arrow, vanishing swiftly into the night. "Alright, what's going on here? Who the hell do you think you are? Let go." Seeing that Black Dog was gone, I released Blondie's wrist and said calmly, "It's over. I'm leaving." But I hadn't taken more than a few steps before they blocked my path. "Finished showing off and now you're leaving? Don't you think you're being a bit rude?" The blonde guy sneered, then added, "Look, you made us let the Black Dog escape, ruined our fun after we finally found some entertainment." Yeah, now none of you brothers are in the mood anymore," the others chimed in mockingly. I raised an eyebrow and asked, So, you've gotta chug those beers we were saving for the dog. Can't let them go to waste." The blonde guy pointed at the cans of beer on the ground, grinning slyly. This was clearly them treating me like a fool. They burst into laughter. Coolly, I spat out a single word, "Scram." Their faces immediately darkened. "You really don't know what's good for you, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today you'll drink whether you want to or not. You've ruined my mood." Stop wasting words on him, just force it down his throat. A pock-faced young man took offense at me and rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach me a lesson. Just then, he met my icy gaze, the kind of look one gives to the dead. He instantly felt like he'd fallen into an ice cellar, his raised hand freezing mid-motion. At this moment, his troublemaking companion added fuel to the fire. "What's the matter, Xiaoliang? Don't tell me you're scared of some pretty boy. Man, you've really gone downhill. Back in the day, you were the guy who could punch through a kindergarten in the south and kick down a nursing home in the north. Provoked by their taunts, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge at me, trying to pin me down. With a hint of disdain, I swiftly delivered a well-aimed kick to his abdomen, sending him flying a full meter back. With a scream, he crouched on the ground in agony. Don't forget, I'm a grade D superhuman. My speed and strength are beyond ordinary people's comprehension. The others froze for a moment before swarming forward. Damn it, let's get him together. Kill. A minute later, they all lay sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. Thankfully, I exercised restraint, no lives were lost, just a temporary knockout. I rubbed my sore arms, watching them, and couldn't help but sigh. Youth is wonderful, they can fall asleep the moment they hit the pillow. Then I turned and walked away. I've survived several decades in the apocalypse, after all. Though my supernatural abilities were lacking, I put serious effort into hand-to-hand combat. Dealing with a few sheltered youngsters was naturally child's play. In the night, a dark figure quietly trailed behind me. The pre-dawn park was bitterly cold. Under the dim glow of streetlights, I immediately spotted the park's sole conspicuous structure. The entire store stood against a bamboo grove, covering a considerable area with 2 floors. Its exterior looked no different from an ordinary convenience store. The walls were predominantly white and blue, topped with a luminous sign in rounded script that read, Apocalypse Store. There was also a small fenced yard at the entrance, covered with a layer of lawn, featuring an elegant wooden table, 4 wooden chairs, and a parasol. I was dumbfounded. I had assumed it would be some kind of sturdy metal-built iron house. This brick house would have been fine in the pre-apocalyptic world, but in a post-apocalyptic era overrun by mutated monstrosities, who exactly was it supposed to stop? Gold bars? What's going on here? Running a shop in the apocalypse is already unrealistic, but you even built this flimsy house. On the first day alone, zombies could tear our storefront apart. At that moment, Gold Bar spoke leisurely. Host, I know you're anxious, but don't be in such a hurry yet. First, this shop is protected by the system and can withstand any attack unscathed. Second, the shopkeeper is invincible within the shop's premises. I opened my mouth slightly, my face full of disbelief. This was too unbelievable. So I slowly pushed open the low wooden gate in the courtyard. The moment I stepped into the shop's yard, my pupils instantly constricted, as if I'd entered my own domain. I could vividly sense every breeze brushing across the lawn, every hidden corner. Ding! Host has successfully activated the Apocalypse Store. Main quest unlocked. Become an S-rank store manager. Side quest, pending, to be activated post-apocalypse. I gently pushed open the glass door and stepped into the store, instantly triggering all the electric lights to illuminate simultaneously. My eyes brightened as I took in the spotless interior. Marble tiles paved the floor, and an array of meticulously organized goods lined the shelves in perfect order. An abundant variety of supplies was available, yet not a single price tag was in sight. Only 4 bold characters stamped on each item. Produced by Tiaozi. The corner of my mouth twitched, so these were all unlicensed products without certifications. Then I surveyed my surroundings: snack section, beverage section, lounge area, fruit section, book section, weapons section, prepared food section. The cooked food section? I quickly walked over, drawn by the enticing aroma before even seeing what was there. Neatly stacked on the shelves were boxed meals, alongside steamed buns and mantou. I couldn't resist picking up a box of chicken leg rice and was immediately shocked to find it was still piping hot. Just then, Gold Bar popped up to explain, all unopened products in the shop exist in suspended time, just like the items in your storage space. I nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. Then I directly opened the lunchbox, picked up the wooden chopsticks that came with it, and devoured the food heartily. Gold Bar. Damn, tears in my eyes. It's so delicious. I haven't eaten decent food like this in over a decade. Compared to this, what difference is there between me and eating shit for over 10 years in the apocalypse? Only when there wasn't a single grain of rice or even a drop of oil left in the lunchbox did I finally stop. Satisfied, I patted my full belly and then tossed the disposable utensils into the nearby trash bin. A few seconds later, to my surprise, the garbage automatically degraded. However, the chicken leg meal I had taken from the shelf didn't restock itself. Puzzled, I asked, are the supplies limited? The system replied, the replenishment channel for the host is the system store, which requires purchasing with points. The current items in the shop are part of the system activation benefits. I nodded in understanding and then opened the system panel, clicking into the system store. Gold Bar continued to explain, the goods inside are restocked according to the host's wishes. After a brief glance, I discovered the system shop had an astonishing variety of items, all priced incredibly cheap. That box of chicken drumstick rice just now cost only 4 crystal coins. Fortunately, the system gifted me 500 crystal coins to start. Instead of adding new items, I directly clicked one-click restocking, automatically deducting 4 crystal coins. Then, I browsed other products in the system shop and was surprised to find there was even a weapons category. That's right, I did seem to notice a weapons section in the store earlier. Chapter 3, The Apocalypse Arrives. I walked over to take a look and found various daggers laid out on the counter, There were even traditional Tang Dynasty swords, several QSZ-92 pistols, Type 95 assault rifles, neatly stacked ammunition boxes, clips, silencers, night vision goggles, and grenades. My experience from the apocalypse told me these definitely weren't toys or replica guns. Thankfully it was still early morning, anyone glancing through the glass would have spotted such conspicuous stock in daylight. Just to be safe, I covered it with a cloth first. After all, the apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, and it would be troublesome if someone saw it. I glanced at the weapon category in the system store. It had basically everything you could need, and the restocking prices were surprisingly cheap. The most expensive item didn't exceed 50 crystal coins. After all, guns are only somewhat useful in the early stages of the apocalypse. In the later phases, those mutated beasts, zombies, and superhumans are all like beings from the three-body problem. At that point, guns barely outperform a literal stick for stirring fires. After finishing my sweep of the first floor, I arrived at the stairwell and asked, "System, is the second floor also part of the store?" The golden strip replied, "Nope, the second floor is the shopkeeper's living quarters." I nodded and went up to the second floor. The entire room had a minimalist and clean style, with ample space. It came fully equipped with all the essentials: a bathroom, kitchen, bedroom and complete furnishings, appliances, and bedding sets. Gazing at the faintly lit sky outside the window, I pondered for a moment but ultimately decided to move in right away. I wasn't planning to return to the school dorm either. Besides my phone, I didn't have any other valuables there anyway. As for the rest, I could just buy replacements from the systems store if needed. As for my roommates from my previous life, without exception, they'd all met their end. After all, I'm not their real father, so there's no reason for me to care whether they live or die. Besides, I grew up in an orphanage, no attachments in this world, and as long as I'm fed, the whole family is full. Alright then, I'll close up the shop and catch some sleep. Back on the first floor, I glimpsed through the glass a black dog with half its tail missing, standing watchfully at the courtyard gate. I stepped out of the shop, puzzled. Could it be coming to repay a kindness? The black dog hesitated for a moment, holding something in its mouth, then trotted straight toward me before dropping the object at my feet. I focused my gaze. It was actually a dead rat. I just opened my damn shop, and here you come bringing a dead rat? What's the meaning of this, coming to wreck my business? I was about to scold it, but paused when I saw the skinny black dog before me, wagging its stubby tail frantically. Dogs think rather simply. It probably considered the rat precious food. Fair enough, you're a good dog. With that thought, I returned to the store and fetched a few sausages for the black dog. Consider it my grand opening special, a few free sausages for you. Once you're done, toss that rat away for me. I fed the dog, yawned as I closed the shop door, and went upstairs to sleep. The black dog seemed to understand me. It glanced at the store, picked up the dead rat in its mouth, and turned to leave. Opening my eyes again, I stretched in the soft queen-sized bed inside a dormitory at Nanjing University. It had been so long since I last slept this peacefully. During the apocalypse, the slightest noise would jolt me awake. Survival meant staying alert at all times. But the house has such good soundproofing. In the middle of the bustling city, not a single noise gets through. Just then, Goldbar's voice chimed in, "Host, you're finally awake. The apocalypse has already begun. Side quest, complete your first business deal. Reward, a housekeeping robot." I picked up my phone 1:15 a.m. on September 6th. I'd slept straight through to the early hours of the next day. I quickly pulled back the curtains on the second floor. Outside, the park was in chaos, cars abandoned in the streets, their hazard lights flashing, and police cars with their red and blue sirens spinning. People chased each other, all covered in blood, leaving only piles of bones behind when caught by the zombie hordes. A helicopter hovered in the night sky, one person holding a camera, another a microphone, apparently reporting on this sudden disaster. But in the blink of an eye, the helicopter was struck down by a dark shadow, crashing into the park's flowerbed amidst a burst of flames, likely attacked by a mutant beast. Having survived an apocalypse before, I barely reacted to these scenes. Slowly getting up, I took a hot shower and went downstairs to open the shop. The distant wails of sirens and the growls of zombies drifted in. There were some zombies at the door, drawn by the sound of the helicopter explosion, but they completely ignored me standing in the small courtyard. I felt a surge of excitement. It seemed the system hadn't lied to me. At the beginning of the apocalypse, people still had plenty of supplies, and no one would be foolish enough to venture outside. With nothing else to do, I sat behind the shop's cash register, lit up a cigarette from a freshly opened pack. Gold bars? But in this apocalypse, there's no crystal currency. How are customers supposed to pay? The gold bars explained. The shop uses card payments. Every customer who arrives will be issued a payment card. The customer places the crystal core into the exchange machine in front of you, and the slot will spit out a payment card with the corresponding amount, which is then used with a card reader for payment. The crystal cores exchanged by customers will automatically convert into crystal coins and deposit into the host's system wallet. As I fiddled with the exchange machine, a sly merchant-like grin spread across my face. Not bad, not bad. If a customer dies mid-transaction, any unused crystal cores left on their payment card become ours. Smart thinking. Gold Bar, truly worthy of being a shop system. Gold Bar was speechless. It claimed the feature was just for customers' convenience and hadn't considered this angle. Just then, the phone vibrated. Someone had it. Everyone in the class group chat. Linny said many people were going crazy like zombies and asked how everyone was doing. Suyao worried it might be a zombie virus outbreak and didn't dare to go out. Bai Che, annoyed at being woken up, felt in a foul mood. Linny urged everyone to stay in their dorms and wait for official rescue. Zhang Yingjing said someone in his dorm had turned into a zombie, his roommates were all dead, and he was hiding in the bathroom. Bai Che told him to take care of himself. Linny said he had a fever, his roommate had gone out, and he was going to sleep first. Zhang Yingjing sent a smiling emoji. Suyao jokingly told Zhang Yingjing to negotiate with the zombies to spare him. I couldn't help but laugh wryly. Their weakness and fever were probably due to the vulnerable period of awakening supernatural abilities. It was said that the stronger the ability, the longer the vulnerable period would last. My spatial ability had been weak back then, but I ran a high fever for an entire day. Most people regained consciousness within just a few hours. In the convenience store at the gate of Nanjiang University, Etian, dressed in a staff uniform, lay unconscious on the floor. The store was pitch black, with shelves blocking the windows and doors, preventing the zombies outside from noticing him. Before the apocalypse arrived, he had deliberately sought work at an off-campus convenience store and had thoroughly barricaded the transparent glass. A few hours later, he woke up and sensed the supernatural power within him, fire-based abilities, just like in his previous life, of medium strength. He asked the system how many abilities he could absorb, and the system replied, 2. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he resolved to seize others' powers. Gripping a fire axe, he prepared to enhance his own abilities. I was bored playing games in the shop when a faint whimpering sound caught my attention. I turned to look outside the glass and saw a dark lump by the small yard's fence gate. At first, I thought it was a cow pat, but when I got closer, I realized it was that black dog with half a tail from yesterday, curled up and panting. One glance told me it was in the weakened state before mutation. Looking at the zombies wandering in the distance, I carried it into the shop. I don't dislike dogs. In the apocalypse, they understand gratitude better than humans do. Morning light tinted the sky before any customers came. In these early days of the apocalypse, people couldn't afford crystal cores yet, and most didn't even know what they were. In my previous life, the authorities didn't release information about crystal cores until half a month later. This was the reason why humanity was at a disadvantage in the survival war of the apocalypse in their past life. Mutant beasts and zombies, devoid of ethics and morality, only craved crystal cores and flesh, seizing opportunities before humans could. I shook my head. Should I really wait that long? Then Gold Bar reminded me to release information about the crystal cores in advance. I glanced at my phone, and my eyes lit up. While the internet was still working, I could spread the news online. Though it would make me the target of everyone's hostility, as long as I stayed inside the shop, I'd be safe. The class group chat was buzzing with activity, the same few people constantly messaging. Zhang Yingjing claimed he had developed superpowers, his strength had increased dramatically, but the commotion attracted zombies, who were now pounding on his door. Linny said he sneezed out flames. Su Yao mentioned her roommate Xiaoxua has superpowers, but she doesn't. Bai Che said his roommate's mutation was delayed, so he hid in the bathroom. Linny added that his roommate went clubbing while he went to bed early with a fever. Zhao declared he'd protect Su Yao, but she refused, saying she had little sister Xiaoxue. I sent the edited message to all university chat groups and social platforms I joined. Within seconds, an overwhelming flood of replies arrived, all demanding to know who I was and how I got this information. Too lazy to explain, I muted all notifications. Woof woof. The previously half-dead black dog suddenly sprang to life full of energy, wagging its tail as it nuzzled against my feet. I looked down and saw that its once scrawny body had become muscular, yet it still looked as dopey as ever. The gold bar suddenly said, "Automatic analysis of the 5 black dogs has been completed." No sooner had the words been spoken than a virtual panel appeared beside it, displaying the analytical data of the black dogs. I took a closer look. The species was listed as 5 black dog, ranked low tier F grade, with stats at stamina 100, strength 70, speed 200, and defense 60. This mutated beast possessed no special abilities, but all its other attributes far surpassed those of humans. It could even transform to dramatically increase its size. Staring at the black dog's ridiculously high stats, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in shock. Forget everything else, its base speed was actually 200? My speed as a D rank ability user was only 30, and yet this thing was merely F rank. Gently stroking my chin, I pondered, I didn't recall F rank mutated beasts being this powerful. Suddenly, I seemed to remember something and couldn't help but widen my eyes, staring in disbelief at the black dog tilting its head before me. Could it be that Beast King? Any creature reaching A rank qualifies as a Beast King. In my previous life, Nanjiang City had spawned one. It became a nightmare for all major factions. Rumors described it as pitch black with blistering speed, covering thousands of miles in an instant. It operated primarily at night, moving through darkness like a vengeful spirit, earning the moniker Shadow Arrow. Most victims never even glimpsed its shadow before their throats were torn out. However, later on, the provincial headquarters of Jiangnan province took notice of it. They dispatched multiple A-class experts and suffered heavy casualties before finally exterminating it. At this thought, excitedly, I grabbed a few sausages from the shelf and crouched in front of the black dog with a grin, looking every bit like a child trafficker luring a kid. Seeing the sausages, the black dog's eyes lit up, its stub of a tail wagging so fast it blurred. I waved the food in my hand and, without caring whether it understood, proceeded to say, "Follow uncle, no, follow big bro, and you'll get delicious treats every day." The black dog gazed hesitantly with its dark eyes, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation, placing a paw on my arm while wagging its half-tail furiously. I chuckled, "Alright then, I'll take that as agreement." Ripping open the ham sausages one by one, I placed them on the ground, remarking, "Since even your tongue is black, I'll call you Heisey." The black dog, busy eating, suddenly leapt up in protest at these words. "Woof. Woof. Getting a name makes you this happy? Heisey. Woof." Just then, noises from outside caught my attention. It turned out to be Yi Tian, panting heavily with an axe in hand, his backpack bulging to the brim with collected crystal cores. He killed an attacking zombie with one swing of his axe, but the noise attracted more of them. Cursing under his breath, he had no choice but to run further away. As he eliminated zombies blocking his path, he realized he couldn't hide inside buildings. That would be a death trap. Suddenly, he had an idea: head for the park. It was open and accessible from all directions, with fewer zombies. But the massive horde still pursued him relentlessly. Oddly, one zombie wearing gold-rimmed glasses moved against the current, specifically picking up the crystal cores from the zombies Yi Tian had killed while escaping. It absorbed the energy within them and let out a creepy ha-ha-ha-ha laugh. Yi Tian was being relentlessly pursued by zombies when a lit-up, elegant store appeared ahead. An apocalypse store? Did this shop exist in the park in his past life? Without time to ponder, he mustered all his strength and dashed inside. Ding! Welcome! The sensor at the entrance chimed. I was playing with my dog when I suddenly looked up, surprised to see a guest arrive so soon. Heisey, meanwhile, eyed the frantic Yi Tian with suspicion. Yi Tian quickly shut the glass door behind him and tried to move a shelf to barricade it, but no matter how hard he pushed, the shelf wouldn't budge an inch. I asked, what do you want, customer? He frantically pointed outside and stammered, "There are but when he looked at the door, the words died in his throat. The once frenzied horde of zombies had grown oddly calm, wandering aimlessly. Though he stood right in front of them, they completely ignored him. With perfect calm, I stated, "This shop guarantees customers the right to safe shopping." Having lived 2 lifetimes, Yi Tian quickly regained his composure and studied me warily. His instincts told him I was no ordinary person. Never before had he seen someone brazenly running a shop for profit in the apocalypse. Normal people would be thinking about survival during a zombie outbreak. Someone like this is either an idiot or a total badass. Clearly, I'm the latter. He shouted, "System, analyze him." A few seconds later, the system replied, "Analysis failed." Yi Tian's brow furrowed, sweat dripping from his forehead as he stared fixedly at me. But my gaze was locked on the backpack behind him. I could sense it was packed with crystal cores. Mentally, I cursed. "What the hell are you just standing there for? Buy something already. Watch how I fleece you." With a smile, I said, "Handsome, not interested in shopping? Our store offers great value, no deception, guaranteed. Fake goods? We'll pay you tenfold." Yi Tian was slightly taken aback. "Oh, let me see." He thought about quickly buying something and making his escape. Having just been reborn, he absolutely couldn't die in the beginner's area. He absent-mindedly browsed for a while, then suddenly widened his eyes at the weapons section. Picking up a pistol, he gasped in astonishment. This is real." He cast an inconspicuous glance at me, growing increasingly convinced of my extraordinary nature. "But gunshots will attract hordes. Holy shit, there's even a silencer." With the gun, the problem of hunting zombies could be solved. He was very confident in his marksmanship. Just as Yi Tian was selecting a gun, Jin Tiao completed its analysis of him and reported, "Host, detecting another system bearer." I saw that his name was Yi Tian, with a fire-based ability at F-rank high tier. His physical strength, speed, and defense were all at 10. His system was the devouring system, capable of absorbing other ability users' powers. What? He also has a system, and such an overpowered one at that. It's only the first day of the apocalypse, and he's already F-rank high tier, while I just released the ability cultivation information. No doubt, he's also a reincarnator with formidable combat power. Frowning, I thought, then doesn't he already know I have a system too? The gold bar said confidently, no, don't forget. The host can stay within your special domain. Out there beyond the shop, who knows? But here, it can't analyze your data. Besides, ordinary systems only respond procedurally to hosts, none are as intelligent as me, gold bar. I nodded, a ruthless glint flashing in my eyes. But with such an overpowered mechanism, it's bound to be a major threat later. Maybe we should nip it in the bud. Heh, we might as well loot the crystal cores from his bag while we're at it. 2 birds with 1 stone. Gold bar fell silent, probably thinking that last bit revealed my true motive. The gold bar said, first rule, the host cannot obtain crystal cores within the store except through buying and selling profits. If discovered, I, the bar, will confiscate them. Moreover, the bar doesn't recommend killing this awakened ability user. If the host intends to continue doing business with humans in the future, you should at least avoid hindering human progress. Hearing that I couldn't pick up the crystal cores Yetion dropped, I lost interest and curled my lip in disappointment. At that moment, Yetion walked up to the counter with an armful of items. I skimmed the haul and smirked. 3 boxes of beef rice, a Type 95 assault rifle, a Type 92 pistol, 5 boxes of 5.8mm bullets, 2 silencers, and a combat knife. Haha, the new shop is officially open for business. Or rather, open for meat. Yetion asked, what do you take for payment? Money? I pointed at the crystal coin exchange rate chart beside the cash register and told Yetion, you'll need to deposit your crystal cores into a card first. They'll automatically convert to crystal coins for payment. Once deposited, crystal cores are non-refundable. Yetion studied the exchange rates, hesitated for a moment, then quite generously pulled out a large pile of crystal cores from his backpack. I figured he was thinking this shop sold weapons and he'd probably be coming back regularly to restock. Only thing was, the shop didn't display any prices. Who knew if they'd be expensive or not? With a series of maneuvers, I deposited each of these crystal cores into the exchange machine one by one. Then, the machine spat out a golden card, which I swiped through the card reader. Payment card recharged with 700 crystal coins. Current expenditure, 505 crystal coins. Remaining balance, 195 crystal coins. Hearing this, Yetion didn't feel distressed. Considering how many supplies he'd purchased, these prices were actually quite cheap for him. He asked, Big boss, what should I call you? I replied, just call me the shop owner. Ding! Welcome back next time. The sensor at the door sounded. The gold bar prompt appeared. 700 crystal coins have been recharged to your account. Looking at my balance of 1,197 crystal coins, I grinned from ear to ear. Judging by just how Yetion's earlier facial expression, the price I set must have been spot on. The total cost of these items from the system store's wholesale price was only 85 crystal coins. After replenishing his stock, he still had 1,112 crystal coins remaining. The golden bar then prompted, successfully completed the side quest. Reward, domestic service robot. It has been automatically placed in the system inventory. Please check accordingly. Housekeeping robot? I immediately deployed it. A 2-dimensional anime character materialized out of thin air, pink long hair, emerald green eyes, dressed in eccentric cosplay attire, looking nothing like a conventional robot. My pupils contracted. Is this Freya? Isn't she the female protagonist from that inspirational anime? Ahem, let me clarify. I, Wang Yu, am a respectable man. No idea if this thing actually functions or might give electric shocks. So, gold bar, what's the deal with this? Golden bar chuckled. This unit was designed according to the host's preferences. Ha 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 ha, you kid. Yetion walked out of the shop, and I saw that the enormous zombie horde from earlier had been reduced to almost nothing. He walked over to the wooden table in the yard, reloaded the rifle's magazine to full capacity, and then attached the suppressor. At that moment, Heisey, who was sunbathing on the wooden chair, barely lifted an eyelid, paying no mind. But when Yetion inadvertently caught sight of Heisey's severed tail, his expression suddenly changed. Having previously worked for the authorities, he naturally knew of that mutated beast whose very name struck terror into all ability users, Shadow Arrow. Shadow Arrow was completely black, often appearing at night, moving with such speed it resembled an arrow loosed from its bow, hence its name. Yetion distinctly remembered one characteristic recorded in official intelligence, a black dog with a severed tail. It was the Beast King of Nanjiang City, the only mutated creature to have reached a rank high tier. At that time, the Jiangnan main base dispatched several great supernatural beings who spent over a month besieging it. Official reports later claimed it had been successfully eliminated, but many remained skeptical. Shadow Arrow's speed was simply too inhuman for its death to be easily believed. Yetion called out, System, analyze stats. The system responded, analysis complete. After reviewing Heisey's data, Yetion wasn't surprised. The baseline stats were terrifyingly high, confirming beyond doubt this was Shadow Arrow. But the most unbelievable thing was that the hidden betrayer turned out to be my own dog. He gave me a complicated look, then turned and left. He thought both me and the store were far too abnormal, with too many unexplainable things, but at least I was only after profit, not lives. Such formidable individuals, even with cheats, are better left unprovoked. In the following days, aside from Yi Tian occasionally stopping by to buy some bullets or boxed meals, no other customers came by. I tried logging into my social media again, only to find my account had been banned by the platform for allegedly spreading harmful content. Whether it was Douyin, Weibo, or even WeChat, all were banned. Clearly, the authorities still hadn't grasped reality, or perhaps they were trying to delay social disorder for as long as possible to preserve humanity's surviving strength. But after several days of spreading through the interconnected web, terms like mutants, energy cores, and post-apocalypse had become household knowledge. I could only create a new account, though that wasn't so bad, at least there weren't as many overwhelming messages anymore. The first video that popped up on Douyin was from the official national daily broadcast. A female anchor, struggling to maintain a calm tone, spoke, "Residents are advised not to leave their homes and to quietly await official rescue. Remember, do not cross legal boundaries. Those who have awakened supernatural abilities should call the hotline." I opened the comments section. What does this mean? Superhumans get rescued, but our lives as ordinary people don't matter? Of course they won't rescue ordinary folk, bro. I've been waiting at home for 3 days, starving to death, why don't you come already? Wah, I just turned 18 and don't want to die yet, some superhuman big brother, please save me. No STDs, fresh and ready. Fam, who even understands? I'm already F-rank high tier. I've been starving for 2 days, everything looks like food to me now. Upstairs trying to learn manners from Hannibal? I'll just say, elegance never goes out of style. Any superhumans looking to team up? DM me. I chuckled wryly and kept scrolling through videos, all with a pessimistic tone. At that moment, Heisey came patting over on its paws, and I couldn't help but feel disgusted. I noticed something seemed to be in its mouth, its paws stained with blood-mixed mud, leaving dirty footprints across the clean floor. Ding! Detected contamination. The housekeeping robot Freya rushed over with a mop. After cleaning the ground, I grabbed Heisey by the scruff of his neck and headed to the bathroom. Awa! Despite Heisey's vigorous resistance, it was all in vain. About 10 minutes later, freshly washed and dried, Heisey leaped onto my lap, demanding that I groom his fur. I couldn't help but marvel at Heisey's level, which had already reached high tier D rank, truly befitting an ambushero. Hey, Blackie, you need to step up your game. Once we're out of this shop, I'll be counting on you, old pal. The ever-present Goldie couldn't help but comment, I've heard of the dog wagging the tail of the master, but a master wagging the tail of the dog? That's a first. Boss, you're really pinning your hopes on that mutt. As I brushed Blackie's fur, I retorted, easy for you to say you're not the one in my shoes. Sure, I'm safe inside the shop, but I can't hide here forever. Hosts should focus on leveling up their own abilities. Relying on a dog is no substitute for self-reliance. I shook my head at his words. The main issue is that my spatial ability doesn't provide any defensive capabilities whatsoever. Gold Bar replied, but in my understanding, spatial manipulation is actually one of the most elite abilities in the world, with an incredibly high ceiling, though admittedly a very low floor. Ha, wasn't spatial ability universally recognized as the most useless power? How did it suddenly become top tier here? The host and even all the awakened individuals in the world only possess superficial knowledge of spatial abilities, barely scratching the surface with basic spatial storage, merely the tip of the iceberg. In reality, spatial abilities can unlock unique skills, but they demand a high level of proficiency, requiring at least a B rank to manifest. Skills derived from spatial abilities? At best, they'd just be defensive techniques absorbing incoming attacks into space. Skills are developed by awakened individuals based on their innate abilities. Generally, the stronger the ability, the more skills one can cultivate. Because the notion that spatial abilities are useless is deeply ingrained, and they're extremely weak in the early stages, practically no one spends time leveling them up to B rank, let alone developing skills for them. Thus, people fail to see the forest for the trees. I nodded, this was undeniable. So what spatial abilities actually exist? At that moment, a book detached from the shelves and floated before me. Emblazoned across its cover was, Officer's Guide to Learning Spatial Abilities. The shelves are literally stocked with textbooks on every ability type. Honestly, I wonder if the host has ever properly browsed their own store. I took the book with an embarrassed chuckle, saying, I thought the books there were just for killing time. After flipping through a few pages, I couldn't help but gasp in admiration. The explanations about spatial abilities were comprehensive and meticulous, yet surprisingly simple to understand. That's just like you, officer. Skills: 1. Spatial counter. Absorb incoming projectiles into space and release them toward a target to generate an identical impact force. Minimum level requirement, lower C rank. 2. Spatial severance. Focus on a portion of an object, absorb it into space to sever its connection with the main body, thus creating lethal damage. Minimum rank requirement, B rank low tier. 3. Spatial perception. By focusing and holding one's breath, one can sense surrounding objects within a certain range, collect them into space, and retrieve items through barriers. Minimum rank requirement, A rank low tier, 4. Spatial teleportation, anywhere within sight, anywhere within perception, reach wherever the mind intends. Minimum rank requirement, S rank low tier. Chapter 7, New Products. Reading this, Wang Yu was completely dumbstruck. He couldn't believe that spatial abilities could actually be associated with terms like integrated offense and defense and one-strike annihilation. Such an incredible ability had actually been overlooked for so long. Anyone who raises their spatial ability to S rank would truly be an unrivaled existence. In gaming terms, they're like three-body beings with immunity, bursts of power, teleportation, and even the goddamn ability to see through walls. He quietly walked to the most secluded book section in the store and took all the books related to spatial abilities. Other types of superpowers don't matter, but fewer people should know about spatial abilities, this invincible power. Otherwise, the advantage of his cheat would be meaningless. Wang Yu glanced at his information panel. Store Manager, Wang Yu. Shop level, F tier low grade, 0/1000. Special ability, Space Attribute. Ability level, D rank mid stage, 700 out of 800. Upgrading the ability to B rank requires 1000 crystal coins to unlock spatial counter defense. After deducting restocking costs, my remaining crystal coin balance these past few days is 1100. Should I use it for ability upgrades or shop upgrades? System, what happens after upgrading the shop? Gold bars, unlock new products, and upgrading the level will expand the store area. After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Yu still chose to upgrade the shop. Ding! 1000 crystal coins deducted. Upgrade successful. New product unlocked, skill scrolls. Please check the system store, host. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu entered the system store and indeed found a new category, skill scrolls. Skill scroll allows the casting of various elemental abilities. Purchase price, 10 crystal coins. Usage method, face the target directly and unfurl the scroll. Range, 200 meters. Type, one-time use item. Wang Yu spent all his savings in one go, purchasing 10 scrolls of varying attributes, both attack and defense, placing them in the display case beneath the cash register. Such a miraculous thing could save lives in critical moments. As for the price, it's determined by the strength of the supernatural ability. By evening, the entire city had plunged into darkness and silence. No one would be foolish enough to turn on lights and attract the zombies' attention. Yet, the brazen glow from the park caught the attention of nearby survivors. On the first day, everyone assumed the person inside must be an idiot who wouldn't survive the night. But as days passed, the lights never once went out. This was, of course, Wang Yu's intentional ploy to draw attention. After all, the system didn't charge him for utilities. Inside the cafeteria of Nanjiang University, the windows were tightly boarded up, leaving no gaps for light or wind. Nearly 100 people had gathered here, their faces covered in grime, sallow with despair. Some sobbed quietly, others choked back tears, while many simply sat in numb hopelessness. A pall of grief hung heavy in the air. Most had lost contact with family members. No one needed to say out loud what everyone already knew. Linny, is Wang Yu from your class here with you? Linny looked at the student council president before him and shook his head. He should have left the school long ago. Liang Shu, wearing black-framed glasses, sighed softly. If only he were here. The first awakened one must be incredibly strong. With him around, managing this many people wouldn't be so contentious. They all assumed that Wang Yu, who had sent out such crucial information, surely possessed unrivaled power in the world. Just then, a sharp-faced man with a smug demeanor rushed into the hall and shouted arrogantly, "Hey, Brother Rui wants all the awakened ones to gather in the kitchen." Liang Shu and Linny exchanged glances before reluctantly complying. Yuan Rui, originally a sports academy student, had been favored by Providence, awakening immense supernatural abilities that naturally made him their nominal leader. He routinely flaunted his power to bully others, preying on both men and women, while those who dared disobey would be cast out as zombie fodder. Everyone resented this tyranny yet dared not speak out, for in these times, might made right. Nearly half of the people in the hall filed into the kitchen one after another. In the spacious room, there were over a dozen individuals, each brawny, with ruddy complexions, unmistakably athletes, including Yuan Rui. Every one of them was at least an F-rank high tier, with Yuan Rui himself already at E rank. Yuan Rui sat on the sofa, embracing a woman with delicate features. Her clothes were disheveled, her gaze hollow, as the air hung thick with the scent of debauchery. It's Teacher Zhang. Seeing this, Liang Shu and his group couldn't help but clench their fists, with someone voicing their displeasure. Yuan Rui, what you're doing is illegal. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the authorities? Hearing this, Yuan Rui snorted with laughter as if he just heard the funniest joke in the world. Official? The authorities can barely take care of themselves. What time would they have to spare for us? Don't make me laugh. Do you think I've never read an apocalypse novel before? Then, he stood up and said jokingly, everyone, the food's finished. Looks like we'll have to go out foraging again. Liang Shu frowned at the pile of food scraps and packaging on the table. Yuan Rui, the supplies we brought back last time should have lasted us much longer. Oh, so our esteemed leader is blaming us for eating too much? Yuan Rui curled the corner of his mouth, looking provocatively at Liang Shu. Don't you understand, the greater the strength, the bigger the appetite? With powers like ours, what's wrong with eating a bit more? Zhang Yingjing in the crowd couldn't help but argue, you always take the lion's share of the crystal cores we collect, how are the rest of us supposed to level up? At these words, Yuan Rui exchanged glances with his men, and the lackeys immediately understood his intention, moving forward to teach this reckless fool a lesson. Do you have any objection? It seems I didn't beat you enough last time. Zhang Yingjing also had a fiery temper and rolled up his sleeves ready to take a beating, but not a single person followed his lead. Seeing this, Linny quickly stepped up to pull Zhang Yingjing back. Forget it, we'll listen to you guys. Luckily, Yuan Rui scoffed and didn't press the matter further, instead clapping his hands and saying, aside from a few zombie-heavy areas, there's barely anything left in the school to scavenge anymore. So we're going out to search this time anyway, it's not far from the school gate, and we can check if there's an official survivor camp in the park along the way. If there are no objections, then prepare yourselves. Everyone sets out immediately. Wait, everyone? If all the ability users leave, what about the others if zombies attack? Liang Shu frowned. Yuan Rui sneered, that bunch of good-for-nothings? All they do is freeload every day. Did they expect us to take care of them forever? Hearing this, Liang Shu frowned deeply but couldn't think of how to argue back. In the apocalypse, these people truly were dead weight. At this moment, Zhao, who was standing nearby, hastily whispered, Brother Rui, bring Su Yao along. That girl would keep us entertained for half a year. Yuan Rui revealed a lewd grin before slapping the woman's plump buttocks. Hee, you're right. And teacher Zhang too, I'm not tired of her yet. A few minutes later, the group of 60 to 70 people quietly left through the back door. Wan Yu sat behind the counter, sipping on an ice-cold Coke while binging a show. Compared to the people out there struggling to survive under the scorching summer heat, his life couldn't be more laid back. Outside the store, the growls of zombies echoed incessantly. It had already been a week since the apocalypse began. Nanjiang was a city in the south where most households didn't stockpile food. With supplies dwindling fast and supernatural abilities beginning to emerge, people were bound to start making their move soon. Ding! Welcome! Yi Tian walked in wearily, dragging his tired body while carrying a hiking backpack. The cool air from the store immediately rejuvenated him. Boss, give me a pack of cigarettes. The convenience store had few cigarettes left, and with no way to restock, they had long been sold out. After several days of observation, Yi Tian noticed that Wang Yu didn't seem to have any ill intentions, so he let his guard down a little, though he still didn't dare to test the waters lightly. Wang Yu tapped his finger on the card reader. 50 crystal coins. Wang Yu glanced at Yi Tian's info panel, he'd already reached D rank. Looks like he hadn't been idle either. Not bad, hurry up and keep up with our Heisey. Ding! Insufficient balance. The 700 crystal coins from his last recharge were nearly depleted. Yi Tian opened his bloodstained backpack and took out 20 F-grade crystal cores from it. Wang Yu took them over with a calm expression, appearing entirely unfazed as if he'd seen it all before. Beep! Payment card recharged with 1,000 crystal coins. Gold bar, ding! 1,000 crystal coins received. This sound was music to the ears. Chapter 8, Yi Tian's Trap. Then he bought some ready-to-eat food and drinks, sitting down on the sofa in the lounge area. Although his own convenience store was well stocked with supplies, he still preferred the ready-to-eat food here. Though he had long adapted to post-apocalyptic life, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. Moreover, the shop's environment was comfortable, quiet, and relaxing. Most importantly, it was safe, free from constant vigilance and fear. A team of 60 or 70 ability users could not be underestimated no matter where they were. After effortlessly dealing with some zombies, they arrived in front of a convenience store. Liang Shu commanded, everyone else stay alert, I'll go take a look. Hearing this, leader Yuan Rui secretly felt displeased. Since when did this kid start giving orders? The convenience store's windows were completely covered yet impeccably clean, faintly revealing goods still stocked on the shelves. Holy mother, this much supplies could last us for days. Actually, we got pretty lucky this time. Hurry up, I'm starving to death. Liang Shu stopped them forcefully, hold on a second. Take a good look around, there are fewer zombies here than on the way over, and it's obvious someone's living inside. So what? There's no way they outnumber us. You're not really starting to think you're the boss now, are you? Yuan Rui cut him off directly. The others chimed in as well. Yeah. Are we really gonna let the meat of our lips slip away? What's there to fear? At worst we'll just take it by force. With so many of us here, and all of us ability users, we could pretty much go anywhere unchallenged. Rui's absolutely right. The fence-sitters all immediately sided with Yuan Rui. Seeing this, Liang Shu had no choice but to step aside, though a lingering unease tugged at him. Surely they couldn't be the only ones scavenging for supplies, so why had no one else come to such an obvious convenience store? Yuan Rui nodded in satisfaction, then stepped forward. In an instant, his massive hand transformed into an iron hammer, which he then smashed heavily against the glass. His ability was body defense oriented, allowing him to turn parts of his body into steel. As his ability level increased, full-body steel transformation became effortless. Soon after, a wide entrance was hammered open, revealing a dazzling array of goods inside. Just as they set foot inside, an alarm suddenly blared from somewhere unknown. A piercing sound suddenly echoed through the empty street. They looked at each other in confusion. Had the convenience store alarm mutated too? Seconds later, Liang Shu was the first to react, his face paling. This is bad, it's a trap. Get out of here now. The others turned to him bewildered. What was the big deal? It was just an alarm. At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, followed by chaotic, deafening roars. So many zombies. We're done for. Yuan Rui and his group rushed outside and saw zombies pouring in from all directions like a swarm of fish crossing a river. Among them were even some with terrifyingly strong auras, enough to make one's scalp crawl with fear. Liang Shu made a quick decision and shouted urgently, run back inside. Many people were so terrified by the massive zombie horde that their legs gave out, leaving them paralyzed with fear on the spot. Then they were engulfed by the tide of zombies, like locusts sweeping through a field, reduced to nothing but gnawed bone fragments in an instant. Ah! The sounds reached the apocalypse store, drawing a cold smirk from Yi Tian. This was precisely the disposal trap he had set. After all, he'd already scouted a new location. Even if this temporary base was destroyed, not a single intact brick or tile would be left for his enemies. All important supplies are carried on me, and with this shop and my own strength, why worry about running out of supplies? They sprinted all the way, but the growls behind them never ceased, and they even attracted zombies from nearby residential areas and the university district. The entrance is blocked by zombies. What should we do? It's over. We're all going to die. There's more ahead. Run to the park. Liang Shu could only pray that there were official personnel stationed there. Maybe then they'd have a sliver of hope. I can't run anymore. Save me. Get lost. If you're dying, don't drag me down with you. I don't want to die, damn it. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. Behind them, people were already revealing the ugly side of human nature, shoving each other and forcibly dragging others along for the ride. Up ahead, there's a huge store up ahead. At these words, hope flickered to life in everyone's eyes. At the shop's entrance, Heizi raised his head alertly, spotted the zombies, and swiftly charged out. His master's orders were clear the surrounding area of the undead. All they saw was a black shadow, followed by the sound of flesh tearing behind them. Why is it so noisy? At that moment, Wang Yu, who was just about to eat, frowned slightly and was about to go out to check. Suddenly, figures came rushing into the store one after another. Ding! Welcome! Ding! Welcome! Quick! Close the door! Yuan Rui shouted loudly. Wait for us! Chen Shui, dragging the panting Su Yao, was the last to dash into the shop, only to find everyone staring blankly, their gazes fixed wordlessly behind them. Because at this moment, the zombies outside seemed to have lost their targets, growing eerily quiet, somewhat disoriented, yet not a single one stepped into the front courtyard. Only that shadowy figure continued weaving through the horde of undead, moving as if unopposed. For a moment, no one dared so much as breathe. The silence in the shop was so profound you could hear a pin drop. Gold bar, activate side quest, complete 10 business transactions, reward, security robot. Gold bar's voice snapped Wang Yu back to reality, making him look at the 20-some people before him. This was Yuan Rui's squad? He recalled being part of it in his previous life, but due to his weak supernatural ability, he had been insignificant. He smiled, breaking the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, what would you like to buy? Our shop has everything you could need. Hearing this, the group finally turned their attention to the man before them. Wang Yu, how is it you? Lin Yi wore a completely bewildered expression. Wang Yu also spotted a few of his classmates and gave them a cheerful wave, his way of saying hello. It's a long story, but I'll keep it short. A few days ago, a book called Career Guidance for College Students gave me a sudden epiphany. Then the apocalypse happened, so I got this wild idea to open a shop and start a business. The group collectively facepalmed. He was seriously messing with them, and they knew it. Liang Shu pointed nervously at the zombies wandering outside, his voice tinged with disbelief. What's going on? This shop protects consumers' rights to safe purchases. Wang Yu replied with a beaming smile. After confirming their safety, the others began looking around the entire store. The space here was quite large, accommodating over 20 people without feeling crowded. Moreover, it was tidy and clean, with pop music playing, a stark contrast to their grimy selves, to this entire post-apocalyptic world. This is what you call living. The shelves were packed with all kinds of goods, making everyone's mouths water. Holy shit, there's ready-to-eat food too. This bento smells amazing. With this much supplies, we could last for days, right? The air conditioning feels amazing. Suddenly I don't want to leave anymore, just let me die here. At this moment, Zhang Yingjing came rushing to the cash register holding a boxed meal, eagerly asking, Wang Yu, how do I pay for this? Pay with crystal cores. Zhang Yingjing hesitated for a moment before reluctantly pulling out the crystal cores he had just collected. Beep, payment card recharged with 50 crystal coins. Wang Yu took out a card, swiped it through the card reader, and handed it to Zhang Yingjing. Beep, 15 crystal coins deducted. Payment successful. All set? Wang Yu nodded and made an inviting gesture. Chapter 9, The Enigmatic Wang Yu. Zhang Yingjing couldn't wait to tear open the chopsticks, open the lunchbox, and began devouring the meal. Immediately, the aroma filled the air, driving everyone crazy with sniffing. Once someone took the lead, others followed suit, digging out their seldom-used savings. After all, who had the strength to level up on an empty stomach? How many crystal coins for this? How about this one? These steamed buns. Bro Jing, lend me some cash, I'll pay you back next time. Does anyone have extra crystal cores? Why aren't the items priced? Only then did Wang Yu remember, after days of excessive gaming, he'd completely forgotten to price the merchandise. But this was just as well, how else could he fleece them properly? Watching them form a long line to pay, Yuan Rui's eyes rolled with a sly glint of ruthlessness as he quickly pulled his lackeys aside. What's up, brother Rui? I could starve to death, look how long that line is. You really think you're law-abiding good guys now? Get the hell over here. Being track and field students probably helped. They ran fast and, more importantly, were heartless enough to use teammates as human shields, allowing all dozen of them to escape the zombie horde. The group avoided Wang Yu's line of sight, quietly conspiring among themselves. Yuan Rui smirked cunningly and whispered, when the time comes, we'll pretend to check out, then rush him together and strike to kill. This shop will be ours. Jolly voiced his concern, but it's Wang Yu we're talking about. If not for him, how would we even know about the crystal cores? His strength must be far beyond ours. Yuan Rui slapped Jolly on the head. Why are you so thick-headed? No matter how strong he is, he's just one man, and we'll be ambushing him, he won't have time to react. A psychic-type ability user said, I think it's plausible. He gives off the vibe of just an ordinary person, and with the internet being such a murky place, who knows if his posted information was just copied from elsewhere? My guess is he's read too many novels and made it all up. If he were really that powerful, why wouldn't he just go out and kill zombies instead of bothering to open a shop? Exactly. No matter how you look at it, our ability ranks are stronger than the average person's. I'll follow Ruiji's lead. There's so much supplies here, enough for us to splurge for months. Let's take the gamble. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. A cold smirk played at the corners of Wang Yu's lips as he collected payment. The entire shop moved to his silent command. As long as you're inside the store, even the color of your underwear is known to me, let alone those whispers of yours that ring in my ears like thunder. Su Yao, who was checking out, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Wang Yu, we were classmates once, can't you give me a friend's discount? As an ordinary person, she didn't have any crystal cores, she was borrowing her best friend Chen Shue's payment card. Wang Yu responded with a strained smile, small business, no discounts. Please. Su Yao fixed her dewy eyes directly on Wang Yu, speaking coyly with an expression that could melt anyone's heart. But Wang Yu, having lived 2 lifetimes, was no ordinary inexperienced boy, and he particularly disliked repeating himself. His tone was indifferent as he stated, no. But, at that moment, Yuan Rui and his group seized the perfect opportunity, lining up in front of the checkout counter. All eyes turned in their direction, for everyone knew Yuan Rui was about to make his move. That's Yuan Rui's crew, no good will come of this. I bet they're planning to seize the nest, wonder if we'll get even crumbs from this. Running into Yuan Rui, Wang Yu must have drawn the shortest straw for 8 lifetimes. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned, preparing to step forward and intervene. Beside him, Liang Shu shook his head. This isn't something we can get involved in. You know how powerful they are. If anyone's to blame, it's Wang Yu for being too foolish. Running such a high-profile shop in these apocalypse times? It's practically the same as distributing charity. Sitting in the rest area, Yi Tian also saw this scene but made no move to help. Instead, he watched with keen interest. While the hidden arrows were absent, this was the perfect time to see if the shopkeeper was just bluffing. Yuan Rui handed over several crystal cores, saying, Wang Yu, help me recharge the card. Wang Yu nodded with an unchanged expression, but just as he reached out to take them, someone suddenly shouted, Wang Yu, look out. Yuan Rui froze momentarily before cursing angrily, fuck it, attack. A dozen ability users sprang into action at the command, simultaneously activating their powers. Fireball, Ice Spike, Steel Skin, Mental Assault, Void Slash. They were completely confident in their ability to kill Wang Yu at such close range. He had almost nowhere to escape, but then again, there was no need for him to flee. At this moment, Wang Yu's expression remained as calm as still water, with a faint, almost imperceptible sneer at the corner of his lips. In the blink of an eye, nothing happened. Everyone remained frozen in their activation poses, yet no special abilities manifested. They looked exactly like a bunch of Chinibya teens striking exaggerated poses. For a brief moment, the scene became profoundly awkward. What's going on? Why are my toes curling in embarrassment? Aha, thought he was about to drop something cool. Turns out he was just holding in a massive fart lalalol. Hard to describe. Like a song without backing music, kinda, awful. Pfft, should I not be laughing in such a serious situation? But I can't hold it in. What are they doing? Clowning around? Yuan Rui and his group wore utterly bewildered expressions. What's going on? Where's my supernatural ability? Could it be I triggered it wrong? Shouldn't have yelled mom earlier. Yuan Rui shouted again, take them down. Hearing this, they once again exerted their supernatural abilities with all their might. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Take action. Why has everyone gone silent? The atmosphere grew eerie, for their bewildered expressions didn't seem feigned. Yi Tian frowned deeply at the sight, utterly baffled by what was happening. Yuan Rui, slow to realize the truth, stared in horror at the grinning Wang Yu, his voice trembling unconsciously. It was you playing tricks, wasn't it? Wang Yu chuckled darkly, correct answer. Your reward is a chat with your ancestors. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yuan Rui's eyes bulged with veins popping, his face turning crimson as if someone were strangling him, his body collapsing uncontrollably to its knees. I was wrong, please. But Wang Yu remained unmoved, still smiling as he watched him. This continued for nearly 3 to 4 minutes before Yuan Rui finally stopped moving, while blood continuously seeped from his 7 orifices. Several seconds later, the accomplices finally snapped out of their daze. Ghost, run! But the shop door closed first. No matter how they pulled, smashed, kicked, or hammered it, the door remained utterly immovable. Damn it, won't open. We're done for. Wang Yu's expression turned indifferent as he watched these delusional escapees. With a mere thought, he took action. A dull thud suddenly erupted from within their bodies, and they all collapsed listlessly to the ground. A family should stay united, neat and tidy. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. The others didn't dare breathe, staring at Wang Yu in utter silence. Over a dozen ability users stood before Wang Yu, yet they couldn't put up the slightest resistance, unable to even activate their powers. What's even more terrifying was that Wang Yu showed no change in expression after killing so many people, as if he had merely done something entirely ordinary. Chapter 10, The Shocked Crowd. Wang Yu revealed a satisfied expression. Was this the power of his domain? Absolute control over the shop. Killing one would be far too easy. Controlling the airflow in the shop to suffocate people to death, or manipulating air pressure to crush a person's organs. Every classmate of Wang Yu looked at him with unfamiliar gazes. Was this really the same Wang Yu who had always been inconspicuous? It was like he was a completely different person and unnaturally strong at that. Su Yao, who had just been complaining to Wang Yu moments ago, felt a sudden wave of dread. Thank goodness he didn't take it to heart. Thank goodness. Yuan Rui's little group had only one member left. Their former classmate, Zhao Li. Earlier, he had been positioned further back, and when his ability activation failed, he was the first to stop attacking. But Wang Yu didn't seem willing to spare him. Alright then, how would you like to die? Locked under Wang Yu's icy gaze, Zhao Li, who had thought he'd escaped unscathed, suddenly felt his heart constrict. Trembling, he pleaded, Wang Yu, brother Yu, I didn't lift a finger just now, maybe just let me off? I'm not really with them. His words were abruptly cut off as Wang Yu interrupted, but you were involved. That's undeniable. Hearing this, Zhao Li suddenly dropped to his knees, snot and tears flowing freely. I was wrong. I was led astray by them. Wang Yu shook his head and softly reassured, it's okay, it'll be over soon. Your buddies are waiting for you on the way. At this moment, Linny stepped forward and advised, maybe let it go, Wang Yu. We're all classmates here. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. I just knew that pushover from before would show himself. But the classmates beside them weren't having any of Lin Yi's excuses. What nonsense are you spouting, class monitor? Zhao Li has been bullying us all along, always hiding behind his powerful connections like a dog. In my opinion, Zhao Li got exactly what he deserved. Same classmates? When they were about to attack me just now, why didn't you say same classmates then? Zhao Li is usually quite domineering and arrogant, always putting on a show. Yeah. These righteous and indignant words undoubtedly sealed Zhao Li's fate, as he despairingly lowered his head. But the next second, he suddenly lunged forward toward Wang Yu before him. Even if I die, I'll tear a piece of flesh from you. But at that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly darted in through the doorway, pouncing on Zhao Li and knocking him to the ground. By the time everyone could see clearly, Zhao Li's head had already been gnawed to a pulp, red and white fluid spilled across the floor, revealing the crystal core inside. Holy shit! Ugh! Su Yao gagged. Thankfully she hadn't eaten the steamed buns she'd just bought, or she definitely would have vomited. Blackie kicked aside Zhao Li's crystal core with disdain. The higher his level became, the more negligible the effects of these low-grade cores were. So an F-grade crystal core? Not even a dog would touch that shit. Wan Yu looked at the blood-soaked Blackie who'd arrived too late to help, caught between laughter and exasperation, as corpses already littered the ground outside. Did you have to slaughter every zombie out there? He scolded. How am I supposed to run a business with corpses blocking the entrance? Go clean up this mess right now. Hearing this, Heisey lowered his head in disappointment, thinking to himself, I thought Master would praise me, so hard to please. Then, resentfully, he walked away to transport the corpses outside. At these words, everyone couldn't help but look outside, where bodies piled up in heaps. They were instantly stunned speechless. The zombie horde that nearly killed us had been completely wiped out by a single dog. Is this a mutant beast? Liang Shu adjusted his glasses and said in astonishment, this is the first time I've seen something like this since the apocalypse began. Wan Yu shrugged and replied dismissively, oh, that's just a dog I raised. Nothing special, really. The others fell silent. Coming from him, it made perfect sense. Yi Tian stared blankly at Heisey, his fists clenched tightly in silent frustration as his confidence took a brutal hit. Is this what the future Beast King looks like? Seems I still have a long way to go. Freya, clean the ground. Understood, Master. This anime-style character really stunned everyone like a small knife splitting your butt, quite an eye-opener. The remaining few people also sat down on the sofas in the lounge area, when Zhang Yingjing suddenly exclaimed, isn't this Yi Tian? Damn, I didn't notice earlier, you're still alive too? Yi Tian maintained an indifferent expression and gave a polite nod, but had no intention of offering any further explanation. Originally, he wasn't in the best mood to begin with, and besides, his past relationship with Zhang Yingjing had only ever been one of casual acquaintanceship. Then he slowly got up, sensibly cleaned up the trash on the table, walked over to the weapons section to grab some grenades and bullets, and got ready to leave. Weapons section? Zhang Yingjing nudged Lin Yi beside him with his elbow. Monitor, look, a weapons section. And just now, Yi Tian came out holding a bunch of grenades. Does this guy even deal in arms? With that, he got up to go check. Lin Yi set down the takeout box he was holding and frowned slightly. That couldn't be. China strictly bans guns, after all. Su Yao bit into the large steamed bun and mumbled, if this were before, I wouldn't believe it either. But now that the apocalypse has come, what's left that couldn't possibly happen? Right, Xiao Xue? MHM. A moment later, Zhang Yingjing's excited voice rang out. Holy shit, it's a real gun, come quick. Ha, let me see what's going on. The craftsmanship is definitely real, just like the ones I used at the shooting range before. But it can't be cheap, right? We barely have any crystal cores left, and we already gave them all to Yuan Rui's group. Everything's with Wan Yu now. Shu, you want to die? Wan Yu, who could hear everything, couldn't help but laugh quietly at this remark. However, making an example of someone did save a lot of trouble. At that moment, Yi Tian approached the counter with an armful of grenades and bullets, but while checking out, he happened to notice a new item displayed in the showcase. Skill scroll. A faint smile curled at the corners of Wan Yu's lips. This big-shot customer had finally taken notice, so he proceeded to explain it to him with a grin. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes. Such an amazing item. Even those without corresponding attributes could unleash skill techniques. Defensive skills were excellent, precisely what he lacked most right now. Please wrap these up for me. Coming right up. That'll be 400 crystal coins total. Please swipe your card. Ding. We look forward to your next visit. Freya had swept the floor spotlessly clean, even thoughtfully collecting the crystal cores that Yuan Rui and the others had dropped. Wan Yu stared at the pile of crystal cores on the counter, feeling troubled. These were worth quite a few crystal coins, but Jin Tiao had warned him that any crystal cores obtained through robbery within the store's premises wouldn't count as legitimate business profit and would be confiscated. Under these circumstances, he might as well go with the flow and earn some goodwill. By coincidence, Lin Yi and his group were just about to leave, so he first deposited the crystal cores into a payment card, totaling 800 crystal coins, adding them to his personal stash. The Golden Bar's plaintive voice rang out, Host, isn't it rather presumptuous to commit offenses against the wind like this? Don't worry, Gold Bar. Your humble Wang is definitely not someone who knowingly breaks the law. I just want to demonstrate some old-fashioned kindness. Chapter 11, Old-Fashioned Kindness. Liang Shu packed up his things and shouted, Time to go, everyone, get ready. After everyone gathered around, he counted the heads and couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. They had set out with 60 or 70 people, but now only 10 remained. Worse still, those who had died were the strongest members of their team. Now, their chances of surviving the apocalypse had grown even slimmer. How many energy crystals do we have left? Lin Yi shook his head. Not a single one left. I used them all to buy supplies. As he spoke, he couldn't help but show a dejected expression. And the supplies we bought aren't much. I really don't know how we're going to face the 50-plus hungry people in the cafeteria. Su Yao patted Lin Yi's shoulder in consolation. It's all Yuan Rui and his gang's fault, but at least Wang Yu took care of them. You're right. Maybe it's not a bad thing to lose them. At least we'll be more united than before. At worst, we'll tighten our belts and kill more zombies. With this shop here, we're bound to survive. Zhang Yingjing was also fired up. Once we save up enough crystals, I'm definitely getting that Type 95. Damn, it looks so cool. Alright, let's work hard. Maybe if we don't eat or drink for a year, we should have enough. Ha 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 ha. Goodbye, shopkeeper. Should we go check out the convenience store again? Maybe the zombies have already cleared out. Wait, Wang Yu suddenly called out to them without warning. Hearing this, everyone's hearts involuntarily tightened. Were they not going to be allowed to leave now? Did we buy too much? Or did we say something offensive? They turned to look at Wang Yu, their gazes filled with confusion, panic, and despair. Faced with such formidable strength like Wang Yu's, they couldn't summon even a shred of resistance. They watched as Wang Yu slowly raised his hand and threw a card toward them. Seeing this, they scurried away as if they had stepped on dog shit, creating an utterly ridiculous scene. Here, these are the crystal cores from Yuan Rui and his crew. They've already been deposited into your payment card, totaling 800 crystal coins. The crowd froze in astonishment. This is, for us? But why? Damn it, I don't want to either. But if I don't do it this way, the gold bars will be confiscated, and then I'll get nothing out of this. At least I can still make a bit of profit this way. However, Wang Yu still put on a righteous expression. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. Dishonorable gains have always been as worthless as dirt in my eyes. Hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned before bursting into overwhelmingly grateful expressions. Such noble virtue, sir. You're truly sending charcoal in snowy weather, brother Yu. From now on you're my blood brother. Thank you so much. Earlier I was measuring a gentleman's heart with my own petty yardstick. Your noble deed deserves remembrance in the ancestral temple. I love you so much, brother Yu. Wang Yu wore a smile as warm as spring breeze on his face while slyly asking inwardly, well, golden bars, this doesn't violate any rules, does it? The golden bars remained silent. What a brilliant tactic, borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Returning the crystal cores was one thing, but deliberately loading them onto your own shop's payment card? That's obviously forcing them to spend only at your place. What a dog move. This is something Baidu can't find, but Sogu definitely has you recorded. You really found a loophole here. Impressive work, host. Liang Shu cautiously asked Wang Yu, so can we buy some more stuff? Go ahead. Lake Fu, I want to buy guns right now. Everyone pick some proper weapons. Buy more supplies. Bai Che, what the hell? Why did you buy a book? You like eating book covers? I think this book looks pretty good. Zhang Yingjing put down the rifle he just purchased and snatched it over to examine. Cops teach you superpowers, mental attributes, what kind of nonsense book is this? Buying this kind of book is worse than getting a gravure idol photo book. The gold bar. He quickly turned to Wang Yu and asked anxiously, brother Yu, can I still return this now? This book costs 50 crystal coins, a whole crystal core, which certainly isn't cheap for them. Step back? I bought these with my own saved crystal cores, none of your business. No way, you reckless spendthrift. Wang Yu also shook his head without further explanation. No refunds on small transactions. After speaking, he couldn't help but size up the gloomy young man who seemed utterly forgettable. So there really are people who recognize valuable goods? A mental attribute skill book after all. During this period when knowledge about supernatural abilities was scarce, the invaluable insights provided by the shop's books explaining these powers spoke for themselves. Owning a textbook that could fully comprehend supernatural abilities and even teach you how to develop skills was practically like having cheat codes enabled. After purchasing their supplies, the group left with hearts full of joy. With some free time on his hands, Wang Yu grabbed some cooked food for himself and casually browsed the system shop while eating. He had sold quite a few items today. After clicking the one-click restock button, he was surprised to find he still had 1,768 crystal cores remaining. Though the crystal coins they had deposited hadn't been entirely spent, there wasn't much left. Even restocking wouldn't cost many crystal coins. Today was an absolute windfall. The new skill scrolls were excellent. Even a penny pincher like Liang Shu couldn't resist buying one of these outrageously priced scrolls. After finishing dinner, Wang Yu suddenly remembered the matter of pricing items. Gold bars, with so many products in the store, do I really have to label each one by hand with a pen? The gold bar explained, it's not that stupid. You just need to open the shop info interface and click enter product price. After entering, the corresponding price panel will appear under the product, and product information can also be displayed. Wang Yu nodded. The system was as intelligent as ever. After leaving the park laden with bags of supplies, Liang Shu's group soon realized their purchases were far from enough to feed the 50-odd people waiting back at the canteen. So they decided to try their luck at the previous convenience store, hoping to scavenge some leftovers. If there had been plenty of supplies, it would have been fine, but if not, well, they couldn't afford to worry about everyone else's survival. Luckily, there were hardly any zombies nearby. Wang Yu's black dog had probably taken care of them all. Maybe we should head back first. We're almost overloaded with all this stuff. Yeah, if only I had a cart. But it's getting late now, making the round trip would take too much time, and nights are far too dangerous. Liangshu shook his head and took out the newly purchased scroll from his backpack. No problem, luckily I came prepared. Hand over what you're holding. Hearing this, the crowd quickly gathered around. Liangshu unfurled the skill scroll and commanded it the massive backpack, store. In the blink of an eye, the backpack vanished into thin air. Holy shit, what just happened? Was it this scroll's doing? No wonder Wang Yu was selling it for 100 crystal coins. Liangshu shook the scroll with a smile and explained, this is a space attribute skill scroll. It contains 100 square meters of space, but it's single use and only lasts for a day. Chapter 12, Human Nature. Suyao said gloomily, you had such a good thing all along and didn't bring it out sooner. My shoulders are sore to death. I thought you were as wasteful as Bai Che. Buying something inedible, turns out it's actually something good. That kind of miraculous thing actually exists. Wang Yu truly isn't an ordinary man. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Liangshu nodded, unable to deny it. Let's get everything packed up. We need to hurry and make the trip before dark. Turning the corner, they arrived at the same convenience store that had nearly been their doom. To their surprise, a small truck was parked at the entrance, with quite a few people busily carrying goods in and out. The lookouts at the door quickly spotted Liangshu's group and hurried inside to report. Liangshu glanced inside. There were at least 20 people, both men and women, before saying solemnly, not good. Let's go. Zhang Yingjing protested indignantly, why should we? We were here first. Su Yao also wrinkled her nose in agreement. Exactly. We almost got wiped out for this. If it weren't for us, they'd be the ones dead from triggering the alarm. There's no time to explain. As they spoke, 3 silhouettes swiftly circled behind them, blocking their escape route. So fast. They're physical system speed type ability users, and at least E rank or higher. Halt! Who are you people? Damn it, must be Black Snake gang members trying to hijack our supplies again. Can't let them get away. With Sister Lan here this time, they won't be coming back alive. Hearing this, Liangshu's eyes lit up as he hastily waved his hands to explain, no, we're students from Nanjiang University. The remaining people quickly arrived with weapons in hand, surrounding them tightly without leaving any gaps. Zhang Yingjing also spotted several dark gun barrels pointed straight at them, instantly deflating like a punctured balloon. So they had guns too. Come to think of it, there was a police station nearby. Having a few handguns was perfectly normal. Student from Nanjiang University? A pleasant voice rang out, and the others immediately fell silent. At that moment, a strikingly tall and curvaceous woman emerged from the crowd, her long black hair flowing gracefully, her skin fair and flawless, while cradling an orange cat in her arms. You say you're students from Nanjiang University? Yes, that's right, we are. Seeing their youthful and honest faces that didn't seem deceptive, the woman smiled and said to Liangshu and the others, what a coincidence. My name is Chulan, and I also graduated from Nanjiang University, so I suppose you could call me your senior. With that, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to lower their weapons. Hearing this, Liangshu secretly sighed in relief. Su Yao said excitedly, so it's our senior sister. Truly, one doesn't recognize one's own family. Chen Shui, on the other hand, wore an expression of admiration. An independent woman, so cool. Chulan stroked the orange cat and asked, are all of you ability users? Liangshu was just about to speak. Su Yao eagerly interrupted, except for me, everyone else is, but their levels aren't high, just F rank. Liangshu wore an exasperated expression. What a brilliant display of being completely transparent, laying all their secrets bare. Chulan smiled and urged the others to move the goods quickly. Tell me, how did you all end up here? Liangshu hurriedly stopped the outspoken Su Yao and briefly explained their experiences to Chulan. After listening, Chulan fell into thought. So that's what happened. There really is such a magical shop out there, I'll have to check it out someday. Then her tone shifted, and she showed a troubled expression. But, we also have quite a few people, and these supplies are just a drop in the bucket. Liangshu, who had been carefully observing their expressions, quickly waved his hands, afraid of upsetting Chulan. It's fine. We've bought plenty of food. If we tighten our belts, we should be able to last a day or two. Chulan glanced at Liangshu and his group before saying, listen to my advice, your abilities aren't enough to support those 50+ people. Why not join my team instead? Hearing this, many of them visibly wavered. But Lin Yi rejected the idea outright. If we unite as one, we'll find a way. Those people are our classmates, how can we just abandon them? Everyone couldn't help but look at Liangshu, clearly seeing him as the team's backbone. Yet Liangshu remained silent. Chulan sighed softly and didn't press further, instead patting Liangshu's shoulder. Come find us when you've figured things out. Our base is in Building 9 of the nearby Fulu residential area. Liang Shu nodded in gratitude, his heart torn with conflict. He knew all too well how burdensome it was to carry extra weight while moving. But as the student council president, he still had a shred of responsibility in his heart. After bidding Chulan farewell, they returned to the school. Since most of the zombies near the main gate had been lured away by the earlier noises, the journey back was smooth and unobstructed. They arrived at the cafeteria and entered through the back door. Hearing the noise, the desperate, starving people in the hall rose to their feet one after another, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they welcomed them in a corridor-like formation. But there was no sign of Yuan Rue and the others, and Liang Shu's group also came back empty-handed. The flicker of hope that had risen was extinguished once more. Someone asked in disappointment, "Where are Yuan Rue and the others? Did they not find any supplies?" Zhang Yingjing chuckled darkly. Yuan Rue and those bastards were killed while showing off for others. Now, I declare, there will be no more exploitation here. But what they truly cared about wasn't Yuan Rue. The food. Liang Shu took out a scroll and gestured to the crowd. Form an orderly line, everyone. You'll receive bread one by one. Wonderful. I'm starving to death. Me first, give me food. Stop fucking pushing, line up properly or get lost. Is this all there is? It's nowhere near enough to eat. Liang Shu's group finished distributing the food and made their way to what used to be Yuan Rue's private kitchen. They laid out the remaining food on the table while sighs drifted through the room like restless ghosts. It's still not enough. We'll probably have to go out every day, otherwise there's simply not enough food for all these people. If only there weren't so many people. Seeing this, the kind-hearted Linny still wanted to offer some words of encouragement, but at that moment, the door was suddenly flung open. A crowd of people stood blocking the entrance, their eyes fixed on the food spread across the table. Instantly, Liang Shu and his companions felt the weight of their gazes seething with fury, envy, and greed. Liang Shu, you've got all this food, and you think tossing us a single loaf is enough to shake us off like beggars? Exactly. How is what you're doing any different from Yuan Rue and his group? No wonder you weren't eating earlier, you've been hiding food all along. And I actually thought you were decent people? Hoarding all this food for yourselves, you should share more with us. Are your lives as superhumans more valuable than ours? Don't our lives matter too? Faced with the iron-fisted rule of Yuan Rue, they dared not resist earlier, but when confronting principled kind-hearted people like Liang Shu, humanity's ugliness surfaced one by one. For a moment, Liang Shu and his companions stood frozen under the barrage of accusations, too stunned to react. We risked life and limb to bring back these provisions just to keep you all fed, yet instead of gratitude, we get suspicion and abuse. Truly, we treat brothers like family while they kick us to the curb. Linny was also slightly taken aback, then hurriedly explained, "No, we were just planning the distribution of food supplies to make them last as long as possible for all of us." Chapter 13, Temptation. Linny, who'd believe that? If it's about planning, why not do it openly with everyone? Having to close the doors to discuss clearly shows you're guilty. You have superpowers, after all. Worst case, you can just go out scavenging for supplies every day. That's right, you have special abilities, so you should take on greater responsibilities. If I had abilities, I'd go out too. Give us food. We want food. Let's all go together and divide up the food on the table. The people at the door started pushing their way in, eager to divide the food on the table. At this moment, Zhang Yingjing roared angrily, "Who dares?" Hearing this, the crowd at the door hesitated slightly. "There's only 10 of them, rush them together." "Damn it, let's do it. We're dead either way." What a classic case of the farmer and the snake. These people are nothing but blood-sucking parasites. Liang Shu and the others had completely lost hope in these people. Seeing the crowd pushing their way in, Linny still clung to a sliver of hope and hurried forward to stop them. "Everyone, please don't do this. We need to unite. Ugh." Before he could finish, Linny was knocked to the ground by a punch. Fuck. Seeing his own people getting beaten, Zhang Yingjing, already holding back his fury, veins bulging, threw a punch at the person charging at the forefront. The tremendous force sent that person flying backward, knocking down a whole row of people behind them. That person's head tilted to the side, another poor soul lost to the west. With the first blow struck, the other awakened warriors wasted no time, erupting into violence to kill. Otherwise, this burning hatred would remain unquenched. After killing several people in succession, the remaining individuals gradually calmed down, realizing the vast gap between ordinary people and ability users, and fled in all directions. "Oh my god, he killed someone. Run quickly." For a moment, the kitchen fell into silence. Damn, a pack of ungrateful wolves, heartless bastards. Human nature cannot withstand the test. Someone couldn't help but challenge, "Linny, what more do you have to say for yourself?" Linny shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yingjing asked in a low voice, "Never mind them for now, what should we do?" Liang Shu sighed, "What else can we do? We can't just kill them all. Our only choice is to seek refuge with Sister Lan. We should have done this long ago." Agreed. I choose Sister Lan too, she's the one everyone truly trusts. Liang Shu pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's take a short rest and depart tomorrow instead. With poor visibility at night, he worried that heading out would be dangerous. Damn it, every second spent with these people disgusts me. Tonight, we'll take shifts keeping watch. I'll go first, followed by. The sky gradually darkened as Wang Yu finally finished pricing all the goods inside the apocalypse store. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, I completed the gold bar mission, why hasn't the reward been issued yet? The voice of the gold bar arrived belatedly. Mission complete. Reward has been automatically placed in the system backpack. Can't you be more considerate? Must I remind you every single time? Just then, the sensor at the entrance suddenly chimed. Ding! Welcome! Wang Yu looked up and unexpectedly saw a ragged mother-daughter pair cautiously stepping inside. They were stunned to see the room full of food, and the daughter couldn't stop swallowing her saliva, constantly tugging at her mother's arm. Wang Yu subtly glanced at her. The young woman had a voluptuous figure, still exuding charm with fair, well-maintained skin. She could definitely be considered a beauty, though her clothes were a bit grubby. What can I get for you, customers? Wang Yu's voice snapped them back to reality. The young woman replied excitedly, we want to buy things. I brought money. Wang Yu patiently explained, our store only accepts crystal coins as currency, specifically zombie cores. The woman froze momentarily. She'd vaguely heard about these cores being dropped by slain zombies, but as ordinary civilians, how could they possibly possess any? Can we use money? Wang Yu shook his head. Right now, money's just worthless paper. I wouldn't even use it to wipe my ass. Could you spare some for us then? Just a little. Sorry, this is a store, not a charity. Mom, I'm hungry. The little girl wrinkled her face, staring at the young woman with desperate longing. The young woman glanced at Wang Yu's resolute jawline, as if making some difficult decision. Still better than those beasts from the Black Snake Gang. Gritting his teeth, he said awkwardly, as long as you'll take us in, I'll do whatever you want. Hearing this, Wang Yu remained expressionless. Sorry, auntie, I sell goods, not myself. Beauties of your caliber selling themselves in the apocalypse? They're a dime a dozen. A single loaf of bread gets you the full package. It's not like I haven't been there before. Looking for a long-term meal ticket? In your dreams. The young woman was instantly dumbfounded. How could he make it sound like he was the one losing out? Seriously, she was a top-tier professional. Since childhood, she'd never suffered such humiliation. What man wouldn't give her a second glance? If you're not buying anything, please leave immediately. Seeing no other option, the woman nudged her daughter's arm pointedly. The girl understood immediately and stepped forward, gazing at Wang Yu with puppy dog eyes as she cooed sweetly, Big brother, Mang is so hungry. Could you spare us some food? Her skin was as smooth as fine porcelain, giving her the delicate appearance of a doll, instantly evoking a desire to protect her. Wang Yu replied with a smirk, oh, hungry, Mang? Then why don't you go eat some dirt? Mud isn't tasty. Then I'll allow you to pluck a few handfuls of grass from my lawn, eat them together and it'll taste better. Really, don't ask me how I know. The girl? Sorry, but a Sigma male never falls into a woman's trap. Seeing Wang Yu remain unmoved, the young woman started throwing a tantrum, pulling the girl down to lie on the floor with her. No, you have to support us, or we won't leave even if we die. At worst, you can kill us, and our blood will stain the ground. But the next second, they were sent flying by an external force, their butts making intimate contact with the park's paving stones. An ability user. The young woman secretly winced in pain, cast a venomous glance at the shop, and had no choice but to leave with the girl. He kept pressing relentlessly, and in this apocalyptic world where human lives were as cheap as weeds, Wang Yu truly might kill. Mommy, I want something to eat. It's okay, Mang. We'll have something to eat soon. Haidizi, who had been missing for a day, walked in with dirty fur all over his body, wagging his tail at Wang Yu. You finally decided to come back. Wang Yu glanced at its information panel. It had already reached high-tier C rank, just one step away from B rank. Wang Yu patted its dog head approvingly and said, good boy. Since you've been working so hard leveling up, I'll give you an extra chicken leg later. Woof woof. As a sea-level mutant beast, Haizi naturally understood and excitedly bounced around. Compared to meat and dog food, crystal cores are like shit. No, even shit smells better than crystal cores. Of course, Haizi still couldn't escape Freya's relentless scrubbing. Seizing the moment, Wang Yu opened his system backpack and took out the security robot. A robot dressed in a security guard's uniform appeared out of thin air, looking rather plain compared to the anime-style Freya. I thought it might be someone like Master Yi, but inside the shop, I'm completely invincible. Security robots seem pretty redundant even for future outings. Could they possibly compare to Haizi, who has the potential to become a beast king? Gold bar, can these things be sold as merchandise? Gold bar, yes, just modify the program, but their power will be drastically weakened once they leave the shop's domain. Wang Yu nodded slightly. Actually, I was afraid it might be too powerful and end up restricting me. Let me see the specific data after the weakening, he said. A few seconds later, the gold bar displayed the robot's data panel. Name, solar-powered security robot. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Defense, 200. Yu compared these stats with Heizi's previous data. Their strength and defense were roughly similar, but the speed difference was significant. However, Blackie is no ordinary mutated beast. Being able to rival it in terms of strength and defense is already quite remarkable. It should have the strength of a high-tier C-rank mutated beast. This would cost at least 2,000 crystal coins. Thus, he placed the robot next to the checkout counter. Chapter 14, Seeking Refuge. Fortune Village, top floor of an apartment building. The room's windows were tightly boarded up with wooden planks. Inside, the lighting was dim, illuminated only by a few candles. A young woman and her daughter were devouring the food on the table ravenously. Surrounding them was a group of menacing-looking men whose gazes shamelessly roamed over the young woman's graceful figure. A middle-aged man sat in the seat of honor wearing a vest. His face was pockmarked but his build was burly as he smiled at the young woman. John Yuan, if only you'd been so sensible earlier, you wouldn't have had to go hungry. After wandering outside for a while, you must realize now how good brother she is to you, right? That's right. Do you even know how many days we've gone without women just for you? Your sudden disappearance nearly scared us to death. If you turned into a zombie, how could we brothers have had our way with you? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Jiang Yuan lowered her head in silence. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Jiang Yuan patted her daughter's head and said softly, Meng Meng, go play outside. Mommy has something to do. Got it. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the entire Nanjiang city lost power and internet connection. Ordinary people could no longer receive any official information or communicate, unless they had a satellite phone. In the past, people didn't dare to turn on air conditioners or lights, afraid that the sound and light would attract the zombies. Now, these things couldn't be turned on at all. At the break of dawn, Wang Yu was awakened by Heizi's barking. He drew open the curtains, turned off the air conditioner that had been running all night, and began his usual morning workout routine. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, all to enhance his physical fitness. He even spent crystal coins to purchase a treadmill. Because inherently, the physical capabilities of superhumans still fall far short of zombies and mutated beasts. Unless you're a superhuman with physical enhancement abilities. Without special abilities, someone with S-class powers could easily crush a D-class mutant beast with their bare hands. An ordinary F-class ability user's physical stats, stamina, defense, speed, and strength are all rated at 10 points. Each level up only increases these attributes by 10 additional points. If someone who exercises regularly awakens their abilities, their initial stats might be slightly higher. But even an F-class zombie or mutant beast starts with stats around 40 or 50. If it weren't for their low intelligence and tendency to charge forward mindlessly, humans would have been the first to go extinct. Fortunately, the upper limit for ability users isn't low. They can improve all their stats through acquired training. After his workout, Wang Yu took a shower and came to the dining table for breakfast. Freya had already prepared everything. Heizi had long been pacing impatiently under the table, but it wouldn't dare act out. Its master's strength was undeniable. Wang Yu took out some dog food from his storage and poured a full, heaping bowl into its dish. Then he watched shows while having breakfast. Although Nanjiang City's internet was down, the shop's Wi-Fi remained perfectly functional as usual, as if nothing in the outside world could affect the store. Life was so comfortable it almost made him forget he was living in an apocalypse. After leisurely finishing breakfast, Wang Yu, still in his pajamas and sporting red slippers, went downstairs to open the shop, while Heizi went out for his usual stroll. Despite the dog repeatedly tugging at Wang Yu's pant leg, trying to get him to come along for a walk, but Wang Yu firmly refused out of caution. First, it's unbearably hot outside. Nothing beats the comfort of air conditioning. Second, leaving the store would make Wang Yu overly cautious and fearful due to his lack of strength. Wang Yu always believed in one principle: the dazzling world can blind you. Never show off without real power. This was his survival mantra that kept him alive for over 30 years in his past life. Moreover, there's always someone better and worlds beyond worlds. In such a vast world, what if another system bearer shows up? Wouldn't that be the end of me? Heizi's current strength isn't at its peak either, and I released the information about special abilities too early, though it did accelerate the shop's development. But the butterfly effect this caused remains unknown. Sigh, we'll talk about going out later. Anyway, the shop's so comfortable. Freya, get me a cola. Wang Yu lounged comfortably in the gaming chair behind the checkout counter, sipping his cold drink while reviewing his personal information. Store manager, Wang Yu. Stamina, 100. Strength, 80. Speed, 50. Shop rank, mid-tier F, 0 out of 1000. Crystal coin balance, 1760. Ability, space. Ability level, middle D rank, 600 out of 800. Don't rush to upgrade the ability yet. Prioritize raising the shop level first to see if any useful items can appear and boost its appeal. System, upgrade my store. A few seconds later, the golden prompt sounded, upgrade successful. Unlocked items, various daily necessities. Wan Yu. Liang Shu's group hastily left the university town early in the morning. While killing zombies along the roadside and collecting crystal cores, they hurried towards Chulan's Feluxiang residential area. Damn, having a silenced gun makes things so much easier, just burns through ammo, though. Zhang Jing, my turn to play now. You've got supernatural abilities yet still wanna hog the gun. When they reached the residential gate, the group froze. The sight before them was terrifying, with countless zombies roaming the compound like swarms of ants. If they rush in now, they'd just be delivering breakfast to the zombies. Is there really no one alive here anymore? Could Sister Lan have lied to us? Liang Shu also furrowed his brows. That's entirely possible. After all, who would give their home address to strangers they just met? Just as everyone was at their wits' end, the window of a nearby apartment unit suddenly opened softly. Then, one shadowy figure after another leaped out, first surveying the surroundings before quietly scaling the wall to escape. At the sight of this, the group hastily raised their weapons, holding their breath as if facing a formidable enemy. Because this group were all unfamiliar faces, and it was clear at a glance they weren't to be trifled with. They should be the Black Snake Gang that Lan Jia and the others mentioned yesterday. Thinking of this, Liang Shu and the others couldn't help but grip their weapons tighter. There were at least 20 people before them, and their instincts warned them that all 20-plus individuals were superhumans. If a fight broke out, those few wouldn't stand a chance. The Black Snake Gang members also spotted them and got such a fright they nearly cursed out loud. Hey, can't you guys make some noise? Having a bunch of people suddenly appear in our line of sight is terrifying. We thought you were zombies. Damn, nearly scared me to death. What the hell are these things? I've never seen them before. Doesn't look like they're from that bitch Chu Lan's group either. Yao Ji, what should we do? Kill them? A bearded man eyed Liang Shu and the others, all visibly nervous, then shook his head. Our main mission right now is scavenging supplies. If we make too much noise and attract zombies, we'll be in deep trouble. That's right, those idiots are practically broke, not a drop of oil to squeeze from them. No point wasting our effort. TCH, what a damn shame. Watching the Black Snake Gang members gradually disappear into the distance, Liang Shu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, thank goodness all our supplies are in the spatial scroll. Otherwise, we'd have been done for today. Zhang Jing and the others clenched their fists in silence. They were too weak, their lives hinging on others' whims, survival of the fittest. Linny pondered for a moment and said, Sister Lan and the others probably came out the same way. Their building might be right at the edge of the neighborhood. Let's circle around the perimeter of the neighborhood. Chapter 15, The Veteran Jiang Quan's Astonishment. Found it. Building 9 is indeed on the edge. Suya let out a startled cry, excitedly pointing at the towering apartment building before them. Moving cautiously, the group climbed over the wall, but found themselves helpless against the sealed windows. Just then, the window unexpectedly opened from the inside. A strikingly beautiful face peered out at them. It's Chulan. We've been watching you from above for a while now. Thought it might be Black Snake Gang members coming to make trouble again. Hearing this, Suyao quickly waved her hands. No, we came to seek shelter with you, Sister Lan. Chulan smiled, then leaped out the window and asked Liang Shu, had a change of heart? Liang Shu nodded gently and briefly recounted his experience at the cafeteria. Damn, they're real scum. If it were me, those bastards wouldn't have lived to see daylight. You guys just couldn't bring yourselves to do it. Liang Shu sighed faintly. Chulan hugged the orange cat and smiled at the crowd, saying, welcome aboard. Hearing this, Liang Shu and the others couldn't help but show expressions of gratitude. Since there aren't many supplies nearby, we're planning to head to that apocalypse store you mentioned. Could our new teammates guide us there? No problem. Along the way, Chulan introduced each team member to the group. With you joining us, our team now has 56 ability users and 4 ordinary people. Liang Shu raised an eyebrow. You have ordinary people too? Chulan smiled, there certainly are, but none of them are just useless good-for-nothings who only know how to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't help but lower her eyes in disappointment. Why wasn't I gifted with supernatural abilities? Then, Chulan suddenly scooped her into a hug, ruffling her hair. Little Su Yao is so adorable, she'd make a perfect mascot. Sis Lan, woo-woo. Someone asked a sensitive question. What about the distribution of the crystal cores? Chulan answered seriously, for efficiency's sake, if we kill high-level zombies, their cores must be handed over first to help the highest level awakened in the team level up. This way, high-level awakened can easily dispose of low-level zombies, collect their cores, and use them to help lower-level awakened progress. As for low-grade cores like F rank, we can just split them equally. Hearing this, Liang Shu nodded with approval at such efficiency, and couldn't help but give Chulan a few more appraising glances. As the team leader, Chulan's strength was undoubtedly the greatest, right? Chulan seemed to guess what Liang Shu was thinking and smiled. The highest ranked in our team is D-class low tier, but surprisingly not me, it's Xiaoju. With that, Chulan lifted the dozing orange cat in his hands. Hearing this, Liang Shu glanced at the harmless-looking orange cat, assuming she was joking. The roar of a car engine sounded, and Wang Yu turned to see an off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. A burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man with a resolute expression stepped out. He wore a green training jacket, camouflage pants, and military boots, gripping a hunting rifle in his hand while scanning Wang Yu through the glass. Seeing that Wang Yu wasn't inclined to shoo him away, the middle-aged man walked in, though with a noticeable limp in his step. "Ding, welcome." The middle-aged man felt the cool air inside the shop, and instantly, the weight on his body lifted as his exhaustion vanished. Unable to hold back his astonishment, he muttered, "They even have air conditioning." The entire Nanjiang city had lost power, yet this place remained brightly lit, even extravagantly running the air conditioning. I thought there might be a few storage batteries, but little did I know they had at least several generators. Wang Yu glanced at the middle-aged man's analysis data and was somewhat surprised to find he was an ordinary person. Yet his physical stats were astonishingly high, far exceeding normal humans. No wonder he dared to venture out alone. "This establishment accepts payments in crystal coins exchanged for crystal cores," he explained. With that, he pointed to the exchange rate chart on the counter. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality and quickly nodded, pointing at the off-road vehicle outside. "The stuff from the zombies' heads? I have it, it's in the car." Eyeing the fully stocked shelves, the man gulped and politely asked Wang Yu, "Comrade shopkeeper, may I take a look?" Be my guest. Upon receiving his approval, the middle-aged man marveled like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, unable to stop himself from exclaiming under his breath. The supplies in ordinary supermarkets and convenience stores outside had long been looted clean. It was the first time since the apocalypse that anyone had seen a store with this many goods. The key point was, how could such plentiful supplies in such a clean shop exist without attracting greedy eyes? The only explanation was that the shop owner must be extraordinary, most likely an ability user. At this thought, he sighed quietly. Unfortunately, he hadn't been lucky enough to awaken any abilities himself. The middle-aged man grabbed a shopping basket and strode briskly toward the food section, where a wave of rich aromas washed over him. Prepared foods. But then he suddenly halted in his tracks, for his rapidly twitching nostrils suddenly caught a familiar scent, more tantalizing than the food right before his eyes. The faint scent of gun oil lingered in the air. He glanced at the sign labeled Weapons Zone nearby, his footsteps unconsciously quickening, an irrepressible excitement surging within him. It's been over a decade, there's no mistake. The full scope of the weapons section was revealed. The middle-aged man picked up a Type 95 assault rifle with trembling yet practiced hands, his face overflowing with joy. As a former soldier, he was absolutely certain these were genuine, fully assembled and even equipped with suppressors. The shelves even held squad automatic weapons, Type 79 submachine guns, grenades, and unbelievably, an 88 sniper rifle. The middle-aged man couldn't suppress his exclamation. This old friend of his kept startling him today. He'd lost count of how many shocks he'd had already. At the same time, he felt extremely bewildered. Why would such an ordinary-looking store sell firearms? Guns are strictly prohibited in China. Middle-aged Zheng Quan shook his head. Overthinking was pointless. He then turned his gaze to another shelf, scanning for more heavy-duty merchandise. Without realizing it, he muttered under his breath, AKs, Desert Eagles, Barrett sniper rifles, M16s, Uzis, MP5Ks, water guns, air guns. Zhang Quan's lips twitched slightly. Damn, dude, they really have everything here, but isn't putting a water gun here a bit out of place? Truly the ancient Greek god presiding over firearms. Although the prices are a bit steep, after glancing at the exchange list just now, he reckoned he should have no problem getting his hands on a few guns and some ammo boxes. Then he looked at his old hunting rifle and thought to himself, with some proper firepower, dealing with zombies would become so much easier. From now on, with more crystal cores available and the supplies from this shop, survival at least wouldn't be a problem. A few minutes later, Zhang Quan returned with a shopping basket in each hand, one filled to the brim with food, the other loaded with firearms and ammunition. He cautiously placed the items on the checkout counter before heading back to his vehicle to retrieve a military backpack. Out poured an entire backpack full of crystal cores, no fewer than 30 F-grade stones, gleaming so brightly that Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beep, 1,600 crystal coins deposited. Music to his ears. Beep, current payment of 1,050 crystal coins. Card balance, 550. Hearing this, Zhang Quan nodded slightly. It was even cheaper than he'd expected. At the same time, he stole a couple of glances at Wang Yu and saw his expression unchanged. That indifferent look made Zhang Quan breathe a sigh of relief. These items would be priceless treasures outside. In an apocalypse where supplies diminish with every bite, this shop still maintains fair pricing. One can only assume the store manager's original intention must have been to bring warmth to others. Truly a breath of fresh air in these apocalyptic times. Chapter 16 Sales Pitch. Zhang Quan carefully placed each item from the counter into his backpack when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the security robot nearby, which surprisingly carried a price tag of 2,000 crystal coins. His eyes widened in disbelief. Comrade shopkeeper, what exactly does this security uniform do? How can it possibly be this expensive? Security uniform? We don't sell security uniforms in our store? Glancing at the security robot nearby, Wang Yu suddenly remembered something and was speechless. Could you please read the product description properly? Hearing this, Zhang Quankai finally noticed the product details below the price tag and had an epiphany. Turns out those weren't human-shaped mannequins wearing the clothes. He awkwardly rubbed his buzz cut and chuckled sheepishly. Didn't notice that. Sorry about that. It's just that the stuff in your shop is so amazing. Wang Yu waved his hand and explained, believe it or not, this robot is the crown jewel of our store. If I weren't so strapped for cash lately, I'd never have sold him. Hearing this, Zhang Quan's curiosity was instantly piqued. You've got some inside info? A smirk tugged at Wang Yu's lips as he began recounting with dramatic flair. This thing has quite the story behind it, saved my life, no less. And these skill scrolls? Lifesavers, every one. In a pinch, they're practically half the power of an awakened. With one of these, you'd be. Under Wang Yu's masterful sales pitch, Zhang Quan found himself utterly entranced, re-evaluating this peculiar shop with new eyes. In the old days, Zhang Quan, staunch materialist that he was, would have dismissed such supernatural claims outright. But now that the damn apocalypse is here, what the hell can't happen? Alright then, I'll buy a few more scrolls. As for the robot, could you reserve it for me, comrade shopkeeper? I promise to purchase it within 7 days. Hearing this, Wang Yu's face clouded with hesitation. Only after Zhang Quan's persistent wheedling did he reluctantly agree. But inwardly, he was overjoyed. Don't worry, others basically can't afford it. This big bait is only for a big fish like you to bite. Zhang Quan also bought several offensive skill scrolls, thinking he should focus more on killing zombies in the future to seize the terrifying robot Wang Yu described as soon as possible. Just as Zhang Quan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the neatly arranged rows of cigarette packs behind Wang Yu. His expression instantly froze. Unbelievable. This place actually has cigarettes for sale. In the apocalypse, these are the most non-renewable of all non-renewable resources. So without thinking, he stammered, "Store manager, comrade, a pack of Huazi cigarettes, please." Wang Yu chuckled and took down a red packaged carton of cigarettes. No Huazi, but how about Tiaozi? Just a one-character difference, should be pretty much the same. The middle-aged man, Tiaozi? Ding. Thank you, come again. Gold Bar remarked, host's skills of persuasion are truly masterful. Who would have thought anyone would actually buy something so expensive? Wang Yu shrugged his shoulders and explained, it's just sales tactics. To sell your products, you have to understand what your customers need to ignite the desires in their hearts. Take someone like Zhang Quan, who hasn't awakened any supernatural abilities and is somewhat lame even if his physical condition is good. In the terrifying tide of this apocalyptic world, he's no different from a candle in the wind or a lamp in the rain. One wrong move, and he's done for. If he wants to survive, he'll have to rely on external help, and coincidentally, I happen to sell exactly what he needs. You could say it's a stroke of fate for him. But what if he rushes to succeed and ends up getting killed by a high-level zombie with all those crystal coins? Hearing this, a cold glint flashed through Wang Yu's eyes. Then that's got nothing to do with me. He's not our only customer, someone else will buy it eventually. Just then, a crowd suddenly poured into the store, most of them unfamiliar faces. Chulan and the others looked around the shop's interior, their faces brimming with astonishment. Zhang Yingjing waved at Wang Yu. Brother Yu, we've come to restock. After Wang Yu's act of kindness during their last encounter, Liang Shu and his group regarded him with nothing but gratitude and reverence. Wang Yu nodded politely, his gaze lingering on the backpacks Chulan's group carried. He could sense the faint pulse of crystal cores within. You shouldn't have brought gifts when coming over. Zhang Yingjing and the others familiarly picked up a box of cooked food to check out, then directly sat on the sofa in the rest area to enjoy their meal. Within moments, the rich aroma wafted through the air, making the members of Chulan's team salivate with appetite. Yet not a single person made any move. They all looked at Chulan as if seeking permission, even the orange cat in her arms did the same. After receiving confirmation, they finally took action. Boss, sign me up for a membership card. Same here, where are the crystal cores? Bring out my share. A single box meal cost me 1/3 of a crystal core. Damn, so worth it. I need to eat. We can worry about leveling up later. Boss, give me a pack of cigarettes any kind, as long as I can smoke it. Quickly. Chulan looked thoughtfully at the shop's fully stocked shelves and then at Wang Yu. But he still couldn't resist buying 2 boxes of rice. Wang Yu was happily tapping away at the card reader, yet another highly profitable day. After finishing his work, Wang Yu was just about to pick up his phone to binge-watch a show when Chulan, holding a cat, approached the counter and softly asked, "Handsome, what should I call you?" Wang Yu looked up at Chulan's delicate face and smiled, "Just call me the shop owner." "Is there something you need?" Chulan got straight to the point and asked, "Can you tell us where you source your goods from, shopkeeper?" Wang Yu flatly refused. "No." Hearing this, Chu Lan was momentarily stunned, the refusal was so blunt. But then again, how could such confidential information be disclosed to a complete stranger they just met? She had briefly browsed through the store earlier and noticed that nearly everything Liang Shu mentioned was available fully stocked with ample supplies. And there's still electricity here. As the team leader, she couldn't help but entertain the idea of killing him and taking his goods. This was the apocalypse, after all, where resources were scarce and competition fierce. But Wang Yu had been extravagantly praised by Liang Shu and the others, mind-reading killer, smiling assassin, the man whose domain suppressed all supernatural abilities, the god who controlled powers, an endless string of grandiose titles. It made her hesitate, and even doubt. Could this man before her really be that powerful? To her, it seemed more like Liang Shu and his inexperienced companions were just exaggerating wildly. It must be some kind of extraordinary supernatural ability. Anyone with such abilities would inevitably have weaknesses. Besides, they were just up against a few Class E superhumans. His little ginger cat was Class D, handling them should be all the easier. Wang Yu had no clue what the beautiful woman before him was thinking, but why was she staring at him in silence like this? Trying to act like some expert? At that moment, a black dog slowly walked in, like a triumphant warrior returning from battle. Chapter 17, The Naturally Authoritative Blackie. Blackie glanced disdainfully at the orange cat before strutting straight to Wang Yu's side to show off his accomplishment. That single look terrified the orange cat, which trembled in Chu Lan's arms, thoroughly frightened. This is the overwhelming pressure emitted by a superior being. The difference between each awakened ability level is as vast as an unbridgeable chasm, let alone 2 tiers apart. Wang Yu observed that Heizi had already become a Class B mutant beast. This speed of leveling up monsters was undoubtedly unmatched in this world. Extra chicken drumsticks for dinner tonight, make it 2. Woof woof. Blackie lay at Wang Yu's feet, acting cute and utterly adorable. But to everyone else present, the scene appeared quite different. Whether due to recent good nutrition or the effects of the apocalyptic virus, Blackie now stood over a meter tall at the shoulder with sleek, powerful limbs and icy, murderous eyes. From the moment Blackie entered, those in the room felt an aura of lethal intensity, dangerous and utterly primal. Chu Lan at his side could particularly relate to this feeling. It's a mutated beast. Judging by Little Orange's reaction, this black dog's level far surpasses the orange cat's. It must be at least C-rank. A C-rank mutated beast. They haven't met yet. Could this be the very foundation upon which this man stands? Cradling the trembling orange cat in her arms, her eyes filled with helplessness, both were mutated beasts, so why was the difference so vast? At the same time, she felt a tinge of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't acted rashly, otherwise, her entire team wouldn't have stood a chance against it. Shopkeeper, will the store relocate in the future? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu pondered for a moment before replying, not for the time being. Probably not. Alright, thanks. Chu Lan turned and left, an idea forming in her mind. Seeing Sister Lan return, the team members raised their heads to look at her, only to see Chu Lan shake her head. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Little Orange isn't even in the same league as it. Hearing this, everyone fell into a somewhat dejected mood. Little Orange's strength was undeniable. Its blinding speed often allowed it to take down opponents in a single strike before they could react. It had remained undefeated in their entire residential district. Otherwise, they'd never have wasted precious crystal cores on a mutant beast. This D rank was built up by everyone tightening their belts, painstakingly accumulating crystal cores drop by drop. They thought they could basically walk sideways in this area without fear, but ended up being completely outplayed by a black dog, so terrified they didn't dare show their faces. Who wouldn't be pissed off by something like this? Liang Shu, eating his boxed meal, seemed to catch the implication and frowned. Why do you newcomers seem so eager to die right after joining us? Angering Wang Yu would inevitably bring repercussions on us guides. I repeatedly warned you to follow the rules before we came. Then now. Chu Lan waved his hand dismissively, eat, drink, and buy what you want. Maintain good relations with the shop owner. Since a permanent solution isn't possible, doing some business isn't bad either. The shop's goods can still be bought with crystal cores, and the prices are fairly acceptable. Then he turned to Liang Shu and said, remember to buy a few more of those storage scrolls. Charge whatever crystal cores needed to the team's public funds. Though puzzled, Liang Shu complied as instructed. When everyone gathered the supplies, they realized it was still early outside. The scorching sun made it impossible to step beyond the shop's doorstep. Someone suggested, Lanjia, why don't we leave later? Yeah, exactly. It's so hot out there, heading out recklessly would be suicidal. Finding supplies always used to take us half a day, but today was much quicker. However, the usually understanding Chu Lan unusually snapped. It was just as hot when we got here, but I didn't hear any complaints then. This time, we bought our way in with crystal cores. Let me ask you, do you still have cores in your pockets right now? Aren't you going to level up anymore? Don't you realize the zombies outside are getting harder to kill? Their ranks are evolving, while we're stuck in place. Sooner or later, we'll go from being the hunters to the hunted. Wan Yu couldn't help but look at the girl with newfound respect. Having joined countless teams in his past life, he recognized this as the squad leader's motivational speechcraft. Clearly, Hazy's intimidating aura had given her a sense of crisis. Without strengthening the team's capabilities, they would eventually be swallowed by the tide of this apocalyptic world. Hearing this, all present hung their heads in shame. Su Yao, the devoted fan, was the first to step forward in support before heading outside. Sister Lan is right, in the apocalypse, ability users are like boats sailing against the current, you either advance or regress. Someone's always going to be ahead, so why shouldn't it be us? Lian Shu glanced at Su Yao, silently criticizing in his heart, your flattery is so obvious. You're not even an ability user, why are you getting so impassioned? But the others all voiced their agreement and shouldered their backpacks. The group set off slowly under the scorching sun. The shop instantly became deserted, leaving only one man, his dog, and the system. Wan Yu gleefully opened the system store, replenished the stock with a single click, and saw that his crystal coin balance still stood at 2,560. It seemed they had saved up quite a few crystal coins on their card, but even after deducting the cost of future restocking, he could still net a clean profit of 2,300. The payment card mechanism ensured that the crystal cores deposited by customers would immediately flow straight into his vault the moment they recharged. However, the downside is not being able to accurately track how much profit he's made, as inventory costs would need to be gradually deducted later based on what customers purchase. Returning to Full Community, Chulan assigned rooms to the new recruits before gathering everyone for a meeting. To make resupplying more convenient in the future, I've decided to relocate our base. His words immediately stirred up a commotion among the group. Lan Jia, with so many zombies outside, where can we even go? Chulan replied with determination. The park. Liang Shu nodded in agreement. It's close to the store, has fewer zombies and mutated beasts in the area, and the open terrain makes it ideal for setting up camp. Then his tone shifted. But putting aside the difficulties of the project, what about the construction materials? Where are we supposed to get them during the apocalypse? Shulan grinned and explained, our team has 3 earth element ability users who can control soil and rock, and one of them used to be an engineering major. Then there's no problem. Liang Shu slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about supernatural abilities? My thoughts are still stuck in the pre-apocalypse days. Night had fallen, and in a dimly lit room within the welfare residential complex, 4 completely nude men sat around playing cards. On a messy bed nearby lay a woman, her body covered with bruises and bite marks, her eyes hollow and numb. No one knew what she had been through. At this moment, Diaogu, who had gone out to search for supplies, walked nervously into the room. He looked at a middle-aged man and said timidly, I'm sorry, brother Shi. I didn't find any supplies today. At these words, the air in the room seemed to freeze, deathly silent. The pock-faced middle-aged man said coldly, couldn't find any? Then why are you back? Brother Biao quickly defended himself, it's not that, brother Shi. I've checked all the supermarkets and stores nearby. All the supplies were completely cleaned out. There was really nothing I could do. I didn't ask for reasons. I'm asking why you came back. Chapter 18, Selling Cheat Books. At this moment, the others quickly tried to smooth things over. Brother Shi, there really aren't any supplies left around here. Old Wu just couldn't help it either. Yeah, we have no choice but to search further out, but there are more zombies over there. Biao definitely didn't bring enough people today. Su Biao quickly replied, we didn't find any food, but the brothers took out a bunch of zombies and brought back lots of crystal cores. Shida thought about it and agreed. Other places were densely packed with zombies, including high-level ones. Even for a strong D-rank mid-tier ability user like him, it would be a bit tricky. Everyone, come up with ideas. Let's see if there's a way. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Just as the group was at a loss, the young woman Jiang Yuan on the bed suddenly spoke up hoarsely, I know where to find supplies. Everyone turned to look at her. But you must guarantee that my daughter and I get our share. Hearing this, Shida said playfully, of course, speak quickly. Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth against the pain as she slowly rose to her feet, her eyes brimming with endless malice. If only that shopkeeper had taken us in, I wouldn't have been violated by those damn goblins. Since I become like this, you won't get off scot-free either. A shop run by an ability user. Shida muttered to himself, utterly puzzled. Amid scarce resources and looming dangers, why would anyone open a store in the apocalypse? Su Biao quickly volunteered, eager to redeem himself. Brother Shi, I'll go. I swear I'll bring back all the supplies. Shida nodded, his gaze fierce. Bring more men. If that guy doesn't know what's good for him, take him out and bring back the cores. I'll go too. Sha Yuan, where are you going? Will you even be able to get out of bed tomorrow? Just a simple earthen and stone house won't be sturdy enough, and it won't last long either. From a long-term perspective, it's definitely insufficient. The zombies and mutated beasts will only grow stronger in the future. Chulan suggested. Liang Shu's ability is to control steel, right? Why don't we make one with reinforced concrete? With that, he turned his gaze to Liang Shu and the graduate student in engineering named Du Feng. Du Feng rubbed his chin and said, "It's worth a try." But Liang Shu shook his head. "Not to mention whether there's enough material. Right now I can only control iron in simple ways, condensing large amounts of steel or folding and deforming it. I haven't figured that out yet. There's a steel market nearby. There might be ready-made materials there, probably." Du Feng pursed his lips and spoke uncertainly. At this moment, Bai Che made a rare remark. "I suggest Liang Shu buy this book, its teachings are very comprehensive." With that, he showed the book in his hand to everyone. The crowd quickly gathered around. "Cops teach you superpowers? Ha 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 ha." Zhang Yingjing complained. "Xiao Che, I've told you before, these books are just like those 5 yuan martial arts manuals we used to buy on the roadside as kids, completely useless, pure nonsense." "Don't ask how I know. I've been there." As he spoke, his eyes dimmed with memory back when he'd bought over a dozen secret manuals from some self-proclaimed master and nearly ran off to seek his fortune in the martial world. Only later did he learn the guy was a complete fraud. So much for being a rare martial genius with naturally gifted bones. "This really works. My special ability was developed by reading this book," Bai Che retorted. Liang Shu also looked skeptical. "Bai Che, where did you buy this?" "I got it from the Apocalypse store. They have other books on special abilities too." Hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Chulan took it and looked, the author's name, Gold Bar. Is this some kind of success guru? But since it was from the shop, Chulan flipped through it briefly anyway. The text inside had a scientifically rigorous tone and was incredibly detailed, even including practice methods for supernatural abilities. It felt very straightforward. Chulan's beautiful eyes lit up as she read. She immediately turned to Bai Che and asked eagerly, "Tell me about your psychic attribute ability technique." "My special ability is mental daze. It's on page 15 of the manual. It can briefly stun a person. I just need to find a guinea pig to test it on." With that, Bai Che patted Zhang Yingjing on the shoulder, who had sunk into melancholy beside him. The moment Zhang Yingjing lifted his head, he suddenly froze, his face blank and eyes devoid of focus. For nearly 5 seconds, Zhang Yingjing remained in a daze before finally snapping back to reality. "Who am I? Where am I?" Liang Shu quickly asked. "What did it feel like just now?" "Hiss, it felt like my mind went completely blank, as if my brain got uninstalled." Zhang Yingjing looked utterly bewildered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, somewhat astonished. It was truly like the old lady showing off her sleeves, giving us a glimpse of her skills. This ability is terrifying. Just a few seconds of absent-mindedness is enough to kill a person. Zhang Yingjing paled as he looked at Bai Che and stammered, "Xiao Che no, Che good, great weasel god. I admit I spoke too loudly. Please don't cast illusions on me again." Chulan struggled to believe why Wang Yu would have such books for sale. If he were just an ordinary student before the apocalypse, she wouldn't believe it even if beaten to death. Could he possibly be from the future, or had he foreseen the apocalypse? This store already had too many astonishing aspects, and the more you thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Realizing the extraordinariness of the book, everyone stepped forward to pass it around. "Holy shit, does that mean there's also a textbook for my superpower? Reading your book saves me 10 years of trial and error. Do other places have books like this? This is practically cheating. The shop owner must be a god. Bai Che, you brat, why didn't you mention such a treasure was in the shop? No wonder you've been glued to this book all day, secretly grinding ahead of everyone." Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, speaking with excitement. "In that case, tomorrow we should look for books about our own abilities. The camp construction shouldn't be a problem then." Chulan smiled faintly as he watched everyone brimming with confidence and enthusiasm. The next day, Wang Yu opened the shop as usual, but Heizi didn't go out for his usual stroll. Instead, he lay sprawled on the ground, looking thoroughly content. Stretched comfortably on his chair with a cup of hot coffee in hand, Wang Yu squinted down at Heizi by his feet and lectured in a mock-ripe tone. "Heizi, remember, life springs from sorrow and calamity, but perishes from ease and pleasure. When I was your age, I never had a single day of comfort. Don't think reaching B rank means you can slack off now. There's always a fiercer dog beyond this one, a taller sky above this sky." Hearing this, Heizi rolled his eyes humanely, shook his dog head, and stubbornly sprawled on the ground, refusing to budge no matter what. Wang Yu was puzzled. Before, Heizi had always been so eager. Could it be that with such rapid leveling up, low-level beast cores from ordinary creatures were no longer useful to Heizi? After all, even in the later stages of the apocalypse, a B-rank mutant beast was powerful enough to dominate a territory, let alone just 9 days into the crisis. Chapter 19 Instant Kill. Soon, the roar of an engine sounded. Wang Yu turned his head and saw a large truck stopping not far away, with several zombies that had followed the noise close behind. Then the rear compartment of the truck opened, and more than a dozen men jumped out, swiftly dispatching the few level F zombies. "Another customer coming? Business has been booming these past few days. A lean young man gazed at the store excitedly and said to the bearded man beside him, Biaoji, there really is a store, so many supplies. Can you believe this idiot actually opened a shop? Does he really think we're here to do business with him? Ha ha ha, maybe it's because there aren't many zombies around here, and he's still living like it's before the apocalypse. Su Biao, though seemingly rough and wild, was actually as meticulous as a needle. Stroking his beard, he murmured, I'm afraid there might be a trap, or perhaps he has absolute confidence in his own strength. So what if there is a trap? We've got 16 brothers here. 16 against 1, I really can't think of a reason we'd lose. Su Biao shook his head, unusually cautious. He had already disappointed Brother Shi once before, and he couldn't afford another mishap. His position in the gang was at stake. So he ordered the lean young man, Wenzi, go scout it out. Ha! Hearing this, Mosquito swallowed hard with chagrin. He was all talk, always the first to shout slogans when trouble came, but the last to actually step forward. But under the pressure of appearances, he had no choice but to brace himself and move forward. Mosquito cautiously stepped into the shop and immediately perked up as the cool air inside chased away the sweltering heat. Ding, welcome. Holy shit. The sensor's beep startled Mosquito, but after a few seconds, thankfully nothing happened. Damn, my life feels like walking on thin ice. Wan Yu couldn't help but look bewildered. Where did this damn fool come from? What can I do for you, customer? The Mosquito didn't answer but glanced around. Apart from the astonishing amount of supplies, there was nothing unusual, just one guy and a dog. So he eagerly shouted to the people outside, Biaoji, just one guy and a dog. Let's take him. Hearing this, a dozen burly men rushed in all at once. We're rich. With all these supplies, the brothers are in for a treat. Holy crap, there's cigarettes too. So many of them, this time we'll get to share in the spoils. And there's electricity too, damn, the AC feels so good. What's that delicious smell? Where's it coming from? Their tone openly revealed their robbery intentions, as if this outcome was inevitable. Seeing this, Heisey stood up warily, his icy glare fixed on them, sending chills down their spines. They felt like prey being stared down by a hunter. Wang Yu sighed softly. The floor was about to get dirty again. Even Mosquito grew bold, pointing at Heisey and taunting, What are you looking at, you beast? Believe me or not, I'll have you served on a plate tomorrow. Dog meat hot pot, what a brilliant idea. Blackie's fur stood on end as it crouched low, growling deeply, but without Wang Yu's command, it didn't make any rash moves. At that moment, Jiang Yuan staggered in awkwardly, each step sending waves of pain radiating from between her legs. She looked at Wang Yu with a haughty expression and said, Do you remember me, boss? Wang Yu looked at the bite marks and bruises on Jiang Yuan's skin, sensing the sexually transmitted disease in her body, and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Do you recognize me? I don't remember ever visiting a brothel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's face turned livid, her resentment toward Wang Yu intensifying. You refused to shelter me and my daughter before and kicked us out. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to sell myself to survive. Only then did Wang Yu remember and calmly asked, So, you came back for revenge? How do you feel now? Regrets? Too late for regrets. Today, you and your worthless shop are done for. Kneel and beg me, and I'll make your death quick. Otherwise, I'll torture you slowly. Just because I didn't intervene? Wang Yu's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Yuan thought of the humiliation she had endured and suddenly let out a hysterical scream. It's all your fault for lacking a kind heart. It's all because of you. You. Truly, nothing is more venomous than a woman's heart. Enough, Jiang Yuan. Stop the damn nonsense. The brothers are starving. Su Biao watched Wang Yu's perpetually calm and composed expression, feeling an indistinct unease in his heart. After pondering for a few seconds, he said solemnly to Wang Yu, We seek only money, not lives. Leave now, and we'll spare you. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately lost her composure. But Brother Biao. Su Biao cut her off harshly, snapping, You don't get a say here. Who do you think you are? If this guy didn't have some real skills, how dare he open a shop in this perilous apocalyptic world? They say don't pursue a desperate enemy. He didn't want to push Wang Yu to the brink, lest the man fight tooth and nail to take a chunk out of him before going down. Wang Yu shook his head and said bluntly, Kid, you're reversing the natural order here? This is my shop. If anyone's leaving, it's you guys. Upon hearing this, the crowd who already held grievances against Wang Yu could no longer stay seated. Damn it, you ungrateful bastard. Senior Brother Biao telling you to scram is already showing you immense mercy. I can't stand this for Senior Brother Biao. This punk is pushing his luck. You don't actually think you can fight 10 people by yourself, do you? What, you fancy yourself as Master Yip now? Su Biao's expression darkened as well as he walked up to the cashier counter, facing Wang Yu. Do you truly believe we won't dare touch you? Hearing this, Wang Yu smiled without speaking. Initially thinking it better to avoid trouble, Wang Yu refused to yield an inch. He didn't mind having one more crystal core on his hands. Just as they said, he too didn't believe that Wang Yu and his dog could take on 10 at once. After all, they were all A rank. After several seconds of standoff, Su Biao suddenly activated his ability, his arm transforming into a sharp blade as he swung it down toward Wang Yu. But Wang Yu showed no intention of evading, in fact, a faint, almost imperceptible sneer played at the corners of his lips. Just as Su Biao thought he had succeeded, Wang Yu calmly said, "Kill them all." Haizi, who had been poised for action, moved like lightning, pouncing on Su Biao. By the time the crowd's eyes managed to follow him, only an afterimage remained, along with Su Biao's lifeless expression. Then everyone saw darkness before their eyes, losing consciousness. When they opened their eyes again, they saw their great-grandmother smiling warmly. Within just a few seconds, everyone had been decapitated. After freezing for a few moments, Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality just as a severed head came rolling to a stop at her feet. Haizi then turned to look at Wang Yu, as if asking, "What should we do about this woman?" Zhang Yuan dropped to her knees instantly, crawling on them all the way to Wang Yu's feet where she desperately clutched at his trousers and begged wildly. I was wrong. Please spare me. I didn't do anything, they forced me into everything. I have a daughter, I still have a daughter to raise. Please don't kill me, I beg you." All traces of her earlier arrogance and domineering attitude had completely vanished. Chapter 20, Justifiable Defense. Wang Yu nodded with a smile, "Sure, I'll spare your life." "Really?" The woman stared blankly at Wang Yu, a surge of gratitude rising in her heart. Truer than pearls. As the words fell, a fruit knife had already silently pierced the woman's skull. "Keep it first. If we meet again in the next life, I'll spare you." The woman's eyes widened, her gaze shifting from shock to fear, then to venom, before finally losing all light. Wang Yu bent down, pulled out the fruit knife, and wiped it a few times on Zhang Yuan's clothes to clean off the bloodstains. He muttered, "This knife should still be sellable." With that, he turned to put it back on the shelf. But upon turning around, he saw Chulan and her group at the door, all of them wide-eyed and stunned. For a moment, the air was thick with silence. Wang Yu coughed awkwardly and said, Just kidding, how could I sell a knife stained with chicken blood? I was just about to throw it away." But everyone's focus wasn't there, it was on the crimson blood slowly spreading across the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, each severed head frozen in expressions of horror and shock. The metallic stench of blood hung thick in the air, burning its way into their nostrils. Stomachs churned violently as people stumbled toward flower beds to vomit. Only Wang Yu and Haizi were left looking bewildered. Wang Yu kicked the severed head on the ground angrily. "Damn it, even dead you're still causing trouble. And you, Haizi, what the hell are you so happy about carrying around a dog's head? You made it all bloody and violent, scared the customers away, chicken leg privileges revoked." "Oh woo woo." Haizi immediately couldn't sit still upon hearing this, anxiously circling around Wang Yu, nearly at the point of speaking human words in his urgency. "Master, do you seriously expect a dog to perform something that would appeal to both refined and popular tastes? Besides, what do you think we're doing here, holding a poetry gathering to make friends? Do we really need to kill people while ensuring they die with dignity? Freya, come clean up this mess." Ding, detecting stains. But Freya took an unconventional approach. She hoisted up Kuriko, whose mouth was still full of meat scraps, and bolted straight for the restroom without even stopping when called. Just then, Chulan and his group returned to the shop entrance. Every one of them turned green at the sight of this horrifying scene, and some couldn't hold back. Round 2 of vomiting commenced. Wang Yu explained to the crowd, "They were just troublemakers who tried to steal what wasn't theirs. I had no choice but to act in self-defense." Self-defense? At that moment, everyone shared the same thought. Don't mess with Wang Yu. The seemingly cheerful man could switch moods in the blink of an eye. Chulan complained with a resentful tone, covering her nose, "Boss, we can't even get through the door if you don't clean this place up." Wang Yu glanced at the corpses littering the ground, then at the grim-faced crowd, and grinned. "Whoever clears away these bodies gets to keep the crystal cores from their brains." Boss, quit joking. We're barely holding back vomit as it is. Moving corpses is out of the question." "Yeah, better leave this. Honor to you, old man." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. These guys were at least E-class ability users, you know. Everyone fell silent. A handsome reward will evoke daring fellows. Zhang Yingjing gritted his teeth, rushed forward, dragged a corpse from the ground, and was about to charge out, but Wang Yu stopped him. A spherical object was stuffed into his arms. Then came Wang Yu's sly voice. "How could you forget such an important component?" "Holy shit!" Zhang Yingjing tightly held the sour liquid in his mouth as he rushed forward in one go, flinging the corpse into the nearby lake. Just as he was about to crack open the skull for the crystal core, he could no longer hold it back. Previously, when extracting zombie crystal cores, he had simply treated them as animals. But this was his first time extracting a human core. It was only natural to feel psychological burden. Once someone took the lead, the others naturally refused to fall behind. After all, a single E-grade crystal core would bring them immense benefits. The park was vast, and everyone tacitly agreed to dump all the corpses into the lake. Blood slowly diffused through the lake water. Chulan observed Wang Yu with a peculiar gaze, noting how he remained composed, calmly giving orders without batting an eye. His eyes were profound, exuding a maturity and steadiness uncommon for his age, and when it came to killing, he acted with ruthless efficiency. But judging by the gruesome state of the corpse, it was the work of that powerful mutant beast, a single, fatal strike. This is Su Biao Lao Wu, from the Black Snake Gang. Chu Lan recognized Su Biao and murmured to himself, "Do you know each other?" Wan Yu turned toward Chu Lan, who was holding an orange cat. "It's also from Fulla community, the strongest faction in our neighborhood." "Then you should be really grateful to me, I helped weaken their forces for you." Chu Lan shook his head. "That doesn't matter. Our squad will be leaving the residential area soon. You killed their men, they won't let this go easily." Hearing this, Wan Yu lay back on the chair nonchalantly. "Let them come." Chu Lan frowned slightly and kindly reminded him, "The Black Snake Gang loves to commit inhumane acts. You'd better be careful and not let your mutant beasts wander too far." She had suffered at their hands before. If not for the distance between their apartment buildings and the tens of thousands of zombies in the community, the Black Snake Gang would have already targeted them. Too lazy to explain in detail, Wang Yu simply nodded with a smile. When everyone was done, Freya had also cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground. Chu Lan and his group didn't hesitate to spend a large sum of money to purchase over a dozen books. At checkout, Linny looked at the book in his hand with a pang of reluctance and cautiously asked, "Following the practices in this book, it won't lead to chi deviation, will it?" Wang Yu, who was raking in piles of money, grinned from ear to ear and answered with a confident thump on his chest, "Absolutely not. With this secret manual, it's like gaining Master Medicine Elder as your mentor. It guarantees your cultivation will soar effortlessly, becoming at least a B-rank powerhouse won't be a problem. Your future will shine as bright as the midday sun." The crowd fell silent. Anyone making such bold promises was usually a charlatan. "Then what if I fail to reach B-rank later? Can I come to you for compensation?" "I'll compensate you with an egg." "Don't get ahead of yourself," Wang Yu said irritably. "This book costs you 60 crystal coins, not 6,000. Did you really expect full service treatment?" After everyone left, Wang Yu checked his crystal coin balance. It had reached 2,980. It seemed it was time for an upgrade. "Gold bar, get out here. I want to upgrade the store." "Gold bar, this upgrade will expand the store's area. Please confirm if you wish to proceed." Wang Yu thought back to how he'd spent 1,000 crystal coins just to unlock a piece of furniture and immediately felt annoyed. "This time it better not be some worthless junk," he grumbled. "This product is guaranteed to be solid and absolute necessity for everyone." Hearing this, Wang Yu felt somewhat reassured and decisively clicked yes. Instantly, the shop's walls visibly expanded outward, making the interior noticeably more spacious while maintaining the same overall aesthetic. The store has been successfully upgraded to grade E. 1,000 crystal coins have been deducted. Unlocked, clothing section opened. Wang Yu. It really is something everyone needs. Jean Tiao's soft and cute voice chimed in, "Host, would you like to check the product details first?" With that, a virtual panel unfolded before his eyes. "What's so special about clothes? It's not like I'm freaking illiterate. Holy shit." Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim after clearly seeing the product description. Chapter 21, The Mysterious Earthen Wall. Clothing provides certain attribute bonuses to the wearer. Effects do not stack. Stealth suit grants 50% additional concealment of presence in darkness, 80% reduced visual impact to observers, and increases speed by 10%. Athletic training suit increases physical training efficiency by 20%. Speed tights boosts movement speed by an additional 20% when traveling. Power gloves, additional 10% increase in strength. Finally, a conscience-driven system that's actually useful. As the sky gradually darkened, she sat on the sofa with a grim expression. At that moment, an oily-faced, muscular fat man walked in, shaking his head as he said, "Old Fifth and the others still haven't returned." Hearing this, Shidi remained silent. The third and fourth brothers on the side couldn't help but comment. Could something have happened? Even if Lao Wu didn't find supplies, there's no way he wouldn't return by nightfall. True, we've never been to that part of the park before. There might be hidden dangers there. At that moment, the fat guy suddenly spoke up. "I heard someone saw Chu Lan and his crew coming back from the park. Could they be behind this?" "Very likely. Don't forget, we stole their supplies last time. Damn that bitch. Sooner or later, I'm gonna take care of her. We didn't even touch them first, and now they're stirring up trouble with us?" Such overconfidence from worthless trash. Shide, who had remained silent until now, spoke with icy severity. "Have someone monitor them. Once they leave the residential area, we'll settle the score with them properly. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Early the next morning, Chu Lan and his group left the residential area and found a car at a secluded location. Chu Lan handed a spatial scroll to Liang Shu and the others, instructing, "We haven't been to the steel market before, so be cautious. Gather as much steel as you can, but prioritize your safety." The mischievous Su Yao poked her head out from Chu Lan's side. "Hee, without powers, I won't be going. Shoshua, don't die out there. Who'll help scrub my back if you're gone?" Chen Shui gave a thumbs up and said, having a best friend like you is my greatest blessing. After they left, Shu Lan turned to the remaining group and said, today's mission is to kill as many zombies as possible. We're still far too poor right now. Establishing a camp is one thing, but purchasing supplies and equipment will cost a fortune. Not to mention, we can't afford to fall behind in leveling up, otherwise, we won't even have the strength to protect the camp. At that moment, a sneering, acrid voice rang out. Don't worry, you won't get that chance. At some point, a group of over 30 people abruptly emerged from the corner ahead. The 4 leaders had murderous expressions, their eyes gleaming with malice. Shu Lan furrowed his brow, the orange cat in his arms ready to pounce, while the other 13 grew visibly tense, immediately preparing for battle. She just smirked at them, as if observing mere ants beneath his notice. 30+ men against 13, and in terms of supernatural ability levels, the Black Serpent gang members all ranked at least E-class. Even the most ordinary E-ranker from the Black Snake gang would be considered top tier in Shu Lan's team. Is this a buy one get one free deal? 2 beauties for the price of one, ha! A tall middle-aged man leered at Shu Lan and Su Yao as he laughed shamelessly. Shu Lan said with undisguised disgust, spying on us? How revolting. She just sneered coldly, you brought this on yourselves. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think we're Hello Kitty? If you hadn't killed Old Fifth, we wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Daring to provoke us? Like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly overestimating yourselves. Today we'll settle Biao's account properly. Don't bother struggling pointlessly, just await your deaths quietly and spare yourselves the suffering. Yeah, us brothers are all gentlemen who cherish fair maidens. Just serve us well, you 2 beauties, and we might spare your lives. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, someone from Shu Lan's team immediately shouted, no, it wasn't us who killed them. It was that shop owner who did it. It has nothing to do with us. Shu Lan frowned as she looked at the person who spoke. It's true, we just went there to buy something. We didn't do anything at all. Shida and the others all showed expressions of disbelief. You're saying a single man took out 16 of our Black Snake gang members? That's a pretty weak excuse. We didn't lie to you. He had an extremely powerful mutated beast. That creature did the killing. We didn't do anything. The observant fat man, noticing they didn't seem to be lying anymore, whispered a few words into Shida's ear. Before long, Shida smiled and said, we understand now. The man's eyes burned with excitement as he asked, then we. Sorry, but you'll still have to die. The boys can't exactly leave empty-handed. It's only fair we take some crystal cores back with us, the fatty said with a grin. Shu Lan shot an exasperated look at the person who had exposed Wang Yu. Shida wasted no time either, waving a hand at the group and issuing a cold command. Keep the women, kill the men and harvest their cores. Hearing this, the crowd quickly surged forward, preparing to surround Shu Lan and the others. At that moment, Shu Lan, who had somehow produced a rod-like object, opened it toward them. Boom! In an instant, a towering earthen wall materialized out of thin air, instantly filling the entire street and firmly blocking the members of the Black Snake gang. Seeing this, even Shu Lan was momentarily stunned. Without time to dwell on his shock, he shouted loudly, run, now. On the other side, the Black Snake gang members were completely baffled. Several speed-type ability users couldn't break in time and crashed headfirst into the earthen wall, knocking themselves unconscious. Shida acted decisively, raising his hand to shoot out an earthen spike. Break through the wall. Focus on one spot. The others quickly followed suit, activating their abilities to attack, attempting to demolish the wall. Yet despite their utmost efforts, they still couldn't penetrate the earthen wall. Stop wasting your effort, they're long gone by now. They stared blankly at the earthen wall before them, utterly confused. Damn it, why is this wall so fucking sturdy? Is this an earth-based ability? Why is it different from my little dirt wall? Just as the crowd was about to leave, the earthen wall suddenly vanished, revealing a wide open street. The fat man muttered to himself, strange, really strange. This doesn't seem like an ability, more like some kind of item, and a disposable one at that. Where did they get something like that? Damn creepy. Shida, who failed to get what he wanted, said with a gloomy expression, let's check out that store in the park first. Ding! Welcome! Wang Yu looked up and saw it was Yi Tian, the big spender who hadn't shown up for 2 days. Feeling the shop's air conditioning, Yi Tian couldn't help but exhale deeply before nodding at Wang Yu. Why did the store space suddenly feel larger? When his gaze swept over Heizi dozing on the ground, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, his expression turning incredulous. Grade B. Yi Tian felt a pang of dismay in his heart. He had only just reached mid-tier grade D. Was he destined to forever trail hopelessly behind? However, because his absorbed abilities were numerous, each level up required consuming a staggering amount of crystal cores. That's why the gap in levels could be widened so easily. Levels don't mean everything. Even though I haven't encountered many Class C zombies yet, I'm confident I can fight them and even take them down despite the level difference. Given time, my advantage of having multiple abilities will only become more apparent. In the future, I, Yi Tian, will undoubtedly be standing among the handful of elites at the very top. Yi Tian comforted himself with this thought. Chapter 22, The Black Serpent Gang Comes Knocking. At the same time, Yi Tian felt somewhat puzzled. Why was the post-apocalyptic situation different from his previous life? It seemed the progression of humanity had accelerated somewhat, as if everyone already knew about ability users and crystal nuclei right from the beginning of the apocalypse. The informational advantage he'd accumulated from his past life had completely vanished. Otherwise, he could have far surpassed ordinary ability users by now. Could it be because of the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? In truth, it was because Yi Tian hadn't touched his phone since the apocalypse began, so he naturally wouldn't have known about the information online. Wan Yu cleared his throat and kindly reminded, "Customer, we've got some new products in the store." Yi Tian was stunned for a moment, then glanced around before noticing the sign nearby marking the clothing section. "I thought it was some serious supplies." Turns out the shop owner just expanded his business scope. But for clothing, you can find piles of them in abandoned supermarkets out there. Spending crystal cores on clothes is really a bit wasteful. Though I only have one set of clothes, I can just dry them with my powers after washing. Yi Tian was about to refuse, but then it occurred to him, could this be the shopkeeper's hint? He raised his head to look at Wang Yu's smiling face. Indeed, in the apocalypse, no one would buy clothes like these. When mere survival is a struggle, who cares about living with dignity? So the shopkeeper must be worried about not selling a single item and was subtly hinting for his support. So Yi Tian also cooperatively looked at his own worn-out clothes and said, "I really should buy a new one. Wearing the same outfit every day isn't practical, and I happen to lack proper winter clothing." With that, he walked toward the clothing section. This shop might become his long-term supply source. Spending a few crystal coins to boost the shopkeeper's favorability would definitely be worth the investment. As Yi Tian scanned the neatly folded racks of eccentric costumes, he couldn't help but facepalm. No wonder nobody bought them. What normal person would purchase such Chunibu outfits? He slowly took down a top and checked the label. The name sounds decent enough. Workout training gear. Holy shit, so expensive. Yi Tian almost swore aloud. A single piece of clothing actually cost 200 crystal coins, and the material felt strange to the touch. He flipped over the tag to check what it was made of, but all he found was a brief line of text. The words instantly made Yi Tian widen his eyes in stunned disbelief. Good merchandise. Truly good merchandise. Worth every penny. Reading the description above, Yi Tian didn't doubt its authenticity, and a wave of gratitude welled up in his heart. The shopkeeper actually informed me immediately, afraid that I might miss out on such good items. Having lived 2 lives, this shopkeeper whom I've only met a few times makes me see the faint light at the end of that dark tunnel. Yi Tian carefully examined the introduction of each garment, selected several divine outfits that would be useful to him, and then purchased some skill scrolls that had repeatedly proven effective for him. He then proceeded to the checkout counter. Beep, payment card recharged with 800 crystal coins. Wang Yu cast a satisfied glance at Yi Tian, but then noticed something odd about the young man's expression. Her eyes sparkled with tender affection, like spring water flowing gently. Wang Yu felt a sudden clenching in his nether regions, inwardly shouting, "Gold bar, analyze this guy, is he gay?" Gold bar. Wang Yu swiftly pulled out a plastic bag, packed everything for him, placed it before him, then quickly withdrew his hand, avoiding any physical contact at all costs. Looking at Tian Ye's bewildered face, had he done something wrong? Big bro, there really is a store over there, and Lao Wu's truck is parked there too. Chu Lan wasn't lying to us. The third brother pointed at a conspicuous building in the distance and said. She nodded with a darkened expression, then led the group forward. The car is here but the people are gone, that says it all. No one messes with members of the Black Snake Gang and walks away unscathed. But second brother, the fatty, stopped them. If what Chu Lan and the others said is true, then that mutant beast's strength can't be underestimated. Otherwise, Chu Lan's group would have robbed and killed them on the spot. Charging in recklessly like this, could it be? Old Third looked at the hesitant second brother with slight dissatisfaction. He really couldn't understand why the boss would make such a timid coward the second in command of their Black Viper gang. Even though his own abilities were clearly stronger, was it merely because this guy had a sharper mind? In the face of absolute power, what use was mere cunning? So he retorted, "Boss, we've got over 30 awakened, how can we back down because of some damned monster? If word gets out, how will our Black Viper gang ever expand our turf? Besides, Lao Wu was the weakest among us, with only a handful of men on his side. It's only natural that he couldn't compete. But this time, there are over 30 of us. Taking that beast's crystal core will be as easy as plucking a fruit from a tree. Right, fourth brother, what do you think?" With that, he elbowed the burly Lao Si beside him. Old Fourth stared at his third brother who was rattling off a long string of words, barely catching any of it. After holding it in for ages, he could only widen his bell-like eyes and speak up. "Same here." Shida wavered upon hearing this, clearly finding third brother's reasoning sound. Noticing this, third brother volunteered eagerly, there's no need for either of you brothers to lift a finger. Just me, old fourth, and the boys are enough to handle it. You just sit back and watch. Third brother secretly thought to himself that this was a golden opportunity to distinguish himself. At this moment, the fat man leaned close to Shida's ear and whispered something, watching as Lao San frowned. Shide agreed and said, "Alright, we'll still follow behind you. If things go badly, we'll step in." Lao San immediately broke into a grin, thumping his chest with full confidence. "You two won't even get a chance to lift a finger." Then, he turned and shouted to the others, "Come on, brothers, let's go get revenge for your boss Biao. Stay sharp, all of you." The group headed straight for the store. Ding! Welcome! Wan Yu, who had been binge-watching a show, looked up to see a crowd barging into his shop one after another, surrounding the cashier counter in layer after layer without explanation. In that instant, waves of gazes swept over him, blending anger, disdain, cruelty, and frigid hostility. Blackie also acted the same way, warily standing up to scan the crowd. Wan Yu didn't get up, still sitting with his legs crossed while his gaze remained fixed on his phone screen. He leisurely asked, "Does anyone need anything, customers?" Third brother flexed his body a few times before calmly asking, "So this dog killed our fifth brother? Fifth brother? Is that the gorilla with hair all over its face? Seems like Blackie killed him." Wan Yu picked up the porcelain cup, took a slow sip of tea, and cleared his throat before speaking. "TCH, can't be helped. That bastard was ugly as sin but had grandiose ideas, actually demanded I leave my own shop to make space for him. His face was thicker than bulletproof armor." Hearing this, the crowd instantly erupted in fury, wishing they could tear Wan Yu limb from limb. Old Third didn't get angry but instead laughed. Good. This is the first time I've met someone even more arrogant than me. But no matter, you'll be dead soon." Chapter 23, The Vicious Chulan. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, his tone as calm as still water. "If you leave voluntarily right now, you might still get to live." Before he could even finish speaking, the crowd erupted in raucous laughter. "Ahahaha, I'm fucking dying. Why put on an act when you got no game? Have you lost sight of your situation? Or are you and this black dog planning to surround all 30 of us? We can still live? You think you're gonna spare us? Ha 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 ha. Holy fucking shit. This is like watching Granny crawl under the blankets, got me wheezing." Old Three wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes and clapped his hands, saying, alright, he seems in quite a hurry to get going. Let's get moving, everyone." The second brother, the fat one who had been observing from the back, accidentally caught sight of a familiar item, the very peculiar gadget Chulan had just pulled out. In an instant, it seemed to dawn on him, and he suddenly jolted awake with realization. But it was already too late. The crowd ahead had already sprung into action, their target none other than the unflappable Wang Yu. Blackie was a step ahead of everyone. The crowd in the front row instantly splattered with blood, including third and fourth brother, who had been shouting just a second ago. "Holy shit! Use your abilities now! Kill the damn dog first!" "Ah! Ha! Why isn't my ability activating?" "Petrify! Mine too! Have our abilities disappeared?" "Ah! Stay away from me! Big brother, second brother, help me, save me please!" An ability user who cannot use their abilities is no different from a tiger with its teeth pulled, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In less than a minute, everyone had ceased to breathe. Shide and Fatty stared at the corpses strewn across the ground, utterly stunned. These 30-plus awakened ones had been the very foundation of the Black Serpent gang, yet they'd been crushed so effortlessly. Even if the two of them had stepped in to help, they'd have merely added 2 more bodies to the pile. Fortunately, Fatty had quietly suggested earlier that they send Old Third and Old Fourth, those 2 unlucky bastards, to test the waters. Otherwise, they'd be the ones lying dead right now. Blackie's pitch-black eyes locked onto them, the scarlet flecks of meat clinging to his fangs making him look utterly gruesome. The two were instantly so terrified that they hurriedly turned their heads away, pretending it had nothing to do with them, yet their legs still trembled involuntarily. "Hey bro too, how about this chewing gum? NN 9/10, a rare treasure." Wan Yu stared at them with a meaningful half-smile and asked pointedly, "Do you two know them? Should we help them get revenge?" Upon hearing this, both men shook their heads vigorously like rattledrums and waved their hands in denial. No, we don't know them at all. Just ran into them on the road. Never expected they'd be this kind of people. TSK, what rotten luck." The fat guy couldn't help shooting Shidi a sidelong glance while secretly giving him a thumbs up, chiming in agreement. Not familiar with them at all, but they deserved to die. These people were clearly tumors of society, not worth pitying and guilty beyond redemption. Wan Yu smiled and nodded. He wasn't a psychopath since the two knew how to read the situation. There was no need to dirty the floor with more bloodshed. So, glancing at the corpses on the ground, he said to them, "Clean up the bodies. Their cores will be your payment." Before he could even finish speaking, Shide and the fat man, both crafty old foxes, brightened with glee and immediately rolled up their sleeves to get to work. "Is there really such a good deal? Big bro, you should have said so earlier, we would have brought more people, but their cores can only be used to buy things from my store. Hearing this, the persistent Shida still wanted to negotiate further. After all, so many cores would greatly enhance their strength. But Fatty stopped him, silently shaking his head in warning. The two men dragged the corpse away from the store, intending to dump it into the lake in the park. Lao Air, why are you stopping me? There were so many crystal cores, and he didn't even glance at them. We should at least try to get some. The fat man shook his head. He has his own principles. We shouldn't push our luck after already benefiting. Besides, this might not be a bad thing. Let's hear it, Master Strategist. First, forget about the sheer quantity of supplies for now. What this shop sells isn't ordinary. I saw that thing Chu Ran had earlier, the one we couldn't handle, and it was bought right here. If we stock up on a few more of those, wouldn't we be practically invincible, kid? Second, you've seen the power of that mutated beast of his. Though the man himself hasn't made a move, I can sense his strength is definitely no weaker than Black Dog's, if not greater. If we build a good relationship with him, even if he can't lend us a hand in the future, at the very least, he won't become our enemy. Shida suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Actually, this coincides with my view as well. The two of them finished moving the corpses and even proactively helped a two-dimensional robot clean up the area. Yu nodded in satisfaction and then handed them a payment card, saying cheerfully, I've already topped it up for you, no need to thank me. A total of 3,400 crystal coins, yet another unexpected windfall. Alright, thank you boss for your generosity. The two quickly bowed and nodded, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The chubby man cautiously asked, can we buy a few things? Yu waved his hand grandly, of course. On the way back, the setting sun stretched the silhouettes of the two middle-aged men long and somewhat lonely. Shida patted his big belly with satisfaction, his steps even becoming noticeably more buoyant. It had been ages since he'd had such a delicious meal. Only in front of Lao Air did he shed the airs of a gang leader. His ability to hold this position was partly due to his strength, but also to Lao Air's exceptional management skills. The fat man, however, wore a grave expression. Big bro, even though we've gained quite some benefits, we still need to settle the score. Shida looked stunned. Are you crazy? You still want revenge against the shop owner? Definitely not. Someone like the shop owner is on a completely different level from us. I'm talking about Chulan. As he spoke, he pulled out a skill scroll from the plastic bag, narrowed his eyes into slits, and said in a grave tone, Big brother, have you ever wondered why Chulan would waste so much breath talking to us if she had such a life-saving trick up her sleeve, only using it at the last moment? What do you mean? She did it on purpose. She must have known about the shop owner's terrifying power, which is why she revealed the shop's existence to us, just so she could use the owner's blade to kill us. Shida realized belatedly, his expression turning icy. That venomous-hearted woman, damn her to hell. Then, with a resigned sigh, he reluctantly added, but now the tables have turned. Our Black Snake gang is left with nothing but the old, weak, sick, and disabled. What do we have to fight them with? A fierce glint flashed in the fat man's narrow eyes as he said vehemently, if they can borrow a knife to kill, why can't we do the same? Chapter 24, A Mysterious Attack. As evening approached, Liang Shu and the others finally returned to the apartment building, each of them covered in dust and looking thoroughly exhausted. Chulan quickly stepped forward and asked, how did it go? Although it was a harrowing process, thankfully we brought enough scrolls to scare away the exotic beasts occupying the area. We managed to bring back quite a bit of steel. Liang Shu said with lingering fear, the strength of those exotic beasts truly shouldn't be underestimated. One moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Aside from physical type ability users, everyone else is just too fragile. Good work, everyone. These are the team's allocated crystal cores, 5 F-grade cores per person. Make sure to use them for upgrading as soon as possible. Chulan handed a large bag to the group. Hearing this, they eagerly stepped forward to collect their wages. They hadn't even had time to retrieve the nuclei from the zombies they'd killed outside. Moreover, most of them were just one step away from reaching E rank. With these 5 nuclei, advancing to E rank would be no problem at all. Everyone couldn't wait to start absorbing the energy from the nuclei. Before long, Zhang Yingjing vigorously punched the air with his fist, creating a whooshing sound as it cut through the wind. Is this E rank? There's indeed a significant improvement. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted overhead, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Instantly, debris flew and flames erupted across the rooftop, lighting up the night sky in a brilliant flash. Even those on the lower floors, including Chulan and the others, could feel the scorching heat radiating through the air. What the hell? At that moment, a man rushed in frantically and shouted anxiously, something seems to have attacked upstairs, there's suddenly a fire, and Wang Tao and the others are trapped. Another woman delivered more bad news. And no good, the zombies are charging the building like crazy. There are too many of them, my younger brother and his group can't hold them off. Clearly, the deafening explosions had drawn the attention of nearby zombies, which were now swarming toward the area in a frenzy. The most troublesome thing was still the blazing fire on the rooftop, continuously emitting bright light. This would undoubtedly keep attracting zombies to surround the building. Chulan made a quick decision and had the orange cat in his arms first follow to block the zombies downstairs. All water-type ability users, follow me upstairs to extinguish the fire and rescue people, and prevent the flames from spreading. Liang Shu, lead your team to reinforce them. Have all other ability users hold the stairwell at all costs. They absolutely cannot be allowed to reach this floor. Yes. Chulan arrived at the rooftop with 3 water element ability users in tow. The scene before them was a nightmare. Flames roared skyward, thick smoke coiled through the air, and an enormous blast had torn a gaping fissure through the rooftop's walls. Looking down from above made everyone's scalp crawl. A seething, pitch-black mass of zombies, drawn by the commotion, completely engulfed the ground below. 3 water-type ability users immediately activated their powers to extinguish the flames, sending out jets of water that created vast plumes of steam upon contact with the fire. Wang Tao, Xia Hao, are you still alive? Why is it taking so long? These flames aren't ordinary, they're incredibly difficult to put out. Giant moths emerged from nowhere in the sky, continuously slamming into the rooftop, sending debris and dust flying. Chulan dared not relax for a single moment. Seizing the moment when the moths flew toward the flames, he unleashed his ability, a wind blade striking their wings, preventing them from crashing into the apartment building a second time. The sky began to pale with the first light of dawn, leaving the residential area in eerie silence. The members of Chulan's team gathered in a room, each of them worn out and exhausted. Li Jing, Li Cheng's sister, was curled up in the corner, her eyes hollow as she whispered through sobs, my only brother, is gone. Zhang Yingjing punched the wall, his face twisted with rage. Who the hell did this? Who wants us dead? Last night's fiery assault was clearly the work of an ability user. Could it be those Black Snake Gang bastards? I don't think that's likely. After all, they're also in this neighborhood. If this place gets surrounded by zombies, they won't fare any better either. Liang Shu approached Chulan and sighed heavily before saying, only 17 of us are left now, and even that was only thanks to Li Cheng and the others who risked their lives to blow up the stairwell. Hearing this, the air grew heavy with silence. Suya walked over to Li Jing and softly offered words of comfort, but unexpectedly, Li Jing suddenly lost control of her emotions and roughly shoved Suya away. She screamed hysterically, why couldn't it have been you useless waste? Why? My brother was so strong, how could he die? Hearing these words, Suyao couldn't help but lower her head dejectedly, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, her best friend Qin Shui quickly stepped forward to pull Suyao away. That's enough. Li Jing, calm down first, Chulan interjected. She held the orange cat in her arms and walked to the window, looking down. Below, the horde of zombies had already quieted down, aimlessly wandering, but their numbers were staggering, packed tightly together. The vast residential complex was now so crowded that there was hardly even standing room left. The stairs are destroyed, the skill scrolls are all used up, and with that many zombies below, I can't think of any way to escape alive. Once the food runs out, all we can do is wait for death. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, his demeanor utterly dejected. Chulan also remained silent. By noon, everyone was still at a loss. But then, a tremendous screeching sound came, followed by the noise of shifting footsteps. The drowsy group instantly jolted awake, their expressions tensing up as they assumed the zombies were about to charge again. But through the window, they discovered hordes of zombies leaving the neighborhood in an orderly manner before scattering in all directions. It was as if they had received some sort of command. The sight left everyone exchanging bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. Liang Shu stroked his chin, deep in thought. A few minutes later, the number of zombies downstairs returned to its previous level, as if the others had never come at all. Grab your stuff, we're leaving now. Chulan didn't dare waste a single moment and immediately issued the command. They couldn't stay in this residential area any longer. If they suffered another attack tonight, none of their group of more than 10 would live to see tomorrow's sunlight. The rooftop attack was too bizarre, it could have been the work of a powerful superhuman. Moreover, with the enemy lurking in the shadows while they were exposed, the situation was highly unfavorable for them. After quietly eliminating the remaining zombies in the stairwell, the group safely made it outside the residential complex. Only then did their anxious hearts finally begin to settle. But then another problem arose. Lan Jia, where should we go now? Chulan thought for a moment before saying, let's head to the park, it's safer there. Hearing this, everyone readily agreed, as none of them had seen any zombies in the park. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, come quick and look. Isn't this a skill scroll? Following the gaze of the crowd, everyone saw the object lying on the ground, something all too familiar to Liang Shu and his team. It was indeed a skill scroll from the Apocalypse shop. Chulan picked up the discarded scroll and murmured, fire attribute attack. This isn't one our team used before. Liang Shu frowned deeply, his brow furrowed in thought. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Chulan gazed toward the park and said, as for who exactly did it, probably only the shop owner would know. Chapter 25, The Arrogant Shide. In the store's lounge area, Shide and Fatty lay sprawled on the plush sofa, each holding a can of beer, savoring a rare moment of leisure. Their payment cards held over 3,000 crystal coins, at least they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a while. Lao Air, you're really something. I bet Chulan and her group won't make it out. Did you see last night? That massive tide of zombies. If I were her, I'd have gone through several packs of diapers by morning. The chubby guy took a swig of iced beer and deliberately raised his voice. If you ask me, the shop owner's goods are the best, high quality, bargain prices, absolute treasures. It's downright astounding. Shide rubbed his forehead, speechless. This kind of blatant bootlicking even the shop owner would have been caught off guard, let alone him. Wang Yu naturally overheard their conversation, but paid it no mind. Who cared who that scroll was meant to deal with? As long as he could profit from crystal cores, nothing else mattered. Mercy cannot command troops, righteousness cannot conduct business. A merchant's only friend is profit. With time to spare, Wang Yu opened his information panel to check on his precious crystal coins. Store Manager, Wang Yu. Stamina, 110. Strength, 90. Speed, 60. Ability, Space. Level, Middle D Class, 600/800. Shop Level, E-Rank Low Tier, 0/1500. Crystal Coin Balance, 4890. With this many crystal coins, I really don't want to see them dwindle just because of these two old coots spending. Might as well find an excuse to off them, they've already topped up the coins anyway. The two drinking men inexplicably felt a chill run down their necks. Could the shop's air conditioning be too cold? At that moment, Gold Bar suddenly spoke with a resentful tone. If the host keeps exploiting bugs, the authorities might step in. Ahem, I was joking. If I really killed customers, how could I keep this shop running? Who would dare come shopping with their necks on the line? I know exactly what's more important. Wang Yu suddenly felt impulsive. He wanted to upgrade his supernatural ability. It would be a wasted opportunity not to make use of such a great power. System, upgrade my special ability straight to C rank. Wang Yu declared with undisguised wealth-flaunting arrogance. Upgrade complete. 1,000 crystal coins deducted. Unlocked ability technique, spatial counter. Hearing this, Wang Yu immediately pulled out his tattered textbook again, carefully reviewing the usage method for spatial counter once more, his excitement practically vibrating through him. Not until reaching C rank does the spatial ability gain even a hint of offensive capability, and even that remains passive. Before long, the sensor at the entrance chimed as a crowd of people walked in. The moment Chulan entered, he spotted Shidi and his companion in the lounge area, instantly understanding the situation. But Li Jing snatched up that used scroll, stepping forward anxiously to ask, "Shopkeeper, who was it? Who came to buy this item?" Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and shook his head with a smile. "We're a legitimate business, customer confidentiality is non-negotiable. That hit-and-run driver killed my little brother. He nearly got us all killed. Tell me who it was, I need to avenge my brother." Even that bleeding heart Linny chimed in. "Come on Wang Yu, the killer's methods were brutal, clearly trying to wipe us out. Just give us a name." Wang Yu still shook his head without saying a word. Seeing this, Shida and Fatty nearby couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the shop owner wasn't the type to poke his nose into others' business. This approach inadvertently made them respect Wang Yu a little more. However, Li Jing still refused to let it go, and Wang Yu was growing somewhat impatient. Chulan, who was adept at reading people, quickly intervened. "That's enough, Li Jing. It must have been the Black Snake Gang's doing." However, Li Jing's mind was clouded with hatred. Seeing Wang Yu's cold and indifferent expression, she redirected her fury towards him. "You're just as guilty. My brothers died because of your damned goods. You're responsible for this too." Pointing an accusing finger at Wang Yu's face, she spat, "Yes, you're the one who indirectly killed my brother. You're no better than a murderer yourself. Why would you sell your things to killers? Why?" Wang Yu's eyes turned icy as he stared at Li Jing, who was still trying to grab him, and without hesitation, he lashed out with a forceful kick. Ah! Li Jing had no time to dodge. The kick sent him flying 3 meters through the air before he slammed violently into a nearby shelf. Everyone present clearly heard the sound of ribs snapping. Chulan was equally stunned. She hadn't even seen how Wang Yu executed the kick. Its speed and power were far beyond that of an ordinary ability user. She had never seen Wang Yu fight before and thought he relied solely on that mutant beast to survive. But now, she was certain that Wang Yu's level was anything but ordinary. Li Jing's lips were stained with blood. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she raised her hand and unleashed her ability toward Wang Yu. "Don't!" Chulan hurriedly intervened. But a wooden splinter had already shot out, flying straight toward Wang Yu. At this moment, the corner of Wang Yu's mouth curved slightly upwards. Fortunately, Heisey wasn't in the shop. He hadn't killed her immediately precisely to test his ability. The crowd only saw the rapidly flying wooden splinter suddenly vanish into thin air. Chulan and the others had never seen Wang Yu make a move before, so they were naturally bewildered. The next second, the wooden spike appeared out of thin air again, but this time from a different direction. Its target was Li Jing herself. Put! The wooden spike pierced through Li Jing's neck with a wet, tearing sound. She opened her mouth but no words came out, her head lolling to one side. the look of shock on her face was frozen there forever. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Lan's pupils contracted as he speculated inwardly, could this be the shopkeeper's special ability, the power to control others' abilities? If this were truly the case, then no matter how formidable an ability might be, it would be utterly ineffective before him. The crowd couldn't help but gasp audibly, their expressions now carrying a trace of fear when looking at Wang Yu. Don't be fooled by the shopkeeper's usual cheerful demeanor, cross the line with him, and his attitude will shift faster than flipping a page. Wang Yu calmly sat down on the chair and said, take your teammate away. Second brother, what kind of idiot is this? Daring to speak rudely to our shopkeeper boss, truly asking for death. Exactly, just because his younger brother lost in a fight and got killed, he vents his anger on our shopkeeper boss. What kind of person does that? The two deliberately jeered loudly, drawing angry glares from everyone. Zhu Lan turned his head and ground his teeth as he said, it was you who did this, wasn't it? Second brother, what is she saying? She feigned ignorance on purpose. I don't understand, Saida. Ha 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 ha. Liang Shu also wore a grim expression as he leaned in close to Chu Lan's ear and whispered, there are only two of them. Let's wait till they leave the store before making our move, they can't hide in there forever. Hearing this, Chu Lan nodded, letting them be arrogant for a little while longer. But to everyone's surprise, Shide and his companion swaggered right up to the counter and said with respectful tones, shopkeeper boss, we'd like to buy a few more skill scrolls for self-defense. So the two of them picked out a pile of items and then checked out. Beep, 1090 crystal coins deducted from payment card. Remaining balance, 2480. Witnessing this, everyone looked as if they'd swallowed flies, their faces turning ugly. The power of scrolls was undeniable, and such a quantity made Chu Lan and his group deeply wary. What shocked them more was realizing just how flush with cash these people were. Chapter 26, Yi Tian's past life enemy. Shide shot them a provocative glance before retreating to the lounge area. With the scorching heat outside and the free air conditioning indoors, naturally, he'd milk every second of refreshment he could. Chu Lan let out a slight sigh, blame me for exposing the store's location to them. Everyone, report the balance of crystal coins left on your payment cards. Let's stock up on some supplies. What should we do about Liu Jing's crystal core, Lan Jie? What else can we do? It has to be confiscated, a man reaps what he sows. A few minutes later, everyone bought some supplies and then casually sat on the sofas in the lounge area to eat lunch. But having two piles of shit sitting nearby cast a gloomy pall over everyone's mood. Lan Jie, the dimensional scroll is almost at its time limit, and there's still dozens of tons of steel inside it. Chu Lan nodded. We'll leave right after we eat. Without their housing, building the camp became an urgent priority. Fortunately, there were still two Earth Element ability users in the team, along with Du Feng who could control steel and Liang Shu. Construction shouldn't pose too much of a problem, though there was concern about whether Shide might try to interfere. After all, Shide and his team had so many scrolls that they could kill someone just by randomly throwing them. At this moment, Bai Che brought over a jacket-like garment to the group. Zhang Yingjing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Buying useless stuff again? Wouldn't it be better to get more food? Besides, that jacket doesn't suit you at all. Bai Che couldn't be bothered to explain and simply handed the product description to everyone. Additional 10% defense value. After reading it, the group exchanged glances before rushing toward the clothing section, leaving Shide utterly bewildered. What could possibly be special about clothes? Young people these days, so caught up in vanity. Zhang Yingjing could only stare speechlessly at Bai Che. No way, kid, tell the truth. Are you the shop owner's plant? How come you're always the one bringing up the good stuff every time? Holy shit, how is this even possible? This is straight up game equipment. But damn, it's expensive. I've always trusted the shop owner's goods. I'd sell the pots and pans to buy this. Does that mean I can be just like you superhumans now? Xiaoxue, aren't we besties? Abilities aren't strong enough, spending money seems like a pretty good option. Having purchased their desired equipment and food, the group prepared to leave. But just then, Yi Tian sauntered in unhurriedly. Zhang Yingjing greeted him with a nod. But Yi Tian paid no heed, instead fixing his wild, nearly frenzied gaze squarely on Shide in the rest area. Finally, I've found you, Shide. If it weren't for your lot in my past life, how could I have died amidst a horde of zombies, let alone be granted this chance of rebirth? The crowd could feel a palpable wave of murderous intent spreading through the air, unconsciously stopping to watch the unfolding drama. Did he just mention Shida's name? Could there be some backstory behind this? Let's wait and see. Shide, who was drinking at the time, seemed to sense something and couldn't help but turn his head to look. Then he saw a figure rushing toward him at lightning speed. Holy shit! Shide was startled and had no time to dodge. Bang! With lightning speed, Yi Tian seemed to crash into an invisible wall, his ferocious face twisting upon impact. Wang Yu coughed twice. Have you grown a few arrogant wings just because you gained extra abilities? The powerful resistance gradually calmed Yi Tian down, who promptly turned to apologize to Wang Yu. Shide, who had narrowly escaped death, was already drenched in cold sweat from fright. Why do these ruffians keep trying to kill me? The chubby man was also utterly confused. Just how many enemies had his big brother made over the years? Bro, did we have some past grudge or something? Seriously trying to kill me right after meeting? Yi-tian suddenly regained his composure, his face devoid of embarrassment as he calmly said, "My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. It won't happen again." Shide wore a bitter expression on his face. One mistaken identity nearly cost me my life, and you say be more careful next time? How many next times does a person get when it comes to life and death? Whose goddamn subordinate is this, going so hard? It's my buddy Yi-tian, we go way back. Pretty impressive, huh? There's no need to put on this kind of act. Lian Shu adjusted his glasses, an idea forming in his mind as he looked inquiringly at Chulan. After brief consideration, Chulan nodded in agreement. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Everyone had just witnessed that scene. Yi Tian's strength was not to be underestimated. If this had happened outside, Shide would have been chatting with his ancestors in the afterlife long ago. Chulan discussed with the team, and everyone agreed without objection. After all, having one more strong fighter would undoubtedly reduce the danger level of their mission. Only the self-righteous Lin Yi voiced his concerns. But he almost killed the wrong person just now due to impulse. Someone who treats human lives as worthless is too cold-blooded, and his killing intent is so overwhelming. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. What are you, an appendix? Always so eager to get inflamed, talkative. Chulan shook his head helplessly. The minority must submit to the majority. Then he turned around, walked up to Yi Tian, and stated his business, only to be outright rejected. Having learned from his past life's lessons, Yi Tian naturally avoided teaming up like the plague and confidently declared, "Dealing with him, I alone am enough. He can only be killed by me. Anyone who dares strike first will die too." After Chulan and the others left the shop, they hurriedly chose a campsite location near the park. The reduction in manpower forced them to pick up the pace. The park was vast in area, with a huge lake at its center. A stone bridge spanned the lake, connecting to the other side of the park. However, for safety reasons, they didn't plan to venture far from the store and needed a sufficiently hidden location. Du Feng gathered everyone for a meeting, assigned each their respective tasks, and the group immediately sprang into action. Even with the aid of special abilities, constructing a sturdy base with both above-ground and underground structures was no easy feat. As dusk approached, Blackie ambled back to the park. Passing by a thick patch of grass, it cast a puzzled glance before returning to the store. It happened to run into Shide and Fatty just as they were about to leave. Lord Dog's back. My apologies, was I blocking the way? Lord Dog's majesty remains undiminished as always, filling this humble one with admiration. Then, the two men peered around the shop entrance for quite a while. Only after confirming no one was nearby did they cautiously step out, their lifelines, the skill scrolls, clutched tightly in their hands. Damn it, the shop's still safer. I really don't want to leave. Absolutely right. I'd gladly sleep on the floor if we could stay there overnight. As they passed by a narrow path, a breeze brushed their faces, and suddenly a figure emerged. Though they were merely D-level ability users, their reflexes weren't completely dull. He immediately sensed danger and leaped aside, only to see it was that young man who had mistaken his identity. Shide and his companion didn't show much surprise. They understood the mistaken identity was just an excuse. Yi Tian's expression turned icy, murder flashing in his eyes as he charged toward them without warning at terrifying speed. A speed-type evolver. Shide and the fatty quickly unrolled the scrolls to counterattack. A massive fireball and bolt of lightning magically erupted from the scrolls, charging straight toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian reacted swiftly, also hurling two scrolls in response. Chapter 27, Lin Yi's Death. Seeing that their opponent also possessed scrolls and that Yi Tian was closing the distance rapidly, Shide shouted, "Second brother, keep using the scrolls." Then he hastily activated his ability, summoning a thick earthen wall rising from the ground to shield them firmly. Speed-type ability users didn't possess much destructive power, so it should take some time for. Just as Shide was about to catch his breath, the earthen wall suddenly crumbled, sending dust and debris flying straight into their faces. Amid the swirling dust, a gleaming dagger was already upon him. Shida's pupils contracted sharply. There was no time to dodge before the blade pierced straight through his neck. For a moment, Shide could only feel his breath falter, the pain unbearable, as a wave of weakness washed over him. Gritting his teeth, Shide summoned the last of his strength and clung tightly to Yi Tian's forearm. Just as Yi Tian was baffled by the situation, the burly man beside them roared, "Die!" Then he unrolled the scroll, and hundreds of ice spikes shot out one after another, rapidly piercing towards Yi Tian who was within close range. Shide stared at Yi Tian with frenzied eyes, as if roaring, "You're going to die too." But strangely, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth slightly curved upwards. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from Yi Tian's mouth, instantly melting all the ice spikes before him. Seeing this, Shida's expression turned to despair before he met his bitter end in the northwest. The fatty stared in disbelief, his voice trembling as he questioned, "You, how many types of abilities do you even have? Why do you possess so many?" Yi Tian didn't bother explaining, showing off to someone about to die simply wasn't worth his time. The fatty still struggled desperately, hurriedly pulling out a scroll from his pocket. But Yi Tian clearly had no intention of wasting another second. With a quick thrust, he pierced the fat man's skull. The scroll rolled from the fat man's grasp as he collapsed to the ground, his face twisted with unwillingness. On one side of the park, Linny and Bai Che were inspecting the perimeter, ensuring there were no zombie mutants near the camp. The camp's construction was extensive, far from finished in a single day, but with their housing gone, they had nowhere to go at night. So they decided to use earth-based abilities to hastily construct a few earthen huts for temporary shelter that night. Thus, safety became particularly crucial. As dusk began to fall and they prepared to head back, the sudden sound of a child's cries pierced the air. Linny jerked his head up, glancing toward the source of the sound before turning sharply. "A child? Let's go check it out," he said. But Bai Che stopped him, saying, "Our mission is to scout the area for dangers. We shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Besides, don't you think it's strange? How could there still be a child alive in this area?" Linny, his face full of concern, countered, "But what if it really is a surviving child? It's almost dark, and his crying will definitely attract zombies. We can't just stand by and do nothing." Seeing Bai Che's hesitation, Linny threw out one last remark, "Then I'll go check it out myself." Then, he started running toward the direction of the sound. Seeing this, Bai Chen let out a sigh and had no choice but to follow. Following the crying, Linny arrived at a patch of grass where, not far away, a child was indeed sobbing. The child was covered in dirt and appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old. At the moment, the child was crouched by the grass, hiding their small face and their knees, their thin shoulders trembling slightly. Seeing this, Lin Yi's compassion surged as he hurriedly ran forward. Bai Che panted heavily behind him. Wait for me, class president." Linny crouched down and gently patted the trembling child's shoulder, asking urgently, "Little one, where are your family? Are you hurt?" Hearing this, the child's cries abruptly ceased. Slowly raising his head, they saw his eyes had no pupils, only bloodshot veins spiderwebbing across them. He stared at Linny, his stiff lips curling back to reveal sharp fangs still dripping with flesh as he emitted a spine-chilling laugh. Keh ha 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 ha. Linny stood frozen in place as Bai Che's shouts echoed in his ears. "Run for your lives!" The child zombie swiftly pounced onto Lin Yi's shoulder, sinking its teeth into his neck and tearing away a large chunk of flesh to chew. At this moment, he also noticed Bai Che, who was drawing his gun, and then sprang forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, flying straight toward him. Bai Che hurriedly activated his supernatural ability. A surge of mental assault instantly struck the child zombie's brain, causing it to freeze momentarily. With practiced ease, Bai Che raised his silenced pistol and decisively pulled the trigger. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. One-shot kill. Seeing Lin Yi's violently trembling body, Bai Che hurried over to check on him. They could hear cracking sounds coming from Lin Yi's body as streaks of red began creeping across his eyes. These were the unmistakable signs of mutation. Lin Yi bit the tip of his tongue hard, forcing himself not to lose control. His voice came out hoarse. "Quick, kill me. I don't want to turn into one of those zombies and hurt you all. Just kill me now." Bai Che also understood there was no saving Lin Yi now. Slowly, he pressed the gun barrel against Lin Yi's forehead, yet his finger hesitated on the trigger. Do it now. Lin Yi screamed desperately, tears streaming endlessly from his eyes. He didn't want to die either, he wanted to live properly too. But he couldn't understand why, after holding on to hope for this hopeless world time and time again. Why did his kindness end up killing him? Why do good causes bear bitter fruit? Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes. Bean-sized teardrops traced down the young man's sunlit cheeks as a bitter smile surfaced at the corners of his lips. Bai Che's face was also a picture of complex emotions, his mood subdued. How he wanted to rage against this cold and merciless world, but he couldn't. Sound would only draw the surrounding zombies. Class monitor, it's not your fault. In this hellish apocalypse, only demons survive. Angels are merely seen as outsiders. Silently, Bai Chen picked up Lin Yi's lifeless body and left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. More than half a month into the apocalypse, an increasing number of superpowered individuals were venturing out of their homes. But the store's location was rather remote. During the apocalypse, who in their right mind would casually stroll through a park? Thus, the customer base remained limited to just those few. Business showed no signs of improvement. Already scarce customers died too quickly, leaving Wang Yu somewhat worried. Gold bar, how many crystal coins would I need to upgrade my abilities to be level all at once? Gold bar, it requires 5,000 crystal coins. Current balance is only 4,080. Wang Yu nodded, feeling somewhat eager. As long as he reached B rank and unlocked spatial severance, combined with spatial defense reflection, he would truly become an all-round battle presence, offense and defense in one. He could finally shift his position a little and see the world outside. After staying in the shop for half a month, even if the place was comfortable, he was practically growing mold. Though technically, even right now, with Heisey by his side, he wasn't incapable of going out. But Heisey had gotten too accustomed to roaming wild, and in times of danger, he might not necessarily spare a thought for his makeshift owner. Better play it safe and wait until B rank. Speaking of crystal coins, Wang Yu suddenly remembered something. It's been so long without any news from that kid Jiang Quan. Could he have been killed by the zombies? Those security robots in his space were still waiting for him. Chapter 28, Shu Lan's Little Scheme. Ding! Welcome! Shu Lan and his group trudged wearily into the store, covered in dust and grime, looking just like construction workers. It was clear that building the camp had exhausted them. It's so much cooler in here. My sweat glands haven't had a break outside. It's still September. Not only is it hot, but we're working non-stop every day. Suyao couldn't help but complain either. I haven't showered in days. I feel disgusting. Once we solve the water supply issue today, the camp will be almost completed. Everyone just needs to tough it out a little longer. We've got the water source sorted, but there's still no electricity. Next time we go out, we'll need to look for a generator. Then Jiang Yingjing sidled up and gave Wang Yu's shoulder a hearty slap. Brother Yu, what do you say? How about visiting our place once the camp is finished? Don't tell me you aren't getting bored staying here all day. Hearing this, no one had any objections. If it had been someone else, they might have been wary, but there was no need with someone as formidable as Wang Yu. He probably couldn't even be bothered with them. Shu Lan, however, fixed her gaze intently on Wang Yu's face, searching for any trace of discomfort or unnatural expression. Because Wang Yu's strength was far too terrifying, how could he effortlessly stand above everyone else in this apocalypse, when they were all surviving the same catastrophe? His bizarre decision to open a shop amid the apocalypse, combined with the fact that he never once stepped outside, only added to the mystery. This made Shu Lan wonder, could it be because of the shop? If he left the store, would Wang Yu just be an ordinary man? But how could a cunning old fox like Wang Yu, who had lived 2 lives, let them sense anything amiss? Keeping a straight face, he simply shook his head. It's so hot outside, how could it compare to the comfort of the shop? Let's talk when the weather cools down. Yeah, guess you're right. Jiang Yingjing scratched his head. The shop had air conditioning, running water, electricity. Compared to this, their camp was basically a refugee settlement. Seeing this, Shu Lan also showed no lack of cunning, staring straight at Wang Yu with a bright smile as she said, "You've helped us so much, you absolutely must come to our camp and let us properly host you." Wang Yu nodded with a smile, but inwardly cursed, this little brat still wants to mess with me? Once I've saved up enough crystal coins to upgrade my abilities, I'll show you for real. Watching the two of them exchanging smiles, Suyao quietly whispered to Jiang Yingjing beside her, "Do you think Sister Lan has secretly fallen for the shop owner?" Jiang Yingjing nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "Isn't that perfectly normal? For someone as strong as Brother Yu, if I were a woman, I'd fancy him too." "That's true. Ouch, Lanjia, I was wrong. That hurts." Shu Lan pinched Suyao's cheeks with both hands and asked, "Who exactly am I secretly smitten with?" As they spoke, a blood-stained off-road vehicle parked at the entrance, and a burly middle-aged man strode in with steady steps. "It's 2,000 crystal coins. No, it's Jiang Quan." Wang Yu's eyes lit up. Could it be that he had completed the mission? Unexpectedly, Jiang Quan merely nodded in acknowledgement toward Wang Yu before walking straight to the weapons section. Then, he proceeded to select some food, drinking water, and similar supplies from the provisions area. "Just here to restock provisions." Wang Yu instantly lost interest. As he was checking out, Wang Yu deliberately brought it up. "Brother Jiang Quan, there are only 2 days left until the deal deadline. Is everything going smoothly?" Jiang Quan rubbed his head, his tone heavy. "Not very well. There are too many zombies. Last time, we got surrounded and barely escaped with our lives." His tone shifted as he solemnly added, "But rest assured, comrade shopkeeper, I'll do my best to complete the mission within the deadline and spare you any trouble." 2,000 crystal coins were no small sum, even for ability users, let alone for someone like Jiang Quan, an ordinary man with a lame leg. Seeing how sensible he was, Wang Yu kindly pointed to the clothing section and said, "Go take a look inside. Those items will be most useful for you." Jiang Quan turned his head, a look of confusion on his face, but he still walked toward the clothing section. The shopkeeper comrade must have his reasons for saying so. After a minute, a thunderous voice erupted from the clothing section. Is this real? Comrade shopkeeper. This enhancement is no less than giving someone a system superpower." The crowd, drawn by the noise, couldn't help but glance at the unfamiliar middle-aged man. Wang Yu replied calmly, "No deception, whether to the young or old." Since the price was steep, Jiang Quan only selected a pair of speed-boosting pants. As he was leaving, Wang Yu deliberately applied pressure. "Better step up your game, brother Jiang Quan. There are people eyeing these robots covetously." While speaking, he casually glanced at Shu Lan and the others in the lounge area. Jiang Quan immediately understood the hint and replied with full confidence, "Mission guaranteed to be completed." Then without a moment's delay, he drove off in the off-road vehicle. Zhang Yingjing gazed into the distance, watching the middle-aged man depart with swift decisiveness, his face revealing a look of admiration. Exactly like the tough guy image in my mind, physically strong, a lone wolf, ruggedly handsome. With that, he struck a pose he thought looked incredibly cool. As expected, he received disdainful looks from the crowd. Indeed, that man clearly isn't ordinary. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses as he glanced at Shulan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shulan nodded. We should try to recruit him next time we meet. Our team's numbers have dwindled too much recently. It's time to infuse some fresh blood. The next day brought yet another dismal day for business, with Wang Yu's crystal coin balance steadily decreasing without any income. Wang Yu stroked his chin, pondering how to promote the shop. Gold Bar, what do you think about this? Gold Bar replied, host can choose to distribute flyers to attract the attention of ability users from farther areas. Brilliant idea, Gold Bar. You should have told me you could make flyers sooner. Gold Bars chuckled, there's a service fee 1 crystal coin for 100 flyers. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu fell silent. You little rascal. Think about it, host. Advertising is definitely better than just standing here doing nothing. Besides, is 1 crystal coin for 100 flyers really that expensive? You spent over a dozen coins on a meal just yesterday. And 1 coin is already the base price. What, do you want decimals now? Wang Yu hesitated for a long while before compromising. 1 crystal coin for 150 flyers. Take it or leave, we'll just stare at each other here. The Gold Bar remained silent, leaving him with no choice but to answer helplessly. Deal. After some thought, Wang Yu replied cautiously, as if afraid the system would overcharge him. Let's start with 1,050 flyers, that'll be 7 crystal coins in total. Beep 7 crystal coins deducted. Current crystal coin balance, 4,050. Flyers have been automatically placed in your system inventory. Please check. Wang Yu stroked his chin lightly. Now that he had the flyers, who should he send out to distribute them? His gaze gradually locked onto Heisey, who was dozing on the floor, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He then pulled out a stack of flyers from his system backpack. Bang! With a loud thud, he slammed them right beside Heisey, startling the sleeping dog awake, leaving it looking around in confusion. Heisey, it's been a while since you've exercised, hasn't it? Time for a little walk outside. So, he enthusiastically instructed Heisey to just scatter the flyers everywhere. However, Heisey glanced at the scorching sun outside and unwillingly shook his head. Chapter 29, Gathering of Forces. Seeing this, Wang Yu pretended to be troubled. Then it's a problem. Without customers, we can't earn crystal coins, and without crystal coins, there'll be no chicken drumsticks. Eventually, we'll have to make do with using the public toilet in the park together. Hearing this, Heisey immediately transformed into his beast form, his body length skyrocketing to 3 meters while his shoulder height even surpassed Wang Yu's. He snatched the stack of flyers from the ground with his jaws and bolted out the door. This was Wang Yu's first time seeing Heisey's beast form, and he couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Loudly shouting after him, he reminded, make sure you go far enough away. Heisey left the park and in the blink of an eye arrived on the main street, leaping up onto the tall buildings. Bounding between the skyscrapers, he indiscriminately scattered the flyers below, whether over zombies, humans, or mutated beasts, flinging them everywhere in complete chaos. The creature below only felt a cool breeze sweep by, followed by red papers fluttering down. By the time Heisey came panting back, before it could even enjoy a moment under the air conditioning, Wang Yu pulled out another thick stack of flyers. He encouraged, think about the chicken legs. Go for it. Heisey set off again. Fortunately, it was extremely fast, it could cover the entire city in less than 15 minutes. The problem was that Wang Yu's flyers seemed endless every time he came back. He'd claim it was the last trip. After a whole day of work, Heisey was utterly exhausted, lying limp on the ground and panting. Wang Yu wore a pleased expression. Good job. Tonight, you can eat chicken legs till you're satisfied. Woof woof. 1,000 flyers weren't enough to cover the entire city, but they were enough to catch the attention of a significant portion of the population. The survivors picked up the leaflets scattered across the ground, their faces filled with disbelief. The red flyers displayed detailed descriptions and prices for various goods. Can this be real? How could something so miraculous exist? But it's at Nanjiang University, so far away. If this is real, then we definitely need to check it out. Let's hope this person isn't lying to us, otherwise. Apocalypse Store. Holy shit, the prices are cheaper than Sun Family's supermarket, but why is this scroll so damn expensive? They even sell weapons and equipment. Is this god-tier scroll for real? My materialistic worldview can't comprehend this. The apocalypse is already here. Screw your materialist bulwark. I've never heard of clothes that can boost attributes before. Is this for real? Gotta check it out someday. A tiny shop like this dares to make such bold claims? Fresh food, ample supplies, do they even know how many people are in our base? The next day, Wang Yu opened his shop as usual, quietly awaiting the results of his advertising efforts. About those gold bars. If business doesn't pick up soon, can I get a refund on those 7 crystal coins? Gold nuggets. Damn, you must be starving. Is 7 crystal coins really worth this? Soon enough, a large cargo truck turned into the park. Someone in the passenger seat manipulated the rocky ground, clearing a path wide enough for the vehicle to pass through. Damn it, what kind of backwater place is this? Can't even get a truck through. What kind of park doesn't allow cargo trucks to enter? End time store. Found it. The roar of a truck engine sounded. Wang Yu turned his head and saw a large truck parked not far away, its hood and wheels splattered with blood clearly left by zombies. Wang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was clearly a big fat sheep to be fleeced. 5 young men climbed down from the truck, but only 2 were ability users, who kept sizing up the shop. At this moment, more vehicles of various sizes drove into the park, all belonging to factions lured by the flyers. Ha, this store is so small. I thought it'd be way more impressive. Yo, aren't these people from Xiang Base? How come a major faction like you is interested in such weird little things? Xiang Base was the largest survivor faction in Nanjiang City by population, accepting anyone capable of labor. Rumor had it they even operated on a 2 each according to their work distribution system. As long as you're willing to work every day, even if you're just an ordinary person, survival, if not a comfortable life, is guaranteed. In a post-apocalyptic world that is extremely unforgiving to ordinary people, survival is a luxury many can only dream of. Therefore, that place was the dream destination for every ordinary person, but the base had already reached full capacity. Your Thunderfire base claims to be the gathering place of the strongest power users, doesn't it? Yet here you are. Thunderfire base was notorious among all present factions. Far from being renowned, it was positively infamous. They only accepted superhumans and livestock, with the latter being ordinary people captured as mere labor force who weren't even treated as human beings. The livestock's daily ration was just one black, jelly-like substance resembling turtle herbal gelatin. It was said that when these human cattle died from exhaustion or starvation, their corpses would be disposed of without mercy. Their people acted with savage brutality under a rigid hierarchy. Rumor had it they kept zombies and mutant beasts in captivity while conducting inhumane experiments that defied morality. The 2 major bases immediately locked horns upon meeting, glaring at each other with undisguised hostility. Despite only possessing 2 Class D ability users, Purple Sun Base refused to back down. Other forces watched eagerly, anticipating a dramatic showdown. Just then, a grizzled middle-aged man from Thunderfire Base cleared his throat twice. The unusual cessation of the spreading flames prompted him to whisper to the group, "Forget it. They're just a few ants from Xiang. No need to alert the enemy over them. Besides, we have more important matters at hand." With that, he shot a meaningful glance at the watching factions before leading his people toward the Apocalypse store. Seeing this, 5 young men immediately emerged from the crowd and jogged to catch up with the Thunderfire base members. After exchanging glances, the Xiang base group also quickened their pace toward the store, as various smaller factions hesitantly followed suit. After all, those 2 big bosses were definitely not to be trifled with. Being able to get a sip of the soup was more than enough for them. Ding! Welcome. The sensor at the entrance kept chiming repeatedly. Wang Yu, who had been engrossed in his show, suddenly looked up. "I was starting to think you weren't coming in, dawdling outside for so long." The shop gradually filled with 50 to 60 people, all marveling at the environment as they looked around. Cool air conditioning, fresh air tinged with the aroma of food, neatly displayed goods, spotless floors, and soft lighting. Such a cozy atmosphere, I almost forgot we're still in the apocalypse. I feel so dirty, I'm afraid I'll stain the floor just by stepping on it. Damn, this place is way better than the Sun family's Tungui supermarket. Now this is where people should be coming. The middle-aged man with a stubbled face also looked astonished, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the sunny, handsome Wang Yu standing behind the cash register. His muscles weren't overly large, but they carried an aesthetic appeal. Whether he had special abilities or not was unclear, but he was definitely someone who trained seriously. The whole group turned to look at the man and his dog. Wang Yu felt the scrutinizing gazes of many but remained unfazed. He smiled at the crowd and said, "Feel free to browse for anything you like, but remember, the packaging can only be opened after payment." Someone from Xiang Base spoke up. "What should we call you, handsome?" "Just call me the shopkeeper," he replied. "Shopkeeper, is what's written on the flyers true?" Wang Yu said with a serious expression, "Of course. If there's even a single falsehood in the product descriptions, you can go ahead and smash my shop." Chapter 30, Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkeys, Part 1. Hearing this, the crowd dispersed, looking around here and there. However, members of each faction remained tightly grouped with their own teams. Such was the vigilance bred by the apocalypse. With so many weapons, if we could arm the ordinary people in the base, it'd be a huge boost to our strength. If only we could buy in bulk. Holy shit, this food smells amazing. Sorry guys, I can't hold back anymore. We can buy more to bring back. Did we bring enough crystal cores? Let me check the exchange chart. Shopkeeper, give me some ability scrolls. All the factions appear to be behaving properly on the surface, but undercurrents are stirring. There aren't even guards or surveillance here, just so many valuable items. Are you trying to test a cadre with these? What kind of cadre could possibly resist such a temptation? Some headed for the food section, some made their way to the clothing area, others moved toward the rest zone, while a few observed Wang Yu from the shadows. Every member of the Thunderfire base wore expressions of greed, robbery and murder were nothing new to them. Had they been dealing with Tinghue Supermarket, they might have shown some hesitation, but what was there to fear from some pretty-faced rookie? Captain Pine, the boys are getting impatient. The bearded man Peng Zhanghai waved his hand and whispered an order. Wait first, Hu Meng, you guys go test the waters. Hu Meng immediately nodded with a fawning grin, calling for subordinates to follow him toward the counter. Hu Meng's group was a subordinate force adjacent to the Thunderfire base, always deployed as the vanguard. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Hu Meng and his 4 companions swaggered up to Wang Yu with their hands in their pockets, faces brimming with arrogance. At the sight, the onlookers from other factions couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. Many groups hesitated to act rashly, wary of the shop owner's unknown capabilities. What they needed now was a scapegoat to test the waters. Just what kind of power did he possess? To boldly operate alone with just a dog by his side, displaying so many valuable items so openly, clearly, there were no shortage of covetous eyes watching. Wang Yu, fully aware of everything, was naturally happy to make an example out of them and teach the petty thieves among the awakened ones a lesson. He had clearly sensed many items being stealthily pocketed. Hu Meng commanded bluntly, "Bring me a pack of cigarettes." Wang Yu calmly handed over a pack of cigarettes, 50 crystal coins, "Please swipe your card." Hearing this, Hu Meng paid no attention and directly tore open the packaging. He deliberately took a big sniff with his nose and said, "Damn, smells musty as hell. What kind of cheap cigarettes are these? Still got the nerve to call them premium? Where'd this counterfeit crap come from?" Sensing their hostility, Heisey straightened his posture, his eyes coldly fixed on them. These guys were clearly here to cause trouble. In the apocalypse, beggars couldn't be choosers. Who the hell cared about brands anymore? Wang Yu maintained a professional smile as he patiently explained, "All the items in our store are exclusively produced, but the quality is absolutely guaranteed." Seeing that Wang Yu didn't show the slightest hint of anger, Hu Meng and his companions took him for an easy pushover and began pushing their luck. "You say it's fine, but how can we be sure? The boys here want to test a few smokes first, gotta take one for the team, risk our necks for the sake of everyone." The last sentence was his hypocritical remark to the people from other factions. Wang Yu pushed the card reader again. "Nothing wrong with self-sacrifice, but payment comes first, don't say I didn't warn you." The feeble warning only drew a scornful laugh from Hu Meng as he pulled out cigarettes to distribute among his men. "You? Not exactly intimidating. Kill them." Wang Yu's expression shifted abruptly, his face turning icy as he delivered the command without warning. As the words fell, the bystanders only saw a dark shadow weaving through the group momentarily, followed by blood splattering everywhere. 5 E-rank ability users fell in unison, their heads severed from their bodies. The air seemed to freeze. Before anyone, including Hu Meng and his companions, could even react, heads had already rolled. Everything ended in just a split second. Mutant Beast, instantly killed. Everyone watched as Heisey returned behind the counter, their hearts filled with shock and awe. In the early days of the apocalypse, mutant beasts were indeed far stronger than awakened humans of the same level due to their formidable physical prowess, making most awakened individuals appear fragile in comparison. Yet such a swift mutant beast was something none had ever witnessed before. Even speed-type awakened fighters could only marvel at its velocity. The shopkeeper resumed his amiable demeanor as if nothing had happened, something everyone had grown accustomed to. "Freya, come clean this up." Having witnessed such brutality, the crowd couldn't help but behave more meekly, while the pickpockets trembled as they returned the stolen goods to their rightful places. However, the personnel from Thunderfire base paid no mind. They were just a few expendable A-rank pawns, after all. Their deaths were nothing out of the ordinary. Peng Zhanghai narrowed his eyes slightly and patted the perception-type ability user beside him. "Well, did you notice anything?" The man pondered for a moment before answering. "That mutant beast is incredibly powerful, possibly C-class. But the shop owner seems completely ordinary, not a trace of ability fluctuation. A C-class mutant beast is quite troublesome, and it's too fast, probably only the boss could handle it." Some couldn't help but voice their hesitation. "What's there to be afraid of? Everyone here is elite. I think we should take the risk." "Exactly. Fortune favors the bold. If we pull this off, the reward points will be more than enough for a few days of luxury at the club." "Old Wu, isn't your son also at the base? Don't you want him to eat better? With your pathetic salary, that kid's gonna grow up scrawny as hell." Peng Zhanghai stroked his stubble thoughtfully before advising. "It's not like we don't stand a chance. A dozen D ranks can't take down a single C rank? Besides, it's a domesticated dog, not some wild beast. As long as we capture the shop owner, I doubt it would dare move against us. Plus, we have the advantage of surprise since they're in the open while we're hidden. Listen up everyone, here's how we'll do it. What if bystanders try to interfere? Kill them. After we rob the store, these people will inevitably want to scrape up leftovers anyway. Taking their crystal cores to exchange for points isn't a bad option even if they're from Xiang base. Pang Jianghai walked up to the counter alone and said to Wang Yu with a smile, "Are all the shopkeepers' goods stored inside? We're looking to make a big deal, but the current inventory in the shop simply isn't enough." He wanted to extract the location of Wang Yu's supply source. Wang Yu pretended to be surprised and exclaimed excitedly, "Really? I've got plenty of stuff, all stored in my spatial inventory, as much as you want." Pang Jianghai's eyes lit up. "You're a spatial ability user?" Wang Yu nodded sincerely, and fearing he wouldn't be believed, deliberately stored the chair into his spatial inventory. Seeing this, Pang Jianghai showed a pleased expression. This was perfect. Spatial abilities were the most damn useless anyway. Our base's demand. He slowly placed his hands behind his back, making a subtle gesture. The people behind immediately understood. Before long, angry shouts rose from behind. "What the hell are you looking at? Think you can look down on us from Thunderfire? Think Thunderfire is easy prey? Want to use our crystal cores to level up or something? You dare pick a fight with just a few against our dozen men? Got some nerve. Ha, but we didn't do anything." "I don't care, you're giving us answers today." Chapter 31, making an example out of them too. Wang Yu frowned slightly, his view blocked by towering shelves, but deep down he knew this was just a scene orchestrated by Lei Hua's people. Yet he played along, shouting loudly, "No trouble allowed in the store, or you'll face the consequences." But the arguing continued, showing no signs of stopping. Pang Jianghai stared intently at Wang Yu, watching how he'd handle the situation. A cunning glint flashed imperceptibly in Wang Yu's eyes as he lowered his head and commanded, "Haizi, go intimidate them. Kill anyone who still causes trouble." Upon hearing this, Haizi didn't hesitate and swiftly left the counter. A smirk curled on Pang Jianghai's stubble-covered lips. Success! In a flash, he appeared behind Wang Yu, his large hand firmly locking Wang Yu in place while pressing a dagger against his throat. The returning blackie let out low growls upon seeing this. "Keep your damn dog still, or you're dead meat," Pang Jianghai roared. All eyes gathered again as murmurs spread through the crowd. "Damn it, looks like the stuff we fancied won't be coming with us. I knew nothing good ever happens when Thunderfire's around. TCH, let those Thunderfire bastards have their way again. What a wasted trip. Too weak to back it up, yet trying to run a shop like the big players. What a letdown." Exactly. If this shop was in East District, it'd get cleaned out in a day. Too many powerful ability users over there. I'm telling you, we should get out of here fast. Once that mad dog Lei who starts biting people randomly, we'll be in big trouble. Everyone from Xiang base also looked disappointed. Now that Lei Hu's people had gotten a taste of the meat, they would never let go. A woman couldn't help muttering, "Thought we'd found a great shop. Turns out the shop owner is completely unreliable. If only we'd brought more people with us, we wouldn't have to return empty-handed like this." Wang Yu lazily stretched and yawned before issuing the command, "Haizi, kill them all." Hearing this, the group was stunned. Haizi slowly turned around, fixing his gaze on the dozen people behind him. At that moment, Pang Jianghai panicked and urgently shouted, "Got a death wish? Tell your mutated beast to stand down." Blackie didn't care what he said, the dog only obeyed its master's commands. In an instant, Blackie transformed into a shadowy streak charging toward the crowd again. "Damn it, fight it with everything we've got. Don't underestimate a D-class. Arg. Die, you bastard." Pang Jianghai watched as his team members fell one by one, cursing furiously, "Fuck it, then you can just die." The dagger in his hand thrust forward. But the next second, he suddenly felt empty-handed. The dagger had vanished into thin air. It's a spatial ability. Pang Jianghai immediately activated his power, throwing a punch directly towards his opponent with a whooshing sound as his fist cut through the air. But just centimeters away from Wang Yu's face, the fist abruptly stopped midair. Pang Jianghai's expression twisted in shock as his face flushed crimson. He clutched his throat desperately, overwhelmed by an intense choking sensation that drained his strength. His body slumped weakly against the counter. We're from Thunderfire base, don't." Wang Yu shrugged. What the hell was Thunderfire base anyway? Even if Jesus himself walked into my shop, he'd have to follow the rules. The dagger appeared in Wang Yu's hand, and with one thrust, he plunged it straight into the man's back. Pang Jianghai, who had fainted from lack of oxygen, suddenly woke up in excruciating pain and began trembling violently. Wang Yu was like a machine, relentlessly repeating the piston-like motion as the blade continually pierced in and out. Pang Jianghai endured nearly 2 minutes of such torture before finally falling still. For a moment, the silence was so deep you could hear a pin drop. A D-level ability user was actually tortured to death without any resistance, and a dozen D-level ability users couldn't even defeat a single black dog? The shop owner's strength is unfathomable, and that black dog is even more so. No wonder they dared to distribute flyers across the entire city, as if afraid people wouldn't know about this place. Wang Yu looked at the corpses scattered across the ground and still issued a bounty, asking everyone to help clean up the bodies and collect the crystal cores from the corpses, but the cores must be deposited into payment cards. First, he couldn't use the crystal cores inside the shop for anything other than business. Second, Blackie also had no interest in low-level cores. Moreover, depositing them into payment cards would earn him a tidy profit. It was an incredibly fortunate opportunity, yet people exchanged hesitant glances, too afraid to step forward. Only the members of Xiang base were overjoyed and eagerly began clearing the corpses. After all, these were the crystal cores of Thunderfire base's people who would dare touch them without sufficient strength. Everyone was struggling to survive as it was, and no one wanted to invite trouble upon themselves. Once the group from Xiang base finished clearing all the corpses, Wang Yu honored his promise by handing them a hefty payment card worth 3,000 crystal coins. Wang Yu was inwardly ecstatic. A single D-grade crystal core was worth 200 coins. When had D-grade ability users become so common? Shopkeeper, my name is Hong Tao, from Xiang base. Our base would like to discuss a business collaboration with your store. Hong Tao spoke as he stuffed the satellite phone into his pocket, clearly having already contacted his superiors. Wang Yu nodded calmly. Go on. Hong Tao respectfully explained, we can't elaborate on the specifics, but our commander-in-chief invites you to our Xiang base for a discussion. We were wondering if you'd be willing to accommodate us. Hearing this, Wang Yu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Besides, with enough crystal coins, it was time for him to step out and see how the apocalyptic world of this life had developed. Let's make it tomorrow. Give me the address. Hong Tao happily pulled out a sheet of white paper, wrote down the address, and handed it over along with a metal tag. This is our base's address, and here's the pass. It grants you free access in and out of the base. Hong Tao and his group quickly left after purchasing a considerable amount of supplies. Members of other factions also exited one after another upon settling their bills, though quite a few remained lounging on the sofas in the rest area, enjoying the air conditioning. Wang Yu had no intention of driving them away. It didn't bother him as long as they didn't cross the line regarding spirit coins. In fact, he remained quite friendly. Before long, a middle-aged man rushed in frantically with a backpack. Comrade shopkeeper, why are there so many vehicles outside? Am I too late? Wang Yu looked up and saw Jiangquan plus 2,000 crystal coins. None taken, none taken. I've saved it for you. With a beaming smile, Wang Yu retrieved the 2-meter-tall security robot from his dimensional space. Seeing this, Jiangquan grew extremely excited. He hastily removed his backpack and began pulling out crystal cores one by one. Wang Yu also wore the gratified expression of an elderly father as he patted Jiangquan's shoulder and said, it's yours now. With that, he ordered Gold Bar to activate the robot. A few seconds later, the security robot emitted a glow and looked at Jiangquan, speaking in a mechanical voice. Hello, master. Please input my name. Jiangquan couldn't help but look at Wang Yu and ask, don't we need to modify any programs or anything like that? Wang Yu shook his head proudly and said, I already entered your information earlier. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Comrade shopkeeper. Jiangquan looked deeply moved as he extended his large hand, gripping Wang Yu's tightly and refusing to let go. This made Wang Yu's expression turn slightly awkward. He thought to himself, oh no, did I just get surrounded by gays? Chapter 32, Security Robot. You shall be called the Terminator. Jiangquan patted the steel plating of the security robot and chuckled. Wang Yu almost couldn't hold back, thinking Brother Jiang was such a simple soul. It was his first time seeing someone call a security guard dressed in a uniform a Terminator. Soon after, Jiangquan bought a fair amount of instant noodles, canned food, and other supplies before taking his leave with the robot in tow. However, Jiangquan's actions had caught the attention of a few observant onlookers. Boss, did you see that? That guy's loaded. He dropped 20 or 30 crystal cores just like that. What's that robot for? So expensive, seems like there's only one in the whole store. Don't you think keeping such valuable goods all to himself is a bit unsafe? There's more of us, wouldn't it be better if we took care of it? Let's follow and check it out. Safekeeping items is our specialty. With that, the group swiftly left the store. The shopkeeper's formidable strength kept them from entertaining any wild ideas, but what was there to fear from an ordinary ability user? Once those goods left the store, they'd be fair game for everyone. Seeing this, Wang Yu didn't bother meddling. Whatever happened outside his shop was no longer his concern. Besides, they'd stored quite a few crystal coins in their payment cards. Having the means to save but not the life to spend it? That brought Wang Yu nothing but benefits, without a single drawback. The more fiercely those outside fought, the more profit he made. Jiangquan had the robot board the off-road vehicle while he stood aside smoking, contemplating where to test the Terminator's strength. At that moment, 7 or 8 people approached from the opposite direction. Seeing this, Jiangquan flicked away his unfinished cigarette, crushed it under his leather boot, and warily unslung the rifle from his back. Instinct told him these men definitely weren't here to borrow a light. One of the tough-looking men sneered at Jiangquan holding the rifle. Who still uses guns these days? Completely fucking useless. Jiang Quan replied with icy composure. What do you want? What could we want? Just saw you're all alone, seems unsafe. We're kind-hearted folk, thought we'd help you out. Just what exactly did you buy from that store a moment ago? Show us brothers something good to appreciate. Hearing this, Jiang Quan immediately understood they were after his Terminator. Not far away, Chulan and his group were approaching the store, with several unfamiliar new faces among their team. What's going on today? There are quite a few vehicles on the road. Didn't you see the flyers on the ground? They're all probably heading to the Doomsday Shop. The merchandise in this store is so miraculous, business must be booming. Liang Shu sighed faintly. Once the shop's location was revealed, the park would undoubtedly attract quite a crowd, and their camp was located so close to the shop besides. He feared he might become a target of envy in the future. Another issue is letting people know about the shop's goods. Soon everyone would have such overpowered equipment. Over time, the gap between ability users would grow wider. The stronger teams would kill more zombies, earn more cores, and buy even stronger and more plentiful items. Look over there. Isn't that the tough guy from yesterday? Zhang Yingjing exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone looked up and saw Jiang Quan surrounded by a group of menacing thugs. Zhang Yingjing urgently shouted to Chulan, a whole team bullying one awakened? How shameless. Let's hurry and help. With that, he stepped forward to intervene. But Chulan stopped him, saying sternly, wait a moment. What are we waiting for? Aren't we supposed to recruit them? Chulan shook her head silently, but her beautiful eyes remained fixed on them. She wanted to see just how capable Jiang Quan really was. Why waste words with him? Just take it by force. It's just one less person in the world anyway. Yeah, I fucking look down on those muscleheads the most. What's the point of getting so jacked? In the apocalypse, superpowers reign supreme. A cold smirk curled at Jiang Quan's lips, perfect timing to test the combat robot's capabilities on you lot. Terminator, kill them all. Several seconds later, the robot remained motionless, still seated in the vehicle without any reaction. Everyone looked at each other, utterly confused. Jiang Quan swallowed hard and shouted again, Terminator, kill these 8 people. But the air remained eerily silent. Is he lost his mind? What's all this shouting about? Terminator my ass? You think you're Connor or something? Jiang Quan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Had the shop owner screwed him over? How could this happen? One of the tough guys clapped his hands and said, we don't have time to play games with you. Hand over the robot and get lost. Boss, that off-roader looks pretty slick. Maybe we should keep that too. A thin-faced young man with sharp features egged them on from the side. Makes sense. Then you can just fuck off now. We'd rather not resort to violence. Jiang Quan furrowed his brows in silence upon hearing this. Without the off-road vehicle, where all their equipment and crystal cores were stored, there was absolutely no way they'd let him take any of it. Wouldn't that mean being sent straight back to square one overnight? And without the off-road vehicle, whether he could safely return home was already a question. At this thought, Jiang Quan suddenly sprang into action, raising his gun to spray bullets while swiftly retreating back to the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. His movements flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath, unsurprising for a former soldier. Yet his opponents were a group of superhumans, whose reflexes were beyond ordinary comparison. An Earth-type ability user immediately erected an earthen wall, blocking the oncoming bullets. A Speed-type ability user not only didn't retreat but charged forward instead, darting through the dense barrage of bullets and swiftly closing in on Jiang Quan. Just as his hand was about to touch Jiang Quan, a nearby robot abruptly moved without warning. As if teleporting, it suddenly appeared in front of the Speed-type ability user, its metal hand firmly gripping the man's arm. Ding, detecting imminent threat to host. Before the man could react, there came a crisp snap. His arm had been crushed outright. Ah, it hurts. It hurts too much. Seeing this, Jiang Quan forced a bitter smile. So you've finally woken up, old man. Then, the robot delivered a heavy punch. Bang! The head of the wailing superhuman exploded instantly, splattering red and white across the ground. It took several seconds before his accomplices snapped out of their shock, hastily scattering in all directions to flee. Mommy! Holy shit! Run! Split up and run! He watched them flee into the distance while the robot remained motionless in place. Jiang Quan had no intention of letting them off so easily and commanded impatiently, what are you standing around for? Kill them all! A mechanical voice rang out from within the robot's body. My primary duty is to protect my master at all times. Hearing this, Jiang Quan had a sudden realization. It was a security robot, not an actual Terminator. No wonder it had ignored his earlier command. It simply wasn't within its programmed parameters. Even if he couldn't order it to attack proactively, having such an intimidating bodyguard wasn't bad at all. At least now he wouldn't have to tread so carefully anymore. Comrade Shopkeeper is indeed still a decent fellow. Chapter 33, Spatial Severance. Witnessing this, Chulan and the others wore expressions of shock. The situation had changed too quickly. How was that guy instantly killed? Liang Shu, did you see how that thing attacked? And no. Chulan stepped forward, and seeing this, the others immediately understood and quickly followed. Jiang Quan was about to leave when he noticed another group walking straight toward him. His expression turned icy. Was this never going to end? But judging by his confident demeanor, he clearly had no fear. With the security robots around, virtually no one could threaten his life. The leader of the group was a young woman who approached directly and cut to the chase with a smile. "Hello, sir. Would you be interested in joining our camp?" Jiang Quan was taken aback for a moment before calmly replying, "I'm not an ability user." Every time other factions extended invitations to him, as soon as he revealed his status as an ordinary person, they would immediately back off, some even looking at him with scornful eyes and hurling insults. Each time this happened, he could only swallow his anger. In this post-apocalyptic world, ordinary people were indeed inferior to ability users. But Chulan teased, "Sir, that's answering a question nobody asked. You've completely missed my point." Hearing this, Jiang Quan looked somewhat puzzled. Not a superhuman? To dare travel alone without supernatural powers, that's hardcore. Zhang Yingjing instantly transformed into an admiring fanboy, gazing at Jiang Quan with worshipful eyes. Seriously badass. If I didn't have powers, I wouldn't dare leave the house alone. It's alright, we've got regular folks in our squad too, and some who just coast along eating and drinking for free. Yeah, wait, what do you mean by that, Schwer? Hearing this, Jiang Quan felt a small surge of gratitude. There were still decent people in this apocalyptic world. After a moment's thought, he agreed to Chu Lan's request. In the apocalypse, sticking together is safer, and these young people aren't particularly cunning. It's good to have mutual support when trouble arises. As night approached, the last batch of customers hurried to leave. Nanjing City at night was fraught with danger. Even the most confident ability users wouldn't venture out lightly after dark. Wang Yu was well aware of this. He closed shop early and lounged comfortably on the large sofa upstairs. Grinning from ear to ear at his crystal coin balance of 9,480, he marveled at how strikingly effective his promotions had been. Gold bars. Upgrade my ability level directly to B rank. Beep, 5,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Upgrade successful. Unlocked skill, Spatial Severance. Wang Yu opened his status panel to verify. Store Manager, Wang Yu. Stamina, 130. Strength, 110. Speed, 95. Ability, Space. Level, low rank B, 0/2000. Shop level, E rank low tier, 0/1500. Crystal coin balance, 4,480. Then he stood up and stretched his limbs, his gaze fixed on Heizi beside his feet. Blackie also seemed to sense something unusual. He raised his head to look at Wang Yu. Why did his master's aura feel stronger than before? Wang Yu's smiling face gave Heizi an ominous premonition. With a focused gaze, Wang Yu instantly activated his ability. Heizi suddenly felt a chill on a patch of his skin. Turning his head, he saw a perfectly square section of his sleek black fur had vanished without warning. The missing patch was as clean as if sliced by a blade. Heizi was instantly dumbfounded, tilting his head with a puzzled look. Wang Yu chuckled and commanded, "Try dodging the attack just now." Heizi nodded his dog head, his eyes turning sharp as he stared intently at Wang Yu, attempting to anticipate his strike. Yet in the very next moment, Heizi lost another patch of fur. You should know that animals have incredibly sharp senses, and mutated beasts are even more so. Yet, Blackie, a B-rank mutated beast, couldn't detect Wang Yu's spatial cuts at all. Again, move around a little. Oh whoa. Gradually pick up the speed, not too fast. Half an hour later, Blackie curled up pitifully in a corner. By then, barely any of his black fur remained intact, and the cuts, since Wang Yu hadn't mastered precise control, were still faintly oozing blood. After half an hour of practice, Wang Yu had gained a fair understanding of spatial cutting. First, it could be activated instantly, as long as his eyes were fast enough. Nothing was beyond cutting. Second, it was effortlessly sharp, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Though uncertain whether it could bypass defenses entirely, he didn't dare test it on Blackie just yet. But judging by the subtle wounds on the creature, tearing through the defenses of a grade B mutant beast wouldn't be an issue. And one more thing. Thinking this, Wang Yu went to the floor-to-ceiling window, opened the glass pane, and fixed his gaze on a crooked neck tree in the distance. In the next moment, the thick tree trunk was cleanly severed, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The range of his vision was the range of spatial severance, and that was its most terrifying aspect. It could silently erase a person from existence at a distance, without a trace. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his head to glance at Heizi, who was sulking nearby. "Stop fucking pretending," he chuckled and scolded. "With your healing ability, you'll be fine in a day. Hurry up and eat. At worst, I'll throw in a few extra chicken drumsticks for you." Hearing this, Heizi immediately scampered over with excited, waggling steps. "What the hell are you all talking about?" Inside a repurposed steel factory, a dark-complexioned middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Several trembling figures stood before him. Everything we said is true. All the special ability users from your base were brutally killed, and their crystal cores were taken by people from Purple Sun base. The middle-aged man's face darkened, his gaze turning vicious. Those people from Xiang base are bound to be wiped out sooner or later, but what's going on with the shop over there? The fighters Peng Jianhai took away were among the few elite members of the base, all with formidable strength. How could they have been completely defenseless? And that mutant beast was even more terrifying, it instantly killed over a dozen D-class ability users. Even if it were us or the boss, we wouldn't stand a chance either. At that moment, one of the ability users who had reported Wang Yu spoke up. Vice Commander Chang, we were the first to bring this matter to your attention. Could there be some kind of reward for that? Hearing this, Chang Yuan grinned amiably and said, of course. Then he turned his head to signal the coldly beautiful female assistant beside him. Xiaoming, take them down and properly entertain these distinguished guests, show them our hospitality. The female assistant immediately understood the implied meaning and stepped forward to guide them. Those few ability users, unaware they were already doomed, let their lustful eyes roam over the female assistant's body. Everyone, please follow me. A few minutes later, the female assistant returned while wiping blood from her hands, clutching a skill scroll. She presented it to Chang Yuan. This is a commodity purchased from the store. Chang Yuan took it and examined it for a while before handing it back to the assistant. Take it to the lab for the doctor to examine. Also, make time to investigate that shop. This is a critical period, we can't afford to make another enemy. If they pay no mind, we'll keep our distance respectfully, but if they refuse to back down despite being in the wrong, then we'll eliminate them at any cost. Chang Ming hastily answered. Chang Yuan looked at his daughter and shrugged helplessly, then we're out of options. If we can't beat them, there's nothing we can do. Chapter 34, Going Out. Early the next morning, after finishing his workout and breakfast, Wang Yu picked up the iron token given by Hong Tao the day before and prepared to head out. He dragged a reluctant Haizi along, locked the shop door, and hung the pre-prepared notice sign on it. Wang Yu crouched down, staring seriously at Haizi. Haizi, once we step out of this door, you must protect me no matter what. Remember, don't stray too far from me. Upon hearing this, Haizi nodded his dog head but couldn't help rolling his eyes. Master, you're already so strong. Do you really need my protection? Looks to me like you just can't be bothered to lift a finger. You should know, if anything happens to me, you might never get to eat chicken legs, beef, or dog food again in your life. Hearing this, Haizi immediately put on a serious and alert expression, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings intently. This must be my master's test for me. How could anyone say he's lazy? Seeing this, Wang Yu massaged his forehead. So, I'm not even as important as food to you? You ungrateful little rascal. Then he stepped out of the small courtyard. It was Wang Yu's first time leaving the shop after the apocalypse. He wandered aimlessly down the desolate street, taking deep breaths of the fresh outside air. Though the air still carried a faint metallic hint of blood, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. If you'd been cooped up in an air-conditioned room for half a month, you'd feel the same way. In late September, Nanjiang City was still gripped by intense summer heat, without a trace of chill in the air. The streets were lined with abandoned vehicles, the houses smeared with bloodstains. Some had shattered windows, others broken doors. Scattered across the ground were piles of bleached bones, decaying zombie corpses, and the hollowed-out shells of energy cores. Overhead, ravens larger than humans circled the sky, occasionally descending to peck at corpses lining the streets. Even Wang Yu, who had long grown accustomed to the apocalypse in his previous life, couldn't help but sigh when facing the end of the world once again. The giant crows stopped feeding and slightly lowered their heads upon seeing Wang Yu and Haizi, seemingly paying homage rather than attacking. Haizi merely cast a glance their way, disdainfully ignoring them with his regal pride. Wang Yu understood this was Haizi's status as the Beast King at work. Only after they had walked further away did the crows finally raise their heads again, exchanging bewildered looks. Why has the Lord's hair become sparse? Wang Yu and Haizi walked in the shade near the houses, avoiding the scorching sun outside. This naturally caught the attention of the survivors, who turned their gazes toward them. Those who knew Wang Yu were slightly surprised. Why would the shopkeeper venture outside? With such comfortable air conditioning inside, why would he subject himself to this heat? As he walked on, the number of zombies in his field of vision gradually increased. Some mindless, low-level zombies, driven solely by their craving for crystal cores and flesh, caught sight of Wang Yu and Haizi. Ignoring the powerful aura the pair emitted, they let out guttural roars and charged toward them. Wang Yu pressed a hand against Haizi's head to stop the eager dog from lunging forward. Just protect me, keep them from getting too close, he signaled. With that, his gaze locked onto the swiftly approaching horde. It was time to familiarize himself with his newly awakened supernatural abilities. In an instant, the sounds of flesh being severed rang out, and the zombies charging at the front rows instantly lost their heads, collapsing lifelessly after stumbling a few steps. Though spatial slicing was fast and efficient, it could only target one enemy at a time. This made it particularly disadvantageous when facing large-scale assaults. Having cleared the zombies in the vicinity, Wang Yu's face showed a hint of exhaustion. He looked at Heisey beside him and said weakly, Heisey, go extract the crystal core from the zombie and bring it to me. Woof woof. Heisey was puzzled but obediently went to search for the crystal core. What's the use of such trashy crystal cores? For the average person, these low-level crystal cores were utterly useless to a Class B ability user, but Wang Yu had a special crystal core to coin exchange mechanism. The shop and ability upgrades are completed using crystal coins, and even the lowest grade crystal cores can be exchanged for them. For someone as frugal, budget-conscious and thrifty as Wang Yu, even the smallest gain is worth taking. Free stuff is free, after all. After all, not every zombie condenses a crystal core. On average, only 1 in every 3 zombies drops one. As Wang Yu leaned against the wall to rest, several figures gradually emerged from around the corner. It was an 8-person team of ability users, all holding flyers from his shop. Seeing the ground littered with corpses each killed with a single strike, they exchanged stunned glances before turning toward the handsome man casually posing against the wall. Did he single-handedly take down all of them? An absolute legend? The leader was a beautiful woman, whose eyes instantly lit up as she stepped forward. But at that moment, Heisey suddenly flashed in front of the group, blocking their path. The woman quickly explained, we mean no harm. Heisey, keep collecting the cores. Wang Yu glanced at the group's stats, they posed absolutely no threat to him. Seeing him speak, the woman mistakenly thought he might be inclined to join their team. With a charming smile, she asked, handsome, are you with a team? Want to join ours? Hearing this, Wang Yu shook his head impassively. Are you really sure? Handsome, even though you're stronger than us, teaming up would let us prioritize leveling you up first. More people means faster progress. No matter how earnestly she pleaded, Wang Yu continued shaking his head in silence, maintaining the aloof demeanor of an unapproachable master. Forget it, Captain. Why would an expert like him need us? We'd just end up being dead weight. Yeah, exactly. As she spoke, a little girl about 10 years old suddenly appeared in the distance, running while frantically looking back at the zombies chasing relentlessly after her. The girl was clearly faster than an ordinary person, likely because she had awakened some kind of supernatural ability. Spotting Wang Yu being the closest, she desperately ran toward him as if he were her lifeline, screaming, save me, help me, please. Heisey glanced up briefly then went back to searching for crystal cores. Just a few insignificant nobodies, perfect fodder for the master to crush. Hearing this, Wang Yu remained unmoved, still leaning against the wall and watching coldly from the sidelines. The girl panicked, suddenly tripped over her own feet, and fell to the ground, her face slightly contorted with pain as if she had sprained her ankle. Oh, it hurts so much. Big brother, please help me. She lay on the ground, one hand clutching her ankle while raising her tearful eyes to Wang Yu with a pitiful expression that could melt anyone's heart. As the zombies drew closer, everyone thought Wang Yu was about to make his move. But Wang Yu remained completely indifferent, even raising the corners of his mouth slightly. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but freeze in place. Seriously? I'm out here fighting for my life, and you're treating this like a comedy show? The others couldn't sit still. The woman took the lead, darting out in a single swift stride. Just before the zombies could pounce, he managed to rescue the girl. Activating his ability, he unleashed a series of razor-sharp wind blades, swiftly dispatching the undead in mere moments. Little sister, are you badly hurt? Xiaolin, come over and help treat her. My ankle seems twisted, it really hurts, woo-woo. The girl threw herself into the woman's arms, unable to hold back her pear-blossom tears, a sight that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. The leading woman frowned at Wang Yu and angrily said, how could you do this? Turning a blind eye to someone in peril, she's just a child. Chapter 35, Wang Yu makes his move. Wang Yu responded nonchalantly, didn't see her. You. The leading woman wore a look of fury, but Wang Yu's dismissive didn't see anything left her strength wasted like a punch thrown into cotton, utterly ineffective. All she could do was let out a cold snort. The rest of the group also eyed Wang Yu with clear dissatisfaction, muttering among themselves in hushed, clamoring voices. He's truly heartless, good thing he never joined us. Not even bothering to come up with a decent excuse, how pathetic. Having the power but refusing to act, such people are nothing but a menace even with their abilities. Wang Yu leisurely let out a yawn, completely unconcerned. After treating the girl, the female ability user named Xiaolin pinched the little girl's cheek and laughed. Where are you from? Did you get separated from your family? Hearing this, the girl lowered her head slightly, showing a sad expression. I got separated from my mom and dad. Where are your parents? We'll take you to them. Really? Thank you, big sister. The girl asked excitedly, then who is your team leader? Xiaolin pointed at the woman. It's the beautiful sister who just saved you, her name is Ringyan. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up. She stood and approached Ringyan, whispering something to her. Ringyan didn't catch it at first, so she crouched down to listen more closely. The girl grinned, her face the picture of innocence as she leaned close to Ringyan's ear and whispered, you're done for. Hearing this, Ringyan froze momentarily, barely registering the words before a chill crept up her neck, followed by a sharp sting. the girl suddenly pulled out a small knife from nowhere, pressing it firmly against Rinyan's neck. The tip had already slightly indented the skin, as if it could pierce through at any moment. At the sight of the scene, everyone present except for Wang Yu froze with expressions of disbelief. Xiaolin was the first to react and quickly said, "Are you in danger? You can tell us what's wrong." "That's right. Are you being threatened by someone? I can help you. Just put the knife down first, it's too dangerous." Seeing them about to step forward, the girl's face darkened as she shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." As she spoke, the knife pressed down a little deeper, and Ranyan's neck began to bleed slightly. At this moment, Ranyan's face was a picture of mixed emotions, her fair skin beaded with fine droplets of sweat, not daring to make the slightest move. With the knife pressed flush against her skin, even if the opponent was a 10-year-old child, killing her would be as easy as pie. Wang Yu, standing nearby, watched the drama unfold without a care, plopping himself down on the hood of an abandoned vehicle with an unmistakably amused expression. "Why? We saved you." Hearing this, the girl sneered, "Haven't you realized yet? I did it on purpose, just wanted an excuse to get close to you." At this moment, Renyan also wore a regretful expression, realizing she shouldn't have let her guard down just because the other party was a child. As expected, in the apocalypse, there are only hunters and prey. Just then, Heizi seemed to sense something, lifting his head warily. Before long, a middle-aged couple appeared in the distance, slowly approaching with iron tools in hand. The woman walked up to the girl, patted her head, and praised with a smile, "Our Xiao Xiao is so capable, another mission accomplished." Clearly, this wasn't the first time they had exploited others' sympathy. The girl smiled sweetly, proudly tilting her chin upward as if it were a badge of honor. The man raised his hammer, eyeing the packs on the crowd before him, and commanded, "If you want your leader to live, hand over all your food." Hearing this, despite their extreme reluctance, the group had no choice but to reluctantly remove their backpacks. "Hurry, throw them over. No tricks. And those mutant cores, I hear they can enhance abilities. Hand those over too." The kidnapped Rinyan gritted her teeth and couldn't help but glance at the onlooking Wang Yu, her eyes silently pleading for help. "He's so powerful, he must have a way to handle this." Wang Yu met her gaze briefly before looking away, surveying the blazing sun outside as he muttered, "The weather's shifting, gotta hurry home to collect the laundry." A hopeful heart finally turned to stone. Wang Yu stored the crystal cores collected by Heizi into his space and prepared to leave. The middle-aged woman noticed Wang Yu trying to slip away and snapped, "Where do you think you're going? Who said you could leave?" Heizi immediately glared at the woman, letting out a warning growl. Frightened, the woman quickly hid behind the man. "Stop, don't you want her to live?" Wang Yu shrugged. "We're not the same kind of people." The man looked at Heizi in surprise. Someone actually kept a dog? Most pets these days either mutated or ended up on the dinner table. After all, in the apocalypse, people were starving who had the luxury of keeping pets? Thinking this, the man swallowed hard, his eyes growing greedy. Dog meat was a rare delicacy, especially such a big one enough to feed them for days. Besides, judging by Black's fierce protectiveness toward his master, this clearly wasn't one of those savage mutated beasts. Just then, the girl nearby poured oil on the fire, saying venomously, "It's all his fault for not lifting a finger earlier. I almost got eaten by zombies because of him." The man's expression turned vicious as he turned to glare at the ability users, commanding, "You lot, go kill him." Hearing this, Wang Yu halted in his tracks, murderous intent radiating from him. The group froze momentarily, exchanging uncertain glances. "What are you waiting for? Move." 7 ability users scared of one man. "Do you want your boss to die or not?" The group hesitated, seeing the opponent's strength clearly displayed before them. If these small fries rushed forward now, wouldn't they get pulverized instantly? But their captain was being held hostage. If they didn't obey, their lives might be forfeit. Ranyan naturally understood this too. Though she wanted to survive, she was now the team's leader. After wrestling internally for a moment, she steeled herself and shouted to her team, "Don't mind me. Kill them all, avenge me." This shout seemed to drain every ounce of strength from his body. The man beside him instantly flew into a rage, slapping Rinyan across the face. "Who told you to speak, you damn bitch?" Before he could finish his words, the man abruptly stopped. The man suddenly widened his eyes, standing motionless on the spot. Seeing this, the wife nearby shook her husband's arm. "Why aren't you saying anything, honey?" "Ah!" Her shaking caused the man's head to topple off. It rolled several times on the ground before stopping, revealing a cleanly severed cut at the base of the neck. Identical to the deaths of the zombies scattered around, everyone couldn't help but glance at Wang Yu, who looked utterly relaxed, and their hearts lifted with joy. The big shot had made his move. The girl's eyes were glazed over in disbelief. Her father, who had been full of life just moments ago, had lost his head in an instant. Feeling the pain in her neck lessen, Ranyan seized the moment while the girl was stunned and swiftly activated her ability. This time, without the slightest hesitation, a wind blade shot straight for the girl's throat. Put! In shock, the girl clutched her neck before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 36 Entering Xiang Base. The middle-aged woman, seeing her husband killed, immediately abandoned her daughter and fled in panic. But how could Wang Yu give her that chance? With a single spatial slash, he ended her life. The attack appeared without a sound, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. What kind of ability is this? Appearing and vanishing like a ghost. Seeing Wang Yu about to leave, the crowd hurriedly followed to express their gratitude. With an air of indifference, Wang Yu bluntly said, "This has nothing to do with you. If he hadn't tried to kill me, I would have left long ago." With that, he turned and left with Hazy in tow. Everyone watched Wang Yu's retreating figure, struck by his incomparable coolness. Rain Yan's expression was complicated. She wanted to step forward and apologize for what had happened earlier, but feared becoming a nuisance. So he knew it was a trap all along. Turns out we were the clowns. Luckily the boss didn't hold it against us, or we wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it. That little brat looks like a porcelain doll, but her heart's as black as can be. This goddamn apocalypse sucks ass. A modified cargo truck sped down the road, mercilessly plowing through abandoned vehicles or zombies blocking its path. Damn, that so-called apocalypse store isn't even open. Wasted our whole trip. What the hell? Can't be helped. We just had bad luck. The higher-ups didn't even check clearly when the place opens and closes. I heard that shop owner is insanely powerful and doesn't fear Thunderfire dogs at all. What do you think? Damn it, how should I know? We can't even see the guy. What's there to think about? At that moment, the man in the driver's seat suddenly pointed at a figure with a dog up ahead. Look, is that a normal person? Since the truck had been modified with the container connected to the cab, everyone crowded over to see. Judging by his walking posture, he's definitely not a zombie. But why is he walking alone on the road? He must be an ability user. Not sure if he belongs to any faction. Maybe we should ask if he wants to join our Xiang base. We're short on superhumans lately. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. But a young man in the passenger seat shook his head with a stern expression and cautioned, "Outside isn't like inside the base. What's more dangerous than mutated beasts or zombies is human nature. Especially lone wolves like him, no attachments, no fallback. Who knows what they might do? Letting him board would be like inviting a wolf into our house. And the space in this vehicle is already cramped enough." Hearing the captain's words, everyone suddenly came to their senses, their hearts still pounding with fear. They had encountered far too many ruthless and deranged people to survive by any means necessary, even if it meant dragging others down with them in death. Drive faster, ignore them. Wang Yu frowned slightly as he glanced at the address in his hand. It was all the way in the Eastern District, so far away. I don't have a car, I can't possibly walk there. Unless I ride the dog? Wang Yu glanced at Hazy and thought, that definitely wouldn't be comfortable. Just then, a truck sped past, and Wang Yu turned his head to look. If only they would come pick a fight. As the truck passed by Wang Yu, Captain Fong'an in the passenger seat happened to glance his way. Suddenly, he stiffened in his seat and shouted, "Stop! Stop now! I know him!" Everyone else couldn't help but sweat mentally. Wasn't this supposed to be someone who acted ruthlessly without consequences? Why would knowing him suddenly make him behave? Wang Yu saw the truck suddenly brake before slowly backing up, and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. The truck's window rolled down slowly, revealing a somewhat familiar face. The man looked visibly excited as he exclaimed, "Wang Yu, is that really Wang Yu? Who are you?" "I'm Fong'an, your high school classmate." Fong'an's reminder made Wang Yu's face light up with sudden comprehension. "Oh, so it's Fong'an. What a coincidence. How have you been lately? Everything alright with the kids and your wife?" Hearing this, Fong'an was momentarily stunned. "I'm in the same grade as you. Where would I have a child from?" "Got it. I knew you wouldn't remember." Wang Yu scratched his cheek and laughed awkwardly. "I'm working at Xiang base now. You know how it is, the apocalypse isn't safe. Gotta find someone powerful to rely on." As he spoke, he pointed at the purple uniform he was wearing. Hearing that he was from the Xiang base, Wang Yu's eyes lit up. "The Xiang base? The one in the Eastern District?" "That's right. I'm actually the captain of an awakened squad there." Noticing that Wang Yu recognized the renowned Xiang base, Fong'an replied with evident pride. Wang Yu smiled faintly and said, "Could you give us a ride to Xiang base? You know, it's not like you can hail a cab in the apocalypse. You want to join our base? That's great. What kind of awakened ability do you have?" Fong'an was pleasantly surprised. "Spatial." Wang Yu answered without hesitation, not bothering to explain his purpose for heading to Xiang base. "Space abilities?" Fong'an was slightly taken aback. Their base had people with spatial abilities too, although their strength was best left unspoken. "Get in the car then." Fong'an added, "Oh, right, Shui Linchong is also at our base, and he holds quite a high position." Shui Linchong? Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, Wang Yu still remembered this utterly ridiculous character, a rich kid who acted like hotshit. He recalled how powerless he used to be back then, constantly strong-armed into doing Shui's homework and helping him cheat on exams. But so many years had passed that he'd long since let it go. As long as Shui didn't provoke him first, he couldn't be bothered to stir up trouble. Who still keeps dogs in the apocalypse? And this one's fur is almost bald, does it have some skin disease? Hearing this, Heisey glared at Fongan. Wang Yu smirked. In these times, raising dogs is better than raising people. That's outside. In our base, it's just like society before the apocalypse, everyone follows the law. After more than half an hour's drive, a massive circular fortress came into view. The site was originally an industrial park, which seemed to have been repurposed. The perimeter featured a nearly 5-meter-high wall topped with barbed wire, while towering watchtowers equipped with flares stood within. The area near the base was piled high with zombie corpses, where numerous ordinary people wearing masks worked under the protection of ability users to clear the bodies. After all, in the scorching heat, corpses decomposed easily and bred bacteria and viruses. Wang Yu was somewhat astonished. Even the scale of the official base in his past life couldn't have been much larger than this. The truck followed a dedicated lane and, after passing inspection at the entrance, drove inside. Upon entering the base, one could immediately see densely packed clusters of large tents sprawled across the periphery, occupying nearly the entire outer area. Countless people bustled about, but they were mostly ordinary civilians, each performing their assigned duties in an orderly and efficient manner. It gives the illusion that one is still living in a civilized society. Such a large population, while posing major challenges for food supply, undeniably constitutes an enormous labor force. Completing such a massive construction project in barely a month owes much to superhuman abilities, but abundant manpower here plays an equally significant role. The truck slowly rolled to a stop in the designated area. Fongan turned to Wang Yu and said, "We'll get off here, we have to walk the rest of the way." Because the base's surface area had 2 defensive lines, they had to pass through another gate before truly reaching the interior. Chapter 37, Old Classmate. The entire base covered a vast area, but Wang Yu knew this was just the tip of the iceberg. Most of the facility's main structure was built underground. The inner perimeter resembled a massive bunker fully roofed with an additional layer of metal plating compared to the outer walls, though still incomplete. Many ability users were still working nearby, fitting large amounts of materials against the high walls. After passing through neatly arranged tents, the group arrived at the inner perimeter surrounding the entrance, where several armed law enforcement officers stood guard. Upon seeing Fongan's uniform, they all raised their right fists in unison and struck their chests. As Fongan handed over the pass for inspection, he explained, "This is our base's unique salute." Afterward, he briefly explained Wang Yu's situation to the enforcement officer. Just as he was about to enter, a nearby enforcement officer stopped him with a strange look in his eyes, pointing at Blackie and saying, "Pet dogs probably aren't allowed inside, right?" To be honest, they had never encountered such a situation before and had no idea how to handle it. After all, what sane person keeps a dog during the apocalypse? Hearing this, Hazy put on a hurt expression. Fongan frowned slightly and said, "The base regulations don't mention it, so it should be fine." The enforcement officer shook his head. "You know the inner perimeter is strictly controlled. If something happens, none of us can explain it away, especially since he's not officially a base member yet." He stared pointedly at Wang Yu's casual homeware. Wang Yu glanced at Fongan beside him, noticing his hesitation, and took the initiative to say, "It's alright, let it wait outside first. I'll go in alone." Then he told Heisey to wait obediently at the entrance. The inner area was worlds apart from the outside. Not only was there electricity, but it was also pleasantly cool. "Let's go, Wang Yu. I'll take you to get registered." Fongan pointed at a notice board and said. At this moment, a woman suddenly rushed anxiously to Fongan's side. "Captain Fong, the higher-ups are calling for your team to brief them immediately." "Wait, let me take my friend too." But Wang Yu cut in first. "You should go ahead. Delaying the mission wouldn't be good. The registration office is right nearby. I can manage by myself." After all, he wasn't here to register anyway, he just wanted to hitch a ride. Fongan gave an apologetic look and quickly left with his team. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu decided to thoroughly explore this Xiang base, all thanks to the information he had disseminated during the early days of the apocalypse. Compared to his past life, everything had changed to some degree. Though these changes didn't affect Wang Yu much, it was still refreshing. After all, he rarely had the chance to travel this far. The inner area seemed more like a service center, with just the first floor housing a mission center, management center, construction center, sanitation center, perimeter security center, and a physiological needs fulfillment center. Physiological Needs Fulfillment Center? Quite the euphemistic name. Wang Yu felt somewhat speechless. He slowly walked toward the nearby elevator, ready to explore the underground sections of the base. The elevator button showed 50 or 60 floors, with most labeled as dormitory levels, while the remaining buttons had no markings at all. This is a common concealment method to prevent outsiders from accessing classified floor information. However, your approach isn't very welcoming for someone like me who's come unannounced to discuss business. Where is the base commander's office located? Wang Yu casually went to the first floor to try his luck, stepping out of the elevator only to find that the place looked like an office. Many employees turned to glance at him, their eyes lingering on Wang Yu, whose presence seemed entirely out of place here. "Where's your base commander's office? I need to speak with him," Wang Yu asked. At his words, the crowd froze in stunned silence, eyeing his casual loungewear with utter bewilderment. "Is this guy a spy? What kind of spy would be this brazen? Who are you? This is no place for you. Where did this brat come from? Security. Where's security?" Wang Yu, who had intended to leave, turned his head at the sound of his name. Before him stood a flashily dressed young man accompanied by a heavily made-up female secretary. Wang Yu glanced up and recognized the man, none other than his former bullying nemesis, Xue Linchong. Wang Yu acted as if he hadn't seen him, turning his head to head back toward the elevator. "Hey, stop right there. Can't you fucking hear someone talking to you?" Xue Linchong said with clear dissatisfaction. Wang Yu feigned surprise. "Huh? What's the matter?" Hearing this, Xue Linchong's face darkened. "Has it only been a few years since you've grown some backbone? How dare you ignore me? Fangyan just told me, heard you're a newly awakened ability user, and of the trashiest spatial type ability at that. He asked me to take care of you. Your attitude makes this quite difficult for me, you know?" His words dripped with sarcasm. The female secretary at his side chimed in, "Exactly. Do you even know who you're talking to? Brother Chong here is the deputy director of the management department. One word from him could get trash-tier ability users like you kicked out." Wang Yu stared at the two of them and suddenly asked, "You're siblings, right? Is your father surnamed Wang?" Everyone was caught off guard by Wang Yu's abrupt question. Xue Linchong and the female secretary were also startled. "My father's surname is definitely Xue. No, my father's surname is Zhu." Wang Yu shook his head and said with a serious expression, "No, both your dads are surnamed Wang, the eighth in his family lineage. One day, old eighth Wang farted out 2 eggs from his behind, and that's how you two were born." The two men froze momentarily, not quite grasping the meaning. But some employees nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Look who's here, the little bastard." Hearing this, the two finally realized what was happening and immediately flushed with rage. Xue Linchong's veins bulged on his forehead as he stepped forward to teach this worthless piece of trash a lesson. He strode directly up to Wang Yu, locked eyes with him, and growled through clenched teeth, "Get on your knees now and lick my shoes clean, and I'll spare your life." At that moment, an elderly man in janitorial clothing kindly advised, "Young man, don't be reckless. Just apologize now, you're still young. Yeah, don't overestimate yourself. Our deputy director will forgive you. Everyone has their reckless moments, but losing your life just to show off, that's not worth it." Wang Yu turned a deaf ear to these well-intentioned warnings. With an unchanged expression and not a trace of fear, he coldly spat out a single word to Xue Linchong, "Scram." Before she could finish, "You're fucking asking for death." Xue Linchong immediately swung a fierce punch straight toward Wang Yu's face, the force behind it clearly intended to be lethal. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Civilization had long since collapsed, and the loss of one dispensable superhuman meant nothing now. Even in the strictly regimented Xiang base, things could never be the same as before the apocalypse. "Ah!" A scream rang out as expected. Everyone froze in shock because the scream came from their usually hot-tempered deputy director. Chapter 38, Disappearance. Xue Lini was now desperately clutching his severed arm, sweating profusely from the pain. Everyone stared at the bloody arm on the ground, momentarily stunned into silence. The severed part of his arm was remarkably smooth, a testament to the flawless blade work. The crowd wore blank expressions as they immediately looked around, wondering who could have carried out such a satisfying act. It couldn't possibly be someone as useless as Wang Yu. Is there actually a master among us? Finally, their gazes locked onto the nearest old janitor. Could it be you? I knew there was more to you. Keeping your skills hidden, huh? I always wondered how an old man could clean toilets so fast. Turns out you've got something special. Indeed, last time when the toilet was clogged, he just gave it a little pull with his small hands and it was unblocked. Playing the fool to eat the tiger, you old geezer are pretty good at this. Indeed, true masters are never ostentatious. Seeing things going south, the old man was already sweating bullets and hurriedly denied, "What are you guys doing? I haven't done anything. Is this how you play the flattery game? If you dare praise me like this, I'm gonna get killed. Are you buttering me up or dumping shit on my head? Since when is unclogging toilets the same as killing people? Kid can't tell right from wrong and now he's pressuring me?" Seeing how the old man nearly pissed himself, clearly not lying, the crowd shifted their suspicion. Could it be him? Xue Linchong was equally baffled until he caught Wang Yu's mocking grin, then it all clicked. It was you, wasn't it? Wang Yu smiled. Guess. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the female secretary took advantage of everyone's distraction to flee in panic. Xue Linchong was completely rattled, yet still found it hard to believe, could this really have been done by a worthless ability user? So he gritted his teeth, swung his other arm, and smashed it fiercely toward Wang Yu once more. It was the same familiar outcome. Another severed arm now lay on the ground. And yet, none of the spectators could even see how Wang Yu had struck. Shui Linchong broke into a cold sweat, nearly passing out from the pain, his face filled with disbelief as he stared at his two severed arms. Why? Why? A few seconds later, he suddenly looked up at Wang Yu before him, his face filled with terror. It must have been you. You're a dual-element ability user. Then, turning to the bystanders who were eagerly watching the spectacle, he roared commandingly, "What are you staring at? Kill this murderer!" Hearing this, the crowd fell into silent reluctance. No one was willing to step forward. First, Wang Yu's supernatural ability was too bizarre. A moment of carelessness could lead to Shui Linchong's fate. After all, a superhuman without arms to wield their power was no different from garbage. Second, Shui Linchong's erratic temper and frequent abuse of subordinates had earned him no loyalty. Some even prayed for Wang Yu to swiftly eliminate such a scourge. With no help in sight, despair flooded Shui Linchong's heart. As he met Wang Yu's gaze, eyes locked onto him as if observing a corpse, the realization of his doom settled in. You can't kill me. My father is the minister here. Kill me and you won't live long. Moreover, if you murder someone here, the base commander won't let you off either. He's a powerful C-rank supernatural ability user. Spare my life, I beg you to spare my life. I was wrong before, and I'm wrong now too. Don't kill me. The elderly cleaner nearby advised again, young man, stop now. Killing him would make you accountable. No matter how strong you are, you're no match against the entire base. I totally get being young and reckless, but think about your life, you've got such a long road ahead. You're still young, and acting on impulse will only ruin your future. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, his face serious as he said, "You're absolutely right. Damn right. Back in the day, old Wu here was a fairly well-known life coach. I've talked plenty of young folks back from the edge." Put. A sound of flesh being sliced rang out. Shui Linchong's head thudded to the ground. The scene suddenly fell silent, you could hear a pin drop in the air. But today, I'm determined to kill him. The old man was also stunned for a few seconds. Grabbing his cleaning supplies, he turned to leave by the elevator. The crowd quickly caught on. Holy shit, this old bastard's trying to wash his hands of this. Staying at the scene any longer would definitely bring questioning from the higher-ups. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed suit, desperate to flee the scene. At that moment, the elevator doors abruptly swung open, revealing a group of ability users clad in distinctive uniforms. Leading them was a middle-aged man, accompanied by Shui Linchong's personal secretary. The two groups stared at each other in silence, the air thick with awkward tension. The old man was the first to snap out of it, blurting urgently, "Murder! Minister Shui, there's been a murder, I was just about to report it." Everyone looked at the old geezer, silently giving him a thumbs up in their minds. "You're unbeatable, kid." Shui Jian's face darkened. Without replying, he roughly pushed aside the crowd blocking the elevator doors and marched inside with his arms squat in tow. Just moments ago, his secretary had urgently informed him that his son was in danger. Immediately, he dropped everything to rush over. Having lost his wife early, his son was his only family, and he doted on the boy excessively. He absolutely wouldn't tolerate any harm coming to him. Upon entering, he saw Wang Yu holding a blood-stained crystal core. On the ground lay a corpse and that all-too-familiar severed head. Witnessing this, Shui Jian's pupils contracted violently, his mind completely blank as he stood frozen in speechless shock. The several superpowered guards he had brought immediately surrounded Wang Yu upon seeing this scene. "Who are you?" Before Wang Yu could explain, Shui Jian let out a hysterical roar, "Kill him!" Hearing this, they hesitated for a few seconds before unleashing their special abilities in unison. In an instant, projectiles came flying from all directions, fireballs, rocks, steel spikes, electric shocks, and even a psychic attack. Normally, people couldn't perceive the trajectory of a psychic attack, but fortunately, Wang Yu had the system's prompts. These were all basic psychic abilities, after all. Ordinary people didn't have cheats to exploit, so their grasp of psychic powers remained superficial. Wang Yu welcomed them all, storing every incoming projectile within his sight, including even the psychic attack, into his dimensional space. But without unlocking spatial perception, he still couldn't store flying objects from blind spots behind him into his space. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and swiftly threw out a special earth element scroll behind him, instantly erecting a tall isolating earthen wall. The projectiles hitting the wall from behind merely scraped off a layer of dust without shaking the seemingly thin barrier. Truthfully, even if he'd allowed those rear attacks to hit him directly, they wouldn't have killed him anyway. After all, Wang Yu, the king of survivalists, was wearing clothes with extremely high defensive attributes inside. Everyone watched as their attacks disappeared into thin air and an earthen wall materialized out of nowhere, completely baffled. Shui Jian wasn't an ability user either, and was utterly confused, but the hatred from losing his son flooded his mind, making him disregard this bizarre scene. "What are you all doing? Kill him already! Useless trash!" Chapter 39, Distinguished Guest Wang Yu. The ability users still refused to believe it and launched another attack. The few people separated by the earthen wall also circled to Wang Yu's front, but this exposed all their attacks in plain sight. As the speeding projectiles came hurtling toward him, A smirk played on Wang Yu's lips. He wasn't in any hurry to kill them, as he wanted to gather more of their airborne attacks into his spatial storage for unforeseen needs. After several rounds of attacks, Wang Yu remained completely unscathed. This left everyone questioning reality, as all their assaults vanished without trace like stones sinking into the ocean. Meanwhile, their physical stamina was beginning to wane. At this moment, the female secretary beside them seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted, "He's a spatial type ability user. Projectiles are useless against him." Hearing this, everyone broke out in cold sweat. "Couldn't you have said that earlier? We've been clowning around here like fools." Unfortunately, there wasn't a single physical type ability user among the group. "Damn it, rush him hand to hand." Shui Jian was already furious with these idiots by now. Only then did the crowd realize there were over a dozen of them. Why fear a useless spatial awakener? Let's get him. Taste my heavens descending dragon strike. The crowd surged forward, only for Wang Yu to inexplicably produce a rifle from somewhere. Instantly freezing them in their tracks, their feet seemingly rooted to the ground. While their supernatural abilities could block bullets, their mortal flesh couldn't. Charging barehanded would be suicide. Everyone remained frozen in place, exchanging uneasy glances as the standoff began. Seeing this, Wang Yu rolled his eyes and feigned a weak, exhausted appearance. "Look, he's holding off our attacks alone. He must have spent enormous energy. I bet he's at his breaking point now. Everyone push harder. He can't outlast all of us." Convinced by this reasoning, the crowd gritted their teeth and launched another assault. Watching yet another round of gifts being delivered, a faint, unnoticed smile flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Indeed, this world was never short of geniuses. A few minutes later, everyone was panting heavily, their supernatural energies completely drained to the last drop. Yet Wang Yu still maintained his feeble demeanor. Seeing this, he suddenly dropped the act, his expression turning ice cold. "Alright, you've outlived your usefulness. Time to die." Hearing this, the awakened ones watching Wang Yu return to full vigor nearly coughed up blood in frustration. But they no longer had the strength to fight back, they couldn't even flee. Observing from the side, Shui Jian couldn't help but gasp in shock. These were supposed to be elite awakened warriors guarding the inner perimeter. Yet against this man before them, they were utterly powerless. By now, Shui Jian had gradually calmed down, but upon seeing Wang Yu's unbelievable abilities, he decided to sneak away quietly. However, Wang Yu hurled an ice spike without warning, piercing straight through Shui Jian's thigh before he could react. "Ah, my leg." Just then, the nearby elevator doors slid open, revealing a tall, curvaceous young woman with an alluring yet ice-cold beauty. Seeing the woman, Shui Jian seemed to have spotted a lifeline, crawling desperately toward her with all his might. "Deputy Commander Ling, murder. Someone killed my son." Ling Xuelian paid no attention, striding past Shui Jian without a glance. Then she cast a glance at the gruesomely slain Shui Linchong, her expression remaining unchanged. She walked up to Wang Yu and asked with a smile, "Hello, I'm Ling Xuelian, the deputy commander of Xiang Base. May I ask what happened here?" Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the low-level C-rank ability user before him, his tone playful. "Being so polite? Why not just demand an explanation directly?" "Not at all, not at all. Mr. Wang is an honored guest of our base. Failing to greet you promptly was already our mistake. How could we dare to make demands? Besides, I'm certain Mr. Wang isn't the type to kill indiscriminately. There must be a valid reason for this." Seeing the normally cold and ruthless adjutant acting so courteously, everyone present wore expressions of astonishment. Honored guest? Recalling their earlier attack on Wang Yu, they couldn't help feeling a twinge of unease. Noticing Ling Xuelian's amiable demeanor, Wang Yu smiled and began explaining the whole situation. "Actually, the situation was like this. I originally came all this way to do business with you all, but that bastard Shui Linchong not only verbally insulted me, but also tried to kill me. I had no choice but to act in self-defense to protect myself." Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances except Ling Xuelian, who remained smiling as ever. "Self-defense? Is this self-defense in the apocalypse? Moments ago we were facing life and death, yet now it feels like you're the victim." In the end, after barely surviving Shui Linchong's onslaught, defeating the junior only summoned his elders, who brought along a group of ferocious thugs. "And before I could even begin defending myself, here you showed up." With meaningful intent in his gaze, Wang Yu looked at Ling Xuelian, noticing her hesitation. Shui Jianzhang hobbled over on his crippled leg, nearly spitting out blood in anger upon hearing Wang Yu's words. "Deputy Ling, quickly kill this intruder, for my son, for justice for our base." Then, with venom in his eyes, he glared at Wang Yu, "Preferably tie him up and torture him to death." Ling Xuelian sighed faintly and commanded the people nearby, "A few of you, throw him out to feed the zombies." "A few people aren't enough. His abilities." Her voice suddenly trailed off because Ling Xuelian's finger was now pointing at Shui Jian himself. Shui Jian was instantly dumbfounded. Why? He's the one who killed people. Ling Xuelian's gaze was icy. Your son attempted murder, he deserved death. And you've disrespected an honored guest of our base. Wang Yu grinned as he looked at the female assistant huddled in the corner. And that woman over there, she nearly beat me to death. Throw them all out. Hearing this, everyone hurried forward, terrified they'd be the next victim. Ah, no, I was wrong. I don't want to go. I don't want to be eaten. Why? My contributions to the base don't even compare to his? Damn you all. Even as a ghost I won't, MMMPH. The old janitor stepped forward to finish the job, stuffing Xuejian's mouth with a toilet brush. Ling Xuelian's eyes were filled with helplessness. The shop owner isn't someone our base can afford to provoke, especially since we're about to do business together. You've only got yourselves to blame for picking the wrong target. As the commotion ended, Ling Xuelian gestured invitingly to Wang Yu and said with a smile, Sir, please follow me. Our commander-in-chief has been expecting you for quite some time. Wang Yu smiled and strode toward the elevator. Led by Ling Xuelian, Wang Yu arrived at the second-to-last floor, entering an office. At the desk sat a slender middle-aged man with resolute features and piercing eyes. Upon seeing Wang Yu, he merely stood up as a gesture of respect, his gaze as calm as stagnant water. Wang Yu expressionlessly walked over and sat in the chair before him. At this stage, no matter how capable one was, they couldn't exceed a Class C superhuman. No matter how deep the scheme, what is there to fear? Chapter 40, The Big Deal. Ling Xuelian instinctively stood next to the middle-aged man. Only after seeing Wang Yu take his seat did the middle-aged man slowly sit down and speak in a hoarse voice. Hello, I'm Jiang Zhang, General Commander of Xiang Base. How should I address you? Just call me the shopkeeper. Very well, Mr. Shopkeeper. My subordinates were previously rude. As the base's commander-in-chief, I take responsibility for failing to properly manage them. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively to indicate it was nothing. He then directly produced a price list from his storage space, along with an exchange rate chart for crystal cores and crystal coins. Throwing it in front of Jiang Zhang, Wang Yu got straight to the point. What do you want? How much? No discounts for bulk purchases. Neither of them expected Wang Yu to be so direct, and they were somewhat surprised. Jiang Zhang picked up the two sheets in front of him and examined them carefully. The sheets provided detailed descriptions and prices for each item in the shop. Ling Xuelian sidled up beside him. Both of them were deeply intrigued. Wang Yu didn't rush them either, casually taking out a cigarette and lighting it up. The two men discussed for quite a while with calculators before finally reaching a decision. Jiang Zhang said with a serious expression, Apologies for making you wait. May I ask if your store has sufficient stock? Hong Tao and his group had previously brought back plenty of goods, all of which they'd confirmed were absolutely acceptable in quality. But apparently, the shop wasn't very large. Whether it could meet their needs remained unclear. Quantity isn't an issue. We've got as much as you need. Right away, Wang Yu answered without hesitation. As long as you have crystal cores, you can stock up on anything from the system store. Seeing Wang Yu's resolute expression, Jiang Zhang nodded in agreement. We'd like to place an order: 100 Type 95 rifles, 600 boxes of 5.8mm ammunition, totaling 30,000 rounds. That comes to 18,000 crystal coins altogether. Hearing this, Wang Yu's mind raced through the calculations instantly. A single Type 95 rifle had a wholesale cost of 30 crystal coins in the system shop, while each box of ammunition cost 2.5 crystal coins. The total wholesale cost for all the ammunition would be 4,500 crystal coins, leaving him with a net profit of 13,500 crystal coins. Wang Yu forcibly suppressed his inner joy and said calmly, Fine. Come to the store entrance tomorrow to pick up the goods, payment upon delivery. After treating Heisei to an extra meal yesterday, his current crystal coin balance was only 4,460. Though he'd collected numerous crystal cores along the way, the exchange machine was inside the store, making it impossible to directly convert the cores into crystal coins. Ling Xuelian's delight was written all over her face, and even the seasoned Jiang Zheng couldn't help but light up. The speed far exceeded their expectations. Xiao Ling, go draft a contract. No need. Contracts have no legal validity anymore. A verbal agreement among everyone will suffice. Wang Yu wasn't worried they'd go back on their word unless they wanted to pay with the entire base's mutant crystal cores as compensation. Though his words sounded perfectly reasonable, the look in Wang Yu's eyes sent chills down their spines. Jiang Zheng hesitated briefly. Mr. Shopkeeper, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if... Speak. Wang Yu neither agreed nor refused. Jiang Zheng sighed faintly. The problem is with so many goods, we're worried they might attract unwanted attention during transport, and our manpower is limited. Jiang Zheng's concerns were well-founded. The Eastern District indeed had numerous factions, with its crisscrossing streets making it easy for others to intercept shipments. But apparently, this had nothing to do with Wang Yu. Just as he was about to refuse, Jiang Zheng opposite him swiftly raised a finger. I'll pay an extra 1,000 crystal coins. Ha, then there's no problem. Wang Yu smiled and said, no big deal. Just send Heisei on a trip tomorrow to buy a few more drumsticks with that money. With the matter settled, Wang Yu prepared to leave. Although Jiang Zhang wanted to invite Wang Yu to stay for a meal, he had no interest in simple fare and firmly declined. Jiang Zhang didn't force him to stay either, learning that Wang Yu had come all this way by hitchhiking. So he had Ling Xuelian drive Wang Yu back. Vice Commander Ling, there's something I've never quite understood. Ling Xuelian smiled brightly. Go ahead, I'll answer whatever I can. Wang Yu asked with great interest, given Xiang base has to feed so many people, food can't be a small issue. Hearing this, Ling Xuelian couldn't help but hesitate a little, as this involved the base's classified information. After a pause, she explained slowly, actually, our base has a secret cultivation chamber where most people rely on the rice grown inside for survival. Wang Yu seemed skeptical. Can rice grown on just one level really feed so many people? It's a mutated rice variety, not only exceptionally resilient but also matures at an incredible speed, taking no more than 2 hours per harvest cycle. However, you must regularly throw crystal cores or fertilizer into the water to maintain nutrient levels, otherwise the maturation rate slows down significantly. While this rice alone won't allow people to live comfortably, at the very least it ensures their survival. This rice cultivation is the foundation of our base. Percent. After listening, Wang Yu was somewhat shocked. I thought it was going to be like those protein blocks made from corpses in the previous life. It seems that some mutated creatures are evolving in ways beneficial to humanity. However, with this mutated rice capable of infinite and rapid production of staple food, once exposed, it would inevitably trigger frenzied competition among various factions. No matter how powerful you are, this remains the same. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I might leak it? This won't benefit you, and I believe the shopkeeper isn't that kind of person. At the inner iron gate, Haizi lay obediently on the ground. Just then, 3 children under 10 years old walked straight ahead. Hey Tej, look, there's still a dog here, and it's huge. Damn, that's crazy. My dad said there weren't any left. Let's go check it out. The guards nearby didn't drive it away either, it was just a dog, and who knew when it might end up on the dining table someday. Besides, the commander-in-chief was known to be particularly protective of these vulnerable groups. Iron brother, look at this dog, it's so ugly, its fur is all gone. Does it have some disease? Mom says we should stay away from dogs like this. Haizi stood up and glared at them, letting out a warning growl. However, newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. The 3 children advanced instead of retreating. One child slapped Haizi on the head. Though it didn't cause much harm, the insult was severe. Another even grabbed and pulled at Haizi's already sparse fur. What are you looking at? Don't look, bad dog. Haizi bared its teeth, but seeing its master's earlier demeanor appearing to hold no hostility toward the place, it didn't dare do anything unnecessary. So, with one swift motion, it knocked all 3 children to the ground, teaching them a lesson. Wah! Mommy! The 3 children yelped in pain and ran away crying. Soon enough, several middle-aged men and women came storming over with the 3 brats in tow, clutching metal tools in their hands. Mom, that's the one. It bit me. Kill it quick. We almost died back there. Wah wah wah. Chapter 41, Shopkeeper Wang Yu? Hearing this, the middle-aged men's eyes burned with fervor as they fixed their gaze intently on Haizi, unable to help but swallow their saliva. It had been so long since they'd tasted anything fresh. These outsiders usually don't earn much, only managing to make ends meet by doing odd jobs with meager profits. The base only distributes the most basic food supplies, hardly any grease to speak of, let alone meat. Though for ordinary people, life here is already far better than outside, where they'd constantly fear for their lives and never knew where their next meal would come from. But human nature is a bottomless pit. No matter how much you pour into it, it will never be satisfied. A man looked toward the guards nearby, seeking an explanation. But the guards didn't know how to handle it either, simply throwing out the line, "This has nothing to do with us." Hearing this, the middle-aged men's eyes immediately lit up. As if they had conspired beforehand, the 3 children began chanting in unison, "Eat dog meat! Eat dog meat!" Several middle-aged men exchanged glances, then fixed their eyes on the black dog on the ground. Catch it! Though Blackie's gaze was fierce, he didn't dare act rashly. With a flash, he vanished from the spot. Damn! That was fast. Where'd the dog go? Over there, that's our meat, don't let it get away. But restrained by Wang Yu's order, Haizi didn't dare stray too far from the inner gate, forced to keep shifting positions instead. Being a dog is tough. For a moment, chaos erupted near the entrance as others gathered to watch the spectacle. Several middle-aged men and 3 children, covered in dust, chased after a black dog. Kill them! A faint and emotionless voice reached Kuriko's ears. The long-suppressed anger in Haizi suddenly surged as he wheeled around, glaring at the panting middle-aged men. A sudden surge of killing intent filled the air, making the middle-aged men's hairs stand on end. They involuntarily halted in their tracks. Only their child, oblivious to the danger, came running forward. Can't run anymore, huh? Just wait to die. The next second, that foolhardy leader was pounced on by Blackie, followed by a gruesome bloodbath. The 2 children beside him had never witnessed such a scene before and instantly wet themselves with fear, frozen in place without a clue what to do. Though my parents' shouts echoed in my ears, my legs simply refused to obey. Ah! Blackie showed no mercy either, one chicken neck at a time, sending them off to meet their ancestors. Bro! Damn bastard! I'll fucking kill you! 3 middle-aged men charged forward like madmen, and Heisey didn't hold back, taking them all on. For a moment, the 100 or so spectators fell utterly silent, while the remaining 3 middle-aged women wore expressions of terror and worse, despair. Their children were gone, the breadwinners of their families lost. It was only then that the guards at the entrance snapped back to reality and prepared to counterattack. Everyone, stop! Ling Xuelian suddenly appeared on the scene, looking exasperated, with a smiling young man standing beside her. Seeing the deputy commander of the base, the 3 desperate women scurried over on their hands and knees, begging tearfully, "Deputy Ling, quick, kill it. It killed my son and husband. And we were the ones who spotted this dog first. If we kill it, the spoil should belong to us." Yeah. Hearing this, Ling Xuelian remained expressionless. "Your husbands and children brought this torment upon themselves. It has nothing to do with the dogs." The 3 women froze in shock. "What do you mean? It killed our men and children, and it's still our fault? Your base failed in its duty to protect us, and now you're blaming us? If the daily rations allocated by the base weren't so meager, why would we even think of eating dog meat?" Watching the 3 women's tones grow increasingly self-righteous, Ling Xuelian's expression gradually turned icy. Did they really think we were their public servants? Throw them out to feed the zombies. Hearing this, the 2 guards behind exchanged glances before reluctantly stepping forward, each grabbing one of them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they slowly dragged the women toward the gate, completely ignoring their hysterical screams. "Ling Xuelian, what are you doing? I demand to see the commander. By what right are you expelling us? You'll die a miserable death. Everyone come see, we're treated worse than dogs here. From now on we'll..." "No, I won't go out there. I don't want to die. Save me." Ling Xuelian surveyed the crowd with a stern expression. "Let me remind you all, our shelter's acceptance of ordinary survivors isn't an obligation. Anyone who can't follow the rules, the gate's right there. Leave if you want. There are plenty waiting to take your spot. Next time anyone causes trouble, they'll end up just like them." With that, his expression instantly switched as he turned to Wang Yu and said apologetically, "My apologies, our base members lacked discipline." Wang Yu patted Heisey's head and waved dismissively. Arriving at the parking lot, Fang An had already been waiting for some time and saluted Ling Xuelian. She was somewhat surprised to see Wang Yu by her side. "Wang Yu, why are you out here again? Did you register?" Wang Yu chuckled wryly and shook his head. "Register? No way, this place isn't as comfortable as my own setup." Hearing this, Fang An wore a regretful expression while secretly guessing that the base must not accept spatial ability users. "I should have gone with them. As the squad leader, I could have used my authority a bit to keep one person behind. That wouldn't have been a problem. But with Deputy Ling present, he didn't dare say anything more. So he patted Wang Yu's shoulder apologetically. "Let me walk you back. We're heading the same way anyway." Then he turned to Ling Xuelian. "Deputy Ling, when is that shopkeeper legend coming? Would be good to get acquainted with the boss before picking up supplies tomorrow." "It's already here." "Ha? It's already here?" Fang An froze momentarily, first scanning his surroundings, then sweeping his gaze past Wang Yu before finally locking eyes with Heisey with an expression of utter disbelief. "Could it be, you're the shop owner? My apologies for my earlier rudeness." Wang Yu's face darkened. Was this thing really more likely than me? Ling Xuelian barely suppressed her laughter and kicked Fang An. "Your brain's full of crap. It's obviously this guy right in front of you." Fang An's expression turned even more incredulous. "Holy shit, it really is you, Wang Yu? You've been playing dumb to screw with me?" Fang An was utterly shocked. He never expected Wang Yu to have such a formidable background. Truth be told, bringing him to Xiang base had been partly to show off. To let his former classmates know how well he's doing now. Who would have thought he'd end up looking like a total clown? As for that black dog, it must have been the one that instantly slaughtered a dozen or so ability users. The thought of his earlier rash words sent a chill down Fang An's spine. Seeing that it was getting late, Ling Xuelian urged, "Hurry up, let's go." "Got it, cousin," he replied. As dusk approached, a modified sedan made its way along the lake to the waterfront park. Wang Yu and Heisey finally returned to the shop, only to find the wooden gate of the courtyard half open, with clear footprints trampling the grass at the entrance. It seemed quite a few people had come by, but they left disappointed after seeing the "out for business" sign. After all, those who had bought their desired items yesterday had undoubtedly become a force of advertisement, spreading word of this place to many more. I should go out less often. Chapter 42, The Ferocious Mutant Beast. After dinner, Wang Yu went to the cashier counter and placed today's harvest of crystal cores into the exchange machine, 10 F-grade cores and 5 E-grade cores, totaling 900 crystal coins. Wang Yu checked his account balance of 5,360 crystal coins. Opening the system store, I purchased the goods from Xiang base, spending 4,500 crystal coins, and then stored them in my space. After taking a shower, I lounged on the large sofa on the second floor, watching shows as usual until I felt drowsy, then went back to bed to sleep. Life was just this simple and unadorned. Early the next morning, heavy rain poured down, the drops crashing against the second floor windows without making a sound. Wang Yu and Hei Zi came down to the first floor for breakfast. Through the glass, the small courtyard outside was packed with people, some holding umbrellas, others braving the rain, all straining their eyes to peer inside. The moment they spotted Wang Yu, the crowd immediately stirred with restless energy. But as Wang Yu noticed the mud on everyone's shoes, a wave of disgust washed over him. Were these people refugees or something? Suddenly, he didn't want to let them dirty his floor. So Wang Yu summoned the robot Freya before leisurely opening the glass door. Clean floors were instantly marked with black footprints streaked with blood. The store's atmosphere grew noisy and chaotic. Boss, there are no surveillance cameras here, and he can't see these blind spots. I think we could. You fucking crazy? If you wanna die, don't drag me into this. That shopkeeper might smile all day long, but he's a goddamn grinning tiger. And he's crazy strong, kills people as easily as slaughtering chickens. I bet he's at least a grade C ability user. And that black dog, you think it's some lucky mascot? That's a fucking savage mutant beast. If it catches you stealing, you might as well wait for your dead grandma to come collect your corpse. Holy shit, that intense? For real? Damn it, what good would lying to you do us? Sitting behind the checkout counter, Wang Yu saw through everything and couldn't help nodding secretly in agreement. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Mutant beasts are truly terrifying. They can instantly kill low-level superpower users with a single strike. The mutants in the urban areas are relatively tame. It's the wild ones that are truly ferocious beasts, charging at anything that smells like meat. You guys don't know yet, but a few days ago the official military forces entered the city. Rumor has it they're planning to set up camp around here soon. Ha, what's that got to do with us? What are they gonna use to control us now? A few crappy guns. You idiot, the government's been quietly consolidating for over a month. They're definitely powerful. Plenty of supernatural ability users have joined them recently. That's not the main issue. The real problem is the military was driven into the city. The mutated beasts out there are too savage, the troops couldn't hold them off. They've been fighting a retreating battle, and a bunch of those monsters have already slipped into the urban areas. Damn it, what a disaster. Hearing this, Wang Yu slightly furrowed his brows. According to his memories from his past life, no matter how powerful other factions became, the authorities were always the most feared existence among all forces. The threat of the authorities lay not only in the strength of their awakened elites but also in the devastating power of their heavy firepower. No matter how strong your awakened abilities were, you were still flesh and blood. A single missile strike would send you straight to the afterlife as long as you remained a carbon-based life form. Although I have this special system mechanism, larger destructive weapons like artillery shells could pose a significant threat if I need to venture out in the future. I wonder if my space deflection ability can intercept missiles. Never tried it before, and Wang Yu certainly isn't willing to risk his life to find out. In any case, I must quickly max out my special abilities and unlock space teleportation. With the 4 great spatial divine skills at hand, there are very few things in this world that could pose a threat to me. To earn crystal coins faster, the shop level shouldn't be neglected either. Only by unlocking more products can we better enhance the shop's appeal. As for wild beasts or whatever, with Heizi around, there's no need for me to lift a finger. Wang Yu opened his personal information panel. Store Manager, Wang Yu. Ability, Space. Ability level, B rank low tier, 0/2000. Shop level, E rank low tier, 0/1500. Crystal coin balance, 860. How many crystal coins does it take to upgrade an ability to A grade? 10,000 crystal coins. What about S grade? 30,000 crystal coins. Wang Yu nodded, falling into thought. At that moment, a group of people entered the shop while surveying their surroundings. The female leader gasped when she spotted Wang Yu behind the counter. It's you! You own this shop! Wang Yu came back to his senses and looked at the woman before him, momentarily unable to recall who she was. A trace of bitterness surfaced at the corner of Renyan's lips. We met last time on Rehabilitation Street. Wang Yu spread his hands, still unable to remember. Seeing this, Renyan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Maybe it's better that he doesn't remember me. Last time I misunderstood them and left a bad impression, but maybe this is a chance to start fresh. Boss, you really do have a short memory for important people. Our captain was the one who called you heartless last time before getting taken hostage by a little girl. A teammate nearby immediately chimed in impatiently. Rain Yen. Hearing this, Wang Yu showed a sudden look of realization, then gazed meaningfully at Ren Yen. So it was you. If there were a crevice in the ground right now, Ren Yen would have unhesitatingly dived into it. She could only brace herself and apologize to Wang Yu. Fortunately, Wang Yu's demeanor was completely different from his previous aloofness. With a warm smile that felt like a spring breeze, he said, "No problem at all, everyone's welcome here." Everybody felt an inexplicable strangeness. Ren Yen couldn't help but blush. He smiled at me. Does that mean he likes me? Captain, maybe we should go grab something to eat first, it smells too good here. Indeed, swooning can wait until we're full. Before long, a mud-splattered truck came splashing through the water, spraying waves as it slowly pulled to a stop before the entrance. The truck's container bore a massive gash across its side, as if something had slashed through it with tremendous force. Out stepped a familiar face. It's 18,000 crystal coins for the goods, plus 1,000 crystal coins for the escort fee, and that Fong, what? At that moment, Fong'an walked into the shop with several subordinates, still visibly shaken. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together. Well, the goods are ready. We're just waiting for you to settle the payment. Fong'an froze for a moment. My name is Fong'an. Ha. At this moment, an awkward silence fell momentarily as both parties locked eyes without saying a word. Fong'an finally couldn't hold back and cautiously asked, "Aren't you going to ask what happened to us?" Wang Yu replied with a hollow smile, "All I care about is my money." "Alright, let me tell you about it. Because the rain was heavy and the fog thick today, we deliberately took an easier route, but it led us closer to the outskirts. Midway, we suddenly saw someone waving at us. As the car drew nearer, it turned out to be a brown bear imitating human movements right beside them when suddenly its body swelled to a staggering 5 to 6 meters tall. He lunged straight at us, smashing through the truck with one swipe of his claws. Thank God we'd welded the gas pedal down, that's the only reason we escaped alive. Chapter 43, Yi Tian's forces take shape. Wang Yu responded with absent-minded grunts, his expression radiating indifference. Without another word, he began retrieving military supply crates one by one, arranging them before the group. "Inventory these," he instructed. But Fang'an's mind wasn't focused on that, his expression turned solemn as he spoke. "I've heard many of those ferocious beasts have entered the city. We'll have to take that same road back, aren't you worried? Lieutenant Ling said you were supposed to escort the goods to the base." Wang Yu looked puzzled. "Who said anything about me escorting you?" Hearing this, Fang'an froze momentarily, thinking perhaps payment hadn't been made. He immediately motioned for a subordinate with spatial powers to step forward and produce over 100 crystal cores. Seeing the crystal core, Wang Yu was in high spirits. While depositing the crystal core, he patiently explained, "Indeed, we must ensure the goods safely reach Xiang base, but it won't be me going." "What do you mean? Then who else?" The group was instantly bewildered. Then, they saw Haizi, who had been lying at Wang Yu's feet, slowly stand up, stretch lazily, and walk proudly over to them. Wang Yu pondered for a moment before making his decision. Golden bars, upgrade my supernatural ability to low-tier A rank, and upgrade the shop to mid-tier E rank. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yu immediately felt his body become noticeably lighter. Moreover, he could clearly sense every movement happening around him. Previously, his perception was limited to within the shop's domain, but now it extended 200 meters in all directions from Wang Yu as the center, granting him complete awareness of everything within that range. Upgrade successful. 10,000 crystal coins automatically deducted. Unlocked ability, spatial perception. Upgrade successful. 1,500 crystal coins automatically deducted. Unlocked product, ability weapons. Current balance, 7,860 crystal coins. Wang Yu closed his eyes, quietly perceiving everything inside and outside the shop. The next second, a precisely cut bamboo strip abruptly appeared in Wang Yu's hand. Wang Yu smiled knowingly. Previously, he could only cut visible objects, but now within 200 meters, even with his eyes closed or through dozens of walls, he could effortlessly store items in his space or slice them apart. From this perspective, storing missiles in his space didn't seem like such a far-fetched idea after all. Wang Yu rubbed his chin as he recalled unlocking new products. He opened the system shop to check the descriptions. Superpowered weapons. When a superpowered individual channels part of their abilities into these weapons, the weapons inherit the corresponding superpower attribute. The more energy is infused, the higher the weapon's attributes, hardness, toughness, durability, etc., increase until reaching their maximum cap. Once superpower energy is infused, it cannot be withdrawn, and the weapon's attribute cannot be altered. Higher grade weapons have higher upper limits. Category, non-consumable goods. Restocking price, crystal coins. S-class weapon equals 200. A-class weapon equals 100. B-class weapon equals 80. C-class weapon equals 60. D-grade weapon equals 40. Wang Yu clicked his tongue in amazement as he browsed through the product information. He stepped away from the counter and walked to the weapons section. Fortunately, with the store's expansion, there was ample space to easily accommodate additional shelves. After a flurry of activity, Wang Yu intentionally made a great deal of noise. Everyone's eyes turned to Wang Yu as he finished his work and set up the product label, Supernatural Weapons. He then spent 2,000 crystal coins to stock up on a batch of supernatural weapons, arranging them neatly on the shelves before calmly walking away. New products arrived? Most couldn't resist checking immediately. Amid the fragrance of rice flowers heralding a bountiful year, the air was suddenly filled with exclamations of "Holy shit!" The crowd was amazed both by the prices of the goods and by their miraculous properties. This is the kind of weapon us ability users should be wielding. My old machete's practically chipped to hell by now. Could it be that the shopkeeper sensed the mutant beasts entering the city and specially introduced new items just for us? Boss, you're like a father to me. The price here is really hard to explain. 999 crystal coins. Damn, I'll save up. Buying one weapon should solve the problem once and for all. As long as you still have abilities, the weapon won't break that easily. In the long run, grade A weapons have better cost effectiveness. Regular weapons can't harm mutant beasts, but who knows if these ability-powered weapons can either. Someone should step up and test them at the risk of their life. A faint smile tugged at Wang Yu's lips. The effect seemed decent. Though only a few could afford them, he'd already managed to pique quite a few people's interest. At this moment, the long-unseen fat sheep Tian suddenly walked in, only this time he wasn't alone. He was followed by a motley crew of ability users. Tian led the way at the front, making their relationship dynamics unmistakably clear. The group behind Tian were stepping into the shop for the very first time under his guidance. The sight of such an anomalous shop immediately set them whispering amongst themselves in amazement. Yet Tian cast a backward glance. It was just a calm, unruffled glance, yet it instantly silenced all present. Then, he approached Wang Yu and expressed slight apologies before stating his purpose. "Shopkeeper, I'd like to purchase a batch of scrolls and equipment." Wang Yu's eyes lit up. Perfect timing. Just like before, he signaled Tian that there was new merchandise. Tian immediately understood. Following Wang Yu's gaze, he couldn't help but murmur, "Ability weapons." His expression suddenly brightened with delight. Had the shopkeeper ever stocked anything less than premium? So he jogged over there. His subordinates looked equally bewildered. They'd never seen their boss this excited before. Soon, Tian returned to the counter. Knowing he'd lost his composure in front of his men earlier, he deliberately asked in a calm tone, "Excuse me, how many of those special ability weapons do you have left? How many do you want?" Tian abruptly changed his tone and spent a fortune to purchase several Class A weapons from Wang Yu, along with placing bulk orders for vegetables, meat, and daily necessities. Clearly, he had also begun establishing his own faction. Ding, 6,520 credit coins have been deducted. Boss, what's that guy's deal anyway? You're so powerful, why be so subservient to him? Tian resumed his usual icy demeanor, sternly warning everyone coldly. From now on, show some damn respect in front of the shop owner, and don't even think about causing trouble in the store, otherwise, it's death. Hearing this, the group nodded rapidly like pecking chicks. Everyone had witnessed firsthand their leader's iron-fisted methods. Someone hesitantly voiced their concern, "But boss, if he's this powerful, and he's on our turf now, could he become a threat in the future? Might hinder the base's development." Tian frowned slightly and hesitated. "Probably not." The shop owner gave off the vibe of a shrewd businessman, someone unlikely to stir up unnecessary trouble. Although the shopkeeper had given him quite a few reminders, they were mutually beneficial arrangements, not exactly a great favor owed. The bitter lessons from his past life had left him wary of everyone, keeping his guard up at all times. One thing's certain, our Tianha base currently needs the shop's power for survival, and this dependence will only deepen in the future. Tian asked indifferently, "How's the progress on consolidating nearby factions? This territory can only have one ruler. We'll need you to handle this personally, boss." Some faction leaders still cling to their pretentious airs of superiority. Chapter 44, Fear. On a broken-down truck, Heisey looked at the gap in the cargo compartment, where stray raindrops kept drifting onto his face, and couldn't help but feel disgusted. "Captain, will it work?" One team member voiced their concern. Fong uncurled his lips and said somewhat uncertainly, "Probably." According to Hong Tao and the others, this dog is stronger than Thunderfire's commander-in-chief. That's clearly a biased statement. Besides, how could city monsters ever match the ferocity of those in the wild? With that runt black dog's small frame, I doubt he stands a chance. If you ask me, the shop owner isn't taking this escort mission seriously at all. We paid 1,000 crystal coins, you know. Hearing this, Black Dog paid no attention. After all, if a dog bites you, do you bite it back? The truck raced along the road, with a few wandering zombies occasionally appearing roadside. For the low-level zombies blocking the way, they simply treated them to a brutal truck headbutt. For higher-level ones, the team activated their supernatural abilities to protect the truck and ensure safe passage. Gradually, more and more zombies gathered, leaving everyone somewhat overwhelmed in their efforts to cope. But Blackie remained unfazed, still sitting there with his eyes closed as if nothing was happening. This didn't sit well with everyone watching. What's going on here? It feels like we're the bodyguards instead. Did we pay to invite some ancestor here just to supervise the battle? Fortunately, Captain Fong was prepared. He pulled out a scroll, unfurled it, and flung it forcefully out the window. The unfurled scroll suddenly flew far away, and in midair, it abruptly emitted a golden light brimming with allure. In an instant, All the zombies abruptly halted, staring unblinkingly at that golden radiance, as if beholding the most delicious flesh in the world. Roar! All the zombies ran frantically toward the scroll, instantly clearing the road ahead. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Fangen then explained with a smile, "It's a mental-type scroll that can create hallucinations in ordinary zombies. All of these goods are from the Apocalypse shop. Our base might buy them in bulk later." Damn, that's brilliant. Before the crowd could marvel at it, someone suddenly shouted in alarm, "Quick, look, there's still one zombie chasing us." Hearing this, everyone turned to look in the rearview mirror, only to see a slender zombie still chasing relentlessly, letting out a piercing roar. At the sound, some of the zombies abandoned the scroll and followed the slender zombie to chase after the truck, closing the distance rapidly. Seeing this, the driver immediately floored the accelerator, but the slender zombie was incredibly fast. Fangen's pupils contracted. This zombie's level was definitely not below his own. If it managed to intercept the truck, their situation would become extremely perilous. The crowd noticed this as well, frantically activating their abilities in an attempt to slow it down, but it dodged every single attack with ease. The zombie closed the distance in an instant, just as it was about to leap onto the truck's roof. As if sensing something, it abruptly halted. The zombies behind it did the same, frozen in fearful hesitation as they stared blankly at the retreating truck. The lanky zombie watched the direction the truck had fled, its expression revealing an almost human-like wariness, before letting out a couple of roars and leading the horde away. The people on the truck were already drenched in sweat, as if they'd been fished out of water. Seeing the zombies unusually stop their chase, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a lingering fear. Fangen stroked his chin, deep in thought. Takeout delivered right to their mouths, yet we still managed to escape. Damn it, we almost died just now. Could you actually be of some use, old man? After the life and death chase, a young team member, his legs trembling uncontrollably, couldn't help but scold Heisey with a complex expression. Heisey opened his ice-cold eyes and silently glared at the man. The intense killing intent made the young man feel as if he'd been plunged into an icy abyss, causing him to collapse back into his seat. The others also dared not speak their anger aloud, leaving the atmosphere inside the vehicle somewhat subdued. Before long, the truck entered a stretch of jungle path. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of raindrops hammering against the vehicle. Suddenly, a primal wolf howl exploded in everyone's ears, instantly tightening their nerves again after they'd barely begun to relax. From the jungle foliage taller than a man, over a dozen muscular gray wolves suddenly burst forth, swiftly surrounding the truck in a running encirclement. Before anyone could react, a violent impact slightly unbalanced the truck. The tires screeched against the ground. Impact after impact followed, and as the truck teetered on the verge of crashing through the guardrail, the driver gritted his teeth and had no choice but to slam on the brakes. Left with no alternative, everyone jumped out of the truck together to face the wolf pack. Fangen frowned as he found himself surrounded by a circle of threatening gray wolves. A murderous atmosphere pervaded the scene, so stifling that everyone could barely breathe. And the mostly D-tier mutated beasts, and even 2 C-tiers. A perceptive type awakener muttered in despair, his voice barely above a whisper. Everyone else also gasped in shock. To put things in perspective, their base only had 2 C-rank ability users, the commander and the deputy. Even if they came, they might not survive. What do we do? What do we do? Captain Fong, I don't want to die yet. I really don't want to die. Woo woo woo. Some in the team wailed, others sobbed. Even the usually authoritative and composed Fangen had lost his composure, appearing utterly at a loss. Faced with this overwhelming situation, even if Wang Yu's dog were to intervene, it would prove futile. No wonder the zombies had hesitated earlier. It wasn't out of sudden compassion, but fear of something far more terrifying. The gray wolf pack didn't care about their predicament. The alpha wolf standing atop the slope gazed down with contemptuous eyes, as if looking at a feast delivered to its doorstep. It then released a long howl signaling the attack. Inside the truck, Heisey slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. At the sound, the gray wolves surged forward like arrows loosed from bows, giving the humans no time to react. Just give Grandma in heaven a heads up and get the tea ready. But at that moment, the gray wolves suddenly slammed on the brakes, and some even chose to tumble to the ground rather than take another step forward. The pack of gray wolves stared at the truck with cold eyes now tinged with fear, their gaze wary. Since their mutation, every aspect of them had been enhanced, including their sensory abilities. The crowd watched in bewilderment as the gray wolf pack fell into disarray. Just then, Heisey slowly emerged from the broken opening at the rear of the truck, baring his teeth. The formidable aura of a grade B mutant beast freely permeated the air. The 2 grade C gray wolves in the distance also seemed to sense something, quickly positioning themselves behind the pack while fixing Heisey with an unblinking stare. Despite Blackie's formidable aura, the wolf pack refused to back down against intruders encroaching on their territory. As the 2 sides stared each other down, a fierce battle was imminent. Fangen and his group, caught in the middle, were at their wits' end, unable to advance or retreat. Captain, I wanna go home. Shoo, keep quiet and slowly retreat. Roar! The alpha wolf sounded the charge, and the entire pack surged forward, completely disregarding the insignificant insects in their path. Chapter 45, Thunderfire sends another visitor. Heisey showed no fear whatsoever as he activated his beast transformation, his form rapidly expanding. Though its size had increased, its speed hadn't diminished in the slightest. With a swift dash, it transformed into a blur of black shadow as it charged into the wolf pack. The wolves were remarkably fast themselves, moving so quickly they dazzled the onlookers. Yet from time to time, a grey wolf would get its artery torn out and be sent flying amidst a spray of blood. The mutated grey wolves were also beasts renowned for their speed, but against Shadow, they stood no chance. The pack repeatedly tried to encircle and attack Shadow together, but to no avail. But Blackie always managed to slip through them or outright carve a path through. In roughly half a minute, the wolf pack was nearly annihilated, the ground littered with blood-soaked corpses. Seeing this, the two rank C grey wolves, their bodies riddled with wounds, tried to flee. But Blackie clearly wasn't about to let two rank C monster cores get away. With one flying pounce, he pinned the trembling playthings to the ground. Arg, ugh. Then roughly began extracting the crystal cores. The onlookers who witnessed the entire process stood dumbfounded, barely able to believe their eyes. Is it really that simple? 2 C-level and over a dozen D-level mutant beasts had died so miserably, all within mere seconds. No wonder it remained indifferent when facing zombies earlier, they simply weren't worth its effort. The man who had scolded Heisey earlier couldn't help but feel ashamed, though even more overwhelming was the lingering fear. He had just taken a stroll through death's door. After absorbing the 2 C-grade crystal cores, Heisey silently returned to the truck, completely ignoring the precious D-grade crystal cores scattered all over the ground. Captain, these are D-grade crystal cores. They don't even want them. Fongan rubbed his nose and immediately commanded, gather all the Grey Wolf crystal cores, we'll take them. And Xiaolin, use your space ability to pack up all the Grey Wolf meat. Can't let it go to waste. Ignoring the pouring rain, the team bustled about excitedly until the entire area was cleared meticulously clean. The remaining journey was largely uneventful. In the back of the truck, everyone instinctively lowered their voices, careful not to upset Heisey, Blackie. Only when the truck slowly passed through the base gates did the group finally let their tense hearts settle. After all, they were carrying 18,000 crystal coins on them. When they got out of the vehicle, they realized the shopkeeper's black dog had already slipped away unnoticed. Inside the store, Wan Yu was sitting on the sofa in the lounge area discussing business with representatives from various factions. The group had ordered a significant amount of food, scrolls, equipment, clothing, and other items. Wan Yu handed over the goods immediately. His current crystal coin balance of 11,300 was still quite sufficient. Seeing the shopkeeper produce so many goods at once, no one dared to ask unnecessary questions. Some secrets were only meant for the dead to hear. After everyone had swiped their cards and left with their goods, Wan Yu's crystal coin balance reached 16,600. At that moment, a group of people slowly entered Wan Yu's sensory range. Ding! Welcome! Cheng Ming and the others from the Thunderfire base cautiously entered the store, scrutinizing Wan Yu for a while before surveying the shop's interior. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. It smells amazing. Such an abundance of food. Is this some kind of test? Trying to tempt us officials with this? That crowd outside kept saying this was a shop existing beyond the apocalypse. They weren't exaggerating. Hey Mingjia, that ridiculously overpowered black dog isn't here right now. Think we might have a chance to. Chang Ming's gaze was indifferent as he stared at Wang Yu, whose aura was no different from an ordinary person, and shook his head. All of you, drop your old habits. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will end up on the dining table. Even the doctor couldn't comprehend the structure of that scroll last time. That alone proved the man before them was no lamb to the slaughter. A good hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Then, with a smile, Cheng Ming walked up to Wang Yu and said, "You must be the shop owner, I assume." "I'm Cheng Ming from the Thunderfire base." Hearing this, Wang Yu glanced at her, recalling that she was part of the troublemakers from before, and gave a faint nod. "Need something? If you're here to buy, you're welcome. If you're here to cause trouble, I suggest you turn around quickly." Though irritated, Cheng Ming forced a cheerful smile and replied, "Last time, we failed to discipline our subordinates properly. We came especially to apologize." With that, he waved his hand toward the people behind him. Some reluctantly took out E-grade crystal cores one by one and placed them on the counter. Wang Yu glanced at them. There were a total of 1,000 crystal coins. His face immediately lit up with a smile, though his hand slowed slightly as he converted all the cores into crystal coins. He silently asked himself, "Golden system, these crystal coins were earned through social courtesy and networking, they shouldn't break any rules, right?" The gold bar repeated that canine line again. Within the shop's premises, the host cannot derive any income unrelated to business transactions. Hearing this, Wan Yu's mood did a complete 180. He directly tossed the payment card to Cheng Ming, his expression indifferent yet brimming with righteous conviction as he declared, I only do what's within my duties and earn what's rightfully mine. I've topped up exactly 1,000 crystal coins for you, spend them as you please. Saint? Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief as they stared at Wang Yu. These crystal cores were no small fortune. Even if they worked diligently for an entire month, they wouldn't earn that much salary, and yet this guy simply says he doesn't want them? Not that anyone would praise Wang Yu for his purity of heart over this. Instead, he secretly cursed Wang Yu in his heart for being a fool. If you're so saintly, why not turn the shop into a charity? Cheng Ming was also stunned. Wang Yu's statement about only doing what was within his responsibility meant he wouldn't pursue the matter of the earlier uprising by the base residents. But to reject a pie thrown right into your mouth, she truly hadn't expected that. Though she didn't understand it inwardly, she still nodded with a smile. He immediately began showering Wang Yu with flattery, all while not forgetting the second task Cheng Yuan had assigned to him. Using the crystal cores from the payment card, he bought some of the shop's mind-boggling products to serve as experimental samples for their research. After finishing these tasks, he hurriedly left. Mingjia, this shop is truly mouth-watering, when are we going to take it over? Chang Ming maintained an indifferent expression, completely unmoved by Wang Yu's act of generosity. Soon, once Dr. Zhou's experiment report number 47 is released, there will only be one dominating force left in Nanjiang City, our Thunderfire group. So don't startle the enemy prematurely now. Everyone keeps a low profile for the time being. Early next morning, Yi Tian led several subordinates to a derelict elementary school, the designated negotiation site with various factions, a place belonging to no single faction. The moment he stepped through the school gates, Yi Tian found himself pinned by hostile gazes from all directions, some disdainful, some furious, others sneering. Soon they reached the playground, where at a glance he spotted the remaining 4 prominent faction leaders of South City. Yi Tian, just because your faction is stronger than ours, you think you can go around annexing everyone? Don't you think you're being too arrogant? Though we may belong to different factions, if we unite against you, even you won't be able to chew through this tough bone. You're just a Class D superhuman like the rest of us. What makes you think everyone should obey your orders? Chapter 46, 4 Types of Superpowers. Yi Tian's expression remained impassive. Because I'm stronger than all of you. Because only one tiger can rule a mountain. The crowd looked at Yi Tian's arrogant declaration with continuous sneers and mocking laughter. A middle-aged leader at the front cleared his throat and advised with goodwill, "Young man, don't let ambition cloud your judgment. The forces in Nan City are numerous and complex, you can't possibly manage them all. As for your dream of unifying everything, save it for your nighttime fantasies, ha ha ha. With just fists, you can't command respect, and besides, your fists aren't even big enough." Yi Tian shook his head and didn't bother with pleasantries. He pointed directly at the 4 leaders and said, "Either become a vassal force of our base, or die. Choose." Hearing this, the 4 immediately darkened their faces. How dare someone refuse an offer while given face? One of them, a burly bald man, was utterly furious. He cracked his thick neck menacingly and stepped forward to lock eyes with Yi Tian, his gaze filled with hostility. "You'll pay for saying those words." Yi Tian wore a provocative smirk. "Go back. You alone aren't enough for me to fight. Call those other 3 to join you." Veins bulged on the middle-aged man's forehead, his muscles seeming ready to burst through his clothes. That's Li Mingwen, a former professional boxer. Now with dual abilities in strength and defense, one for offense and one for protection. Basically, no one stands a chance against him. Fine, teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Let him learn why the roses are so red. Li Mingwen assumed his boxing stance, but Yi Tian before him remained utterly unfazed. A flash of ferocity crossed Li Mingwen's eyes as his fist tore through the air, heading straight for Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian simply tilted his head to dodge the punch, but the razor-sharp wind pressure from the strike still grazed his cheek, slicing open a narrow gash that oozed a thin trickle of blood. Another fist came chasing after him, and Yi Tian quickly activated his speed ability to create distance between himself and Li Mingwen. Yi Tian touched the wound on his face, his expression turning serious. This guy really wasn't simple. The corners of Li Mingwen's lips curled upwards. A speed-type ability user, huh? Speed-type ability users didn't pack much impact in their attacks, and he himself had defensive abilities to boot. He could confidently say that even if he stood still and let him hit, he wouldn't suffer much damage. So he beckoned to Yi Tian with a finger, signaling him to bring it on. Yi Tian dashed forward in a flash, throwing a punch at lightning speed, while Li Mingwen simply tensed his muscles and activated his defensive ability, not even bothering to raise a hand. It seemed like he didn't take Yi Tian's feeble punch seriously at all. Yi Tian struck Li Mingwen's chest with a single punch. Boom! To everyone's surprise, Yi Tian's seemingly light punch carried immense force, sending Li Mingwen flying before he crashed heavily to the ground. A crimson flower bloomed in the air. From a distance, Li Mingwen clutched his chest, struggling to rise, his face filled with disbelief. How can you possibly be a power-type ability user again? These two abilities are contradictory. How could they coexist in one person? Even with rigorous training, such terrifying strength shouldn't be possible. Yi Tian didn't respond, nearly curling his finger in a beckoning gesture just like Li Mingwen had done earlier. Li Mingwen wiped the blood from his lips, convinced his earlier stumble was just a momentary lapse in focus. So he swiftly charged forward, utilizing both abilities simultaneously, combining offense and defense into one. Yi Tian had no intention of dodging. Standing firm, he traded blows directly. After all, he had learned plenty of lethal fighting techniques in his previous life. After several exchanges, Li Mingwen was already battered and bruised, his expression betraying growing panic. In contrast, Yi Tian remained completely calm, handling the situation with ease. To be precise, it was more accurate to say Li Mingwen was being beaten one-sidedly. His punches couldn't even touch Yi Tian. Yi Tian, possessing both speed and strength abilities, could nimbly evade while delivering powerful punches. In less than 3 minutes, Li Mingwen was already at his limit, his clothes in tatters, blood and sweat dripping together from his body. Yet he stubbornly refused to admit defeat, convinced that Yi Tian's speed and strength-oriented abilities meant his defenses must be weak. As long as he could endure and exploit an opportunity, he believed he could deliver a lethal blow with a single strike. Yet despite fighting for so long, Yi Tian's supernatural abilities seemed inexhaustible, his speed and strength increasing rather than diminishing. He battered Li Mingwen until the man was dizzy and near unconsciousness. Seeing this, Li Mingwen's subordinates quickly called for a halt and admitted defeat. Yi Tian didn't push his advantage either, stopping at precisely the right moment. Li Mingwen's skills were quite good among ordinary people, he might become an important chess piece in the future. I'll lose, I can still fight. Let me go, damn it. Li Mingtian shouted at the top of his lungs. Actions speak louder than words, though he said that, his body betrayed him as he collapsed into his subordinates' arms and let them drag him away. Yi Tian turned his head to glare at the leaders of the other 3 factions, then said boldly, taking you on one by one is too slow, I'm in a hurry. Come at me all at once. If I lose, we'll leave South City on our own. But if you lose, you'll have to become part of our Tianha base. Hearing this, the 3 leaders exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. They had painstakingly built their factions, how could they simply hand them over? Everyone had risen to power during the apocalypse, all aspiring to achieve greatness. How could they be content as small fish in a pond? Besides, even if Yi Tian was exceptionally strong, trying to take on 3 opponents single-handedly seemed rather overconfident. Li Mingwen, who was applying medicine nearby, also scoffed, if it weren't for your ability countering mine, could you really act so cocky? You really think you're invincible, ha, ouch, be gentler with the medicine. The 3 of them moved simultaneously, encircling Yi Tian while maintaining their distance. The only woman among them calmly analyzed, anticipate his dodging patterns, don't let him get close. It's best to use wide-range abilities. Don't hold back on your powers, keep the attacks tight. Charge together. In an instant, attacks came at him from 3 sides, dozens of arrow-like flames, dense webs of serpentine lightning, and chunks of earth hurtling straight toward him. They sealed off every possible escape route Yi Tian might take. Whether he was paralyzed with fear or simply resigned to his fate, Yi Tian made no move to dodge. When the barrage of projectiles rained down, they kicked up a storm of dust and debris, sending smoke billowing into the sky and shaking the very earth beneath them. This naturally attracted the attention of many low-level zombies, who swarmed toward them, but were easily dispatched by the dozens of guards at the entrance. As the smoke cleared, Yi Tian's position revealed an intact earthen wall, fortress-like, perfectly blocking all of their attacks. 3 abilities. He has 3 abilities. Before the crowd could react, the earthen wall suddenly exploded, sending chunks of dirt hurtling toward the 3. Faced with this feeble counterattack, the 3 leaders sneered and simply shattered the clod of earth. But who would have thought a jet of water burst forth from the broken soil? One of them failed to dodge in time and was knocked unconscious by the impact. Damn it, 4 abilities? What the hell, is this guy even human? The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's worth noting that individuals with 2 abilities are already exceptional, those with 3 are rare as phoenix feathers, and nobody has ever seen someone possessing 4 special abilities. Chapter 47, Rank C Mutant Beasts. The remaining 2 leaders were equally stunned. After all, the more abilities one possessed, the more energy cores were required for advancement. Yet Yi Tian not only matched their tier, but each of his 4 abilities displayed formidable power, skillful application, and rock-solid fundamentals. They couldn't help but complain, dude, did your superpowers start leveling up while you were still in the womb? Yi Tian's attacks came one after another, those dirt clots concealing hidden weapons came flying at them with terrifying speed. The 2 hurriedly dodged, not daring to take the hits head-on. Who knew what kind of filling these dumplings contained? Using 4 different superpowers puts tremendous strain on the body. We can play the long game and wear him out, they strategized. Act according to circumstances, if he attacks me, you interfere. Before the words even finished, Yi Tian had already dashed toward the woman closest to him at lightning speed. The other immediately attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Yi Tian was already prepared. He swiftly erected an insurmountable earthen wall, momentarily blocking the pursuer. Dealing with the woman in front of him took only an instant. Boom! But suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, the earthen wall collapsed, and two long antennae abruptly emerged from beneath the soil. Following them was a pair of blood-red eyes and a long body covered in pitch-black, armor-like plating. It was a mutated centipede. The creature measured at least 10 meters in length, and its venomous fangs continuously dripped with eerie, viscous fluid. As for its level, unknown, but the aura it emits sends chills down the spine. In just those few seconds of stunned silence, the centipede's 40 legs began skittering across the ground. Moving at terrifying speed, it closed in on its prey in an instant, devouring everything with whirlwind ferocity. Ah! No, don't eat me, boss, save me. Don't panic everyone, use your supernatural abilities to take it down. It hurts so much. Within seconds, someone was bitten in half at the waist, while others collapsed foaming at the mouth after being splashed with venom. Someone got hooked by the barbed legs of the centipede and was dragged along as it moved. Several people lay dead. Leaders of various factions quickly rallied their forces to attack the mutant beast, unifying against this common threat. Their barrage of attacks rained uselessly upon the dark armor, leaving not even the slightest scratch. Li Mingwen, fearless as ever, charged ahead without hesitation and engaged the centipede in close combat. The other leaders also charged at the forefront, leading by example. Yen Tian looked at the system's analysis of the centipede before him, his brow furrowed in concern. Name, red-headed centipede. Rank, low-tier C grade. Stamina, 800. Strength, 500. Speed, 900. Defense, 1290. Sure enough, after working for half a day, most of the attacks missed, and even those that hit were completely useless. The number of casualties continued to rise, but thankfully the centipede had unique tastes. It preferred fresh kills, eating them right away. It completely ignored the crowd's tickle-like attacks. But worse yet, the noise attracted a large group of zombies, and the sound of their growls echoed endlessly from outside. Alert! The zombies have surrounded the school, the guards have already retreated to the teaching area. Zombies! In the distance, small groups of zombies gradually appeared, now running toward them. Even with nearly 60 ability users here, they were still stretched thin in this situation, not to mention the centipede monsters were still rampaging and feeding. We'll handle the mutated beasts. You block the zombies, keep them away and secure the vital passages. Yi Tian pulled out a tang blade from nowhere and issued the command without a hint of hesitation. His four subordinates showed no fear either, gripping their bizarre weapons with eager anticipation. Is that all you've got? The crowd looked somewhat skeptical, but given the current circumstances, there was no time to overthink. Everyone understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Moreover, judging from the recent battle, Yi Tian's strength was undoubtedly the strongest here. Li Mingwen nodded and said, do your best to hold them off. We'll come to support you as soon as we finish clearing them out. The four leaders then rallied the group and began exterminating the zombies that had infiltrated the area. Take out those beasts near the playground first, don't let them distract us. Earth-type ability users, follow me. Any speed-type fighters willing to sneak out and lure some zombies away? Otherwise, they'll just keep piling up here. Healer-type ability users, move around and treat injuries immediately. Yi Tian and his companions gripped the weapons they'd bought from the shop yesterday, excitement coursing through them. They had tested them last night. The difference in power compared to ordinary weapons was like comparing clouds to mud. Moreover, once they channeled their own supernatural abilities into the weapons, no mastery was required. They could wield them effortlessly, as if they'd become extensions of their own bodies. Brandishing his tang sword, Yi Tian stared eagerly at the sea-level mutated beast in front of him. Make sure all energy is fully charged. These weapons are our only lifeline. With that, he simultaneously channeled multiple elemental abilities into the unadorned tang sword in his hand. When the energy gauge along the blade's side surpassed 1/3, the sword began emitting a faint multicolored glow. Yi Tian stopped the charging process. 1/3 capacity marked the minimum usable threshold for the tang blade. If not for Yi Tian's solid superpowers, he wouldn't have been able to wield this A-grade weapon at all. To unleash the weapon's full potential was currently beyond his level. Moreover, he couldn't overcharge it either, or it would leave him too exhausted for combat later. Close combat weapons with me, ranged weapons provide cover. With that, he raised his blade and advanced. At this moment, the centipede, engrossed in feeding, seemed to sense the danger and instinctively raised its head in alert. It saw three figures charging straight toward it, and the massive creature attempted to turn its enormous body around. But then, an emerald energy projectile shot forth at blistering speed. The centipede had no time to dodge, taking a direct hit to the head. The attacks came raining down like a storm. These strikes weren't particularly penetrating, but packed considerable impact. Some moved so fast the creature couldn't dodge them all. Seeing the centipede's movements hampered, Yi Tian decisively pushed his speed ability to its limit. In an instant, he materialized before the centipede's legs, instantly switching to strength enhancement mid-motion, and brought his blade down in a vicious arc. Before the sharp blade and Yi Tian's terrifying strength, a steel-like long leg was severed directly. Feeling the pain, the centipede disregarded the distant attacks and turned its head to glare at Yi Tian before charging straight at him. Seeing this, Yi Tian didn't retreat but instead advanced, darting forward in one swift step to position himself beneath the centipede's body. This caused the two venomous fangs, thicker than ox horns, to miss their target and plunge straight into the dirt. Yi Tian didn't stay idle afterwards either, immediately darting to the other side to continue chopping off the centipede's legs. First, chop off the centipede's legs to limit its movement. Take cover. Hearing this, the two newcomers seized the moment the centipede withdrew its fangs to join in the leg-severing operation. Although both of them also possessed supernatural weapons, the weapons level was inferior to Yi Tian's. Moreover, in terms of their own abilities, they weren't as overpowering as Yi Tian, incapable of severing a leg in one strike. The constant pain from its legs left the centipede bewildered and helpless. Each time it focused on defending one side, the other side would come under attack. At this moment, the attacks from afar abruptly ceased. The two providing cover had been drained of their last traces of supernatural energy. Chapter 48, Tinghue Supermarket. With no more distractions, the centipede suddenly picked up speed, swiftly making for the gap it had dug earlier. But with only 20 or 30 legs remaining, its crawling was noticeably off balance, and its speed suffered considerably. Yi Tian had no intention of letting this ripe C-grade crystal core slip away. With a leap, he landed on the centipede's back and sprinted all the way to its head. He thrust his blade downward with force, aiming straight for the armored plating beneath. Yet the tip only sank halfway before stubbornly refusing to penetrate further. Clearly, the armor on its head was far thicker and sturdier. Still, if he channeled the last of his awakened energy into the Tang-style saber, he was confident he could kill this C-grade mutant beast. But at this moment, Yi Tian hesitated. If he used up all his special abilities at once, he would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled afterward. Could he still protect the coveted C-grade crystal core in that state? Burdened by the bloody lessons of his past life, he didn't dare pin all his hopes on his subordinates alone. As he pondered, the centipede's head was already beginning to burrow into the ground. Seeing this, Yi Tian had no choice but to draw his tang sword and silently leap down. The centipede scurried away in an instant, completely vanishing without a trace. Several subordinates hurried over. Boss, did it still manage to escape? A C-grade crystal core could probably have directly leveled you up to C-grade. What a shame. Yi Tian let out a slight sigh and shook his head in silence. At this moment, those who had gone to clear out the zombies gradually returned to the schoolyard. The four leaders took in the chaotic scene before them. The absence of the centipede made everything clear. They couldn't help but stare at Yi Tian and the others in astonishment. Before they could even ask, Yi Tian began lamenting on his own, his tone full of regret. Got careless, let it escape. If only I'd acted more decisively. The crowd. Do you even hear yourself? That was a C-grade mutated beast. To it, 60 of us are just bite-sized snacks. You mean the 5 of you drove off a C-grade beast in less than half an hour? The 4 leaders also wore expressions of disbelief, but the countless centipede legs scattered across the ground left them no choice but to accept what had happened. Seeing this, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, our second half isn't over yet, is it? Should we continue? Hearing this, the 4 were lost for words. Continue? Continue my ass. We'll join. The 4 of them reluctantly expressed their agreement. After a major battle, the top elites of each faction had suffered significant losses, and many monstrous beasts had entered the city. Such incidents might become frequent occurrences in the future. Forming alliances now seemed like the best option. As it happened, Yi Tian and his group possessed means to combat those beasts. Had it not been for them, everyone would have been doomed. This consequently elevated Yi Tian's standing in everyone's hearts, who wouldn't want to latch onto a powerful ally. Even if they didn't join Yi Tian's Tianhua base, their subordinates would still be physically present but mentally aligned with him. Inside a heavily guarded large shopping mall. What? You're canceling your order too? Sun Chong frowned as he looked at the leader of one of the factions before him. Several pre-arranged orders had been cancelled recently because he believed only their Tinghue supermarket could sustain the survivors of Nanjiang, so he hadn't signed contracts. Moreover, fewer and fewer customers had been coming lately, mostly just regulars from neighborhoods near the supermarket. This made Sun Chong feel somewhat suspicious. The man gave a slight sigh and patiently explained, there's no choice. There have been more mutated beasts lately, and they're growing stronger. We need too many crystal cores for everything. Then don't you need to eat or drink? Your group has 40 or 50 people. Quick, hurry. Sun Chong urgently reminded them. Hey, haven't you heard yet? A post-apocalypse store opened in South City. Not only are the prices cheap, but the stockpile of goods is astonishingly huge. There are also some miraculous little gadgets that offer great benefits to small factions like ours. Everyone's been drawn there. Miraculous gadgets? Unable to explain properly, the man reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled flyer, handing it to Sun Chong. Sun Chong immediately found it familiar. He seemed to recall one of his subordinates showing it to him before, but he hadn't paid it any attention at the time. He picked up the flyer to examine it, growing increasingly astonished as he read. There were all kinds of fresh vegetables, fruits, tobacco, alcohol, ready-made food, everything one could imagine. After the apocalypse began, such items had stopped being produced for so many days. Things like vegetables and fruits that have extremely short shelf lives should have long since rotted and started stinking. How dared he still write the word fresh on them? Moreover, after converting to crystal coins, comparing it with his supermarket's goods completely crushed the competition. How could they be selling at such low prices? Deliberate price war? But not to this extreme, surely. You know, these goods are basically limited in quantity. Once used, they're gone. How can there be any profit in selling them so cheap? Unless, this so-called apocalypse store has several times more stock than our own supermarket? And these skill scrolls, weapons, custom-made clothes, aren't these just like flyers made by elementary school kids? He stared disbelievingly at the person before him. But the man's expression was solemn. It's all true. Sun Chong still didn't believe it, thinking the man was just making up excuses to brush him off. At that moment, the office door opened and in walked a cultured middle-aged man. Seeing this, Sun Chong quickly stood up and asked respectfully, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Seeing it was Sun Hui, the other person immediately felt like sitting on pins and needles. Sun Hui, owner of Tenghue Supermarket, was notorious for his ruthless tactics and unscrupulous pursuit of profit. And here he was, having come to cancel an order. Damn it, he should have left sooner. Why did he have to run into this old bastard? Sun Hui had already sized up the situation outside. He gave the man a sidelong glance and said indifferently, "If there's nothing else, we won't keep you." Hearing this, the man instantly felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders and bolted away in a flash. After he left, Sun Hui slowly sat down on the sofa and said solemnly, "Not a single word on those flyers is false. The people from Thunderfire Base confirmed it to me long ago. And what's more, I heard their supplies never run out. The fruits and vegetables there are even fresher than those just picked from the fields." Sun Chong was momentarily speechless. No wonder we can't compete with them. This can't go on like this. Tell your brother to take emergency measures. Sun Hui's tone was icy. Hearing this, Sun Chang's expression also turned stern as he immediately rose to his feet, saying, "I'll go make the arrangements right away." "Wait, tell him to be careful. I heard the opponent is at least a C-ranked threat. Also, find out the source of his goods before killing him." Sun Chong nodded and walked down the corridor to the elevator, then descended to the supermarket's underground level. The underground level was colder, lined with packed refrigeration rooms storing most of Tenghue Supermarket's inventory. At the beginning of the apocalypse, boss Sun Hui had discovered information online about supernatural abilities and the end times, immediately recognizing the business opportunity. With the massive stockpile of supplies, they recruited a group of superpowered individuals to establish their own faction, taking advantage of the fact that everyone else was still lost in the confusion and fear of the apocalypse. They took the lead by deploying their recruited superhumans to collect supplies from various locations, seizing the initiative. Once the situation gradually stabilized, they began conducting business. In the apocalypse, whoever controlled the supplies controlled everything. They held the reins of this new world. For a time, everyone flocked to this, allowing him to amass enormous profits. Using these energy cores, he raised yet another formidable armed force. Chapter 49, Mission. Among all the unofficial factions scattered across Nanjiang City's expanse, none stood taller in sheer might than Tenghue Supermarket, its dominance resembling that of an unshakable mountain peak. Otherwise, how else could they suppress the greed lurking in covetous hearts? Boss Sun Hui, though not an ability user himself, had a gifted son possessing 3 types of superpowers. For anyone else, advancing 3 abilities would be an arduous struggle, but for the Sun family who profited enormously during the apocalypse, energy crystals were never in short supply. They directly brute-forced his abilities to reach high-tier C rank through sheer resource investment. Entering a compartment-like room, I saw over a dozen young men sitting on the couches, each with women clinging to their arms. "Bro, what brings you here? Another mission?" Upon seeing Sun Chong, a handsome young man immediately stood up, his tone tinged with delight. Before Sun Chong could speak, a nearby superpowered individual, emboldened by alcohol, jokingly remarked, "Must be, right? Shiniji hasn't stretched his limbs in ages, he's definitely itching for." Before his words could fade, a bright flash streaked past, followed by a loud bang. By the time the crowd turned their heads, they saw the speaker's head had already shattered like a watermelon hitting the ground. Blood splattered onto bystanders as they stared at Sun Yi with terrified eyes, too frightened to utter a word. Nothing sobers people up faster than this. Sun Yi expressionlessly lowered his hand. "Who said you could interrupt?" Sun Chong clicked his tongue twice and began recounting the details of the incident. Hearing that someone was threatening their family business, Sun Yi was instantly enraged. An overwhelming murderous intent pressed down on the crowd, leaving them gasping for breath. "I'm definitely going to kill him. How dare he try to steal business right under your grandfather's nose?" Sunshine looked somewhat helpless as he admonished, "Remember your uncle's words, we must consider long-term gains." His younger brother was excellent in every way, except for being a bit too cruel and bloodthirsty. Last time when sent to deliver goods to a faction, just because they didn't invite him to stay for a meal, he brought back all their crystal cores, including the ones inside their skulls. Well damn, the king of hell wakes up one day to find he's been demoted to second place. I see. Ask first, kill later. Let's see if he can survive grandfather's strike. Meanwhile, at the post-apocalyptic store, a tall stack of books sat on the counter as bored Wang Yu flipped through a manual detailing a particular supernatural ability. Though he'd studied many abilities in his previous life, none compared to the systematic depth and rigor of these system-published texts. Moreover, since people discovered the unusual nature of the book section, virtually every day someone would come specifically to purchase books. After all, the function of these categorized books was too significant. They contained knowledge that all ability users in the apocalypse yearn for. Regarding this, Wang Yu didn't hoard these information-heavy books for himself. On the contrary, he seized the opportunity to hike up prices and made a hefty profit. He was aware that spatial abilities were overwhelmingly powerful. Ordinary abilities were basically no match for them. There weren't any books about spatial abilities on the shelves, but with this informational advantage, combined with my invincible turtleshell store in Heisey, safety was absolutely guaranteed. Instead, I could use this book to enhance human strength and gather more crystal cores, making it easier for me to profit. However, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Since I usually have nothing better to do, reading these books about various superpowers can both kill time and prevent informational gaps, making it easier to deal with different ability users in the future. Just then, Jean Tiao's voice sounded after a long silence. Activate side quest, destroy rival supermarket Tinghui. Reward, unlock electronic products. Hearing this, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. What kind of quest was this? And it involved destruction at that. Tenhui Supermarket was well known to him, the largest chain supermarket in Nanjing City. Boss, how could ordinary supermarkets compete with us? Besides, they don't even have proper supply channels. Is it really worth the effort? Wang Yu slouched lazily on his chair, reluctant to go out. Tenhui Supermarket has massive scale and relatively ample supplies. Leaving it unchecked for too long will significantly impact survivors in the vicinity. And surely you wouldn't want to miss out on this reward, would you? There are all kinds of electronic products available. Don't you want to upgrade to a big LCD TV, get a massage chair, a gaming console, or a jacuzzi? Sounds good. Wang Yu rubbed his chin with great interest. He had visited Tinghui Supermarket before the apocalypse, but who knew what it was like now? At this moment, the chatter from some customers resting in the lounge area reached his ears. Holy shit boss, we made the right call coming here. The stuff here is actually cheaper than Tinghui's. No shit, and I heard the weapons and gear here are top-notch. Should we think about relocating our base here? Check if we brought enough crystal cores. Damn it! Everyone turned their heads to look, their hearts suddenly sinking. They saw the shop owner had somehow jumped into their midst, with an arm around each of their shoulders, wearing an amiable smile. This left them somewhat puzzled, but more than that, utterly terrified. The shop owner's reputation as a smiling tiger was well known to all. A knife hidden behind that grin, and one wrong move could send the whole group to their graves. The more they looked at that smile, the more it resembled their late grandmother. The boss gulped and asked tremulously, Who broke the shopkeeper's rules? Step forward yourself, don't drag the whole group down with you. Before Wang Yu could speak, a man suddenly dropped to his knees before him, snot and tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, shopkeeper. It was me. I accidentally spilled oil on the table, but I just couldn't wipe it clean, sobs. Hearing this, Wang Yu was speechless. Am I really that scary? I'm actually quite friendly, alright. I'm not here to hold anyone accountable. I just want to understand the situation regarding Tinghui's supermarket. Hearing this, everyone finally let out a deep sigh of relief, and the man kneeling on the ground also felt profoundly fortunate. After some inquiries, Wang Yu learned the specific location and security details of Tinghui's supermarket. I heard they'd gathered a group of extraordinarily powerful ability users, specially trained to carry out bloody operations suppressing rival factions. Their leader is the most ruthless of all. He claims to be the highest level ability user in Nanjing City. Well, isn't that something, having a good daddy to earn so many crystal cores from us? Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and patted the leader's shoulder in thanks. Don't mention it, it's nothing, just doing what I should. What you should? Then how about you do me another favor and pick me up by car tomorrow? Wang Yu said bluntly. Everyone was stunned. Since it was their first meeting, didn't he think his request was a bit presumptuous? Not for free. Hearing this, the leader who had just regained his composure realized this was a chance to build connections. He immediately waved his hands. No need, no need. It's just a small matter anyway. Besides, I'll be coming back tomorrow too, barely out of my way. Wang Yu smiled and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him before asking, how should I address you? The man hurriedly nodded and bowed humbly. "Just call me Xiao Song," he said. Chapter 50, Leaning on Tianhe? The next morning, Wang Yu packed his belongings and hung the outsign on the glass door handle. He took Heizhi to the yard to wait for Xiao Song's private car. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheeks. With November approaching, the weather carried a hint of chill. The pleasant climate made Heizhi unable to resist frolicking happily in the park. Wang Yu glanced absent-mindedly toward the opposite shore of the lake, only to spot several trucks parked in the distance, with one or two faint figures barely visible. Is another faction planning to settle here? He silently speculated, though he didn't pay it much mind, assuming they were just drawn in by his store. Before long, a dilapidated minivan slowly pulled up in front of the shop, its front bumper completely smashed beyond recognition. The vehicle's body and windows were splattered with bloodstains. Song Jiang opened the car door with a creak, just in time to meet Wang Yu's look of disdain. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "No time to clean it, but don't judge by its looks, it runs really fast." Seeing Wang Yu stand up, Song Jiang immediately opened the car door for him. Once the car started moving, Wang Yu noticed the pile of used skill scrolls scattered at his feet. Looking at Song Jiang's slightly trembling arms, one could guess he must have escaped from some dangerous situation on his way here. "Teammates didn't come?" Song Jiang shook his head. "Too busy with the move recently, couldn't spare the time." Wang Yu nodded but remained silent. The number of zombies on the road kept increasing until the path ahead was completely blocked by a horde of them. Song Jiang turned to Wang Yu with a plea in his eyes. "Boss, this." Wang Yu calmly rolled down the car window and let Heizhi out, saying, "Just clear the zombies around the car." Then he turned to Song Jiang and said, "Keep driving." Song Jiang hesitated for a moment as he looked at Heizhi, then drove straight toward the zombie horde. The roar of the car engine immediately drew the attention of a large group of zombies, which howled as they rushed toward the vehicle like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf the entire van. Seeing this, Song Jiang had no choice but to grit his teeth and plow forward. Just as the front of the car was about to hit the zombies, a massive black shadow flashed by, sending several of the leading undead flying. Then, like a bulldozer, it forcefully carved a path through the tide of corpses. Staring at Song Jiang's dumbfounded expression, "Who knew you could play it this way?" At that moment, a slender female zombie stood atop the building like some sort of overlord, gazing down imperiously at everything below. "Roar, die." With a hideous snarl, it actually spat out human speech before vanishing on the spot, leaving only a blurry afterimage. A few seconds later, Blackie, who was busy pursuing a chicken leg, seemed to sense something. It slammed away the zombie in front of it and slightly raised its gaze. Then, baring its teeth contemptuously at the dark figure charging toward it, the female zombie remained utterly unaware of its perilous situation, convinced of its own lightning speed. Just as its claws were about to pierce Heizhi's artery, Heizhi struck. A paw larger than its head suddenly slammed into its face, twisting its hideous visage. Bang! The tremendous impact sent it flying uncontrollably into a nearby building, where it collapsed without further movement. Song Jiang sat in the car with a complicated expression, glancing at the rearview mirror as if struggling to speak. Wang Yu naturally noticed this. Originally, he didn't want to bother, but seeing how this guy was willing to risk his life to be their driver, he spoke up and asked, "Something wrong?" Song Jiang shook his head, a trace of bitterness tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Nothing, just sighing over things, that's all." Seeing he wasn't willing to elaborate, Wang Yu didn't press further. "Why not join a larger faction?" Wang Yu suddenly muttered out of the blue. Logically speaking, for someone like Song Jiang whose abilities aren't strong, sticking together would be the best choice. Hearing this, Song Jiang still smiled wryly. With a son and wife to care for, many factions no longer accept ordinary people. "But it's fine now, staying alive isn't an issue, at least." Wang Yu fell silent. Song Jiang's situation mirrored that of the vast majority in the apocalypse. It reminded him of his own past self, an insignificant nobody swept along by the tides of the apocalypse, scrambling in the dirt just to scrape together a single meal each day. Not to mention someone like Song Jiang who has an entire family to take care of. Wang Yu sighed slightly and handed Song Jiang a cigarette. "You're a real man, kid." Meanwhile, at the Apocalypse convenience store, Chu Lan looked at the out-of-service sign hanging at the entrance in surprise. Had the owner gone out? "No, my beef rice bowl. I've been dreaming about it for days. It even visited me in my dreams last night, telling me to come get it right away." Zhang Yingjing knelt on the ground, wailing in despair. "Didn't I give you a beef-flavored survival biscuit yesterday? They say it contains hundreds of times more protein than actual beef. Cow, time to clock in, they say?" "Who says? The guy who narrates Bear Grylls' survival shows?" 6. Is that fucking the same thing? Liang Shu adjusted his glasses and said helplessly, "Let's go first. We can come back tomorrow to buy winter clothes." Chu Lan and the others had no choice but to return empty-handed, but as they were leaving, they ran into another team. Since the store was located in this area, incidents like this were commonplace, and Chu Lan's group didn't pay much attention to it. But just as they were passing by, they suddenly called out to Chu Lan and the others. Wait, which faction are you with? I haven't seen you before. A young man with a freckled face questioned them. Hearing this, Zhang Yingjing rudely retorted, who are you? Why should we have met you before? Hey, you little shit. Do you even know who the hell you're talking to? Seriously, now even scraps think they're big shots? Liang Shu quickly grabbed hold of the hot-tempered Zhang Yingjing, then turned to them with an apologetic look. We're just a small faction, is there something you need? Hearing this, the young man tilted his head back with an arrogant expression. Ever heard of Tianhe Base? Every faction in South City now has to pledge allegiance to Tianhe Base. Chu Lan and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads one after another. They were perfectly capable of supporting themselves, why would they need to live under someone else's roof? Liang Shu's tone was modest as he said, we're just a small group, one more or less doesn't make much difference, so there's no need for us to join. Dream on. In South City, every group must join Tianhe, otherwise, you can get the hell out. The young man flatly refused, speaking with sheer arrogance. Hearing this, the group frowned in unison. Who the hell says South City belongs to you Heavenly River Group? Either join or get lost. And what if we insist on staying? The young man sneered and waved his hand toward his dozen henchmen. That's not for you to decide. This time, Chu Lan only brought 7 people with him, putting them at a clear numerical disadvantage. But for those who had already worn out their textbooks on supernatural abilities, it wasn't necessarily a losing battle. With cold determination in his eyes, Chu Lan set down the orange cat he was holding, while the others poised themselves for action. Seeing their audacious intent to counterattack, the young man sneered disdainfully, just insignificant ants from a minor faction, and you actually dare to challenge us? Fine then, we'll take your low-grade crystal cores. Even mosquitoes' legs count as meat. Keep the woman for the brothers to vent their frustrations. Kill the rest. Chapter 51, Playing Mind Games with You, Pal. Seeing this, Chu Lan, Liang Shu and other long-range combat ability users immediately retreated to maintain distance. Zhang Yingjing and the others instinctively positioned themselves as a shield in front of them. The charging group ahead was about to breach their formation, yet everyone remained unnaturally still, as if awaiting some silent cue. From the rear, Bai Che completed his psychic charge and released multiple mental strikes simultaneously while shouting, 3 seconds. At precisely that moment, the frontline attackers, advancing in a semicircular formation, froze mid-charge like marionettes with cut strings, their sudden paralysis creating a domino effect that slowed the entire rear assault. Hearing this, Zhang Yingjing and the others shot forward like arrows. The few behind them activated their abilities, causing disturbances from a distance. Compared to Chu Lan's team, the freckled young man's group appeared disorganized and utterly lacking in coordination. Damn it, why are you stopping? Don't fucking block the way. Stop fucking pushing me. Holy shit, look at the sky. The crowd saw dense clusters of projectiles filling the sky, fireballs, ice spikes, earth shards, wind blades, all raining down like 10,000 arrows unleashed simultaneously. How can their attacks be so scattered? How is this possible? They're also grade D ability users. Just as the crowd was about to activate their abilities to defend themselves, the ground suddenly cracked beneath them, throwing them off balance. Zhang Yingjing and his group had already charged forward, swiftly taking out several people at the front. Panic instantly spread through the crowd. They didn't know whether to focus on defending against the sudden attack or deal with Zhang Yingjing's charge, leaving them momentarily frozen in confusion. But Zhang Yingjing didn't prolong the fight, retreating before the rain of ability-enhanced arrows could descend. Only the panicked crowd remained, bathing in the shower of supernatural powers. Boom, 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 boom. After a dozen seconds, the skyborne projectiles came crashing down. Though individually feeble, their sheer quantity made this bombardment impossible to withstand. The mutant ability users either died or passed out, while Chu Lan and the others watched the scene with ease. 3 or 4 defensive-type ability users tried to flee, but the orange cat, which had been observing the battlefield, seized the opportunity. Instantly activating its beast transformation, it flashed forward and blocked their path. The freckled young man was completely panicked now. He hastily pushed 2 subordinates forward, shouting, "Quick, kill it now! I'll cover for you." The 2 subordinates had no choice but to fight desperately to carve out a bloody path, flanking the mutant orange cat from both front and rear. "Boss, hurry!" The freckled youth simply circled around the orange cat and immediately bolted away without a shred of hesitation, leaving the other 2 dumbfounded. "Bro, we share hearts like brothers, yet you scheme against us?" As expected, the 2 defensive-type ability users were pinned to the ground by the orange cat, helplessly awaiting their fate. The young man who tried to flee wasn't a speed-type ability user and was ultimately caught and dragged back. The young man now lacked his previous arrogance, reduced to sniveling and begging for mercy through tears. He never imagined he'd be scurrying in defeat, beaten by a bunch of nobodies. Yesterday when Yi Tian was consolidating all the forces in South City, I never heard of figures like these. Honored elders, this foolish grandson of yours was blind as a bat, failed to recognize Mount Tai, had the vision of a field mouse, and possessed the audacity of a rabid dog. Please treat me like a fart and let me go. The young man raised his teary eyes only to see Zhang Yingjing rubbing his fists with a grin as he approached eagerly. "No worries, it won't hurt a bit." No sooner had the words been spoken than a chorus of agonized screams filled the air. 3 minutes later, the young man had been beaten beyond recognition, lying unconscious and limp on the floor. Zhang Yingjing shook out his hand and cursed, "Damn, my hand hurts. That bastard's face was tougher than I thought. Should have just used my ability from the start." At that moment, the two defensive-type ability users pinned down by the orange cat exchanged a glance and asked, "Mind letting us have a try?" Zhang Yingjing gave them a peculiar look, nodded, and said, "Little orange, let them go for now. They won't be able to escape anyway." The two ability users politely expressed their gratitude before viciously stepping towards the freckled young man lying on the ground, unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches. "Damn your mother! Still talking about covering fire? I'll show you covering fire my ass. You piece of shit, you're dead meat." Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, fell into thought for a moment, and said, "If what he said is true, and all the forces in the southern city except us have been united, then our situation could become very dangerous." Chulan also furrowed his brows tightly, adding, "If that so-called Tianha base finds out, they definitely won't let us off easily. Even if our abilities are well honed, we're no match against the entire southern city." Someone in the team suggested darkly, "Only the dead can keep secrets." Chulan and Liang Shu exchanged glances and nodded. Upon hearing this, the freckled youth pretending to be dead on the ground sprang up in an instant. "No, you can't kill me. I'm from Tianha base. If you kill me, you..." Before he could finish, he was brutally beaten by the two defensive-type ability users again. One of the ability users offered to help dispose of the body, expressing their wish to join Shu Lan's team and return. Because of their actions, returning to Sky River base was no longer an option. Chu Lan fully understood their predicament and readily agreed. Yet hidden in the shadows, several pairs of eyes were secretly watching this scene unfold. Inside an abandoned building stood two extraordinary zombies, both shockingly at C-rank level. A grotesquely built, hulking figure stood at least 3 meters tall, wearing only a pair of shorts that looked ready to burst at the seams. The other was short, skinny, and frail, resembling an extreme case of dwarfism, yet sporting 2 ears larger than its own head. Just then, a slender female zombie hobbled in, dragging her injured body with clumsy steps. Seeing this, the Titan zombie couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, Phantom, weren't you supposed to be fast? How'd you get beaten up so badly?" Phantom looked thoroughly annoyed. "Another mutated beast, but it was faster than me. Luckily it didn't give chase. Got your ass kicked by a dumb animal. Even more useless now, ha 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 ha." Phantom shot him a disdainful glance and sneered, "Call you stupid and you refuse to believe it. With superpowers now, what's the difference between mutated beasts and humans? Don't you dare call me stupid. You looking for a fight? Right now I might actually kill you by accident. I can walk you like a dog now, no problem at all. You're looking for death." Seeing the two about to start fighting, another short zombie quickly changed the subject. "No idea when our king will return. Human activity has been getting more and more frequent lately." The Titan zombie plopped down on the ground, grumbling, "I really don't understand why our king went to the outskirts for energy cores. Humans are clearly much weaker than mutated beasts." The Phantom retorted, "You think all humans are as stupid as you? Once humans band together, they're not easy to deal with. You goddamn." The short zombie beside them unusually took sides, agreeing, "Indeed, and most humans are sticking together now. If we launch a large-scale purge against them, our own strength would be weakened too. At that point, if zombie hordes from neighboring cities take advantage of our vulnerability, things could get messy. If you want to completely uproot this thorn in our side called humans, it'll come down to the king's current strength." Chapter 52, Lone Friend. What's the shop owner going to Tenghui supermarket for? Just casually browsing. After all, they are our competitors. The minivan slowly came to a stop in front of a building, atop which stood a massive billboard displaying the words, Tenghui. It was clear that the area surrounding the building had once been a bustling commercial street, but now it had fused seamlessly with the towering concrete walls. This area was strangely devoid of any zombie presence. Wang Yu tossed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to Song Jiang and said, "Wait for me 2 hours." He pulled open the car door and stepped out, leaving only Song Jiang with a bitter smile. No one had mentioned return tickets when they came. But if there's cigarettes, that might actually be acceptable. With that thought, Song Jiang eagerly turned aside to light one up. Wang Yu didn't bring Haizi along, just let the dog roam freely nearby. Partly to protect his own driver, and partly because bringing Haizi along would draw too much attention, this operation required a lower profile for safety. Despite the building's massive size, its customer entry and exit passages were surprisingly narrow, with over a dozen mid to high-level ability users stationed at the iron gates. Their expressions were stern, eyes sharp, constantly scanning their surroundings. After all, Tenghui supermarket had quite the reputation, attracting a steady stream of customers daily. Due to the guards at the entrance conducting registration checks for ability users, a considerable line had formed at the narrow entrance. Wang Yu had no choice but to join the queue to enter. A middle-aged man ahead of him noticed Wang Yu was only wearing a clean set of loungewear and couldn't hide his surprise. "Hey man, you, here for a vacation?" Just looking around, Wang Yu replied casually, his expression indifferent. Hearing this, the middle-aged man seemed to recall something, his expression turning profound and inscrutable. "You're here to take care of your needs too?" Wang Yu asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man gave Wang Yu a hearty slap on the shoulder. "What's there to be shy about? We're all birds of a feather." Wang Yu. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together with a lecherous grin. "I heard from my buddy that Tinghui took in another group of homeless women again. The prices should be cheaper this time, right?" Suddenly, everything clicked for Wang Yu, so this bastard was talking about that. However, he wasn't particularly surprised by this. In his previous life, most factions had been involved in this kind of flesh trade business. Noticing the subtle shift in Wang Yu's expression, the middle-aged man took it as agreement and said with a grin, "Lately, crystal cores have been hard to come by. I wonder if you'd like to pool our orders together, young man?" Wang Yu gave him a strange look. This guy must be truly desperate. "My advice, buy what you need and leave immediately. Any delay could be dangerous." The middle-aged man froze for a moment, utterly baffled. "Danger? What kind of danger could there be? This is Tinghui supermarket, heavily guarded. Didn't you see the guards at the entrance? Each one is a high-level D-grade superhuman. The security inside is even more terrifying. Let me put it this way, even mutated beasts and zombies would have to finish shopping and pay before leaving this place. If you're not going to buy, that's fine, but no need to bash it unfairly." A scruffy bearded middle-aged man ahead turned around to argue. Clearly, this was his drinking buddy. Wang Yu shook his head inside. No advice can save a doomed man. "Space ability?" The person registering at the door frowned slightly. Wang Yu responded coolly, "Is there a problem?" A flash of cruelty appeared in the man's eyes. "Nothing much," he said. "It's just that recently some space ability user had the audacity to steal from our supermarket. In the end, he was caught and beaten to death." Clearly, this was a warning. Wang Yu nodded and stepped inside. As Wang Yu approached, the man turned and signaled to a guard behind him with a glance. Inside the walls was a parking lot filled with cargo trucks. It was still a distance away from the supermarket itself. The structure is similar to most bases. Upon entering the supermarket, a faint rotting smell wafts into his nostrils. Wang Yu surveys the area. The supermarket is spacious with tightly packed shelves, likely because all the goods were consolidated on the first floor for easier supervision. However, the drawback is obvious. The crowded shelves easily obstruct visibility, despite the many patrolling guards. But the concentration of foot traffic also means there are inevitably moments when people aren't paying attention. Wang Yu stroked his chin. The number of customers visiting that supermarket daily was easily several times what his own shop saw. No wonder the Golden Brick issued such a mission. Looking at it now, Tinghui supermarket was truly a formidable competitor. The best way to demolish a structure like this was undoubtedly an internal detonation. Wang Yu activated his special ability, deploying spatial perception, and instantly the slightest movements of everyone around him became crystal clear in his mind. This allowed him to seize even the tiniest gap to swiftly retrieve the specially crafted remote-controlled bomb prepared in advance from his system. Then he dropped it to the ground before kicking it with lightning speed, sending the square-shaped bomb gliding smoothly across the polished tiles until it slipped beneath the shelves. The entire sequence flowed with such fluidity that even Wang Yu himself found it hard to believe it was his first time performing such an action. This is the advantage of spatial perception, clearly understanding the attributes of everything around you, then acting accordingly based on those attributes. And so, Wang Yu explored the expansive first floor in its entirety, repeating the same method to quietly place over a dozen bombs beneath the shelves. Just as Wang Yu believed his grand scheme was nearly complete, he inadvertently noticed an elevator. Marked prominently above it were the words, "Warehouse area. No unauthorized entry." This reminded Wang Yu that Tinghui Supermarket's foundation lay in its abundant supplies during the apocalypse, not in a single building like this. If their foundation remained intact, Tinghui could always make a comeback. However, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel troubled when he saw no fewer than 4 guards stationed at the elevator entrance. A direct assault seemed reckless, while sneaking in appeared unrealistic. Any slight disturbance would immediately draw all those guards to the spot. Wang Yu had no choice but to inspect the first floor once more, hoping to find some loophole. After completing a full round, he still couldn't find any other entrance. He couldn't help but grumble, "Damn, there's not even an emergency exit. What if there's a fire?" Then, his expression suddenly turned icy as his spatial perception alerted him someone had been tailing him for 2 entire rounds now. Noticing the blank employee ID badge hanging on his chest, Wang Yu pondered for a few seconds before a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he strode toward the outer parking lot without warning. Seeing this, the young man tasked with tailing Wang Yu to prevent him from stealing with his spatial powers had no choice but to follow, though confusion filled his mind. That guy didn't buy anything at the supermarket, something's definitely fishy. He followed Wang Yu, maintaining a careful distance neither too close nor too far, as they entered the dense cluster of parked trucks. When Wang Yu disappeared around a corner, the young man hurried after him, growing increasingly certain of his suspicions, only to come face to face with Wang Yu, who had turned around and was now smiling at him. Young man, when you restart in your next life, remember to cultivate more intuition. Chapter 53 Wise Father and Son. Soon, Wang Yu slowly emerged from the convoy of trucks, wearing a guard's ID badge. He glanced at the clean crystalline core in his hand and couldn't help but marvel. Having the ability to retrieve objects remotely is so convenient. Got the core without shedding a single drop of blood. Then, he stepped back inside the supermarket once more. At that moment, a truck stopped in front of the Apocalypse store's entrance. Then, one after another, a group of ability users emerged from the truck's cargo hold. One man stepped into the courtyard first, spotting the notice board hanging on the glass door. He turned his head and said, "EGE, seems like that guy isn't here." Hearing this, Sunny slightly furrowed his brows and stared at the store in confusion. Dare to go outside with this kind of storefront? Others looked at this brick-like store and scoffed repeatedly. A flimsy shack like this isn't even as durable as a physically enhanced ability user like me. Are the people of South City stupid? Back in our district, this would have been smashed and looted ages ago. All these supplies, just behind a pane of glass, it's no different from a charity giveaway. I thought this mission would be tough, but it's way easier than the previous ones. Sunny casually settled into the wooden chair in the courtyard, propped his feet up on the table, pondered for a moment, then waved dismissively at his underlings. Trash the shop and haul everything away. Let's see how you'll steal our business then. His men had long been impatient, scurrying eagerly over to the glass wall. At that moment, one of them stopped the group and whispered, "There's no need for you big shots to handle something this simple. I'm afraid your powers might be too strong and damage the goods." Hearing this, the others all nodded in agreement, thoroughly enjoying this wave of flattery. A sly glint flashed in that man's eyes as he thought to himself, "What a bunch of fools. I'll gladly take this opportunity to shine." He activated his special ability, and instantly his body began rapidly expanding while his skin turned rocky, gradually transforming into an earthen figure. Then he raised his angular, stone-formed fist and delivered a heavy blow to the polished glass. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated through everyone's ears. Instantly, the stone creature's head was rattled by the shockwave, feeling as if it had punched an utterly indestructible steel plate. Everyone looked up and saw that the seemingly fragile glass remained completely unscathed, as if nothing had happened, not even a speck of dust clinging to it. Instead, the rocky fist that struck the glass had cracked in multiple places, with a layer of grit even shaken loose from the surface. The stone creature's expression darkened. This was supposed to be a cool move, but ended up backfiring spectacularly. Not convinced by the failure, he swung his fists again, striking the glass left and right, blow after blow. 10 minutes later, the man was already sitting weakly on the ground, his fists bloodied and battered, the bones faintly visible after deactivating his ability. Seeing this, the remaining ability wielders exchanged peculiar glances and then unleashed their own powers upon the glass. For a moment, all sorts of mighty abilities were displayed, creating a spectacular but ultimately meaningless commotion. As the smoke cleared, the glass stood untouched, without even a single scratch. Behind him, Sunny had already grown impatient. With an angry curse of useless trash, he roughly kicked aside the person blocking his path. "I really don't know what use keeping you bunch of losers is for. Can't even break through a damn window, worse than useless." With that, Sunny focused his thoughts and used his ability to condense a massive iron spike, then combined it with his strength power. Summoning all his strength, he struck the end of the iron spike with full force. The spike shot toward the glass at tremendous speed, whistling through the air from friction. Thud! Upon impact, the spike was violently deflected and embedded itself into the distant floor tiles, the sheer force shattering the surrounding pavement. The crowd stood speechless, their gazes involuntarily turning toward Sunny, who now wore a visibly awkward expression. "Damn it, quit staring. Test the walls. Tear this place down to the ground if you have to." Wang Yu swaggered over to the elevator doors, holding up his work badge as he coolly delivered the universal excuse, "Security's got urgent business to report." Sure enough, the men didn't dare delay and hurried to open the doors for him. Just then, one of them squinted suspiciously at Wang Yu. "I've seen all the security guys before. You look unfamiliar, and I didn't hear about any new hires." Wang Yu remained unflustered, wearing a bemused expression as he said, "Well, I went to get a haircut yesterday, you know how it is?" Hearing this, the man suddenly understood and nodded. That explains it then." Once smoothly inside the elevator, the floor buttons were clearly visible, labeled with signs reading "Refrigerated Food Storage Area." It seemed Teng Hui had complete confidence in their security measures. Wang Yu didn't hesitate and dashed straight to basement level 10. Unfortunately, the elevator stopped at basement level 1. The doors abruptly opened, revealing two men in tailored suits chatting as they stepped inside. With a quick glance, Wang Yu immediately recognized the identity of that dignified-looking middle-aged man, Sun Hui, owner of Tinghue Supermarket, whom he'd seen in videos before. This unexpected encounter truly caught him off guard. Sun Chong pressed the floor button and noticed another illuminated button, causing him to frown slightly as he pondered. Sun Hui, standing nearby, naturally noticed this as well. The two exchanged a glance and turned to look at Wang Yu with grim expressions. However, Wang Yu, being a crafty old fox, remained unperturbed and calmly asked, "Is there something you'd like to ask, boss Sun?" Sun Hui's penetrating gaze fixed on Wang Yu as he said in a low voice, "You're wearing a security guard's ID badge, so why are you in the frozen foods section?" Before Wang Yu could respond, Sun Chong, thinking himself clever, jumped in to answer from the side. "Actually, you're not one of our supermarket staff, are you? As a sensory type ability user, I can tell you're a spatial type, so there's only one reason you'd come to the refrigeration area, to steal supplies. Moreover, I'm familiar with every face working in this supermarket. You stole the work ID belonging to someone named Jinhua and sneaked in here, didn't you?" As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smirk, as if everything was under his control. Beside him, Sun Hui also wore a proud expression. "That's my boy for you." At that moment, however, both suddenly slumped to the ground listlessly, while the elevator's surveillance feed was simultaneously cut. They could never have imagined that Wang Yu, a spatial ability user, could kill someone without a trace. Since Sun Hui wasn't an ability user, only a single crystal core appeared in Wang Yu's hand. "TSK, I really can't understand these two idiots. Was living not good enough?" Wang Yu cursed somewhat displeasedly. "Blah blah blah, talking a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, good analysis, folks. Here's your reward. Go chat with Granny in the afterlife." Descending to the basement level, what greeted his eyes were refrigeration chambers lining both sides of the pathway. Through the glass, he could see mountains of supplies piled inside. Strangely enough, the massive underground level had no guards whatsoever, though there were plenty of living quarters for people. Wang Yu couldn't be bothered to think too much about it, simply placing the explosives in every corner one by one. Chapter 50 for the collapse of Tinghue. Let's go. Wang Yu opened the van door and patted Heizi's head. Song Jiang glanced at Wang Yu with suspicion, thinking to himself, so this old man really is just window shopping, not buying a single thing. Then he started the engine. Not long after driving out, a series of earth-shaking booms erupted from behind, startling Song Jiang, who was at the wheel. He hurriedly checked the rearview mirror, only to see the towering Tinghue supermarket building suddenly begin to tilt and collapse. A thunderous explosion followed, sending rubble flying and even shaking the ground several times. Yet, Wang Yu's expression in the rearview mirror remained unchanged. He continued to sit with his eyes closed, seemingly unperturbed. The once thriving Tinghue supermarket had been obliterated in an instant? Song Jiang couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly averting his gaze as he silently thought, "How terrifying. I'd rather die than provoke the shop owner." With the entire building collapsed, surviving it all was difficult enough, let alone dealing with the zombies and mutated beasts drawn by the noise. The shop owner really isn't leaving people any room to survive. But fortunately, their group will be relocating soon, so the impact won't be too great. The vehicle sped along unimpeded, with even the usual road-blocking zombies noticeably scarce. Thanks to Heizi's bulldozer-like path clearing earlier, the zombies seemed to realize that someone formidable was inside the vehicle. At that moment, they passed by a cargo truck. Neither side gave it much thought. Encounters between groups from different vehicles were common, and no one would bother to stop for greetings. The people in the truck looked utterly exhausted. After hours of futile effort, they hadn't managed to leave even a scratch on the shop's walls, forcing them to retreat empty-handed. They really were like those who depart without taking even a wisp of cloud. Damn it all. Sonny in the passenger seat wore a dark expression. Never in all their missions had he felt so stifled. A seething rage simmered in his gut with nowhere to vent, just waiting for someone to cross him. Unfortunately, everyone had grown wiser. Not a soul dared make a sound, even holding their breath. Suddenly, the young man in the driver's seat was slapped across the head. He turned with a pitiful look and protested. "Boss, I wasn't doing anything wrong." Sonny replied matter-of-factly, "You're too ugly, it's ruining my mood." With that, he delivered another resounding slap across the face. Witnessing this, the people in the back compartment secretly sighed in relief, thinking to themselves, truly, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. The truck slowly pulled to a stop beside a pile of ruins. Sun Yi's face turned cold as he demanded, "What do you mean? A few slaps make you want to die?" The others also looked at the ruins with confusion. The man was visibly shocked and hastily explained, "I couldn't have taken the wrong path. This is our base." The others froze for a moment before scanning the surroundings. Though covered in rubble, faint traces of familiar buildings could still be seen beneath layers of stone and sand. The scene was desolate and lifeless, with occasional crows landing on the ruins, picking through the rubble to uncover corpses to feast upon. Numerous zombies still roamed freely in the vicinity. Among the shattered debris, half of a billboard was visible, prominently displaying the words Teng Hui. The group swallowed hard, their expressions deeply uneasy as their gazes slowly turned towards Sun Yi. Sun Yi's face was strangely calm as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Suddenly, he struck with lightning speed a single powerful punch aimed straight at the man in the driver's seat. Bang! Under the force of that horrific blow, the man's head exploded instantly, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. The crowd immediately fell deathly silent, utterly oblivious to the blood now splashed across their faces. It must be that he went to the wrong place. No way, no way. Our Teng Hui supermarket is so strong, how could? Sun Yi muttered to himself before leaping out of the vehicle. Nearly crazed, he dashed into the ruins, waving his arms to shoo away the crows and slaughtering all the zombies around. Search everywhere. I want to know which faction did this. I'll tear them to pieces. A hysterical voice rang out, and the subordinates didn't dare delay, immediately springing into action, terrified of suffering the same fate as the driver. The van arrived at the Apocalypse store, where Wang Yu tossed Song Jiang a gleaming gold payment card. Song Jiang took it and couldn't help but light up with excitement, his fingers caressing the luxurious material of the gold card non-stop. But still putting on a show of propriety, he declared righteously, This is just my duty. How could I possibly accept payment from the shop owner? I couldn't take this. Wang Yu was speechless. Couldn't you at least wipe that drool off your face before saying that? Don't worry, there isn't a single cent inside. Well, if you insist. Wait, what? Song Jiang stood there utterly baffled. Wang Yu calmly explained, using this gold card to purchase goods gives you a 5% discount across the board, but it's exclusive to your faction. As long as the card isn't ruined, you can keep using it for payments. Giving away crystal cores for free? Not in this lifetime. But offering a 5% discount, that's doable. This way, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Instead, it would boost spending power. The system's wholesale prices were ridiculously cheap. Even a 50% discount wouldn't put him in the red. Upon hearing this, Song Jiang paused for a moment before instantly grasping the hidden value behind this arrangement. Isn't this basically giving me, Song, special privileges? Though a 5% discount might not seem like much, over time it could save my faction a considerable amount of crystal cores. The real kicker is that this gold card is permanently valid. A surge of gratitude welled up in Song Jiang as he quickly got out of the vehicle to open the door for Wang Yu, repeatedly expressing his thanks. He even vowed that should such opportunities arise again, he'd be willing to offer his utmost service. Returning to the store, Wang Yu glanced at the dust on the lawn and the small courtyard before opening the intact glass door. He was naturally aware that someone had attempted to force their way into the store, but he wasn't the least bit concerned. The store's absolute defense existed beyond the laws of this world's supernatural abilities. As soon as the door opened, Freya rushed out, swiftly cleaning the dust from the courtyard while speaking in a gentle voice. Master, dinner is ready. You may dine whenever you wish. Heisey was already eager to dash into the kitchen, but the bloodstains covering his body didn't escape Freya's sharp eyes. She grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Drip, detecting filth. And then, he was dragged into the bathroom. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he arrived at the second-floor kitchen, where a table full of aromatic delicacies greeted him: stir-fried beef with celery, seasonal greens, braised pork rib soup, spicy fish head with chopped peppers. Having a household robot was incredibly convenient. Wang Yu simply input the week's meal instructions, and Freya would prepare everything right on schedule. Not only that, but the flavors were every bit as good as restaurant dishes, if not even better. As for ingredients, he used whatever was stocked in the shop's inventory. Later, Wang Yu would handle replenishing the supplies. No nonsense, let's get straight to work. Congratulations, host, you have completed the side quest, destroy the competitor Teng Hui supermarket. Electronics have been unlocked. Please check. Wang Yu held a bowl of northeastern rice, eating with greasy lips, while opening the system store. Just unlocking electronics? Such a daunting task, a narrow escape from death, and not even a freebie? Protest. A narrow escape? You really dare to say that? Jean Tiao sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, then I'll give the host a little bonus. Hearing this, Wang Yu smiled. No one refuses free benefits when offered. Looking again at the system shop, he noticed a red mark suddenly appearing in the upper right corner of the product price label, 9.5. At this moment, the gold bar mimicked Wang Yu's voice and said, all electronic products are now at a 10% discount, but only for today. Wang Yu. Chapter 55, Song Jiang steps into the game as sacrifice. The news of Teng Hui's supermarket's sudden collapse spread throughout the city in no time. Hey, did you hear? Teng Hui's supermarket was destroyed by an explosion. Everyone who wasn't out died, buried underground along with all the supplies. No wonder I heard such a huge bang earlier. Seriously? Who would dare do this? Teng Hui's security was so tight. Holy shit, who the fucking idiot did this? With no supplies left to buy, we'll starve to death for sure. I heard there's a place down in Nanshang called the Apocalypse Store. It's a bit far, but they say the prices are lower than Tinghue's. Not sure if there's a chance to scavenge some supplies. Tinghue's stockpile must have been buried deep underground. Everything's wrecked. Damn, what a waste. The next day, Sunny, who hadn't slept a wink all night, sat slumped on the ruins, staring blankly at the two corpses laid out before him. His subordinates, who had been rushing over continuously all night, risking their lives in the effort, also wore exhausted expressions. Many ability users who had been out on missions and escaped the disaster also gathered around. EGA, we've got some intel. Someone spotted a minivan parked near our supermarket for a long time. There's definitely something fishy here. Most of our supermarket customers are from nearby factions, and very few come by car. Even those who drive here for bulk purchases usually come through the back loading dock. Sun Yi's eyes turned icy, his face filled with murderous intent. Which faction are they from? Some unknown small-time group. Heard their boss is called Song Jiang, operating around the Mintian market area. On the other side at Tianhe base, Yi Tian was gathering everyone for a meeting to discuss matters related to the official military forces stationed in South City. At that moment, a person suddenly walked in and whispered a few words into Yi Tian's ear by the head seat. Yi Tian frowned slightly and muttered, "There are still factions that haven't reported in. Are you certain they're from South City?" Confirmed, someone saw them taking on greater numbers with impeccable teamwork. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated, and their base might be near the park. Yi Tian rubbed his chin as if recalling a certain organization, saying solemnly, "Then I know who they are." "Boss, right now all those people's families are waiting for an explanation." "Understood. Let them wait. I'll deal with this personally." Yi Tian remained expressionless. Even if they were former classmates, killing came with a price to pay. Within a spacious marketplace, various small factions had gathered. Their strength couldn't compare to mighty groups like Xiang or Thunderfire. For various reasons, they refused to live under others' roofs or become subordinates. Thus, they could only rely on mutual assistance between factions to barely survive in this apocalyptic torrent. They had no ambitions, no grand aspirations, only seeking a place to settle down and live peacefully in the perilous apocalypse. Meanwhile, by the market, Song Jian was directing his group of over 20 people to load goods onto their truck. "Everyone, hurry up, we're running out of time." Song Jiang glanced at his assistant nearby and confirmed once again, "The location's been scouted, right? We'll head straight there." "Absolutely no problem. We've had people scouting the route for days now, and the road conditions are decent enough." Hearing this, Song Jiang nodded in agreement. Originally, they planned to leave in the afternoon, but they'd heard that Teng Hui's remaining followers were actively gathering information everywhere. His heart couldn't help but race. After all, he was the one who delivered a killing god right to Teng Hui supermarket's doorstep. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the sooner he left, the better. Just as everything was ready, a group of intruders barged in, blocking the exit. "Nobody move. Nobody even thinks of leaving, or I'll shoot him dead." Same goes for the cars. A man, emboldened by his master's authority, started shouting arrogantly. Hearing this, people in the market stopped what they were doing and turned to look. Song Jiang's pupils instantly contracted as he inwardly cursed the situation. With several men blocking the exit, their truck would definitely be spotted if they tried to leave now. For speed-type ability users, catching up to a truck would be effortless. Trying to escape now would be suicide and worse, would implicate his wife, children, and elderly family members. "Song Jiang, I know you're hiding here, get out here now." At this moment, a middle-aged man with graying temples stepped forward slowly, followed by a burly young man. The middle-aged man wore a displeased expression and demanded, "Who are you? This isn't a place for you to cause trouble. We're from Teng Hui's supermarket. We suspect Song Jiang aided in bombing our store. Hand him over immediately." At the mention of Teng Fei supermarket, the crowd's expression shifted slightly. This was a force they couldn't afford to provoke. What shocked them even more was that Song Jiang led a small faction of merely 20 people. How could he possibly be involved in the bombing of Teng Fei supermarket? The middle-aged man's attitude visibly softened as he hurriedly asked, "Isn't this some mistake? I know Song Jiang. Even if you gave him 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare do something like this." By now, Sunny had lost all patience. He stepped forward and said coldly, "Hand over Song Jiang, or all of you will die." Hearing this, the middle-aged man remained silent, but the young man beside him scoffed disdainfully. "Heh, just a bunch of stray dogs barking arrogantly. Do you really think your few can take on over 100 people here?" In this Min Tian market where numerous forces gather, the young man's awakened abilities make him undeniably the strongest. Frowning, the middle-aged man shot a glance at the youth, signaling him to hold his tongue, then turned his gaze back to Sunny. "As the administrator here, I really can't hand anyone over to you without evidence." Put. A streak of lightning flashed by, and when everyone looked again, 2 electrocuted corpses lay on the ground. Instant kill. There was no time to resist, let alone even scream. The room fell into absolute silence. Everyone was astonished. Even though Teng Hui had become a stray dog with no home to return to, he was still not someone their third-rate factions could stand against. Either hand over Song Jiang, or prepare to die. Sun Yi's emotionless voice echoed once more through the vast marketplace. At this moment, people could no longer afford to care about anything else, their minds held only a single thought: survival. Where is Song Jiang? Where has Song Jiang gone? Find him and bring him out. Please, come out quickly. I don't want to die. Damn it. He's the one who did it, why should we all suffer for him? Drag him out. Several minutes passed, but still, there was no sign of him. It was as if the man had vanished into thin air. Sun Yi's patience was running thin again. Kill you all, and we'll naturally find Song Jiang, he said. With that, he ordered his men to attack. At that moment, a cargo truck suddenly started and sped off, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Someone shouted urgently, "It's Song Jiang. They said they were moving today." Hearing this, Sun Yi immediately wanted to chase after them. However, a minivan also started up and followed, stopping at a distance as its window rolled down. A middle-aged man's face appeared, raising his chin contemptuously and lifting a hand to form a fist, his middle finger sticking straight up, an unmistakable gesture of provocation. Then he rode off at breakneck speed, heading in the exact opposite direction of the truck's departure. Chapter 56, Lighting a Cigarette. At this sight, Sun Yi's veins bulged with rage as he roared, "Are you all blind? After them, now!" With that, he dashed forward like an arrow, moving at incredible speed. The floor beneath his driving foot cracked instantly from the force. The subordinates immediately rushed forward without hesitation. Song Jiang floored the accelerator, charging recklessly ahead despite the increasingly dense hordes of zombies surrounding them. His face showed panic, yet there was a resolute glint in his eyes. He understood his situation perfectly, whether for duty or personal reasons. Covering the retreat of both his team and his family was what he must do. Manhwa supermarket was destroyed, leaving the apocalyptic shop as the only place to purchase survival supplies. If I were to betray the shop owner now just to save my own skin, I would undoubtedly be cutting off any future chances of survival for my wife, child, and our entire team. Through the rearview mirror, I saw Sun Yi and the others in relentless pursuit. Although the modified van's speed far surpassed ordinary vehicles, the figures behind us were still closing the distance at an alarming rate. Although Sun Yi wasn't a speed-type ability user, his precise control over strength allowed each stride to cover at least 5 to 6 meters. Such speed actually matched that of some speed-type ability users without falling behind. This spectacle left Song Jiang utterly dumbfounded. Had you welded Newton's coffin shut? Gravity seemed non-existent to him. Fortunately, the zombie horde provided considerable resistance, though it also meant he was charging straight toward a dead end. The horde of zombies ahead blocked the road, yet Song Jiang continued barreling forward recklessly. One after another, the undead flung themselves onto the vehicle, obstructing his view through the windshield. It wasn't until the van hit something he didn't know what that it finally came to a complete stop, immobilized. Countless arms smeared with blood and dirt relentlessly pounded against the reinforced bulletproof glass windows. Song Jiang silently pulled out a cigarette, but no matter how hard he tried, his trembling hands couldn't manage to light it. It was clear that his inner turmoil didn't match his calm facade, as a pang of regret over his momentary impulsiveness gripped him. Suddenly, the surrounding zombies abandoned Song Jiang and turned to charge at the dozens of awakened ones approaching them. They had shifted their targets. Just as Song Jiang thought he could make his escape, a speed-type awakened suddenly flashed beside his vehicle. He threw a fierce punch at the bulletproof glass, but his strength proved insufficient. The glass didn't budge an inch. Song Jiang let out a loud laugh and prepared to try starting the car to escape. "This is bulletproof GL." Before he could finish speaking, the car door was gently pulled open. Song Jiang's smile instantly froze, as if time had stood still. "Damn it, I forgot to lock the car door." A few minutes later, Song Jiang was dragged to an open area, where Sun Yi, his eyes bloodshot, grabbed him by the hair and roared, "Who blew up the supermarket? Talk, or I'll fucking kill you." With a heart consumed by despair, Song Jiang gazed into the distance, utterly speechless. By now, they must have already left Dongcheng. "It's me." "Bullshit. A pathetic worm like you wouldn't have the guts." Song Jiang scoffed upon hearing this. Manhwa supermarket, in the eyes of others, is nothing more than a slightly larger insect. This barb about Tanghui being blown up clearly stung Sun Yi. Ah! A sharp, piercing pain suddenly shot through his finger, making him cry out involuntarily. Sun Yi gripped his broken finger, staring coldly at Song Jiang. Seeing no sign of confession, he proceeded to snap them one by one. Ah! The agony of 10 broken fingers radiated through his body. Song Jiang was already drenched in sweat, his frame trembling uncontrollably. "Stop! Stop! I'll talk, I'll confess." "Spill it." Song Jiang wore an expression of pain, panting as he said, "It hurts too much. Hurts so bad I can't even think." Sun Yi remained expressionless. "What do you want?" "There's a cigarette in my pocket. I'd like one to take the edge off." A nearby subordinate couldn't contain himself anymore and snapped, "Still thinking about smoking? Should we book you a damn aromatherapy massage too?" Song Jiang pretended to be troubled and said, "I'm the only one who knows who the killer is. Fuck, I'll fucking do it." His underling rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge forward, but Sunny stopped him. He knew this was someone who would respond better to a soft approach than to force. Sunny pulled out a pack of cigarettes from him, took the last remaining one inside, and personally lit it for him. Song Jiang let out a loud laugh, clamped the cigarette between his lips, and took a deep, fierce drag. "Don't waste my time," Sunny said through gritted teeth, thinking to himself that he must kill this guy later. Song Jiang leisurely finished what might be the most satisfying cigarette of his life. Then he leaned close to Sun Yi's ear and whispered, "Actually, the real culprit was your grandfather. His surname was Song." With that, he burst into laughter, as if mocking the once arrogant Sun Yi. Sun Yi's expression darkened instantly. With a single punch, he shattered Song Jiang's skull, splattering blood and brain matter across the ground. Still unsatisfied, he rained down punch after punch upon the corpse until only a pulpy mess remained on the ground. Sun Yi turned his gaze toward his subordinates, that murderous glare plunging them into an icy abyss. Find them, track down his family and followers. At that moment, a cargo truck sped into the Southern District's territory, its interior thick with the stench of sorrow. Old Deng, the assistant, was driving the truck while stealing glances at the woman in the passenger seat, letting out a deep sigh. The woman looked haggard, with one arm cradling a baby in swaddling clothes and the other clutching a golden card so tightly her fingertips had turned pale. Inside the Apocalypse store, Wang Yu lounged blissfully on a massage chair, occasionally letting out contented moans. Beside him hung a 32-inch LCD TV playing a drama series. Shulan and the others wore peculiar expressions, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Some are born in Rome, while others are destined to be beasts of burden. Jiang Quan also looked on with envy, dreaming of purchasing a massage chair for himself someday. "Alright, everyone, quickly pick out some winter clothes." Before long, a group filed in one by one, led by none other than Yi Tian, who had received the news. He entered the door, first giving Wang Yu a slight nod before turning cold-faced and heading straight toward Shulan and the others. Shulan and the others were all confused. Zhang Yingjing thought he was coming to greet him and quickly stepped forward. "Yi Tian, you've really made something of yourself, kid." But Yi Tian completely ignored him and walked directly up to Shulan. Zhang Yingjing awkwardly rubbed his nose, only to realize that every member of Yi Tian's group was eyeing them with undisguised hostility. Yi Tian, recognizing Shulan as the leader of the opposing party, cut straight to the point. "Yesterday, your people killed members of my Tianhe base." Shulan, Liang Shu, and their companions were visibly startled by these words, with Zhang Yingjing wearing an expression of utter disbelief. Unable to contain himself, Liang Shu blurted out, "Your people? So you're the leader of Tianhe base, the one who united forces across the entire southern district?" Yi Tian nodded slightly but offered no further explanation. Instead, he questioned coldly, "You've committed murder. How do you intend to handle this?" At this, Zhang Yingjing hurriedly explained, "Your people struck first, we had no choice." But he was immediately interrupted by members of the Tianhe base. With the dead unable to speak, you can spin the story however you want. Who gives a damn who threw the first punch? Murder demands retribution. None of you are getting away today. Yeah, exactly. Our boss just unified the district and this shit happens? If we don't settle this today, how are we supposed to command respect going forward? Liang Shu frowned. Though he'd never crossed hands with Yi Tian, any leader capable of unifying all the southern district's factions clearly wasn't someone to underestimate. Besides, with only 6 ability users, Jiang Quan, the security bots, and that orange cat as their force today, they were clearly outmatched. Chapter 57, Fists Equal Justice, Supreme Ultra Invincible Blazing Violence Bonus Update. Jiang Quan, who understood the situation, stepped forward and said, "Comrades, we must act with reason. Your people wanted to kill us, we couldn't just stand there and let them, could we? But the Tianhe crew clearly wouldn't take that excuse. Killing their men in South City was undoubtedly an act of provocation. Justice? Don't make me laugh. Let me put it this way, in all of South City, our boss is justice. Easy for you to talk when it's not your people dying. What do you mean? If we hadn't fought back yesterday, we'd be the ones dead now. That's your problem to deal with. If you haven't joined Tianhe, then don't fucking wander around our territory." The two sides kept arguing back and forth, yet neither dared to strike first. They all understood perfectly well that this was the apocalypse shop. Shulan raised his hand to signal silence, then looked at Yi Tian, who had been silent, and asked directly, "How do you want to handle this matter?" Yi Tian pondered for a moment before replying coldly, "You have 2 choices: either relocate your base and get the hell out of Nan City, or die." As soon as these words were spoken, one of the subordinates muttered discontentedly under their breath, "Too lenient on them." Yi Tian gave the man a faint glance, frightening him into stammering apologies. Yi Tian's decision was actually meant to save Wang Yu's face. Since Chulan and the others were regular customers of the shop, he feared killing them outright would provoke Wang Yu's displeasure. So he chose a compromise, ordering their base to relocate outside the southern district while explicitly forbidding them from shopping in the park. Moreover, relocating a faction to unfamiliar territory without proper preparation was no small challenge. If they get surrounded and killed by forces from other areas, or die in the jaws of zombies or mutated beasts, then it has nothing to do with his faction. In truth, Yi Tian understood perfectly well that there's every kind of bird in a big forest, he simply couldn't be bothered to micromanage those under him. His coming here was solely to assert his authority and better control the affiliated factions. After all, he had just consolidated Southern City, and numerous eyes were watching his every move. Chu Lan, however, frowned upon hearing this. Unlike other factions who occupied buildings, their base was an underground facility that had taken days to construct. To relocate would mean abandoning all their hard work, and moving far from the store to an unfamiliar place would undoubtedly bring them many troubles. Is there really no room for negotiation? We promise we won't cause any trouble. No. Yi Tian firmly rejected it. For him, he had already made concessions. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward, frowning. Yi Tian, we were classmates after all. Is this really necessary? Yi Tian shook his head without saying a word, his expression unyielding. Before we leave this place, you'll have to make a decision. Otherwise, I'll assume you don't want to live. With that, he turned around and led the group to purchase supplies, especially supernatural weapons. Their effectiveness in killing mutated creatures in previous days had made various factions covet them. Damn it, this is too much. Who does he think he is to drive us out? Did he build the entire southern city himself? Yeah, it wasn't our fault to begin with, acting all high and mighty just because he's the boss. Today, we're really not leaving. Let's see what they plan to do about it. There are so many factions in South City, we're no match for them. Just fight him already. We're not pushovers either. Even if we die, we'll make sure he bleeds for it. Most of those brought out today were hot-blooded young men, naturally unwilling to accept Yi Tian's condescending attitude. Even the usually gentle and refined Chu Lan couldn't help but swear. Liang Shu, who played the role of strategist, lowered his head in deep thought. Their abilities were almost all D-level, with the mutant beast Little Orange being D-level advanced, plus a robot of unknown strength. The abilities of those punks we dealt with the day before yesterday were all at D-level. Yi Tian and his crew undoubtedly possess abilities above D-level, outnumber us, and Yi Tian's capabilities might even approach B-level. To turn the tables, we'll definitely need external assistance. Come on, everyone gather around. Take out all your crystal cores and payment cards, let's take stock. We need to buy more equipment. At the counter, Wang Yu perked up immediately, thinking he could make another war profit. Suddenly, Jin Tiao chimed in, Host, you're still thinking about making money at a time like this? Is there a problem? Jin Tiao added, according to my analysis, given their strength, they stand no chance against Yi Tian and his group. Moreover, even their strongest security robot is slightly inferior to Yi Tian, who possesses multiple supernatural abilities. If they die, the host will lose a group of consumers. In the long run, I think it's better to let them keep their lives. Wang Yu shook his head. Yi Tian can't handle the security robots. Gold immediately retorted, impossible, their stats speak for themselves. Clearly, it had absolute confidence in its own abilities. Wang Yu shook his head, still steadfast in his belief. Leave Yi Tian to be dealt with by my Terminator. Jiang Quan suddenly declared with confidence. Everyone present turned to look at him with strange expressions. Chu Lan laughed bitterly, it's not that easy. Yi Tian's level is at least mid-tier C-class. Our only chance is to have Little Orange use her speed to hold him off. Once we deal with the others, we'll handle him last. Hopefully, he isn't a speed-type ability user, or else. Everyone only witnessed the Terminator's strength once, while formidable, taking on Yi Tian alone would be an absolute pipe dream. Jiang Chuanja explained, when I bought it earlier, the shopkeeper mentioned that these robots had saved his life. Jiang Quan repeated Wang Yu's tall tales to them. Everyone who heard it couldn't help feeling speechless. This was clearly exaggerated nonsense meant to deceive novices. Damn thing about saving Wang Yu's life too. Given Wang Yu's actual capabilities, anyone who encountered him would be the one needing saving, not the other way around. Besides, your Terminator's activation method is passive. It only works when Yi Tian is actively chasing you. Last time, the robot's instant kill ability was impressive, but by now it's nothing special, plus, it can't even level up. Forget it, brother Jiang. You'd better save that Terminator of yours for your own protection. Fighting between superpowered individuals is full of dangers. Jiang Quan glanced at the security robot that never left his side, scratched his head, and murmured to himself. That does sound reasonable, but Comrade Shopkeeper Du is such a righteous person, how could he possibly deceive me? Liang Shu pondered for a moment before saying gravely, now that South City has just unified, if we're lucky enough to defeat Yi Tian and his group, South City might fall back into complete disarray. Then we wouldn't have to worry about facing the entire South City as enemies. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and his group naturally noticed their preparations for battle and couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Such overconfidence, actually daring to resist. Perfect timing, I've long disliked them anyway. What's the use of buying all that equipment? Against the boss's absolute strength, it's all futile. They'd better be preparing to relocate, otherwise. Chapter 58, Tacit Understanding. Yi Tian glanced casually and shook his head in disappointment, like an ant trying to shake a tree. His system revealed all the abilities of Chu Lan and the others at a glance, except for the security uniformed robot, which the system failed to analyze. But based on its aura and appearance, it likely posed no threat, just like the anime-style cleaning robot in the shop. So he approached the counter, testing the shop owner's attitude. Wang Yu gave a lazy yawn and said indifferently, "Do whatever you want. I'm just here to run my shop." Now that Teng Hui had been completely wiped out by him, there would surely be a steady stream of customers flocking to visit. He really didn't need people like Chu Lan that much. Besides, there was no guarantee Chu Lan and his crew would actually die. Hearing this, Yi Tian curled his lips into a cold smirk. In that case, he wouldn't have to hold back. Beep, 6,000 crystal coins credited to payment card. Beep, 4,300 crystal coins deducted from payment card. Current balance, 1,700 crystal coins. Beep, 4,000 crystal coins credited to payment card. Beep, 3,980 crystal coins deducted from payment card. Current balance, 20 crystal coins. Yi Tian and his group purchased a batch of supernatural weapons, standing face to face at the counter with Chu Lan and his team, who had also bought a large amount of equipment and arms. Yi Tian's gaze was icy, as if he were looking at a group of dead men. "We'll wait for you outside." With that, he turned and walked out of the store. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward resolutely, his expression grim, already prepared for a fight to the death, but Liang Shu stopped him. "What's the matter? It's too late to back out now," Zhang Yingjing asked in confusion. When two armies face off, morale is especially crucial. Just look at them, brimming with fighting spirit. That puts us at a serious disadvantage. So what do we do? Liang Shu smirked slyly. "Let's wait a bit first and leave them hanging. Anyway, as long as we don't go out, they can't do anything. Besides, we're still waiting for someone." Hearing this, the others all nodded in agreement. Even Wang Yu couldn't help but take another look. He was indeed a talented individual, capable of gathering advantageous factors, but there was also the risk of building up enemies' rage. "You're right. We should take this opportunity to familiarize ourselves with our ability-enhanced weapons. Maybe we should grab a bite first. I'm kinda hungry. Best if we can catch a nap afterward too. No rush. I think it's pretty nice staying here until closing time in the afternoon. Haha. Where's the satellite phone? Call Dufeng and the others. Tell them to come later too." Outside, the autumn wind of November howled coldly. Yi Tian and the others stood dumbly in an empty lot, waiting endlessly without any sign of Chu Lan's group arriving. Occasionally, passing customers would eye them with puzzled looks, as only a handful recognized Yi Tian as the leader of South District. The errand runner returned and reported, They're all sitting on the store's sofa and don't seem to have any intention of coming out. He also asked me to relay a message to the boss, saying they want to take an afternoon nap and told us to wait first." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted into curses and endless swearing, wishing they could drag them out and beat them up. Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with a chilling, murderous intent. They can't hide. They waited on the open ground for nearly 3 hours until their bodies and minds were utterly fatigued, and until over a dozen superhumans arrived. Only then did Chu Lan and his group emerge in full gear, joining the newcomers before advancing toward Yi Tian's faction. At the sight of this, Yi Tian and the others regained their momentum, erupting with a ferocious aura as if they wished to slice the 20-odd opponents into 1,000 pieces. Very well, very well. You've kept us waiting in the chilly wind for so long. Not even Heaven's Sovereign could save you now. Oh ho! So this is why you've been hiding in your shells, waiting for backup, huh? This is like watching Grandma dive under blankets. Absolutely hilarious. A few more bodies won't change the fact that you're all dead meat. Perfect chance to round you all up in one net. Saves us a whole lot of trouble. Damn idiots, a bunch of rotten trash. Why don't you just go die early? As they closed in, Chu Lan and the others assumed their standard formation, those with defensive abilities on the outside, attackers in the center, each carrying skill scrolls to varying degrees. Yi Tian's group, despite being fewer in number, encircled Chu Lan's team like a pack of wolves closing in on prey. They all brandished their supernatural weapons, poised and ready to strike. Seeing this, Wang Yu inside the shop couldn't help pausing the TV drama, watching them with keen interest. "Kill them." The moment Yi Tian issued the command, everyone acted in unison, their movements crisp and decisive. Clearly, they were all elite members of the Tianhe base. A speed-type ability user even stole the initiative, brandishing a dagger, attempting to strike before any defensive abilities could be activated, but was knocked to the ground by an orange blur. The crowd saw several members at the periphery of Chu Lan's team simultaneously unroll skill scrolls in their hands. Suddenly, towering walls rose up, blocking their path of attack, followed by a sky filled with flying skills raining down like 10,000 arrows unleashed at once. The group reacted swiftly, activating their supernatural abilities to fend off the incoming assault. A Earth-type ability user immediately triggered ground fissures to collapse the high wall, attempting to breach an attack route. Yet before the wall could fully crumble, another one had already risen in its place. A battle of attrition? At that moment, Zhang Yingjing discarded an exhausted skill scroll while the surrounding ability users remained intensely focused. The moment the wall collapsed, they would use the newly purchased defensive skill scrolls to seal the breaches. Meanwhile, the inner perimeter's output continuously expended large-scale skill scrolls, attempting to maximize the depletion of supernatural abilities. While trying to breach the high walls, the members of Tianhe base also had to deal with airborne attacks, leaving them stretched thin for a moment. Their underestimation of Chu Lan and his group led them to neglect purchasing skill scrolls, leaving them unable to dismantle the massive walls spawned by the scrolls. Their weapons proved useless at close range, unable to even see their opponents, rendering them as good as scrap metal. Damn it! How about coming out and facing me? All you do is hide and spam your skills. Don't stop. Keep breaking through the walls, they don't have that many scrolls left. Those attacks raining from the sky, while not particularly damaging, were impossible to withstand under such relentless bombardment. A strength-type superhuman let out a furious roar, disregarding the attacks raining down from above as he charged straight toward the high wall with an ability-forged hammer, adopting a strategy that would kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Bang! A gap was violently torn open, and the person couldn't wait to charge through, eager to wreak havoc. But upon entering, he immediately saw several burly men already surrounding him. He frantically turned to call for help, only to find the breach he'd created had already been sealed shut. Damn it, walked right into their trap. Maybe, we should discuss. For a moment, the Tianhe base members were actually at a disadvantage, with even 2 supernaturals losing their lives. Even one you couldn't help but nod in admiration at the sight. This was precisely the advantage of smaller factions, their total numbers were few, so everyone was familiar with each other's situations. In contrast, major factions like Tianhe operated differently, their lack of familiarity and teamwork among members forced them to fight individually, with zero coordination. The highly synchronized cooperation among the ability users of the Chulan faction even compelled Yi Tian, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, to join the battle. With a flourish, he drew his Tang sword, channeling both strength and defense-type abilities throughout his body. Then, with powerful strides, he charged straight toward the towering wall. Chapter 59, Holding Off Yi Tian. Boom! A massive fissure was torn open as Yi Tian charged straight through, like a dagger thrust directly at the heart. Recognizing Yi Tian, the crowd hastily retreated to put distance between themselves and him. Little Orange! Chu Lan shouted loudly. The orange cat, having just consumed the crystal core, became even faster. Hearing the call, it swiftly transformed and charged toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian sneered, the tang blade in his hand glowing faintly as he stood his ground without the slightest intention of dodging. As the orange cat charged toward him, he swung his blade down, only for the nimble feline to dodge away swiftly, refusing a head-on clash. Soon, Yi Tian sensed their scheme and redirected his charge toward Chu Lan and the others. Seeing this, Chu Lan's group immediately abandoned their mission and braced for battle, with the defensive ability users swiftly stepping forward to block Yi Tian. Finding itself ignored by Yi Tian, the orange cat seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Both were at D-rank advanced level, but Yi Tian, with his variety of abilities, was clearly slightly slower than the orange cat. He was caught up in no time, but Yi Tian paid no heed to it, focusing entirely on the crowd, breaking through the defenses before him. The orange cat bared its sharp claws and slashed at Yi Tian's seemingly unprotected back, but when the razor-sharp claws, capable of slicing through metal, struck Yi Tian's back, they only slightly tore his clothes because he was wearing garments with defensive enhancements. Yi Tian still didn't react, slicing through the steel wall before him with a single knife strike, breaking through the final line of defense. The next second, the orange cat swung its sharp claws again. This time, the claws tore through the clothing's defenses but struggled to pierce Yi Tian's skin upon contact. Defensive supernatural ability. Yi Tian had already arrived before the group. Watching those who still intended to activate their supernatural abilities, he unleashed a horizontal slash of void-splitting strike. The defensive ability users in the front row couldn't react in time and were directly struck by the attack. The tremendous impact sent them flying backward, crashing into those behind them. The formation was completely disrupted by this single strike. Those responsible for offense in the rear, such as Moran Chu and Feng Du, continuously unleashed their unique ability techniques. Yet each attack was effortlessly countered by Yi Tian in various ways. There was no time for the group to marvel at the versatility of Yi Tian's abilities. They dared not let their guard down for even a moment. Use the scrolls. The scrolls are all used up. Damn it, we're facing an overpowered monster. How are we supposed to fight this? At that moment, the remaining members of Tianhe base immediately threw themselves into the battle, engaging in a chaotic melee with them. Yi Tian swung his blade again. This strike would inevitably claim lives. Suddenly, Yi Tian abruptly halted mid-step, as if someone had pressed a pause button. It was Bai Che, who had been observing for a long time, finally seizing an opportunity, a direct hit with a mental dizziness attack on Yi Tian. Taking advantage of Yi Tian's stunned state, the orange cat immediately pounced, knocking him down and opening its jaws wide to sink its teeth in. However, Bai Che's special ability was only at low tier D grade, while Yi Tian was high tier. The higher the target's level, the shorter mental attacks last. Under the combined effects of his defensive ability and protective clothing, the orange cat's fangs only managed to scratch the surface of Yi Tian's shoulder when they latched on, unable to bite deeper. The slight pain jolted Yi Tian awake. He flung the orange cat away and released an electric shock, knocking the feline unconscious. His gaze then locked onto Bai Che with intense fervor as he licked his lips. A mental type ability, seems quite valuable, he murmured. With that, he charged straight toward Bai Che. At this moment, Bai Che watched the decapitation operation fail, feeling a surge of despair. Moreover, his psychic ability couldn't be used consecutively, otherwise, the increasing mental load would directly overwhelm his nervous system. Seeing Yi Tian charging toward him, he endured the discomfort and launched another psychic attack. But Yi Tian, with the experience of 2 lifetimes and countless battles, wouldn't trip over the same obstacle twice. Facing the elusive psychic attack, he swiftly changed positions to evade it. Then, he rushed toward Bai Che again, taunting, "Let's see how many more you've got." Just as Yi Tian was about to reach Bai Che, Zhang Yingjing intervened, appearing suddenly mid-motion with a powerful punch aimed straight at Yi Tian. "Don't touch him." Even someone as formidable as Yi Tian dared not take the full brunt of that attack. He dodged sideways and instantly countered with a sweeping slash of his blade. Despite anticipating the move, Zhang Yingjing's body couldn't keep up with the speed of that swift blade strike. Put! An arm was instantly severed, landing limply on the ground. Ah! Meanwhile, Zhang Yingjing was sent flying by the strength-enhancing ability imbued in the Tang sword. Yi Tian didn't waste any time, knocking Bai Che unconscious to prevent resistance before grabbing his head with one hand while silently reciting his intentions. System, discard the fire-based ability, devour. Bang 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 bang! A barrage of bullets suddenly rained down, precisely striking Yi Tian's head. While the damage was negligible against his defensive abilities, the humiliation factor was far from insignificant. Jiang Quan, crouching slightly with his rifle raised, fired in an attempt to redirect Yi Tian's focus of attack. Yi Tian glanced and saw they were just ordinary people, instantly feeling disdain. Without hesitation, he unleashed a simple yet devastating high-voltage lightning strike. Then, without even bothering to look back, he turned away, certain this strike would be fatal. Yet unexpectedly, another burst of gunfire came whistling toward him. When Yi Tian turned to look again, he saw the robot dressed in security guard uniform had transformed its arm into a massive shield, standing protectively in front of Jiang Quan. Yi Tian slightly frowned and unleashed another, more powerful lightning strike. The robot raised its shield once again. When the electric light faded, the shield remained completely undamaged. Yi Tian set down the unconscious Bai Che, his face darkening as he stared at the robot, thinking, this robot is strange, indeed, the shopkeeper's items aren't so easy to handle. Jiang Quan patted the robot's shoulder upon seeing this. Terminator, it's up to you now. In an instant, Yi Tian moved without a sound, flickering like a phantom, appearing here one moment and there the next. In less than 3 seconds, he arrived right in front, eyeing the robot warily. Yet the robot remained utterly unfazed, standing there dumbly as if the terrifying Yi Tian was beneath its notice. Yi Tian frowned again and swiftly swung his knife toward the robot's head. In the robot's programming, besides its absolute priority to protect its owner, self-preservation was also a given. Just as the blade was about to make contact with the robot's exterior, it quickly raised its shield to block while its other metal hand transformed into an iron spike, thrusting straight at Yi Tian's chest. From Jiang Quan's perspective, the robot's movements were far too fast for the naked eye to follow. But the ever-vigilant Yi Tian sidestepped it and countered with a punching strike, only to be kicked away by the robot. Yi Tian charged again, relentlessly slashing with his Tang sword while exchanging blows with the robot using his abilities, yet he was repeatedly beaten back by the machine. After several rounds, faint chips and cracks gradually began to appear on the robot's body. Witnessing this, the onlookers couldn't hide their astonishment. How could this seemingly fragile robot hold its ground against Yi Tian? Standing in the distance, Yi Tian panted heavily, his eyes narrowed as he studied the robot. He knew its defenses and speed were at least on par with his own. Yet it seemed to only attack and defend passively. Or was this intentional, a ploy to lull him into lowering his guard? Chapter 60, Medicinal Formulas. Yi Tian stared intently at the robot, suspicion creeping in. Could this insignificant thing really be their means of toppling the mighty? In his current condition, completely dealing with the robot would surely deplete his remaining special abilities. But if he doesn't settle the robot and leaves it unchecked while dealing with others first, there's a real possibility it might ambush him. Yi Tian glanced at his remaining subordinates and saw them fighting Chu Lan's group in a back-and-forth struggle with the powered weapons in their hands, even managing to kill a few of the powered individuals. But he knew clearly that everyone was already pushing their limits. While the powered weapons were highly lethal, they also consumed energy rapidly. And the orange cat nearby was also slowly waking up, shaking itself to perk up. Yi Tian's expression turned grave. After careful consideration, he gritted his teeth and loudly commanded, "We're retreating." At his words, everyone stopped. The members of Tianhe looked somewhat confused. What's wrong, boss? We can still fight. I could take on 10 more. That's right, you can tell they're at the end of their rope. The boss hasn't even gone all out yet, that robot stands no chance. Yi Tian didn't respond, instead fixing Chu Lan's group with a cold stare as he warned, I advise you to leave South City immediately. Next time we come, the outcome won't be the same as today. With that, he turned and walked away. Though thoroughly confused by this scene, the group had no choice but to reluctantly follow along. After they left, Liangshu collapsed exhausted onto the floor and let out a long exhale. It's finally over. The rest of the crowd erupted in triumphant cheers. I thought he was supposed to be so badass? That's it? That's all he's got? Was it Brother Jiang Quan's Terminator that defeated Yi Tian? Damn, that's impressive. Thank goodness the Terminator was here, or we'd be dead meat. Sorry, Brother Jiang, we were blind as bats before. Running away with their tails between their legs and still spouting threats, next time they show up, it'll end just the same. Jiang Quan was also filled with excitement, casting a grateful gaze in the direction of the shop. The shopkeeper really hadn't lied to him. At that moment in the store, Wang Yu calmly withdrew his gaze, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he'd anticipated. At this point, Gold Bar couldn't help but ask, Yi Tian clearly had the ability to eradicate the threat completely, so why leave behind future trouble? Wang Yu chuckled and said, because he was afraid. Impossible. The security robots' bodies have also sustained some damage, their condition isn't any better than Yi Tian's. He definitely wasn't afraid of some robots, but rather the unknown factors of this world, and even more so, the unpredictable nature of human hearts. He feared his psychic energy might be exhausted. If someone or some mutated beast ambushed them midway, what could he rely on? Those seemingly obedient subordinates? In an apocalyptic world where everyone fends for themselves, how many truly loyal subordinates could exist? They're all just fighting for survival. Hearing this, Goldbar suddenly understood and couldn't help but exclaim, incorporating the subject's subjective factors into the analysis, I never considered that. As expected of you, host, your meticulous thinking rivals even that of a crafty old fox. Mind your words. Wang Yu took the hot tea brewed by Freya, sipped it, and gazed into the distance through the glass. Like Yi Tian, as a reincarnator, Wang Yu was well aware that neither of them was willing to give up this hard-earned opportunity. Thus, the ambitious Yi Tian was exceptionally cautious, unwilling to take risks or expose his back to others. After all, who knew if they would reincarnate again after death, or encounter a system? This rare chance to enjoy a feast should be savored slowly and carefully. Wang Yu replenished the store's goods and then opened the system panel. Store Manager, Wang Yu. Ability, Space. Ability Level, High Tier A, 0/8000. Ability Techniques, Spatial Counter, Spatial Perception. Shop Level, E-Rank Mid-Tier, 0/2000. Crystal Coin Balance, 24,800. Wang Yu realized the shop's level lagged far behind his awakened abilities, though the current inventory was mostly sufficient. Saving 30,000 crystal coins would unlock spatial teleportation, but he wouldn't be venturing outside anytime soon. Might as well see what other products I can unlock while also expanding the shop's space a bit. Exchange the gold bars directly to upgrade the shop to level D. Upgrade successful, 5,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Shop level upgraded to D rank low tier. Unlocked merchandise, pharmaceuticals, ability potions. Current crystal coin balance, 19,800. Before the words had even finished, the store's floor space expanded outward just like last time. Fortunately, Wang Yu was the only one in the shop at the moment. Looking outside, the store's interior had expanded further, with the rest area now larger and featuring 3 additional sofas and 3 more tables. The store now covered about 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, already comparable in size to some small supermarkets. A new pharmaceutical section had also been added. Wang Yu opened the product catalog. The medical supplies were fairly standard: penicillin, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, along with items like iodine solution and alcohol. However, for ordinary people, these medications were incredibly precious, always being rare commodities that commanded high prices in the post-apocalyptic world. With medical standards plummeting to zero in the apocalypse, even minor injuries and illnesses could easily become fatal if not treated promptly. Even if you were a superhuman with physical abilities far surpassing ordinary people, relentless bacteria and viruses would still invade the body through any open wound. Although there were healing-type abilities among the superhumans, such powers were exceedingly rare, only about 1 in several thousand possessed them. Moreover, since they lacked combat abilities and were highly vulnerable to death, they had no choice but to rely on other ability users. Another unlocked product was far more intriguing. Ability Enhancer Potion. Upon consumption, it grants temporary buffs/debuffs for a duration, followed by an equal period of weakness/enhancement after the effects wear off. Type, single use, stackable. Purchase price, 20 crystal coins. Opening the specific product, Wan Yu found two types inside, enhancers and weakeners, usable on both enemies and himself. Moreover, there were potions for various supernatural abilities. Wan Yu nodded in satisfaction, another solid product that could bring in enormous profits. So he stocked up on every type of medicine and potion, filling the shelves in the pharmaceutical section to capacity. To make it more eye-catching, he even set up a signboard at the entrance to alert customers about the newly added products. At that moment, Yi Tian returned to Tianhe base with the remaining ability users, his expression dark with suppressed anger. From a distance, they could see several people blocking the iron gate of the base, engaged in conversation with the guards on duty. I've told you, our base isn't taking in ordinary people anymore. Only those with special abilities can join. Come on man, cut us some slack. At least let us become your affiliated faction. Deng Quan, Song Zhang's deputy, wore an ingratiating expression as he addressed the guards, though internally he felt utterly helpless. When they'd originally decided to come to Nan City, there'd been no rumors about any unified ruling power in the area. Now this Tianhe base had suddenly appeared, imposing a rule that anyone who couldn't join them officially or become affiliated couldn't settle long-term in Nan City. Chapter 61, The Bloodstained Gold Card. The guard glanced at them with disdain in his eyes, just 5 or 6 ability users, plus 7 ordinary people, with women and children among them, can you even call that a faction? Deng Quan had no choice but to step closer to the guard and quietly take out a few E-grade crystal cores. Brother, we're really at the end of our rope here. How about letting us in? At the sight of the crystal cores, the guard's expression visibly paused as he gulped. Then, exchanging a knowing glance with the other guards, they all silently came to an understanding. That can be easily arranged, easily arranged. The guard was just about to reach out to take it when he caught sight of Yi Tian and his group from the corner of his eye. Thinking quickly on his feet, he knocked the crystal core from Deng Quan's hand and angrily reprimanded. What do you mean by this? A no is a no. Are you trying to bribe me? Let me tell you, you're insulting an incorruptible man of principle. Seeing this, Deng Quan and his companions still felt angry but didn't dare protest. After all, the Tianhe base dominated the southern district. How could their weakened, ragtag group afford to provoke them? As Yi Tian reached the iron gate, he glanced at Deng Quan's group. A guard hastily explained. They came from the eastern district, wanting to join our base. Half of them are ordinary civilians, but our civilian dormitories are already full. Hearing this, Yi Tian gave a faint nod. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to meddle in such trivial matters. Seeing that Tianye's status was extraordinary, Deng Quan and the others pleaded with him. Li Hui, Song Zhang's wife, even knelt down to beg, hoping they would take in her child. But Tianye didn't spare them another glance before entering the base. The guard let out a faint sigh. You really came at the worst time. Alright, leave quickly. Right now, even if we wanted to take a bribe, it wouldn't help you. And hurry up and leave the southern district. If our people find out you're stubbornly refusing to go, you'll end up dead. Hearing the guard's warning, the group had no choice but to pick up the crystal cores and leave in disappointment. Old Deng, what should we do now? Let's stay where we are for now. Tomorrow we'll buy some supplies before leaving. Deng Quan looked at Li Hui, who had just lost her husband, and sighed deeply with a sorrowful expression. There was absolutely no going back to East City now, and South City wouldn't be habitable for them. Most likely, they'd have to try their luck elsewhere. If luck wasn't on their side and they encountered mutated beasts, they might very well perish on the road. The next morning, when Wan Yu opened the curtains, he discovered several parked trucks outside the shop with numerous people staring desperately through the storefront glass. His spatial awareness told him many of these were new faces. They must be from East District, or even across all of Nanjun City. Since Tenghui was destroyed, his shop is probably the only fully stocked store left in all of Nanjun. This naturally made the shop a coveted existence for various factions. A few people gathered around the notice board in front of the store, whispering among themselves. Anti-inflammatory drugs? I haven't seen those since the apocalypse began. Is this for real? I wonder if they've got anything for boosting virility. Hee hee. Other medicines are rare finds too, and when you convert the prices, they're not sky high at all. Damn, are these superpower potions for real? Even novels wouldn't dare write something this crazy. New here, buddy? Whatever's written in the shop's descriptions is exactly what you get. No scams, guaranteed authentic. Holy shit, won't that just invite people to loot for free? Unless you're looking for death by picking a fight in the toilet, no one would dare mess with the shop owner. 'Cause trouble in this shop, and not even Jesus can save you. The one unifying the southern city's factions, Yi Tian? Rumor has it he's got 5 or 6 different superpowers, and he's already a high-tier D rank or even C rank mutant. Damn, I only have 2 abilities and they're still at E rank. For him to level up so many powers so fast, he's definitely someone. The key point is that even someone as powerful as Yi Tian had to follow the rules when coming to this store. Do you understand now? Some say the shop owner's strength is already B rank or even A rank. As they spoke, Wan Yu had finished his breakfast and leisurely opened the shop door, letting the long waiting group inside. He then casually took his place behind the counter and lazily remarked, "Wholesale inquiries, come talk to me, but don't expect any discounts." Customers gradually filed in, looking around curiously as they examined the product descriptions. At that moment, Chulan hurried in with several ability users in tow. "Shopkeeper, do you still have any anti-inflammatory medicine for sale?" Wang Yu nodded with a smile, "Enough to fill your belly." Hearing this, Chulan purchased a considerable amount of anti-inflammatory medicine, bandages, and alcohol. With a grateful glance at Wang Yu, he hastily departed. Because of yesterday's battle, many of them had been injured, especially Zhang Yingjing, who had lost an arm outright. Since they had no medicine or healing-type superpowers, inflammation was inevitable. By this morning, many team members were running high fevers that wouldn't subside, and lives were on the brink of being lost. Before dawn, Chulan had already rushed to numerous pharmacies and clinics, but without exception, precious medicines had long been looted clean. This left her frantic with worry. In her despair, she suddenly remembered the apocalyptic store and came to check it out as her last glimmer of hope. To her surprise, there actually was medicine for sale, something that hadn't been available just the day before. It wasn't until that moment that she understood why Liang Shu and the others held Wang Yu in such high regard. At this moment, Wang Yu was happily bustling behind the counter, where the beeping sounds of the card reader seemed like the most delightful music in the world. Just then, the middle-aged man in front of him suddenly handed over a familiar gold card and cautiously asked, "Can this be used here?" Wang Yu looked up. Seeing it wasn't Song Jiang, he frowned and asked, "Who are you guys? Where did you get this card?" The middle-aged man quickly explained, "My name is Deng Quan. This card was given to us by our boss, Song Jiang. Is it unusable? If it's no good, forget it." Wang Yu gave an acknowledging sound while helping them top up the gold card. "It works, you get a 5% discount when paying with it, but this is limited to members of your faction." Hearing this, Deng Quan's expression brightened with joy. "What about the driver?" Deng Quan froze momentarily, realizing he was referring to Song Jiang, then cautiously replied again, "There was an accident." The woman holding the baby behind him grew visibly despondent, stealing a glance at Wang Yu behind the counter. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Meaning what?" Deng Quan's expression darkened, adding years to his already weathered face as he proceeded to explain everything from start to finish. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, remaining silent. To think his actions had provoked the remnants of Tenghui supermarket to vent their anger on Song Jiang. What he found most unacceptable was that Sunny still hadn't come looking for him. There could only be one explanation. Song Jiang had died without revealing his involvement. Wang Yu didn't know whether to call him foolish or overly devoted. He looked up at the haggard woman holding the infant before him, who was also gazing quietly at him as if asking why. In an instant, Wang Yu understood Song Jiang's true intentions. Seeing Wang Yu's changed expression, Deng Quan hastily waved his hands. "We're not here to assign blame, the fault lies only with." He was afraid of displeasing the enigmatic and formidable Wang Yu, but he couldn't come up with a good excuse. After all, if it weren't for Wang Yu making Song Jiang their driver, their small-time group would never have crossed paths with Teng Hui's people. Chapter 62, Sunny comes looking for trouble. Got a place to stay in South District? Wang Yu pondered for a moment before asking. Deng Quan just shook his head with a bitter smile. "The Tianhe base looks down on us. We can only try our luck in West City. Who knows if there are any channels to purchase supplies over there, otherwise staying alive would be harder than reaching the heavens." Hearing this, Wang Yu picked up a leftover store flyer, wrote store manager on it with a pen, and handed it to Deng Quan. "Take this to Yi Tian, and he'll arrange a place for you." Deng Quan excitedly accepted it, quickly expressing his thanks before joyfully asking, "Could it be that the shop owner has some connection with Yi Tian?" Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Yu chuckled and replied, "Not in the slightest. We've barely exchanged more than a few words." As Deng Quan and the group exited the shop, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Brother Quan, are we really going to Yi Tian?" Leaving aside whether this piece of paper will be of any use, whether we can even meet Yi Tian is a question in itself. Exactly, they specifically told us yesterday to get out of South City immediately. Now we're going to them willingly? Isn't that just asking for death? Old Deng, you know we're pressed for time. If we don't reach West City and find shelter before nightfall, the consequences are unthinkable. Just because the shop owner exchanged a few words with Yi Tian, he'd make an exception for so many of us to join? That's being far too optimistic. My guess is he was just bluffing. Deng Quan was also extremely hesitant. He turned to look at Li Hui, leaving the decision to her. Inside the Apocalypse store, Wang Yu was negotiating a deal with several pot-bellied middle-aged men. Wang Yu sat on a massage chair while the others stood in front of the counter. Meanwhile, Heisey, who rarely went out, had stepped out for unknown reasons. "Store manager, buddy, since we're ordering so much, how about giving us a discount? We all know your store has the most comprehensive inventory in the entire city, so our base is already considering relocation. You understand, this requires tremendous manpower and financial resources, and our funds are currently tight." Our base is in the same situation, not exactly flush with resources now. But once we relocate, we're sure to establish frequent collaboration. These old foxes were going all out with their silver tongues to squeeze out some benefits, but when it came to this topic, Wang Yu was just as shrewd and experienced. Flat refusal. Then he put on his acting chops and spun a convincing tale. The prices really can't go any lower. No matter how much you buy, it stays the same. You know, in this apocalyptic world, supply chains are unstable. Just securing this much stock is like licking blood off a knife, a near impossible feat. Just think about it, how many of these supplies are readily available on the market anymore? And sooner or later, these goods will run out. What happens when I can't even scrape together a retirement fund for myself? Hearing this, their expressions grew hesitant, but they still clung to those petty discounts like stubborn ticks. Ding, welcome. At that moment, a group of people walked into the shop. Holy shit, it smells amazing here. Now I'm hungry again. Damn, the floor's cleaner than my face. The key is the walls are sturdy too. Last time we couldn't bust through no matter how hard we tried. It's perfect for a base. Sunny surveyed his surroundings and nodded with satisfaction before fixing his gaze on Wang Yu and a few middle-aged men behind the counter. Well, if it isn't President Wang and President Zhao, found new bosses so quickly, have you? Hearing the voice, everyone turned around, looking at them with puzzled expressions. Presidents Wang and Zhao couldn't help but shudder, staring at Sunny and his group in stunned silence. You, how did you? Am I still not dead yet? Seems like you're really hoping for my demise. Could it be that you're connected to the explosion at Tinghui? Sunny forced a smile without mirth. The two quickly shook their heads in denial, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads from sheer panic. This wasn't just a dirty scandal being pinned on them, it was a death sentence. They had collaborated before and were well aware of Sun Yi's methods, a man who could kill without leaving a trace. Wang Yu, through the system's analysis, recognized him as Sun Yi, and his expression instantly turned icy. The long-term driver I just hired was killed by you, wasting my golden card for nothing. Suddenly, someone from West City stood up, unaware that this man was Sun Yi, and frowned, saying, "If you've got nothing to do, buddy, we're trying to discuss business here." Before he could finish, Sun Yi lashed out violently, swiftly raising his hand to unleash a lightning strike, its blinding light forcing everyone to shield their eyes. But there was only an intense light. Several seconds passed, yet nothing happened. The man collapsed to the ground in terror, sweat pouring down his face. The other people in the store all turned to look, clearly eager to witness the drama unfold. Sun Yi frowned as his supernatural ability vanished into thin air. With a grimace, he unleashed another attack. Ah! The man screamed again, but when the blinding light faded, the outcome remained unchanged. Sun Yi still refused to believe it wasn't possible, firing off one supernatural ability after another. A few minutes later, the outcome remained unchanged, but the man was already hoarse from screaming, desperately begging for mercy. I was wrong, bro, just kill me if you want, but stop toying with me. Sun Yi frowned deeply as he turned his gaze to Wang Yu behind the counter, who was leisurely sipping tea before speaking nonchalantly. Our shop safeguards customers' interests during transactions. Several powerful lightning strikes suddenly manifested within Wang Yu's spatial domain. The unnaturally vanishing special ability instantly put Sun Yi on high alert. He realized the man before him was clearly extraordinary. Could it be true what people said outside, that the shopkeeper was at least a B rank? President Wang, President Zhao, we're old friends after all. Sun Yi remained wary of Wang Yu as he abruptly asked the question. Hearing this, Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and held back from immediately striking him down, curious to see what tricks he was up to. Recalling how the other man had nearly wet his pants earlier, President Wang swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, What do you want? Don't do anything reckless. How about we join forces? Sun Yi was bloodthirsty but not stupid. Judging by the bizarre abilities Wang Yu had just displayed, trying to take him down alone would be overreaching. He needed a group of pawns to use as sacrificial lambs and then discard them when the job was done. President Wang and President Zhao exchanged glances before hurriedly refusing. Are you insane? We're practically strangers. A ruthless glint flashed in Sun Yi's eyes. After all, he'd inherited some business acumen as he coaxed. Bulk purchases from the shop aren't cheap, right? Join forces with me, Sun Yi, take him down, then force him to reveal the supply source. We'll split the profits equally. At these words, President Wang and President Zhao fell silent. Sun Yi had voiced their deepest desire. Hearing he was Sun Yi, the other middle-aged men's expression shifted slightly. The second son of Sun Hui, a C-rank ability wielder with 3 superpowers. Wang Yu wasn't in a hurry to kill anyone. Instead, he observed them with great interest. Some of the onlookers dispersed. Those who had visited before knew Wang Yu's methods and understood an inevitable massacre was coming, so they left early to avoid getting blood on themselves. TSK, another bunch of overconfident fools, he sighed. There's no helping it, with more people coming, all kinds of birds show up. Chapter 63, The Truth. I'm a high-level C-rank ability user, and this was built up through my father's tremendous efforts. Could this shop possibly rival Tinghue's scale? I'm absolutely certain that throughout South City, or even among all factions in Nanjiang City, no one's ability rank surpasses mine. His abilities were just a bit unusual, and his pretentious act was enough to intimidate you all. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but agree. Sun Yi's C-rank strength relied entirely on backing from the largest supermarket in Nanjiang City. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's apocalyptic store had only appeared in people's view a few days ago. There was simply no way he could have gathered so many crystal cores to enhance his abilities so quickly. Is this the power of money? At this moment, a middle-aged man still stepped forward, intending to refuse Sun Yi's invitation to join forces, but was met with a glare from Sun Yi. Think carefully. If we succeed in this venture and there's anyone present who hasn't chosen to side with me, Sun Yi, don't even think about coming to the shop for supplies in the future. These words made many who had planned to stay on the sidelines hesitate. This was forcing them to pick a side. Choosing correctly would be fine, but if they chose wrong, the grudge would be firmly set, and they might not even keep their lives. Many people also hastily left the store, fearing they might get burned, but Sun Yi left them with a parting remark. I'll remember you. Then Sun Yi continued his persuasion. On the other hand, those who choose to befriend me, Sun Yi, will not only receive a share of supplies but also enjoy discounts on future purchases at the store. Hearing this, even Wang Yu couldn't help but show an admiring gaze. These words were truly hard to refuse. But wealth is sought in peril, and just as easily lost in peril. Finally, under Sun Yi's mix of threats and incentives, many chose to join in hopes of getting a share of the spoils. Leading the charge were two old foxes, Director Wang and Director Zhao. Everyone from Tianlan Base, gather here. Red Sun Base members, assemble. At this moment, some people were still hesitating, wary of Wang Yu's unpredictable strength, and shrewdly looked at Wang Yu. Shopkeeper, we can back off, but only if you give us a 20% discount on our orders. That's right. Dealing with so many people isn't easy. Give us a straight answer. Our faction won't interfere in this matter. Yet, against all expectations, Wang Yu still failed to read the room and shook his head in refusal. Repeating the same thing over and over gets old. That's the price, take it or get lost. These words undoubtedly erased the hesitation of some. Damn it, count our faction in. And us too. At this moment, most of the team leaders quickly declared their positions. Driven by profit, those who had been amiably discussing business with you 1 second could turn hostile the next. Wang Yu calmly took a sip of hot tea. It's not too late to choose life now. In the apocalyptic world, customers were already scarce, yet there were still so many people rushing to their deaths. This couldn't help but make Wang Yu sigh slightly. Hearing this, Sun Yi sneered, Boss, oh boss, with death staring you in the face, you're still putting on a fucking act? Manager Wang also chimed in. All this bullshit, clearly he's scared. If he had any real power, he would have struck already. A glint of cunning flashed in Sun Yi's eyes. Attack together, seize him. Sun Yi aimed to uncover the true nature of Wang Yu's bizarre ability. These people, eager to divvy up his goods, would make perfect pawns for testing the waters. Boss Zhao roared in fury, then, hid behind his own team members and shouted, get him. Whoever captures him alive will be rewarded by the base leader. Hearing this, the group hesitated. Wang Yu's strength was certainly not to be underestimated, and none of them wanted to be the first to take a bullet. Seeing this, Boss Wang also cursed, hurry up, do you want your pay docked? The crowd exchanged glances, then, with perfect coordination, all unleashed their ranged abilities at once. Damn idiots! If we kill him, how are we supposed to force out his supply source? A dozen different attacks came flying at him simultaneously. Wang Yu chuckled and casually stored all their ability attacks into his spatial inventory. What generous gifts! Watching so many attacks vanish once again, the crowd immediately grew flustered and unsure what to do. Boss Zhao, standing some distance away, was hopping mad with anxiety. Damn it, rush him together and beat the crap out of him. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Boss Zhao suddenly froze, his eyes glazed over, collapsing stiffly to the ground unconscious. Just as the crowd was still figuring out what had happened, Boss Wang suffered the same fate, dropping abruptly to the ground without warning. Then, one after another, all the team leaders who had supported Sun Yi toppled over like dominoes, devoid of breath. Sun Yi's pupils constricted as he immediately sensed danger. Leaping out of the store in an instant, he shouted, this shop is up to something. Get out here now. The ability users from other factions stood leaderless and bewildered, rooted to the spot. Fortunately, Wang Yu didn't make things difficult for them, they were merely following orders from their superiors, after all. Standing outside the shop, Sun Yi scrutinized the entire structure with a deeply furrowed brow. What kind of place is this shop anyway? Its walls are harder than mutant beast carapaces, and it can kill people without leaving a trace. If only there were a way to lure whatever's inside out. At this moment, Wang Yu slowly walked to the door and said to Sun Yi, let me tell you something, your Tinghue supermarket was actually blown up by me. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Sun Yi's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure and sneered, "Impossible. You're just trying to trick me into entering your shop so you can use whatever eerie power inside to kill me." Ignoring him, Wang Yu continued nonchalantly, "Back then, I infiltrated Tinghui and ran into two idiots in the elevator. What were their names? Sun Hui and Sun Chong, I think. They were dumb enough to speculate about my identity right in front of me. I thought they were some big shots to dare do this, turns out they're just two punks. I sent them straight to meet their ancestors." Sunny instantly let out a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Wang Yu, because that's exactly where he'd found the corpses of his father and brother, inside an elevator. Yet, he also understood why Wang Yu had revealed the truth to him. Fine. You're telling me all this just to provoke me, to make me charge into your store in a rage, because while I'm out here, you can't touch me. But I refuse to play by your rules. If you've got the guts, stay holed up in there forever. Otherwise, I'll kill you for sure. No, I'll torture you to death, make your life worse than hell. Then he turned to address the people inside the shop. You'd better not come out either, because from this moment on, everyone connected to this store is marked for death. This was Sun Yi's way of revenge. Even if he couldn't touch Wang Yu directly, he'd make sure Wang Yu suffered. Hearing this, the people inside the shop were completely bewildered. You sure know how to hold a grudge. It's not us who have a feud with you, why take it out on us? Blame the shopkeeper if you must. What do you say, shopkeeper? I'm outside now, what can you do about it? Ha ha! Sunny burst into maniacal laughter, waving his arms arrogantly in his misplaced confidence. Suddenly, the laughter cut off abruptly. Sun Yi's body stiffened as he felt all his strength being drained away, then completely lost consciousness. Until his death, he couldn't comprehend what that bizarre force had been. Chapter 64, Sun Yi's death. How about adding another brutal bonus chapter? Seeing this, Sun Yi's subordinates froze momentarily before rushing forward to check, only to find him lying there with wide-open eyes, already breathless. One moment Sun Yi was acting utterly arrogant, the next he had silently met his ancestors. This sight made everyone's hair stand on end. A few seconds of silence passed. Holy shit, run! With their leader gone, the crowd scattered in panic. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't cover 1,000 miles in a single breath. Wang Yu naturally wouldn't let these delivered crystal cores slip away. Within this 200-meter range, he once again used spatial perception to retrieve objects telekinetically. They hadn't run far before collapsing one after another without reason, as if all their strength had been drained. Wang Yu collected all their crystal cores into his spatial storage. Since this wasn't within the shop's domain, these cores could be directly utilized without needing to purchase goods to convert them into his own currency. This was precisely why Wang Yu hadn't killed Sunny immediately. Without spatial perception, it would have been difficult for him to maximize his gains. Inside the store, the members of other factions who witnessed Wang Yu instantly kill Sunny and his men were all petrified, standing dumbly in place, not daring to make the slightest move. That was Sunny, a grade C superhuman with 3 abilities, arguably the strongest among the civilian powers in Nanjing City at the time. Yet he died, without a sound, unable to resist or even realize what was happening. Ignoring the rigidly standing crowd, Wang Yu leisurely walked back to the counter and collected the crystal cores from Sunny and his men into his vault. He then took out the crystal cores from the leaders he had just dealt with in the store, charging them into several payment cards before placing them on the counter. Wang Yu turned his gaze to the waiting crowd. I don't want any of these D-grade crystal cores from your leaders. I've charged them all into payment cards. Whoever's leader died can come up and take theirs. And one more thing, go back and tell your higher-ups to send a smarter leader next time. That said, Wang Yu cursed the system's rules silently in his heart. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't believe their ears. 4 D-grade crystals, just given up like that? Given the shop owner's strength, no one would dare speak up even if he claimed them all. Even their own faction leader would have to applaud if he showed up. Besides, they had ill intentions toward the shop earlier. The owner taking those crystals was more than justified. But the shopkeeper not only returned the crystal cores but also generously allowed them to come back for supplies next time, bearing no grudge. Such noble virtue. Immediately, Wang Yu felt gazes of gratitude and admiration directed at him, making him impatiently snap, "Hurry up and take this damn card away." "Hey, thanks boss." Deng Quan and his group approached the gates of Tianhao base once more, their hearts filled with unease. A guard immediately recognized them and strode forward, yelling angrily, "Didn't we tell you to get out of South City? What's the meaning of this? Looking for death?" Deng Quan quickly took out the flyer given by Wang Yu and handed it to the guard. The shop owner sent us here to see your boss." The guard took it with a puzzled look, glanced at it twice, then casually tossed it aside. "What shop owner? It's just a damn flyer. Get lost." With that, he raised his rifle and roughly jabbed the muzzle against Deng Quan's back. "These flyers are scattered everywhere. Don't even think of fooling me. Get the hell out of here." Hearing this, they couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. "Wait, what's going on?" A pretty-faced woman stepped forward. She was today's duty captain. The guards immediately fawned, explaining, "Just some troublemakers, Captain Run. We'll handle it right away." Ren Yan, who had just joined the Tianhe faction, glanced at them before picking up the flyer from the ground. Though stained with mud, the bright red leaflet still looked brand new. Opening it, she found 2 words written inside, Shop Manager. Seeing someone of higher rank, Deng Quan hurriedly explained, the shopkeeper sent us to find Yi Tian, saying he'd arrange a good place for us. In South City, there was only one person who could be addressed as shopkeeper. Ren Yan pondered momentarily before looking at Deng Quan and the others. In that case, please follow me. But Captain Ren, this is the boss's. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Ren Yan said coldly. Judging by how pristine the flyer was, they couldn't have just picked it up off the street. Moreover, with their ragtag group of elderly, weak, and disabled, they wouldn't dare to deceive the Tianhe base, currently at the height of its power in South City. After passing through 2 checkpoints, Ren Yan led them to some tables and chairs in the hall, instructing them to wait while she went to report. Old Deng, I never thought this damn piece of paper would actually work. Jesus, that scared me. I thought we'd have to go back empty-handed. Deng Quan also looked pleased, crow's feet appearing at the corners of his eyes. It wasn't just a piece of paper that worked, it was the shop owner. This must be what the boss wanted to see too. True enough. Lucky we didn't leave South City. In an office, Yi Tian, sitting behind his desk, murmured, Sun Yi. That's correct. He's a mid-tier C-rank superhuman with 3 abilities. His background is with Tenghui Supermarket in East City, but it was recently blown up. Yi Tian nodded, his expression turning solemn. No wonder his leveling speed was so fast, he truly is a formidable opponent. What's his sudden purpose for coming to South City? The reporter shook his head, perhaps they're searching for the perpetrator who destroyed Tenghui, or maybe establishing a new faction. Yi Tian frowned deeply, concern flickering in his heart. If that were the case, he'd have no choice but to confront him. The significance of a C-class ability user possessing 3 different powers spoke for itself. Against an ordinary C-class opponent, Yi Tian stood a fair chance. But if the adversary also wielded multiple abilities, the outcome would be entirely different. Even with cheats, you can't beat a pay-to-win dog. Damn it. At this moment, Yi Tian's satellite phone suddenly rang. When he answered, the voice on the other end delivered a jaw-dropping message. Sun Yi was killed by the shop owner. And it was an instant kill. A formidable figure, yet so utterly defenseless against the shop owner. The shopkeeper's strength has always been an enigma. A knocking sound came at the door. Come in. Ren Yan quickly walked in and explained the situation with Deng Quan and the others, then handed the flyer to Yi Tian. Yi Tian took it and saw the word shopkeeper prominently displayed, murmuring to himself, could this be the price for the shopkeeper helping me resolve my troubles? To confirm, he immediately dialed the satellite phone and, after receiving confirmation, ordered Ren Yan, go, arrange dormitories for them immediately. For meals and other provisions, follow the standard for Class D ability users. Chapter 65, The Fierce Black Bear. A large, tightly organized convoy entered the city district. Every vehicle in the convoy was uniformly military green, with a light tank escorting it both the front and rear. In the center were over a dozen sturdy-looking transport vehicles, but seated inside weren't soldiers or superhumans, just ordinary people in tattered clothes, each one quietly praying. Entering the city center, the number of zombies surged, but fortunately, they weren't the first convoy. Most of the zombies along the route had already been cleared. In the lead transport vehicle, a middle-aged man in military uniform was driving while another middle-aged man kept scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. Relax, Lao Li. No need to stay on guard like a sheepdog, we're already in the city center. It's much safer here than the outskirts. Hearing this, Li Bing also felt he'd been overly tense. He twisted his stiff neck, though his gaze still involuntarily drifted toward the window. TCH, damn it, got too used to living wild. Facing those beasts every day keeps your nerves wound tight. Besides, our mission's not complete yet. Can't afford to slack off, gotta evacuate all civilians before the next beast tide. Zhao Xing steadily drove while explaining, once we reach the urban base, zombies will become our primary enemies. Zombies aren't too bad, it's just their overwhelming numbers that become unmanageable. But oddly enough, the area around the base has surprisingly few of them. What worries me is those scattered factions of ability users over there. Will they cause trouble for our military, just like those wild villagers from the mountain regions? Trouble? Let them come. The higher-ups have already established special policies for this period. From now on, we'll have free rein to act. Exactly. What can a bunch of ability users raised in greenhouses possibly do? All they've managed is kill a few zombies. The sky was gloomy, with thick dark clouds piling up, foretelling the arrival of a heavy rain. At this moment, an observer in the tank ahead spotted a dark object piled by the roadside through the telescope. Thinking it might just be a rock or something similar, he didn't report it. However, as the roaring tank drew closer, the rock suddenly moved. Its body rapidly expanded until it rolled directly in front of the light tank. For a moment, it was as if the tank had crashed into a hill, completely immobilized. Zhao Xing from behind, caught completely off guard, slammed on the brakes, but the distance was too short, and he collided with the tank. Then, looming even taller than the tank, a massive black bear appeared. Before anyone could react, the black bear let out a roar and then climbed directly onto the tank. Its several-ton weight caused the tank's turret to dent slightly under the pressure. However, it didn't resort to violent demolition. Instead, it lay there observing, trying to find a good entry point to avoid turning its prey into a pile of mush. Faced with a mutated beast like this black bear, possessing such formidable defense and lethality, the few ability users they'd brought along stood little chance. Without the support of heavy firepower, dealing with it would be an extremely troublesome task. Zhao Xing swallowed hard and picked up the walkie-talkie. Gangzi, get the tank over here now. Battalion Commander Li Bing snatched the radio and issued a stern command. All tanks move to the front, hold your fire until my command. Every awakened, advance. Transport vehicles carrying civilians, fall back 200 meters. In an instant, the entire convoy sprang into action, only the tank soldier pinned beneath Black Bear didn't dare make a reckless move. Li Bing and his companion also disembarked quietly from the vehicle. Fortunately, the Black Bear had poor eyesight and was so intently focused that it remained completely unaware of the changes around them. Half a minute later, more than a dozen fully armed superhumans had positioned themselves around the Black Bear, standing less than 20 meters away. How did it spot us with that gaze? Good question. Li Bing frowned deeply, but faced with this situation, he couldn't think of any better solution. If they acted directly and couldn't use heavy weapons, it would cause significant casualties. Every awakened individual present was under his command, and he couldn't bear to lose even one. All they could do now was wait for reinforcements from the base, and pray the Black Bear's intelligence wasn't too high. After fumbling for a long time without success, the Black Bear grew impatient and began gnawing at the turret's top with its teeth. But then, something seemed to snag on the bear's teeth. With a forceful pull, a round steel plate was ripped clean off under the creature's immense strength. Holy shit! Seeing the iron door forced open, the tank soldiers inside reacted immediately, unleashing their special abilities at the massive creature before them. But the attacks merely bounced off the Black Bear's body, accomplishing nothing except drawing its attention to the newly exposed gap. In response, it violently ripped the entire tank turret clean off, then shook it like a maraca as if trying to dislodge the men trapped inside. Seeing this, Li Bing knew they couldn't wait any longer and immediately devised an emergency strategy. Chonzi, you're fast, I'm giving you a mission. With time pressing, everyone sprang into action immediately. The ability user named Chonzi took the lead like a solitary rider. In a flash, he dashed to the Black Bear's side and launched a wind blade straight at its rear from point-blank range. The weak attack felt like a mere tickle, yet it made the Black Bear turn its head to look behind. Seeing this, Chonzi immediately retreated while shouting, "You beast! Come chase me!" Unexpectedly, the Black Bear just snorted through its nose with apparent disdain, continuing its motions undisturbed, only pausing to rub its buttocks against the tank chassis behind it. Chongzi. At this moment, a person slid straight out of the tank and fell onto the ground. Seeing this, Li Bing frowned and let out a furious roar before charging forward first. Attack! Over a dozen ability users simultaneously activated their powers. Some released ranged abilities from a distance, while others followed Li Bing in a direct charge toward the mutant beast. Li Bing and Zhao Xing, both C-rank ability users, arrived at the Black Bear's feet. They exchanged a glance, then pulled out a steel chain, each holding one end as they attempted to restrain the beast's massive frame. As expected, although the Black Bear possessed massive size, its movements were sluggish and both men were strength-type ability users. Bam! The bear lost its balance and crashed to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Seizing the moment while the bear remained dazed, Li Bing and his companions simultaneously launched a frenzied assault on its head, their relentless blows drawing continual agonized growls from the beast. C-rank ability users may not match mutant beasts in defensive capabilities, but their lethality is completely on par with beasts of the same level. However, the Black Bear soon realized it still had its massive paws, so it raised them and began swinging wildly. The tremendous force compelled both men to temporarily retreat from its fury. The bear snapped its shackles instantly, shook its dizzy head from the blows, and fixed its gaze squarely on Li Bing and his companion. Seeing this, both of them gasped in shock. This level of defense and strength was far beyond that of an ordinary C-rank mutated beast. What's more, despite their prolonged barrage of punches and kicks earlier, they hadn't even managed to crack the Black Bear's defenses. It was clear they were at a disadvantage without sharp weapons. But ordinary daggers and bullets simply couldn't deal any substantial damage to this Black Bear. Chapter 66, Blackie and the Black Bear. Roar! The Black Bear let out an earth-shaking roar, then landed its massive limbs on the ground and charged straight toward Li Bing and the others. Spread out! The crowd hastily dodged aside, with only Li Bing and his companion standing their ground, facing the enormous bear paw hurtling toward them. Gritting his teeth, Li Bing threw a punch to meet the attack. Fist met claw in an uneven collision, generating tremendous opposing force that instantly whipped up fierce winds. But at this moment, the disparity in size and strength became evident. After mere seconds, Li Bing was sent flying by the massive paw, crashing into a distant building. Zhao Xing's pupils contracted, his face filled with astonishment. The mutated beast before him was at least mid-tier C rank, a full class higher than them. Coupled with the inherent gap between mutated beasts and ability users, they stood no chance against the black bear. The black bear quickly locked its gaze on Zhao Xing, swinging a massive paw toward him. Learning from past experience, Zhao Xing concentrated his abilities to retreat and dodge swiftly. Although power-type ability users can achieve explosive bursts of speed upon contact with the ground, momentarily matching speed-type ability users. However, the drawback is equally evident: speed continuously decreases during the leap, and with power concentrated in the legs, delivering a forceful counterattack becomes impossible. So Zhao Xing had no choice but to keep circling the black bear, but retreat wasn't an option. The road was narrow, and behind him were the people he had to protect. The black bear was also thoroughly annoyed by these nimble fleas. Company commander! Soon, a loud shout reached his ears. Zhao Xing immediately understood and leaped up, hastily putting distance between himself and the black bear. At the same time, the tank, which had been observing from the rear for a while, seized the opportunity and fired an armor-piercing shell that roared out of the barrel with unstoppable force. It struck the massive black bear with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! 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 Everyone watched as the black bear was sent flying by the armor-piercing shell, crashing violently into a nearby high-rise building. In an instant, the high-rise building shattered into pieces as piles of brick and rubble came crashing down, engulfing the black bear in a cloud of dust. The power of an armor-piercing shell was evident as the air gradually returned to stillness. Quick, go, drive away now. One armor-piercing shell won't be enough to. Li Bing clutched his fractured right arm as he hurried over. Before the words even faded, the ruin suddenly exploded as the black bear shook off the dust from its body and let out a furious roar. The deafening sound made everyone's ears ache, and the bear's rage could be felt even from a distance. Li Bing's eyes burned with resolve as he made a snap decision. You lead the civilians to take another route, we'll hold it off. But battalion commander, I'm fucking ordering you, get them to the base now. If even one of these people is missing, I'll fucking shoot you. Just then, another piece of bad news came through the walkie-talkie. And not good, battalion commander. A huge horde of zombies has gathered behind us, they've surrounded the vehicles. As misfortunes never come singly, everyone turned to look and saw the street utterly packed with a dense crowd of zombies, some already roaring and charging toward them. Everyone once again looked toward Li Bing, but this time, even the battle-hardened Li Bing felt a hint of despair. Damn it! Where the hell are the base reinforcements? The black bear charged forward like a zombie, roaring and sprinting fiercely. Seeing this, the ability users with long-range skills immediately activated their powers in an attempt to slow the black bear's charge. But the enraged black bear charged forward recklessly, delivering what was undoubtedly a full-force strike from a top-tier mutated beast. A sense of despair and oppressive pressure left everyone struggling to breathe. Li Bing and Zhao Xing, as C-level ability users, resolutely positioned themselves before the crowd without hesitation. The organization had given them resources precisely for them to stand on the front lines. As the black bear's massive body loomed ever larger in everyone's vision, suddenly, they saw a shadowy figure dart forth mid-path, slashing across the bear's body. Roar! The black bear instantly experienced unprecedented pain and couldn't help letting out a roaring cry. To everyone's astonishment, an appalling wound appeared on the bear's back, a hide tough as armored steel. Skin that could deflect armor-piercing rounds had been sliced open just like that? With stunned expressions, the crowd turned to behold a towering black dog standing majestically opposite the bear, its icy, piercing gaze firmly locked onto the uninvited intruder. Another mutated beast. And its strength is no less than that of the black bear, if not greater. The black bear also sensed a hint of danger, turning its gaze towards Hazy with a warning growl. Yet Hazy showed no reaction whatsoever, merely fixing the black bear with a cold, imposing stare that commanded respect without anger. Li Bing seemed to understand something and immediately directed the group to first deal with the approaching zombies. The injured Li Bing hastily bandaged himself while watching the confrontation between the two massive aberrant beasts. A fierce battle was imminent as the black bear, dragging its massive frame, charged straight toward Hazy without hesitation. Faced with this, Hazy remained motionless until the black bear closed within striking distance only to vanish abruptly before Li Bing's eyes, whose vision couldn't keep up with Hazy's full-speed movement. The next moment, Koriko quietly appeared in another location. The black bear pounced at empty air, immediately showing a bewildered expression as it hastily looked around. Seeing Koriko had teleported behind it, the stubborn bear lunged forward again only for Koriko to blink away once more, evading the attack, and flashed a face brimming with playful amusement. Just like that, the black bear pounced several times in a row, but the result remained the same every time. Hazy would vanish from the spot just as the bear was about to grab him. A toy? Witnessing this, Li Bing was slightly stunned and began eyeing Hazy with a strange look. After a while without success, the black bear, now panting heavily, simply plopped down where it was to rest, then glanced at Hazy with a provocative look. if I can't catch you, then I'll wait for you to come to me. But its clever mind overlooked one thing: if it couldn't even catch Heisey at such close range, did it really think it could outmaneuver him? Seeing enough play, Heisey crouched down and lunged forward in a flash. In the blink of the black bear's eye, another wound appeared on its body, then another, and another. Roar! The black bear could feel the pain but couldn't see Heisey, flailing its paws wildly in frustration. Heisey swept past the black bear's body repeatedly, each pass leaving behind a narrow but lengthy wound. Though the wounds weren't deep, before long, copious amounts of blood had soaked large patches of the bear's fur. Sensing something amiss, the black bear rose to flee, but how could Heisey permit this intruding beast to escape its territory? At this moment, the group had already finished off several hundred low-level zombies and unexpectedly encountered the fleeing black bear, leaving them all utterly stunned. Unbelievable, this is the black bear that nearly wiped them all out? The sluggish black bear couldn't shake off Heisey at all. With one swift step, Heisey appeared at the bear's flank, then leapt up in a single bound. Before the black bear could react, its world plunged into darkness, followed by excruciating pain. Even the most heavily armored mutated beasts have vulnerable spots, and the eyes are undoubtedly the weak point of many defensive-type creatures. The blinded black bear could only stumble around blindly. Though its sense of smell was acute, it proved useless in this unfamiliar environment. Finally, under Heisey's relentless attacks, the severely wounded black bear collapsed in a pool of blood, completely lifeless. Chapter 67, The Official Summons. Heisey leapt onto the black bear's corpse, ready to retrieve its crystal core. After all, a mid-tier C-grade crystal core would still offer some small benefit to Heisey's level. Watching the black bear fall so easily, the group stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the lightning-fast black dog with its fearsome killing power. Finally snapping out of his daze, Li Bing seized the opportunity while Heisey was preoccupied disemboweling the bear, urgently gesturing for everyone to get back in the vehicle and flee. But suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Turning around, he saw Heisey's pitch-black eyes, devoid of any emotion, staring fixedly at Li Bing and the others as he slowly approached. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them all, freezing them in place as if plunged into an icy abyss, daring not to move a muscle. Confronted with such terror incarnate in Heisey, they couldn't even summon the will to flee. Li Bing could only force a bitter smile. He had thought they were saved, but it turned out they'd merely jumped from the frying pan into the fire. Once again, his life was like treading on thin ice. Grade C energy cores were incredibly nourishing for mutated beasts, let alone two of them. He could only hope the black dog would spare his subordinates of lower levels. Blackie strode over to stand beside them. The group was already drenched in sweat, yet none dared make the slightest sound. When Blackie reached a young man's side, he suddenly halted and began sniffing at him. The young man was terrified. His body trembled violently as sweat poured down like rain, his face twisted in an expression of utter despair as if he'd already seen the face of death. Who knew Heisey would simply extend his paw into the young man's pocket and fish out a packaged chicken leg, clasping it in its mouth. Then it turned and walked away. The crowd watched Heisey's gradually disappearing figure, unable to snap out of their daze for the longest time. Old Li, what just happened? Our two grade C crystal cores aren't even worth a bag of chicken legs. Li Bing remained silent for a long time before speaking. Existence is reasonable. By the end of the day, 6 transactions were completed, netting a profit of 5,070 crystal coins. However, this couldn't be considered the average daily earnings, as most factions tended to purchase supplies covering several days at once. After all, no one wanted to make frequent long trips just to restock. The factions to which the previously killed individuals belonged also sent representatives to apologize. Wang Yu, in turn, issued a warning, making it clear such incidents shouldn't happen again. As evening approached, Blackie returned to the shop, stomach growling with hunger. His fur was filthy and matted, covered in bloodstains. It looked just like when he used to grind levels back in the day. At the sight of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but think it probably had something to do with the mutated beasts entering the city. Those creatures had extremely strong territorial instincts. If an outsider beast intruded into a lord's territory, it would either submit on its knees, or die. Beep, detected stains. After finishing his meal, Wang Yu sprawled out on the large second-floor sofa and opened his information panel. His crystal coin balance had already reached 27,070. Once the coins hit 30,000, he would upgrade his supernatural ability directly to S-rank. Just thinking about it filled Wang Yu with anticipation. S-rank, the pinnacle of supernatural abilities, the lifelong dream of countless ability users. Ordinary ability users could grind day and night, risking their lives for a lifetime, yet never reach this level. Yet here he was, after just 1 month of living in the apocalypse without a care, pampered like he was on vacation, effortlessly ascending to heights others could never achieve in their entire lives. Thinking of this, Wang Yu sighed faintly. Life has lost all motivation, but it doesn't feel too bad. Afterward, he got up and took a long, relaxing hot shower. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Wang Yu opened the shop as usual and inadvertently noticed the large base built by an unknown faction across the lake. Military green vehicles could be seen constantly coming and going over there, and glimpses of heavy firepower were faintly visible. Wang Yu instantly understood it was actually an official base. He never expected it to be so close to his home, but since the authorities still hadn't taken any action, he didn't pay it much mind. And so, several days passed. The number of patrols on the opposite shore grew, and their scope expanded slightly. The area was nearly as large as the entire park, and that was just the surface portion. At some point, several fully armed soldiers had taken positions on the stone bridge spanning the park's lake, sealing it off. These past few days of operation had boosted Wang Yu's crystal core count to 31,891. That day, Wang Yu sipped his hot tea while eavesdropping on the casual conversation of a few customers. The Nanchang base across the way has a massive footprint and feels absolutely secure. That's an official base, you think? I heard they're still recruiting people there, whether you're an ordinary person or an ability user. Really? I'll discuss it with the boss when I get back. True, Nanjiang's been turbulent lately with mutant beasts and zombies everywhere. We need to find someone powerful to rely on. With the official forces stationed now, people from all bases have toned it down. Even the Thunderfire base has become much more subdued. That's what happens when the big guns show up. Before it was a case of when the tiger is away, the monkey will reign. But now it's different. No matter how high your level or how powerful your faction, a single missile strike would make Yan Wang exceed this month's quota. As he spoke, Wang Yu suddenly felt his phone vibrate, which puzzled him. He quickly picked it up to check. Aside from himself, was there still someone who could access the internet? Opening the message, he found it was actually an official notification. Hello to all survivors in South City. This is the official Nanjiang City base broadcasting a notice. All faction leaders in South City. You are required to assemble at 1300 hours on October 20th at the base entrance north of Lakeside Park in South City. Due to communication barriers, we ask those who received this message to spread the word. Thank you. Meanwhile, leaders of other factions received the information through various channels, some via satellite phones, others through radios, and some through word of mouth. An official assembly order? October 20th, just tomorrow. Wang Yu stroked his chin. Could the authorities be planning to interfere with various factions, even consolidate the forces in Nanjiang City? After pondering for a moment, it seemed he would have to make a trip tomorrow to gauge the authorities' intentions and stance. Perhaps he could even discuss business with them. Gold bars, upgrade my ability level to S rank. Upgrade successful, 30,000 crystal cores automatically deducted. Current crystal core balance, 1,891. Ability unlocked, spatial teleportation. Before the words could fade, Wang Yu felt a surge of mental vigor, his muscles growing more robust. Swinging his arms, they moved with newfound lightness and strength. His spatial perception range had also expanded by nearly 200 meters. So this was what an S-rank ability at the pinnacle of power felt like. Wang Yu forced himself to calm down, then with a single thought, vanished from his current location. He silently appeared beside the bamboo grove outside the shop, only to return behind the counter the next second and unnoticed transition, as if nothing had happened. Then he peered through the glass, gazing at the official base on the opposite shore. In the blink of an eye, he materialized where his gaze had landed, right behind a burly sentry. The sentry suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He turned to look, but there was nothing there. Something unclean? Back behind the counter, Wang Yu couldn't help but smirk, looking as if he'd swallowed honey-laced dung. Having obtained the 3 supreme skills of spatial abilities, few in this world could threaten him now. All he needed was to calmly upgrade to high-tier S-class, expand his perception range, and increase his dimensional energy reserves. After all, the farther the range of spatial slicing or teleportation, the more energy it consumes. Chapter 68, Nanjiang Base. The next morning, an official signal flare shot through the clouds, and leaders of various factions began arriving one after another. Not daring to waste a single second, after all, it was the authorities. Even in this lawless, morality-collapsed apocalypse, no one dared to challenge their authority. The release of those messages yesterday further convinced everyone that the authorities still had operational satellites, capable of launching missiles remotely with precise guidance. The threat of missiles hung like a sharp sword over the heads of various forces at all times. Since the agreed time hadn't arrived yet, they all instinctively gathered at the post-apocalyptic store. People lounged casually on sofas, and even members of rival factions let down their guard here, all because of the man standing behind the counter. As time passed, the leaders of all major factions in South City gathered, not at the entrance of Nanjiang Base, but at the Apocalypse store. Among them were leaders from Thunderfire Base, Xiang Base, and Tianhe Base. Beside Thunderfire's Changming stood a young man, a low-tier C-class ability user, likely Thunderfire's actual leader. Yet, this man had a fair and refined appearance, wearing a warm smile that seemed utterly at odds with Thunderfire's notoriously brutal and ruthless reputation. Moreover, from the moment he entered, he had been sizing up both the shop and Wang Yu. The representatives from Xiang Base were none other than Zhang Zhang and Ling Xuelian, both base commanders. Meanwhile, tension still simmered between Yi Tian from Tianhe Base in Shulan, Liangshu, and their group, though Zhang Quan and the security robot stood nearby, preventing any escalation. The crowd buzzed with discussions about the government's summons, their voices laced with unease. Fear of being held accountable for their actions during the apocalypse weighed heavily on their minds. But the leader of the notorious Thunderfire base here curiously browsed through the product descriptions with an air of complete confidence. As the clock neared 1300 hours, the crowd exited the store early and crossed the stone bridge toward the Nanjiang base on the opposite shore. Wang Yu also stepped out alone after everyone had left, following at the rear of the group. This time he hadn't brought Heisei, nor did he need to. What would an S-class awakener need with a mere B-class mutated beast as protection? Actually, the main reason is that Blackie went out fooling around again. You're going too, shop owner? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads, casting surprised looks at Wang Yu who was walking at the rear. Even a supreme powerhouse like the shop owner has to show some caution toward the authorities. For a moment, everyone let go of their worries. With a faint nod, Wang Yu couldn't be bothered to explain further. Given his trio of spatial abilities, he truly wasn't intimidated by the others' official talk of missile threats. Unless the authorities decided to deploy devastating nuclear weapons against him, though the likelihood of that was virtually non-existent. As the group arrived at the stone bridge and stated their purpose to the guards, they were granted passage to enter. After clearing the checkpoint and reaching the opposite shore, the group immediately sensed a palpable atmosphere of lethal tension. Before them stood the periphery of the base, neatly lined with over a dozen tanks and several heavy artillery pieces, while anti-aircraft guns poised for action dominated the skyline above the compound. The outer defenses mirrored those of other bases, towering stone walls and watchtowers stood sentinel, yet its sheer scale dwarfed anything the other factions' bases could muster. There were quite a few patrolling soldiers nearby, along with people wearing red armbands bearing the words law enforcement on them. The group headed straight for the base entrance, where a burly middle-aged man quickly approached. His gaze was indifferent as he sized up the people before him, then gestured with an inviting hand. "Follow me." Arriving at the guard station by the entrance, the middle-aged man turned his head and said, "Please leave your weapons and equipment here at the security checkpoint. You can retrieve them when exiting." Hearing this, everyone showed a hint of displeasure, but they could only reluctantly comply. The middle-aged man saw that Wang Yu, the last one, was only wearing a set of home clothes and had brought nothing with him, which made him somewhat suspicious. "Where are your weapons and equipment?" "Didn't bring them." Hearing this, the man frowned slightly but couldn't say much more. Then, they were led to a conference room to wait. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with graying temples entered with steady steps. He walked over and sat at the head of the table, then swept a sharp gaze across the group. When his eyes fell on Wang Yu, they paused briefly. The auras of others vary in strength, so why does this young man have no trace of abilities at all, just like an ordinary person, and dressed in home clothes too? Must be some faction secretary. He slowly began speaking, his voice hoarse. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Chen Gang, the political commissar of Nanjiang City's combined regiment. Since neither the commander nor the deputy commander is present, I'll be presiding over this meeting." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately used the system to analyze this person's data. Ability, physical defense, mental type. Ability level, mid-tier C class. Stamina, 360. Speed, 150. Strength, 150. Defense, 950. Witnessing this, Yi Tian was secretly astonished. The bodily attributes were astounding. Neither strength nor stamina could be compared to ordinary mid-tier C-rank ability users. This is the advantage of soldiers awakening supernatural abilities. Chen Gang got straight to the point, his single sentence putting everyone's anxious hearts at ease. "Today, I've called you all here to discuss various matters concerning the army's entry into the city. The hope is that from now on, soldiers and civilians can assist each other and stand together against the mutated beasts and zombies. This meeting isn't about settling past scores. Whatever you did before, we won't interfere." However, his tone abruptly turned icy as Chen Gang pivoted sharply. "But in the future, if anyone dares to play tricks under the nose of our military, they will be severely punished. In serious cases, we may take necessary measures. As everyone knows about the current post-apocalyptic situation, mutated beasts and zombies are forces not to be underestimated." Before long, Zhao Gang finished speaking and asked indifferently, "That's all. Does anyone have any objections or questions?" At this moment, one person raised their hand and asked with ulterior motives, "May I ask if the authorities have any heavy firepower to deal with the mutated beasts, such as missiles or something similar?" At these words, every leader present immediately pricked up their ears. Chen Gang smiled faintly. "You don't need to know about this, but let me offer a personal piece of advice. Special times like these concern the fate of all humanity. Don't do anything foolish." Hearing this, the group couldn't help but swallow nervously. Right, there could be no mistake now. The young man from Thunderfire Base, however, furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The meeting concluded, and everyone departed together, except for Wang Yu, who remained seated in his chair. Chen Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Wang Yu, and asked, "Excuse me, is there something wrong?" Wang Yu slowly stood up, walked over to Chen Gang, pulled a red flyer from his pocket, and handed it to him. Then, rubbing his hands together, he said, "Officer Chen, I'm a businessman looking to do some trade with the military. Wondering if you'd be interested." Hearing this, Chen Gang's expression shifted slightly as he looked at Wang Yu in surprise. In the apocalypse, there were indeed quite a few merchants who hoarded supplies to profit from them. These goods were likely obtained illegally during the early days of the catastrophe. Logically speaking, confiscating them all for military use wouldn't be unreasonable. How dare you openly negotiate business with the military, trying to swindle their crystal cores? Kid, have you gone so far in business that you'd even try to strike deals with death himself? But Chen Gang had explicitly stated he wouldn't hold past actions accountable. With a dismissive wave, he declined, not interested in that. That's the truth. As for supplies, the military had its own special channels. Chapter 69, Enforcement Squad. After Wang Yu left, Chen Gang picked up the flyer and casually glanced at it, unable to suppress a wry smile. What the hell is all this? Outfits and potions that can enhance abilities, weapons that can channel supernatural powers. This is like a cow struggling to give birth. Nothing but complete bulls ***T. So, casually tossed it into the trash can. Wang Yu returned to the apocalyptic store, only to find that most of the faction members had not left South City after all. Instead, they were standing in front of the store entrance, waiting for Wang Yu to return and open the doors. Some factions borrowed the place to discuss official matters, while others came to place orders. Wang Yu didn't deliberately drive people away anyway, as long as they followed the rules. Manhua, the authorities have strictly enforced the crackdown this time. You'd better be careful with all those underhanded dealings at your base. Wouldn't want any slip-ups leaking information. Zhang Zhang looked at Chen Hui, leader of the Thunderfire base and elder brother of Changming, issuing this warning. The implied message was clear: don't let him find out, or he'd immediately report it to the authorities. Who would have thought? Chen Hui's eyes flickered with a playful yet meaningful glint as he said, "The real shady dealings happening behind the scenes, you've got no idea yet." Zhang Zhang slightly frowned. Though he knew those maniacal Thunderfire dogs were conducting experiments, he genuinely had no clue about the specifics. Ding, welcome. Three unfamiliar faces suddenly walked into the shop, staring at the interior surroundings with expressions of disbelief. Oh my god, what a fancy place, they even got little tunes playing. This is the city center for you. Even in the apocalypse, it's way better than back home. Holy smokes, so much supplies. My mouth's watering just looking at them. If only we could haul all this back and trade it for merits. The three men wore identical uniforms with armbands bearing the characters law enforcement. Clearly, they were from the Nanjiang base across the river, official personnel. The young man leading them glanced at the crowd in the rest area, noting how everyone was staring, and spoke in a tone of authority. What are you all gawking at? Like a bunch of country bumpkins, never seen the enforcement squad before? The crowd simmered with silent anger, except for the hot-tempered Zhang Yingjing, who shot back. You're acting like a delicate maiden. What, shy or something? Afraid to be looked at? Hearing this, Liang Shu beside him silently thought things looked bad. The young man's face darkened as he strode toward Zhang Yingjing, who had spoken. Oh, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to challenge the law enforcement team? Damn it, you reckless bastard, daring to speak to Brother Hong like that. Are you looking to die? Believe it or not, just one word from Brother Hong, and I can have the military charge you with a crime. The young man named Sher Hong approached Zhang Yingjing, looking down at him with an imposing air. Say that again, he demanded. Zhang Yingjing was also about to rise in defiant response, but Liang Shu quickly grasped his arm from the side and hurriedly explained. Sorry everyone, he was just having a bit of an episode earlier, talking nonsense, wasn't actually speaking to you. Zhang Yingjing was just about to erupt in protest, but Liang Shu spoke in a voice so low only the two of them could hear. This is Wang Yu's store. If the military found out that someone from the enforcement squad got beaten up inside his shop, would he still be able to run his business? Wang Yu has helped us so much during the apocalypse, providing supplies for everyone. If you, Zhang Yingjing, want to repay kindness with enmity just to vent your momentary anger, then forget I said anything. Hearing this, Zhang Yingjing calmed down and lowered his head in shame, realizing he truly hadn't considered that point. The shopkeeper treated them so well. If it weren't for the shopkeeper's security robots, they might have already died under Yi Tian's blade. Honggu noticed Zhang Yingjing suddenly deflate like a punctured balloon and assumed his identity had intimidated him. He bent down, patted Zhang Yingjing's right cheek with his hand, and said scornfully, if you're sick, buy more medicine. Don't go out harming others, or people will die. Zhang Yingjing lowered his head, gnashing his back teeth furiously. Brother Hong then turned his gaze to the other faction members, lecturing them with an air of superiority. I hope you'll wise up and never dare to challenge the authorities' authority, or you'll have to face the consequences. Don't think your factions are all that impressive. In the face of the authorities' heavy firepower, you're nothing but paper tigers, easily crushed. Seeing no objections from the crowd, Brother Hong generously, so he thought, let them off. Then, with his 2 lackeys in tow, he strode up to the counter, only to find Wang Yu standing there completely unfazed. Still engrossed in watching the LCD TV, he blatantly ignored the swaggering law enforcement team nearby. This immediately displeased the 3 officers, and one thin-faced, rat-featured member slammed his hand heavily on the counter. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see us standing right here? Wang Yu put on a look of surprise and asked with a smile, is there something you need? My store is fully stocked. Hong Ji asked with a cold face, who gave you permission to open a shop here? Did you get our approval? Upon hearing this, Chunghua looked on with keen interest, eager to see how the shop owner would handle the situation. The others wore worried expressions. After all, the shop owner was just a superhuman, not a god, and would still fear the deterrence of official missiles. What they feared most was that interference from the authorities might lead to changes in the Apocalypse shop. After all, this was everyone's only source of supplies. Without this shop with its unusually abundant storage and so many miraculous goods, surviving the apocalypse would definitely become much harder. Seeing that the trio hadn't come to buy anything, Wang Yu's tone turned indifferent. I opened the shop long before you existed. Never heard that I needed anyone's approval. This conversation sounds a bit odd somehow. Brother Hong pointed at his armband and said matter-of-factly, well now you've heard it. If you open shop near our official station, you'll naturally receive our protection, though certainly not for free. Percent. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and asked directly, so what do you want to do? Brother Hong cleared his throat and pointed at the store. We won't charge you anything, he said. Just give us a 30-70 split of the supplies here. Don't say we're not leaving you a way to survive. With all these supplies, even 30% would last you a long time. Wang Yu replied bluntly, you're ugly but dare to dream big, demanding a 70-30 split? Your face must be thicker than a bulletproof vest. Hearing this, the onlookers were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Brother Hong's face darkened instantly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Even if they had so many people, how dare this shop, without a single guard, speak with such arrogance? You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Are you trying to defy the authorities? Brother Hong's voice was icy, delivering his final warning. You probably don't own a mirror or even piss standing up, can't even see your own ugly mug. And you dare claim to represent the authorities? Really think you're somebody? Before the words fully left his mouth, Big Brother Hong's veins bulged as his iron grip shot toward Wang Yu's throat. As the captain of Nanjiang City's law enforcement team, he was a mid-level D-class superhuman. How could he not have some skills? Chapter 70, Point-Blank Confrontation. Just as Brother Hong's hand was about to touch Wang Yu, his arm suddenly went limp. In an instant, Brother Hong's arm was completely severed, landing on the counter. At the sight of this, everyone present was stunned. A few seconds later, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig rang out. The intense pain sent Honggu crashing to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably as beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead. Even in this state, he still remembered to send his 2 lackeys to their doom. Kill him for me. The 2 subordinates snapped back to reality, exchanged glances, and couldn't help but hesitate with visible fear. But given Hong Ji's status, if anything happened to him, they'd probably be in serious trouble too. So they had no choice but to grit their teeth and activate their abilities. Damn it, let's. Before he could finish speaking, both men collapsed without warning, completely motionless. Honggu froze for a few seconds before roaring, the hell are you doing? Get him! A few seconds passed, but the 2 men remained motionless, their eyes vacant and their expressions frozen stiff. Hong Ji suddenly realized something belatedly, staring at Wang Yu in panic. Just who the hell are you? Still don't get it, kid? I'm just an honest, law-abiding, rule-following businessman. Wang Yu grinned at Hong Ji with amusement. Brother Hong felt Wang Yu's smile was eerily sinister, like the Grim Reaper himself. You can't kill me. I'm the captain of the Nanjiang base enforcement team. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the military won't let you go, their missiles will flatten this place. You're doomed. Hearing this, Wang Yu let out a mocking laugh, completely unfazed. Also, my brother is. Brother Hong wanted to assert his authority once more, but found himself utterly unable to speak, overwhelmed by a crushing sense of powerlessness. With an unwilling glare, Brother Hong slumped to the ground lifelessly, meeting the same fate as his 2 subordinates. A heavy silence instantly fell over the air as the crowd stared dumbfounded at the 3 fallen enforcers. Changhua also stared blankly at Wang Yu, his eyes filled with wariness, wondering whether the shop owner was simply foolish or secretly confident beyond measure. What shocked everybody wasn't just the shopkeeper's ability to kill unseen, but also his decisiveness in taking life. That was an official figure after all, the captain of some enforcement squad. While others could only swallow their humiliation when provoked by such people, the shopkeeper eliminated him without the slightest hesitation. The key point was that the military had just issued their warning this morning, which the shopkeeper had attended, and now, not long after, someone lay dead. Moreover, with just a lake separating this place from the military base, killing their personnel right under the military's nose was undoubtedly a direct provocation. Ding, contamination detected. Freya, clean the floor, throw the body in the lake, and wipe down the counter too. The crowd. The official base is just across the lake. So after all this time, the shopkeeper's real purpose in attending the meeting wasn't out of fear, but to find an opportunity to put the military in their place. Afterwards, Wang Yu acted as if nothing had happened and continued watching TV. Ahem, if no one has anything else, Yao, will take my leave first. Same here, I'm a bit desperate for the bathroom, gotta go. The weather's turning, I've got clothes airing at my base. The leaders of various factions quickly left the scene, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Whether the shopkeeper was foolish or had something to rely on, they certainly couldn't afford to provoke the authorities. Zhang Zhang approached the counter, hesitating as if wanting to say something, but ultimately left in silence. The Nanjiang base would never tolerate such a significant threat lurking nearby. Though Wang Yu was strong, facing the military with their long-range heavy weapons alone would be nothing short of fantasy. Of course, basically every faction wants the apocalypse shop to remain intact. After all, you have to stay alive to worry about anything else. A few minutes later, only Chu Lan's group remained in the shop. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward and thumped his chest. Brother Yu, those bastards deserved it. Even if the authorities come knocking, we're in the right. Hearing this, Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively without another word. Chu Lan, however, cast a deep glance at Wang Yu. She knew he wasn't the impulsive type. Whatever he did, he must have had a plan to handle the consequences. After all, there were too many miraculous aspects to this shop. If the apocalypse were a game, the shop owner would be like an NPC. That evening, Haizi dragged his exhausted body back to the shop. His fur was disheveled, with several patches noticeably sparse, as if plucked by a bird's beak. Seeing this, Wang Yu furrowed his brows slightly. Could there still be something capable of injuring Haizi now? Logically, in his previous life, Haizi had been virtually unmatched in Nanjiang City. Could it be that his adoption had confined Haizi to just this southern district? That's probably the case. In his previous life, Haizi was a stray with a wild nature, naturally roaming around to hunt and obtain crystal cores. In the past, it was fine, but now that the mutated beasts from the outskirts had entered the city, Haizi's status as the alpha would also be shaken. In this life, without Haizi to suppress them, those mutated beasts from the outskirts might already have a new beast king, whose power is no small matter. Wang Yu patted Haizi's head and gazed into the distance, contemplating when he would help Haizi eliminate that new beast king. Dealing with an A-rank or B-rank mutant beast shouldn't be a problem for an S-rank spatial ability user like myself. Over the next day or two, few customers came by, but Wang Yu wasn't concerned. His was the only large-scale store in the entire city. When supplies ran out, even those most determined to avoid suspicion would have to come stock up. Inside an office at the Southern River base. What? Shihong and 2 enforcement team members have gone missing? Who authorized them to leave the base unsupervised? Li Bing slammed the table and stood up, his face dark as he loudly demanded an explanation. The person before him wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and explained, it was him who relayed the order, and given his somewhat special status, our people just, let this be the last time. Write me a 1,000-word self-criticism report, then dispatch people to search the entire city. I want him found alive or dead. Li Bing sighed faintly. Though the fault lay with Shihong, since it had happened within his jurisdiction, the responsibility ultimately fell on him. At this moment, Zhao Xing comforted him from the side. This morning, the political commissar just gave all the forces a warning. No one would dare to touch our people. I hope so. Over the past 2 days, the news of officials getting killed in the Apocalypse store had spread like wildfire. Many assumed the shop would surely face official retaliation, so they started frantically currying favor with the authorities. The officially formed temporary investigation team naturally obtained the information with ease. They immediately reported it to Battalion Commander Li Bing. At first, Li Bing found it hard to believe that someone dared to kill right under the authorities' noses. But another discovery pointed the finger directly at the post-apocalypse store. The bodies of 3 law enforcement officers surfaced in the lake. Chapter 71, I object to this marriage. Battalion Commander, should I take some men to bring that kid back? Hearing someone dare to slap them in the face, a company commander also flew into a rage and volunteered for the mission. But Li Bing shook his head in refusal. In this post-apocalyptic world where strength reigned supreme, many matters required personal attention from higher-ups like them. You must understand, someone who dares to openly challenge the authorities must have considerable strength. Sending lower-ranked subordinates would likely just end up delivering them free crystal cores. Every mutant's level is hard-earned through gradual accumulation. Losing even a single one of them would be heartbreaking for him. Moreover, Lu Hong's identity is rather special. He had no choice but to make this trip personally to inquire about the shop owner's true intentions and, if necessary, eliminate him on the spot. Old Zhao, when is the vice leader coming back? I'm not sure, but judging by the number of people moving in, it won't be long now. The sky was gloomy, and soon a light drizzle began to fall. Inside the Apocalypse store, Wang Yu sat in the massage chair, sipping hot tea while browsing through ability manuals. There hadn't been many customers these days, and even those who came didn't stay for long. Heisei, taking advantage of the rare opportunity, was curled up napping on the sofa in the rest area. Wang Yu's rule was that the dog could only use the sofa when no one was in the lounge. At that moment, the roar of a vehicle sounded, and Wang Yu turned his head to see a military green transport truck parked at the shop entrance. Wang Yu sneered coldly. Finally here. Thanks to your authorities, my business has been struggling these past few days. Just wait, I'll make sure to gouge you for every penny. Several figures clad in black raincoats stepped down from the transport truck, holding oddly shaped firearms as they lined up in formation outside the shop. Wang Yu recognized at a glance that the weapons in their hands were extraordinary, likely specialized arms designed to deal with mutated beasts or ability users. In his past life, he had encountered this type of weapon. The leader of the group was a tall, burly man. He first surveyed the Apocalypse store, then through the glass, locked his gaze onto Wang Yu behind the counter, striding forward with steady steps. Ding, welcome. Li Bing led his men inside the store, removing the hood of his raincoat before fixing his sharp, hawk-like eyes on Wang Yu, who was still leisurely enjoying his massage. But the ordinary-looking young man before them showed no trace of panic. Instead, he deliberately asked, "Are you here to stock up, gentlemen? Feel free to look around." Li Bing didn't answer. Instead, he demanded in a low voice, "A few days ago, 3 enforcers came to your place. Did you kill them?" Wang Yu lifted the porcelain cup and leisurely took a sip of tea before replying nonchalantly, "You mean those 3 idiots with armbands?" "Yeah, I killed them." Upon hearing this, the group's expressions darkened with rage as several murderous auras instantly locked onto Wang Yu. Li Bing's face darkened as he issued an icy command. "Very well, give me." His words cut off abruptly halfway, because from the corner of his eye, he noticed a black dog approaching. The moment he clearly saw the dog, his pupils constricted instantly, and his mind went completely blank. Meanwhile, Heisei, Blackie, cocked its head slightly, staring at Li Bing before it with a hint of mocking amusement in its eyes. The subordinates who were about to take action suddenly noticed their battalion commander had fallen silent. Seeing the battalion commander stunned into speechlessness, one soldier couldn't help but ask, "Battalion commander, should we apprehend this man?" "Shut up! Everyone hold your positions!" Coming to his senses, Li Bing roared the command at the top of his voice. Li Bing stared at the black dog with panic in his eyes, swallowing hard. Wasn't this the very mutated beast that had indirectly saved his life just days ago? Although the black dog hadn't mutated, Li Bing still remembered it clearly. This extraordinarily fast and lethally powerful mutant beast played with the sturdy black bear like a toy. He was certain that the black dog's strength was no less than the team leader's, perhaps even surpassing it. How could such a powerful mutated beast appear here? Could it be? Li Bing glanced at Wang Yu and noticed his calm and composed demeanor, which immediately gave rise to an explanation in his mind. This exotic beast was the young man's pet. For an extraordinarily powerful beast to submit to someone, there could only be one reason. The young man's strength was no less than that of the black dog, if not stronger. This man was absolutely not someone they could afford to provoke. No one can. Moreover, at the moment of their peril, Heisei suddenly appeared to rescue them without demanding anything in return except perhaps taking away a pack of chicken legs. Saving them might just be the young man's intention. Wang Yu noticed Li Bing staring blankly at Heisei, and his expression couldn't help but turn odd. This guy doesn't have some weird fetish, does he? Though Heisei is a female dog, but damn, you must be really desperate, bro. Li Bing turned his head, a newfound respect flashing in his eyes as his tone softened. This gentleman, how should I address you? Wang Yu sighed, feeling even more convinced about the thoughts in his mind. Shopkeeper. Alright, shopkeeper, I actually came here to ask. No. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Yu rudely interrupted, startling Li Bing. With determined eyes, Wang Yu declared, "I disagree with this marriage. Give up now." These words immediately left Li Bing utterly bewildered. "Ha? What marriage arrangement? I just wanted to ask the shop owner why he attacked our men. Did they do something out of line? Given Wang Yu's unfathomable strength, why would he bother crushing a few insignificant ants for no reason? It must be because those 3 men had displeased the shop owner." Witnessing their battalion commander's sudden change in attitude, all the subordinate officers were filled with confusion. "Captain, even if they made a mistake, you can't just..." To everyone's surprise, Li Bing uncharacteristically turned and roared, "Shut up! Anyone else who speaks will be confined for 100 days. The group immediately fell as silent as cicadas in winter. Seeing this, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction and briefly recounted the situation. "Those 3 idiots came to me wanting to split my supplies, me taking 30% while they keep 70%. Never seen such shameless bastards in my damn life." Li Bing overheard and learned that Lu Hong and his gang had broken the rules and offended people. He immediately bowed in apology to Wang Yu. He promised such incidents would never happen again. "Ahem, Mr. Shopkeeper, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now." "Wait." Just as Li Bing was about to bolt, his body stiffened with shock, fearing he'd displeased the shop owner. "Because I killed 3 insignificant pests, the whole city thinks my shop is about to get leveled by your official missiles. Now I've got no business left." Upon hearing this, a desperate will to survive sent Li Bing's mind into overdrive. After a brief pause, he tentatively suggested, "Then let me place an official order for supplies on behalf of the authorities." "Would that work?" Wang Yu gave him an approving glance. "Accepted. Make sure to thoroughly review the product descriptions." Seeing that it wouldn't be needed anymore, Heisey turned and headed back to the rest area. Li Bing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immensely grateful that he had managed to save his own life. So, he ordered a few of his subordinates to wait in place while he took his time exploring the entire store. As Li Bing surveyed his surroundings, he realized just how extraordinary this store was. His eyes flickered slightly as he stepped toward the weapons section. Chapter 72, Profits. "You can actually buy firearms here." Li Bing picked up a rifle, confirming it wasn't a replica. But then he shook his head again. "These firearms are practically useless now." "Wait, what the hell is an ability weapon?" Li Bing's gaze fell on a tall shelf nearby, which surprisingly held numerous cold weapons, yet they all radiated a futuristic vibe. He carefully picked up a long-handled axe, feeling an unusual sense of familiarity. He couldn't resist running his fingers along its surface, yet couldn't discern what material it was made of. The blade was exceptionally sharp, just the slightest touch could easily break skin. While sighing with emotion, Li Bing remembered the shopkeeper's words and hurriedly found the product description to carefully examine it. Name, Mountain Cleaving Axe. Grade, B. Description: when held by a power-type ability user and imbued with their energy, this weapon gains an additional 20% destructive capability. Other ability users will gain an additional 10% of its lethality. Type, non-consumable item. Price, 1,200 crystal coins. Witnessing this, Li Bing couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The same reaction applied to other ability weapons. Each description seemed so fantastical, as if immersing people in a game world. After pondering for a moment, he still picked up the axe and walked over to the nearby shopping cart area, casually pushing one out before gently placing the axe inside. If it were any other store, he would never believe such outlandish claims, but the shopkeeper's identity was too mysterious. He wasn't in a position to draw definitive conclusions about such things. He could only purchase it and let the base's weapons research lab take a look. If this were true, then the entire military's weaponry system would undergo a revolution. Thus, Li Bing proceeded to scrutinize each product with even greater care, even examining ordinary items like safety umbrellas in hopes of uncovering some hidden anomaly. After more than an hour, Li Bing's shopping cart was nearly full, packed with every product that defied conventional logic. He arrived at his final destination, the book section. The assortment of books astonished him once more. The recorded knowledge about special abilities was remarkably comprehensive, with explanations painstakingly detailed. Some viewpoints documented within aligned perfectly with official ability manuals, while certain aspects even contained insights unknown to the authorities. Bear in mind, from the very beginning of the apocalypse, countless research teams had thrown themselves into relentless study and fieldwork day and night to arrive at these conclusions. Li Bing stared at the author's name on the cover, his mind stirring with contemplation. Could he be the first person to release apocalyptic information during the early days of the apocalypse? I remember that when the apocalypse first began, information about superhumans, zombies, and mutated beasts was spreading like wildfire online. However, with the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse occupying official authorities at the time, they had no capacity to trace the origin of these messages. But how did the shop owner get hold of these books? Where did all these products come from? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Li Bing took a sharp breath and, adhering to the principle that practice is the sole criterion for truth, picked up a few books from the shelves. He planned to thoroughly verify them later. If they turned out to be genuine, their organization could save years of groping in the dark. After quickly organizing them to ensure he hadn't missed any peculiar items, he stepped up to the counter. They explained to Wang Yu, "Shopkeeper, we'd like to purchase a portion to try out first. If the results are good, we'll definitely buy a large quantity." Hearing this, Wang Yu smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Li Bing secretly sighed in relief, then cautiously asked, "I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask." Wang Yu simply shook his head and said calmly, "Don't ask, don't even think about it. And if you do think about it, don't say it out loud." Hearing this, Li Bing nodded repeatedly like pounding garlic, realizing he couldn't press further with questions. After swiping the card to pay with crystal coins, he obtained Wang Yu's phone number for future orders before leading his group away. Inside the vehicle, the first company commander seated in the driver's seat couldn't help but ask, "Battalion commander, what's really going on? He killed Lu Hong's trio, yet we're groveling like this, too scared to even fart. The brothers are suffocating with frustration. And you even. Besides, how are we going to explain this to the deputy commander?" Li Bing didn't lose his temper but explained with a bitter smile. "Lu Hong and the others made mistakes, and the organization should indeed deal with them. But we have no way of knowing the shop owner's true strength. He's definitely not someone we can afford to provoke. Moreover," he turned his head to glance at the supplies they'd just purchased in the back. "And if these things are really that extraordinary, we'll have to sit down and negotiate properly with the Doomsday Shop in the future." Hearing this, the man looked skeptical. No matter how powerful he is, he's still carbon-based lifeform. "I don't believe missiles from our military district couldn't kill him." Li Bing's gaze turned profound as he shook his head and analyzed, "In the current situation, heavy weapons like missiles can no longer be produced, meaning every one we use is one fewer we'll ever have. Nowadays, the entire nation needs heavy firepower. Such precious resources absolutely cannot be deployed unless absolutely necessary, only if local militaries encounter mutated beasts they simply cannot overcome by any other means. Our living space as humans has drastically shrunk. These weapons are our last line of defense. Do you think it's appropriate to use them on someone who might actually benefit the military?" The man was instantly rendered speechless by this rebuttal. Li Bing's expression then turned stern as his tone shifted to a warning. "Xiaopeng, I know you have some history with Lu Hong, but right now, no one can prioritize personal grudges above the interests of the entire base, let alone the entire military region. As for the deputy regimental commander, I'll explain it to him." The company commander named Xiaopeng said nothing more. Outside the city, the last convoy departed smoothly from a massive but devastated military base that sprawled across the landscape. Two figures in military uniforms stood at an elevated position, gazing into the distant mountains. One of the middle-aged men, his hair streaked with gray, wore a look of deep concern in his sharp eyes. "Xiao Shi," he said worriedly, "if we leave voluntarily, will they follow us into the city?" Hearing this, the young man standing beside him reassured him, "Most likely not. Last time they attacked our base, it was mainly because our base had encroached on their territory. When our group moved into the city, only a few mutated beasts trailed along, and those were probably the ones that refused to obey the Beast King's rule, just a small minority after all." The middle-aged man nodded silently, not saying a word. Whether it's true or not, moving into the urban area is better than staying under the watchful eyes of a pack of mutated beasts. Moreover, the zombies in the city can serve as a deterrent against these creatures. You head back to Nanjiang base with the transport team first. I need to report to the military district. Yes. Chapter 73, will the military also make an example of someone? As soon as the transport vehicle returned to Nanjiang base, Li Bing rushed to the research lab with the goods in hand, his curiosity brimming over those items. At this moment, a soldier on duty spotted Captain Pang and quickly jogged over to ask, "Captain, was the murderer dealt with on the spot?" The young man surnamed Peng shook his head. "No, the battalion commander wouldn't let us touch him." Hearing this, the soldier's expression turned anxious as he leaned closer to Xiao Peng and whispered, "I heard the deputy regiment commander has returned. If he asks about this, how are we supposed to explain ourselves?" Xiao Peng, however, appeared relatively calm. After a moment's thought, he said, "I'll go report to the deputy regiment commander." So he turned and left. Half an hour later, in the underground research lab of Nanjiang base, a sparse-haired elderly man over 60 sat behind a desk. He was intently studying a skill scroll with a magnifying glass in hand. Before long, he lifted his head to look at Li Bing standing before him and shook his head. "After living most of my life, I've truly never seen anything so bizarre. Take this scroll for instance, it looks like an ordinary scrap of paper, yet it's as if some kind of magic has been cast upon it. Even a staunch materialist scholar like me can't help but believe in theology now." Hearing this, Li Bing was utterly shocked. He quickly gestured towards the special ability weapons and potion equipment nearby and asked, "What about these items? Is there any way to replicate them?" The old man shook his head helplessly once more. "I'm afraid not. My knowledge is insufficient. The materials these objects are made from are extraordinary, I can't comprehend them at all, let alone recreate them." Then, the old man's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "But one thing is certain, this substance won't cause side effects in humans. If there are any, they'd only be temporary. If we equip the military with these weapons, clothing, and potions, dealing with superpowers and zombies wouldn't be such a struggle." Li Bing nodded in agreement, lost in thought for a moment before turning to leave. Reaching the perimeter, he intended to light a cigarette and ponder, but noticed many empty spaces where tanks and heavy artillery had previously been parked. He asked the soldier on duty what had happened. The man saluted respectfully and replied, "It seems the deputy commander came back for a while, then left in a great hurry, taking quite a few tanks and heavy artillery with him." Before the words had even finished, Li Bing realized what had happened and cursed angrily, "Damn it all." Meanwhile, at the post-apocalyptic store, Wang Yu was lounging in a massage chair, leisurely playing a single-player game. Suddenly, the roar of multiple explosions echoed from outside, accompanied by chaotic shouts and yells. Wang Yu immediately activated his spatial perception, and his surroundings instantly unfolded within his mental grasp with perfect clarity. 3 light tanks, several transport vehicles, and about 100 men. Wang Yu clearly sensed that 5 small-caliber artillery pieces were also positioned in a clearing about 300 to 400 meters away. Seeing this, Wang Yu chuckled coldly. "Still trying to test me? Seems Li Bing didn't do his job properly." According to his spatial perception, among these people was a mid-tier Class C superhuman, likely an officer of higher rank than Li Bing. There were quite a few people by the park who had been drawn by the commotion, pointing and whispering about it. Such a massive operation, all heading toward the apocalypse store. Can't be helped. The store owner overestimated himself and provoked the authorities. This time, they'll probably blast the place down to its foundation. This is likely just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the authorities' power, but it's more than enough to deal with the apocalypse store. Don't do that. There's so much supplies in there, what a waste to blow it all up. Better to take control of the shopkeeper first, then rob and, no, I meant loot first, then kill. Are you human? A stern-faced young man stepped down from the transport truck, his gaze fixed on the apocalypse store not far away, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Little Pang, standing nearby, was nearly suffocated by the overwhelming killing intent and oppressive aura. Killing someone right under the authorities' noses, yet not only do you turn a blind eye, but you also plan to collaborate with him? Is Li Bing's head completely full of shit? I handed over my cousin to him, and he couldn't even keep a single person in check. What a useless piece of trash. The young man cursed harshly. He had just learned about this. How could Li Bing even consider doing business with the person who killed his cousin? Although his relationship with that country bumpkin cousin had been lukewarm at best, it wasn't something any random stray cat or dog could meddle with by killing him. Can't blame our battalion commander entirely. Shut up. I'll settle the score with Li Bing later. With that, he turned his gaze to the brick-like apocalypse store before him and sneered, "I'll fucking teach you to run a shop." He then picked up the walkie-talkie, intending to first blow this flimsy structure to smithereens. This time he didn't act alone, deliberately making a big show of it, mainly for the benefit of other factions watching. This move serves as a warning to others, deterring anyone from overestimating their strength and attempting the impossible. Open fire. Blast it to pieces. Meanwhile, the artillery crew on the other side had already aimed their cannons at the target. Upon receiving the command, the well-trained team swiftly loaded the ammunition. Then, 5 shells soared out of the barrels in unison, tracing arcs through the air. The 3 tanks didn't remain idle either, each firing an armor-piercing shell with the intent of completely obliterating the shop. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions echoed across the sky as the ground shuddered slightly. The intense heat waves made it impossible to look directly at the scene, kicking up massive clouds of dust and debris. The young man confidently lifted his gaze, convinced that the rundown building had been blasted to smithereens. But the result was astonishing. The apocalyptic shop remained standing, completely unscathed. Not even a single shattered pane of glass? The ground around the shop was pockmarked with craters from explosions, littered with fragmented shrapnel. Yet, the moment the destructive force reached the shop's vicinity, it seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no damage whatsoever. The gathered onlookers, all ability users, were utterly dumbstruck, staring speechless at the shop that appeared completely untouched. If anyone were to count the explosions, they'd notice there were 8 cannon shells but only 7 detonations. The interior of the shop remained completely unchanged. When the shell struck the building, Wang Yu didn't feel even the slightest vibration. Outrageous! Wang Yu appeared visibly excited, though not because of the shop's imperviousness to explosions. Rather, in the split second before a shell was about to hit the building, he'd seized the opportunity amidst the explosive dust cloud to swiftly and silently stash 1 artillery shell into his spatial storage. Damn it, aim better, keep firing! The young man roared in disbelief, thinking the shells hadn't hit their mark accurately. Then, wave after wave of artillery shells continued raining explosives onto the target area. Yet when the smoke cleared, the result remained unchanged. The massive barrage had blasted away several centimeters of earth surrounding the shop, yet the store itself remained completely untouched, not a speck of dust disturbed. The crowd. At this moment, the dumbfounded Xiaopeng finally remembered what their battalion commander had said and turned to the young man, saying, "Regiment Commander Yang, our battalion commander said this person's strength is unfathomable. Maybe we should first." Chapter 74. Strength doesn't match the loud mouth. The young man named Yang Jun, upon hearing this, remained unconvinced. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly to examine the shop. thinking it might be some high-tech force field or some bizarre supernatural ability. So he sneered coldly and strode boldly forward alone. Just a turtle shell, what's there to fear? Stand by here while I go meet them. Originally just an ordinary soldier, the apocalyptic virus had awakened 2 supernatural abilities in him. His leveling speed far surpassed normal people, truly a gifted individual. With his illustrious military achievements and taking advantage of these unique apocalyptic times, he rose step by step to the position of deputy commander. To say he lacked arrogance would be absolutely impossible. His opponent was merely a greenhouse-raised ability user. Could they possibly be fiercer than the mutated beast hordes outside? At the entrance to the shop, one could see Wang Yu sitting at the counter with his feet propped up, leisurely playing with his phone. Seeing this, Yang Jun's expression darkened slightly as he stepped inside. Ding! Welcome! Scanning the empty space with no people, no traps, and not the slightest precaution, Yang Jun let out a scornful laugh. Did you sense your impending doom and simply give up preparing? Wang Yu glanced at him indifferently, his tone devoid of emotion, and warned, you're welcome to buy things here, but if you're here to cause trouble, prepare to die. Though framed as a warning, Wang Yu was deliberately provoking him, intending to kill him afterward. A rare C-grade mid-tier crystal core would make a fine after-meal snack for Heisey. Instead of anger, Yang Jun laughed coldly, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Oh, let's see how you plan to make me die. Just as tensions reached their peak, a panicked voice suddenly cut through the air. Boss, spare his life. Li Bing came running in breathlessly, quickly placing himself between the 2 men. Still gasping for air, he hastily explained to Wang Yu, sorry boss, it's my fault for not warning you properly. Please don't be angry, spare him. Before he could finish, Yang Jun interrupted with an angry shout. Li Bing, what the hell are you talking about? Get out of my way. Although Li Bing was the subordinate, being older in age, he turned around with a serious expression and said, Regiment Commander Yang, believe me, we're no match for the shop owner. Don't seek your own death, come back with me now. Yang Jun sneered, no match for me? Ridiculous. Apart from the regiment commander himself, who in Nanjiang City could possibly be stronger than me? Seems like you've grown timid working in logistics these past few days, getting frightened by just a few words. How dare you try to stop me when an incident occurred under your watch? I haven't even held you accountable yet, and now you're trying to defy orders on the battlefield? But Li Bing remained firmly planted between the 2 men. Yang Jun's strength and potential were undoubtedly 1 in 100, he couldn't bear to see the military lose such talent for nothing. So he turned to Wang Yu instead, he's just young and impulsive. Please don't take it to heart. I beg you to let him go. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu took a sip of tea and replied calmly, that depends on whether he knows his limits, whether he's asking for death. Alright. At these words, the normally arrogant Yang Jun flew into an uncontrollable rage and suddenly leapt to his feet. Li Bing gritted his teeth and tried to intercept midway, but Yang Jun was well prepared and sent him flying with a single punch. It's important to know that the higher the level, the greater the gap between each tier becomes. By C rank, the difference is like heaven and earth. Then, one of Yang Jun's arms suddenly transformed into a steel spike, concentrating all his strength as it shot straight toward Wang Yu's neck. This move held nothing back, revealing pure lethal intent, displaying the decisive killing instinct of a soldier from the apocalypse. The sound of something cutting through the air whistled past. Just as the steel spike was about to strike Wang Yu, it was suddenly caught firmly in his grip, unable to advance even an inch. Such a seemingly unstoppable strike was actually caught so effortlessly? Yang Jun frowned and was about to use his special ability to break free, but Wang Yu's hand clamped down on his like an iron vice, holding him tight. Having weathered countless battles, Yang Jun quickly reacted, immediately raising his other hand to counterattack, seemingly aiming for Wang Yu's upper body. It was all a distraction. Meanwhile, a blade had quietly pierced through his combat boot, its tip glinting. He'd steeled his own foot beforehand. But how could Wang Yu, standing within his shop's domain, possibly miss such a subtle move? With a mere flick of his wrist, Wang Yu sent Yang Jun flying across the room. To onlookers it appeared as monstrous strength, but in truth, he'd simply manipulated the shop's spatial control. Under the tremendous force, Yang Jun crashed heavily into the shelf, but oddly enough, the shelf didn't budge an inch, nor did the items placed on it. Fortunately, Yang Jun had hardened his back at the last moment, absorbing most of the impact, though he still felt a dull throbbing pain. A strength type evolved? Wang Yu slowly rose to his feet and said lazily, killing in one strike every time is boring. It's about time I stretched a bit. Yang Jun let out a cold snort, refusing to believe the situation as he charged forward again. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Wang Yu, but just as suddenly, Wang Yu vanished without a trace. Oh no! Seeing this, Yang Jun's pupils contracted. Another speed-type ability user? And one whose speed was no less than the team leader's. Wang Yu teleported behind him in a spatial shift and delivered a powerful punch. This time, he didn't use the shop's ability, it was purely the raw strength of an S-class ability user. Combined with his acquired training over these days, the terrifying force slammed directly into Yang Jun's occiput, instantly knocking him to the ground. Yang Jun endured the excruciating pain and turned to counterattack, but Wang Yu vanished from sight once more. Seeing this, he immediately activated his steel hardening ability to protect his back. However, the area he could steel harden was limited, currently only shielding half his torso. Yang Jun decisively steel hardened his upper body instead. Yet this time, Wang Yu's foot came crushing down on Yang Jun's crotch, forcing him to drop to one knee involuntarily. Yang Jun cursed angrily, quickly hardening his lower body, but as expected, his upper body took another beating. Half a minute later, Yang Jun was on the verge of passing out from the beating, yet he still muttered weakly, Why, this can't be. It was as if Wang Yu had X-ray vision, every strike landed precisely where Yang Jun hadn't hardened. What baffled Yang Jun even more was that despite being a formidable C-grade mid-tier ability user, someone who stood out even in the entire military district, he was utterly defenseless against Wang Yu. Even when facing the regiment leader who also possessed a speed-based ability, he wouldn't have wound up in such a sorry state. No matter how quick his reflexes were, he couldn't lay a finger on Wang Yu, he couldn't even glimpse the man's silhouette as he was relentlessly pummeled. To make matters worse, that bastard's punches packed one hell of a wallop. Wang Yu gazed down at the collapsed Yang Jun and sighed softly. I was expecting some decent exercise, but this barely broke a sweat. Thought you'd be tougher, turns out you're all bark and no bite. The arrogant Yang Jun, upon hearing these words, was overcome with such rage that he coughed up a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness completely. It's time to end this. Wang Yu activated his spatial perception, ready to remotely retrieve the crystal core. But at that moment, a booming voice rang out, wait. Wang Yu frowned slightly, was there another expert? Chapter 75, Business Comes First, Violent Bonus Update, No Writer's Block. Wang Yu turned his head and saw a dark-skinned, resolute middle-aged man walking into the store, with Li Bing following half a step behind him. Shopkeeper, how about giving this old brother some face and sparing his life? At this moment, Li Bing quickly explained from the side, this is our regiment commander Zhui. He was originally a division commander, but due to the special circumstances of the apocalypse, he was temporarily assigned here. Facing the upper echelons of the former military, Wang Yu remained utterly indifferent, his expression cold as ever. You privileged officials with your iron rice bowls, instead of properly eliminating zombie beasts, you'd rather point your guns at defenseless civilians like us. If you can't control your people, I'll do it for you. Don't give me that army commander bullshit. Even if the Jade Emperor himself showed up, he'd have to, but this might adversely affect our business relationship. Hearing this, Wang Yu paused for a moment and motioned for the middle-aged man to continue. The middle-aged man, putting on no airs, pretended to be in a difficult position and said, the goods in your shop, Li Bing has told me everything in detail. I believe the entire military would be very interested. If we provoke the higher-ups' displeasure over such an insignificant person, our business relationship might suffer. Li Bing, standing nearby, chimed in, exactly. Look, your esteemed shop hasn't suffered any damage today. After we return, we'll make sure he corrects his mistakes promptly and personally comes to apologize to you. Wang Yu hesitated for a few seconds. Considering the benefits, ahem, and their apparent sincerity, he let out a deep sigh. Forget it. I hope you keep your word. If there's a next time, I'll send him straight to meet Duke Tai. Hearing that Wang Yu didn't deliberately make things difficult or demand exorbitant terms, the two couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. However, Wang Yu's tone suddenly shifted as the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. He spoke meaningfully. Teaching someone by words, you may teach them many times and still fail. Yet let life teach them once is enough. Hearing this, the two of them were momentarily stunned. Several crisp sounds rang out. Yang Jun, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly woke up from the pain, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. He was seen gripping his own arm tightly, an arm that appeared completely unharmed, yet inside, every tendon and bone had been utterly shattered. Every bone in the entire arm had been fragmented as if carved apart by space itself. Even the most skilled healing type awakened would only shake their heads in despair at such an injury. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly as he gave Wang Yu a lone, penetrating look. Despite possessing speed-based abilities himself, he couldn't discern how this man had struck. It appeared this so-called shopkeeper was indeed no ordinary figure. My hand! What have you done? Captain, kill this terrorist! To his surprise, the usually mild-mannered and approachable middle-aged man roared at him with rare fury. Compared to others, it seems you're more like a terrorist, bringing out artillery and tanks. Were you given authority to flaunt power over civilians? Yang Jun endured the excruciating pain and still attempted to justify himself. He was the one who killed first. Shut up! Do you think I don't know anything? Apologize to the shopkeeper now, then go back and write me a 5,000-word self-criticism. Yang Jun's face turned livid as he reluctantly turned his head away. What? Are my words no longer effective? Would you like to sit in my position instead? With no choice, Yang Jun knew the team leader never went back on his word. Struggling to his feet, he shot a cold, fierce glare at Wang Yu. I was wrong, and I apologize to you. Wan Yu showed no reaction at all, only letting out a puzzled sound after a moment, asking, where's that mosquito? It's buzzing. Damn it. Yang Jun's rage burned fiercely, his body trembling with anger. Yet, pressured by his superiors, he clenched his teeth and repeated loudly through gritted teeth. Only then did Wang Yu nod with an air of condescension, waving his hand in a generous gesture to indicate it was no big deal. Then he deliberately muttered, such a loud noise all of a sudden, have the mosquitoes mutated too? You motherf. Yang Jun saw stars as rage knocked him unconscious outright. Having been toyed with like a plaything for half the day, getting his arm broken, then forced meekly to apologize, only to suffer mocking laughter in the end, who wouldn't be utterly exasperated? Zhu Yi shot him a despairing look, then ordered Li Bing to drag him back first. Wang Yu gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa in the rest area. It's about time we discussed serious matters. However, Zhu Yi simply smiled and said, not possible at the moment. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a surge of murderous intent rushing toward him, sending chills down his spine and making it hard to breathe momentarily. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly explained, shopkeeper, I need to report to the military district first to arrange for large-scale purchases. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly, and Wang Yu resumed his professional smile. You know, shopkeeper, I wouldn't dare make such a large decision with public funds alone. I'll need to consult the higher-ups first, but I can guarantee they'll be very interested in your store's products. Wang Yu mulled it over, but thought, what if this old coot is just stringing me along? A glint of cunning flashed through his eyes. Truth is, I've got a bit of a restless streak, need to stretch my legs and loosen my fists every now and then. And wouldn't you know it, your base just had to be built right next door, so, Zhu Yi naturally understood the implied threat and nodded solemnly. Also, the roads near the shop have been blown up. Make sure to repair them for me. I'll arrange it right away. The group returned to Nanjiang base. Political Commissar Chen Gang, who had just received the news, immediately came forward to greet them. Seeing Yang Jun being carried away on a stretcher, he urgently began asking questions. Li Bing then briefly recounted the whole story. What? Upon hearing it, Chen Gang wore an expression of disbelief. There was actually a hidden dragon living near the base? Were the items in that post-apocalyptic store really that miraculous? It's all true, and the regiment commander has already rushed non-stop to the military district. Suddenly, Chen Gang seemed to remember something. He hurriedly ran back to the previous meeting room and began rummaging through the wastebasket filled with paper scraps. Fortunately, no one had taken out the trash these past few days. Before long, he found that red flyer. He then studied it carefully, not missing a single word. A full hour later, he was utterly stunned, followed by overwhelming euphoria. This is humanity's chance to rise. In the infirmary on the other side, a healer-type ability user looked at Yang Jun and sighed softly. The bones, tendons, and muscles of his entire arm have been destroyed. There's no possibility of healing it now. Hearing the verdict, Yang Jun's face stiffened. He suddenly smashed his fist against the wall, blasting a massive hole through it. Ah, I'll kill you. On the other side of the wall, precisely in the toilet, a young man suffering from hemorrhoids sat frozen on the toilet, his face covered in dust as he stared blankly at Yang Jun on the opposite side. How rude can you be? After venting his anger, a cold calm settled over Yang Jun's face. If that's how it's gonna be, then none of us will have it easy. Chapter 76, Ability Awakening Serum. Since most factions in Nanjiang City had already relocated to the southern district, many people naturally witnessed the scene at the park. Hey, have you heard? Today the authorities dispatched several tanks and dozens of artillery pieces, bombarding the Apocalypse shop for nearly an hour. Damn, that's brutal. So that's what happens when you mess with the authorities? That shop must have been blasted into nothing but dust. No, the Apocalypse store remained completely unscathed, not even a speck of dust settled on it. Holy shit, seriously? That's insane, how the hell did you pull that off? Swear it's legit, bro. I was there. My gut says it's gotta be the shop owner's unfathomable abilities pulling the strings. I told you, the boss is so strong that even if a nuke came, there'd be no need to panic. You'd better have said that yesterday. So how was it resolved in the end? I heard several officers came to initiate reconciliation. Their ranks just kept getting higher, right up to a general. Right. I saw them finally repair the blown-up park before slinking back to their base. Yes indeed. Those very officers personally laid the paving stones. As expected of the shopkeeper, even the heavily armed military has to tread carefully around him. Soon, these incidents spread like wildfire, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. Reactions were mixed. Some feared the shopkeeper's power, while others were simply relieved the Apocalypse store remained. The next morning, in the communications room of a massive underground city, an elderly man with white hair sat in his office chair, studying a situation map with a deeply troubled expression. Our living space is shrinking again. We can't go on like this, or the organization will surely send someone to replace us in this position. At that moment, the landline phone nearby suddenly rang. Hello, is this Commander Huang? I'm Yang Jun from the Nanjiang City Combined Regiment. We've met before. The old man asked, somewhat puzzled, speaking. What's the matter? Due to the special circumstances, to facilitate communication and management, China's 5 major military regions were broken down and each divided into several smaller military districts, with nearly one per province. However, Nanjiang City, where Yang Jun was located, did not fall under their jurisdiction. That's the situation, Commander Huang. There's a powerful B-grade mutated beast entrenched in Nanjiang City where we are stationed. Even working together, Colonel Zhu and I are no match for it, and we ended up severely injured. What I wish to propose is for your military region to launch a missile to eliminate it entirely. Hearing this, the old man was shocked, a B-rank high-tier mutant beast. It must be known that creatures of this level were few and far between across the entire nation. Why not have your military district's commander-in-chief handle it? The old man asked in a grave tone. On the other side, Yang Jun had long prepared his excuse. He sighed and said, under the command of the B-grade mutated beast, the entire military district is already stretched to the limit. Heavy firepower is urgently needed everywhere, and our resources are running dangerously thin. Deputy Commander Yang, you must understand, missiles are a limited resource. We can't afford to deploy them recklessly. Besides, your military district hasn't formally requested. Commander Huang, there's no time to delay, every second means dozens of soldiers are dying. Can you really shoulder that responsibility? I've already pinpointed the B-grade mutated beast's lair. A single missile strike will guarantee its annihilation. By then, you'll be the foremost hero in slaying the aberrant beasts. The organization will surely reward you handsomely. Under Yang Jun's persuasive words, even this old man who initially sought self-preservation in the apocalypse couldn't help but feel tempted. Are the coordinates precise? These are missiles, mistake the location, and innocent casualties would land us both in military court. The corners of Yang Jun's mouth curled upward as he replied with confidence, undoubtedly. Then, he revealed the coordinates of the apocalyptic store and urged them to hurry as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, a Windstorm intercontinental missile ascended from the Jiangbei military district, tearing through the sky. At this moment, Wang Yu was sitting behind the counter, happily busy, the pleasant sounds of the card machine ringing incessantly. The store returned to its usual bustling activity, and after processing several orders, his personal stash had grown to 8,580 crystal coins. Gold bars, upgrade my store to intermediate level. Now that Wang Yu's special abilities were fully unlocked, leveling up had become much less of a priority. Store level upgraded successfully. 5,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Current crystal coin balance, 3,580. Unlocked item, Ability Awakening Serum. Hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes lit up. He already had a rough idea what it was, and immediately opened the system store to check the item description. The icon displayed a syringe containing a pale red liquid. Ability Awakening Serum. When injected, those without abilities have a 30% chance of activating one. For those with one existing ability, injection carries a 20% chance of awakening a second ability. Those with 2 existing abilities have a 15% chance of awakening a third ability upon injection. Type, one-time use. Purchase price, 60 crystal coins. And it can awaken multiple superpowers. Though the probability is somewhat low. Wang Yu couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The benefits of this item were self-evident for ordinary people, and even for regular ability users, it would be of immense value. With this item, ordinary ability users could use crystal cores to make up for their innate deficiencies, allowing them to stand toe-to-toe with multi-ability users in terms of talent. As for ordinary people, the advantages spoke for themselves. Sensing a tidal wave of business opportunities, Wang Yu abruptly stood up and cleared his throat loudly. Everyone turned their heads at the sound, waiting quietly for his words. After all, Wang Yu was someone even the authorities feared. How could they afford to slight him? Wang Yu immediately spent his remaining crystal coins to stock up on a large batch of awakening serums. Holding one up, he explained its effects to the crowd before concluding. Current price, 600 crystal coins per dose. Only 50 in stock, first come, first served. Everyone was struck dumb. This thing really has a chance of awakening new abilities? Seeing Wang Yu nod, everyone quickly gathered to check. For an ordinary person, would 4 awakening doses guarantee results? Wang Yu smiled and said, it's all luck. Some people succeed with just 1 dose, while others might not see results even after a dozen tries. Hearing this, they hesitated. 600 crystal coins wasn't a small amount. If luck wasn't on their side, all that investment could disappear without a trace. At this moment, several people suddenly stepped forward and placed their payment cards on the counter. We'll take 4 bottles, please. Everyone immediately understood when they saw their uniforms. They were from Xiang Base. In the entire city, who didn't know that Xiang Base had the largest ordinary population? If all of them awakened abilities, Xiang Base would undoubtedly become the largest faction in Nanjiang City besides the official forces. The significance of these ability awakening serums to them was self-evident. Beep, 2,400 crystal coins deducted from payment card. Current balance, 6,800. The team decisively swiped their cards without hesitation, clearly acting on direct orders from their base commander. The squad leader took the syringes and immediately approached one visibly nervous team member who had failed to awaken any supernatural abilities under the influence of the apocalyptic virus. Under the expectant gazes of his comrades, the soldier gritted his teeth, took the syringe, and plunged it into his skin with one decisive injection. Half a minute later, the man still showed no reaction, and the crowd couldn't help but reveal looks of disappointment. Chapter 77, Joyful Acquisition. The team leader appeared calm and composed, reassuring them, "It's all right, try again." The man nodded and administered another injection. As the drug finished entering his system, he suddenly felt unwell and abruptly collapsed. A teammate nearby quickly caught him. At that moment, Wang Yu's voice rang out, "Congratulations, this is the weakness period after awakening an ability. Once this passes, he'll officially become a superhuman. The drop rate is actually this high?" Exchanging glances, the group was overjoyed and immediately rushed forward in a frenzy to grab them. "I'll take 2 as well to try. Give me 3 doses. I want 5 doses. Before long, only a few of these 50 awakening agents remained, not due to lack of enthusiasm, but because people simply didn't carry enough crystal cores. Since everyone's luck varied, naturally some were delighted while others were distraught, but that had nothing to do with Wang Yu. His only concern was counting the crystal cores. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling you." At that moment, Wang Yu's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Li Bing. Assuming it was about the supply order, he answered immediately. Before he could speak, an urgent voice came through the phone, "Boss, get out of the shop now. There's a missile incoming." Wang Yu was momentarily stunned by these words and frowned as he asked, "What do you mean?" "It's Yang Jun. Yang Jun alerted the military to launch a missile at your current coordinates. The missile was launched a while ago, get out of there now." Wang Yu fell silent for a moment before immediately activating his spatial perception. After confirming there was no sign of a missile within his sensing range, he asked Li Bing about Yang Jun's whereabouts. "There's no time to explain, shopkeeper. Just leave that place now, or the moment that missile lands, the entire park around you will be reduced to rubble." But Wang Yu remained unusually calm, questioning in a composed tone, you guaranteed that Yang Jun wouldn't cause me any trouble?" On the other end, Li Bing was nearly frantic with panic. The moment he received the news, he immediately notified Wang Yu, desperate to prevent the Apocalypse shop from being destroyed. However, the other party wasn't focused on that at all. It was a missile. Even with an entire lake between them, the explosion would still affect their Nanjiang base, not to mention the Apocalypse shop, which was right at the center of the blast zone. "It's my fault. You need to leave the store immediately, or it'll be too late." Yet, Wang Yu still didn't respond, his voice cold and sharp. "Deliver Yang Jun to me before tonight, otherwise." With that, he hung up. At this point, Li Bing could only pray that the shop owner would make it out alive. He couldn't afford to lose the military's major business partner. In the future, they would still rely on the shop's supplies to secure a piece of survival land for all of humanity. Report to battalion commander. The deputy regiment commander, he has fled the base. Li Bing cursed furiously. Even with Yang Jun missing an arm, he was no match for him. Issue a wanted notice. Also, have the signalman immediately contact the regiment commander and inform him of the situation. The Apocalypse store was now completely empty. Wang Yu leaned lazily against a wooden chair in the small courtyard, his gaze fixed intently on the sky. Since the small courtyard was also part of the store, it was an absolutely invincible zone. Before long, the silhouette of a missile appeared directly ahead, hurtling toward him at incredible speed and soon entering the range of his spatial perception. Wang Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly activated his ability. In the next second, the missile unexpectedly vanished without a trace, leaving only a long trail of smoke in the air. Success, the package can intercept missiles. Wang Yu grinned as another motionless missile appeared within his boundless storage space. To express my gratitude to Yang Jun for such a generous gift, I've decided to reward him with a nice chat with Taigon, let them catch up properly. After a long wait, there was still no major commotion in Nanjiang City. Hiding in the shadows, Yang Jun couldn't help but feel suspicious. Wait, where's the missile? Why is it taking so long? Not only was he puzzled, but so was Li Bing, who had been watching from the opposite bank. They had begun defensive preparations early, but even now, there had been no movement. As dusk fell, Yang Jun, still hearing no sounds, couldn't resist running to the park only to find no traces of bombing anywhere in sight. The Apocalypse shop remained standing like an unshakable mountain. Where are the missiles? Didn't they say the missiles were already launched? Did that old bastard trick me? Yang Jun furrowed his brows tightly and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Yang Jun, do you realize what you're doing? A low voice suddenly sounded in his ear, triggering Yang Jun's reflexes as he leaped back to put distance between them. Warily eyeing the gray-haired middle-aged man before him, Yang Jun snorted coldly and said, "Of course I know him. That shopkeeper is clearly a dangerous element. What I did was for the sake of the base. Bullshit. You did this out of your own arrogance and grudges. Even if you held resentment, you shouldn't have retaliated in this manner. With a deep sigh, Zhui continued, by falsifying combat intelligence, even I can't protect you now. Come quietly with me to the military court. As he spoke, 3 battalion commanders, including Li Bing, finally arrived on the scene. Stand down, Yang Jun. But Yang Jun seemed unwilling to surrender. With a loud laugh, he declared, as a soldier, surrender is not in my vocabulary. From the beginning, I embarked on this operation resolved to die. I miscalculated. Little did I know the military secretly possessed such rapid missile interceptors. At this moment, Zhui spoke with grave seriousness. No, our interception system didn't stop it. Witnesses saw the missile streak across the sky, then vanish the instant it approached its target. Hearing this, Yang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. The next second, a large hand silently grabbed Yang Jun's shoulder. He tried to break free, but a wave of weakness overwhelmed him. Shopkeeper, this is our internal. Zhui hurriedly tried to intervene, hoping to save this talented yet misguided genius, but it was already too late. Yang Jun collapsed listlessly after having his crystal core extracted, casting a venomous glance at Wang Yu with his dying breath, still refusing to accept reality. A mid-tier Class C powerhouse had thus fallen, dying without a sound. Witnessing this, the group stood stunned into silence, their hearts chilled with creeping dread as they stared fearfully at Wang Yu, terrified they might be next. They weren't afraid of death, only of dying without even knowing how. Wang Yu swept his indifferent gaze around and said, I'll be taking his crystal core as your compensation. Without waiting for their response, he turned and left. Hearing this, no one dared to voice any objections. Shui swallowed hard and quickly caught up, whispering into Wang Yu's ear, Boss, the higher-ups are taking my request very seriously, but they want our base to test it out for a while first. Once that's done, someone from above will come inspect the results. Our base will be ordering a batch of goods. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, a smile appearing on his face. If it's business talk, then that's easy. Zhui, seeing this, cautiously said, that shopkeeper, about that missile of ours. Wang Yu's expression immediately turned cold. Don't know what damn missile you're talking about. If it's not about business, get the hell away. It's nothing, really. Zhui gave a dry laugh. Chapter 78, Awakening Shadow. Oldly, what's that guy's background? He didn't show the slightest bit of respect when talking to our regiment commander. And also, how did that guy kill Deputy Regimental Commander? Yang Jun? I can't make heads or tails of it. The other 2 battalion commanders had just relocated to Nanjiang base not long ago and had never met Wang Yu, so naturally they didn't understand the situation. Li Bing said with a stern expression, this isn't something I can easily explain. All you need to know is that we absolutely must not make an enemy of the shop owner. The 2 men looked at Yang Jun's corpse, seeing his face forever frozen in an expression of struggle and unwillingness. So they nodded simultaneously in agreement. Who would willingly make an enemy of someone capable of instantly killing a Class C superhuman? That much was undeniable. Li Bing glanced toward the shop and leaned in close to the 2 men's ears. People in the city say the shopkeeper's ability is really bizarre. He can make attacking projectiles vanish, just like how he quietly took Yang Jun's crystal core earlier. So we suspect that suddenly disappearing missile might somehow be connected to him. Hearing this, both men wore expressions of shock. The sheer terror of someone being able to pocket a high-speed missile mid-flight was beyond comprehension. If he starts trouble, our base is so close. The 3 of them fell into collective silence. After all, who would want to wake up the next morning with great-grandma being the first face they see? Ahem, old foam, I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. Perhaps Nanjiang City isn't quite the right fit for me. What a coincidence. By the way, how should I write the transfer letter according to the regulations above? Inside the Thunderfire base. Boss, do you think this'll work? A sharp-featured, Weasley-looking youth struggled to carry an egg larger than his own body. Manhua frowned slightly at the sight and asked, where'd you get that from? The young man grinned, we found it at the foot of North Mountain. It probably rolled down from the slopes, but something this big has to be a mutant beast's egg. Manhua nodded and ordered, take it to the lab. Try to gather as many of these as possible in the next few days. Coming right up. Before long, Political Commissar Gang also arrived upon hearing the news, clutching red flyers in one hand and holding an account book and calculator in the other. The 2 then sat down on the sofas in the lounge area to discuss matters. When they heard there was something like an ability awakening serum, both of them were startled, though they didn't harbor any doubts about it. After pondering for a long time, they made some modifications to the originally planned order. Wang Yu, on the other hand, sat idly behind the counter, passing the time by watching the LCD TV overhead. Nearly an hour later, Chen Gang and Zhui finally handed their written order to Wang Yu. Chen Gang tentatively asked, shop owner, couldn't you give us some discount for ordering so many items? Wang Yu decisively shook his head while glancing at the order in his hand, feeling somewhat disappointed inside. The order contained many non-consumable items like special ability weapons, attribute-boosting clothing, and electronic equipment. Although the total amount reached 40,000 crystal coins, it fell significantly short of Wang Yu's expectations. He had assumed government agencies would be fat cash cows. Seeing this, Zhu immediately explained, "Boss, you know how tight everyone's funds are these days, even the authorities aren't well off. These products are indeed top-notch, but we can't neglect our own capabilities. Over-reliance on external aids might make us top-heavy. Besides, the organization hasn't allocated much funding." Detecting a hint of helplessness in Zhu tone, Wang Yu waved his hand to indicate it was fine. After all, 40,000 crystal coins wasn't a small sum either. Once this catches the military district's attention and they start large-scale procurement, that's when the real business will begin. Come tomorrow morning, cash on delivery. The two could hardly believe their ears. So much inventory, and available as soon as tomorrow. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude. As a gesture of appreciation, Wang Yu warmly and sincerely invited them to stay for dinner before leaving. Of course, the meal would cost them some crystals. On the way back to the base, Shen Gang felt somewhat uneasy. If Yang Jun is dead and the missiles are gone, how do we explain this to the higher-ups? Zhu pondered for a moment before replying, "Go and report it later. Tell them Yang Jun fled to escape punishment and was shot dead on the spot." Fortunately, no one was alive at the missile's landing point. After hearing this, Shen Gang nodded and said, "That's the only way to handle it." Burp, damn, it's been so long since I had a decent meal. In the evening, Heizi finally sauntered back to the shop, predictably covered in dirt once again, before being hauled off to the bathroom for a thorough scrubbing. Before long, freshly cleaned Heizi came trotting over with its dog bowl in its mouth, gazing at Wang Yu with eager anticipation. Wang Yu looked at the mutation awakening serum in his hand, then at Heizi, and a bold idea suddenly sprang to mind. If Blackie, as a mutant beast, could awaken human supernatural abilities, Wang Yu took out dog food from his space and poured Blackie a full large bowl. Goldbar, do you think awakening abilities for Blackie has potential? Wang Yu called out Goldbar, who hadn't made a sound in a long time, and asked. The Goldbar replied, "It's not impossible, but due to genetic differences, the probability of awakening abilities is extremely low, so there is still a chance." Wang Yu wasn't in any hurry. He just watched Heizi eat with a benevolent smile on his face. Heizi seemed to sense something was off too. He kept glancing at Wang Yu periodically, feeling a growing sense of unease in his heart. Wang Yu suddenly pulled out 4 syringes and approached the creature with a grin. "Heizi, buddy, there are a few rabies vaccines here that need your signature." Being a stray dog, Heizi had never encountered such a formidable situation before and quickly tried to flee for safety. But Wang Yu was quick. He grabbed Heizi by the scruff of the neck and pinned the dog firmly against his thigh, ignoring its pitiful howls of protest. Because the mutant beast's hide was exceptionally tough, Wang Yu had to use spatial cutting to make a small incision on Heizi's skin. He then proceeded to inject all 4 tubes of the mutation awakening serum one by one. As expected, Heizi merely rolled his eyes without any other reaction. Of course, Wang Yu didn't believe his luck would be that good, so he decided to continue opening crates. After all, their wholesale price was only 60 crystal coins each. I hope I don't hit the pity system. He first prepared tomorrow's goods for Nanjian base and stored them in his spatial inventory. Finally, Wang Yu continuously took out injections, administering 1 tube after another of the awakening serum. Before long, a mountain of empty syringes piled up beside him. Fortunately, Heizi's physique was robust enough that no side effects manifested. Heizi wore an expression of existential despair. Though the pain wasn't unbearable, having a grown man continuously inject fluids into your body would make anyone suspect he's a pervert. As time passed, the pile of empty syringes beside them grew taller. Wang Yu's heart bled with every injection, but having come this far, stopping now would mean all those crystal cores had been wasted for nothing. Finally, when the 147th dose of Ability Awakening Serum entered his bloodstream, Heizi's body temperature suddenly spiked, and he began emitting agonized howls. It's finally over. Seeing this, Wang Yu was frantic with anxiety and dared not delay a single moment. In a panic, he scooped up the weakened Heizi and rushed toward the restroom, and then flung it straight into the bucket to soak. Wang Yu quickly drained the water from his reservoir. Phew, almost drove me crazy. Nobody understands the agony of obsessive-compulsive disorder like this. Chapter 79, On the Eve of the Beast Tide. Report to the commander. Scouts have sent word that the mutated beasts on North Mountain are exhibiting unusual activity, and creatures from the surrounding areas are converging toward it. There is a high likelihood of a beast tide formation. Hearing this, Zhu frowned slightly and murmured to himself, Beishan is so far away, it's unlikely to be directly targeting the city district, right? Continue the reconnaissance and report immediately if anything comes up. Yes. The next morning, Wang Yu was licked awake by Heizi. He first tossed Heizi to the floor, then gave him a scrutinizing glance. In no time, Blackie's stats appeared before his eyes. Name, 5 black dogs. Stamina, 900. Strength, 800. Speed, 1500. Defense, 900 plus 100. Level, mid-tier B grade. Ability, physical defense ability. Ability level, low rank E class. Seeing this, Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, although the defensive supernatural ability was rather mediocre. But Blackie was originally a speed-type mutant beast, lacking strong defenses among its kind, so acquiring a defensive ability perfectly compensated for this weakness. After finishing breakfast, Wang Yu kicked Heisei out the door. Get your ability level up to C rank, or you'll be having dinner in the park restroom tonight. Blackie. At that moment, several crows suddenly flew across the sky, circling incessantly overhead. Seeing this, Heisei took one look and immediately understood. He followed Crow out of the park. Along the way, Heisei casually dispatched a few zombies now and then, treating them as light snacks. It could naturally sense the supernatural abilities bestowed upon it by its master. In an era where the strong preyed on the weak, coupled with the frequent incursions of mutated beasts from the suburbs into the city, it too believed that leveling up was an urgent necessity. The higher-level zombies had long grown accustomed to such scenes and quickly retreated to a safe distance. As long as they didn't provoke it, that terrifying mutated beast wouldn't come after their crystal cores. Blackie entered a shopping mall, only to find himself surrounded by various beasts of all sizes. These were all mutated creatures. At the sight of Heisei, none dared to raise their heads. From the beast horde emerged 3 mutated creatures, each the sovereign of its own city district. Although Heisei was formidable in strength, he preferred to remain in his quiet corner and rarely ventured beyond the southern district. The 3 mutated beasts approached Heisei in unison, lowering their heads in submission. This bizarre scene heralded the coming of something monumental. At this moment, the Apocalypse shop's entrance was piled high with stacks of boxes taller than a person. Before long, 2 military transport trucks pulled up in front of the gate. Li Bing appeared in a great hurry. Without delay, he handed the spatial scroll containing the crystal core to Wang Yu, then offered a brief greeting before rushing off. Without delay, he directed the soldiers to load the goods. In less than 10 minutes, everything was packed and loaded, and the convoy sped away in a cloud of dust. Though Wang Yu had his doubts, he chose not to poke his nose into others' affairs. Before long, more and more awakened filed into the shop leaders from various factions, putting on the same show of force as they had in previous days. They all wore solemn expressions, visibly restless, especially that fair-faced Chunghua from Thunderfire, who was sitting on pins and needles. Is the government holding another meeting? Then why didn't you call me? What's the government up to this time, calling all of us here like this? You don't know yet, bro, but a massive horde of mutated creatures from the outskirts is about to invade the city proper. Holy Mother of Mercy, no way? I think as long as the authorities are involved, things shouldn't be too bad. That's hard to say. Otherwise, why would the authorities stay in the suburbs? Surely they didn't go through all that trouble just to enter the city for no reason? It's called something like a beast tide. They say it's enormous, with at least 100 or so mutated creatures. Holy shit, over 100 of them? Are we supposed to just get wrecked like some puny mutts? I heard they're coming from the east side of the city, but when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. After a while longer, the group departed together, crossing the bridge to enter the South River base. They arrived once more at the familiar conference room, where 2 people, Zhu Yi and Chen Gang, were waiting to receive them. Everyone took their seats. Zhu Yi began by introducing himself, then spoke gravely. Everyone should be aware by now that Nanjiang City is about to face a beast tide attack. The reason remains unclear. It could be for territorial expansion or simply foraging for food. With that, he paused briefly before solemnly adding, the scale of this beast tide is significant. There are approximately 250 mutant beasts involved. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but pale in shock. Even the worldly wise Yi Tian couldn't stop himself from frowning. But what I want to say is this, everyone, in the towering waves of this apocalyptic tide, in this life or death struggle between species where only the fittest survive, no single human being can remain untouched. We must pull together as one, soldiers and civilians united, to protect what little remains of humanity's living space. Now, are there any cowards who want to hide in the back and play the woman? Their eyes were filled with determination, each one rolling up their sleeves, ready for action. We and Ziang have no objections. Fuck it, let's do this. Ain't no damn beasts gonna scare me shitless. There's nowhere to hide. Where the twin horns march, not a blade of grass shall grow. Let's do this. Win and we split the cores, lose and we restart in the next life. Seeing no one shrink back, Zhu Yi nodded with satisfaction. He slowly rose to his feet and saluted the crowd with a military salute. Allow me to explain the tactics now. Side quest activated, assist in resolving the beast tide crisis, minimize human casualties, and protect the store's customer base. Reward, all physical attributes increased by 150. The voice of Gold Bar suddenly chimed in. Ha! Wang Yu, who was currently receiving a massage, paused slightly with evident reluctance on his face. But the customer base is indeed not to be overlooked, and a value of 150 is quite tempting. After all, even after training for so long, none of his human attributes had reached 200 yet. Actually, going out for a walk sounds good anyway. If I bump into Heisey along the way, I could always grab him and put him to work as free labor. Handling a beast tide is definitely a job for a former beast king. The leaders of that group from earlier returned to the store at this moment. Their faces betrayed no fear, instead, each wore expressions of righteous indignation and moral grandeur. That wasn't the key point. The crucial thing was they actually emptied their payment cards. They ordered massive amounts of weapons and equipment. They must be preparing for the impending beast tide. Of course, there were also those who seized the day for pleasure. Zhang Yingjing, instead of spending money on beef rice, you'd be better off buying more skill scrolls. With his mouth glistening from grease, Zhang Yingjing proudly raised his lunchbox and declared heroically, "After this bowl, we'll meet at the Martyrs' Cemetery." At that moment, Ling Xuelian, who was checking out, suddenly turned to Wang Yu and asked, "Dare I ask, shopkeeper, will you intervene when the beast tide invades?" Hearing this, all eyes in the room instantly focused on him. If the formidable Wang Yu were to intervene, the team's confidence in victory would undoubtedly skyrocket. After all, in Nanjiang City, who hasn't heard that the shopkeeper is the strongest? To this day, the true extent of his powers remains an enigma. With a chuckle, Wang Yu simply replied, "Perhaps, if necessary." This guarded affirmation made the group exhale in quiet relief. Since everyone needed to hurry to the designated defensive location by noon, pressed for time, they stored the weapons and equipment they had purchased into their respective spatial scrolls before hastily departing. Ho 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 ho! A Class D zombie gestured toward a short yet large-eared zombie. It nodded and spoke in a human voice, "Withdraw the zombies from the East City area first, send them to the territories of Phantasm and Titan, and call those two over while you're at it. Let them fight. It'd be best if they both end up wounded. We'll wait for the right moment to reap the rewards without lifting a finger." Chapter 80 Beast Tide. Before long, movements could be observed from the southern river base across the shore as fleets of personnel carriers, artillery transports, and tanks successively mobilized away from the base. At this moment, a middle-aged officer in military uniform approached from a distance and entered the store. "Comrade shopkeeper, what's your take on this beast tide situation?" Chen Gang moved closer and asked tentatively. Wang Yu glanced over and said indifferently, "East District is too far, can't see anything from here." "No problem at all. I'll drive you there myself, old chap, and take you to see it personally." Wang Yu. "And what about that Jewy fellow?" Chen Gang sighed slightly, "Time is of the essence. They're heading to the front lines right after the meeting, which is why they sent me instead." Wang Yu set down the supernatural ability manual in his hand, adopting an elder-like demeanor. "Shao Chun, if you ask me, you don't even need my help. Those mutant beasts won't make it into the city." "What do you mean?" Chen Gang immediately leaned forward to inquire, showing not the slightest discomfort at being called Shao Chen by a young man. After all, they had only retreated tactically, of course, to the city because they couldn't handle the beast tide. Moreover, this beast wave is far larger in scale than previous ones, coupled with the fact that the highly capable deputy commander has been taken out. The overwhelmed military district could at most dispatch 3 bombers, with the option to support with 1 missile if absolutely necessary. But faced with the massive numbers and agile movements of the mutated beasts, precise strikes would be extremely difficult to achieve. Unless they could conduct large-scale saturation bombing, but given their ammunition reserves, that's clearly just wishful thinking. Nuclear strikes are unrealistic to begin with, never mind Nanjiang's residents and base infrastructure. The post-nuclear disaster reconstruction would pose an enormous challenge. After all, no one knows how long this catastrophe will last, and so far no region has deployed nuclear weapons. Facing those advanced mutated beasts in the suburbs that could stop an army of 10,000, you may seem isolated and fighting with your backs to the river, but in truth, you still have hidden allies in the shadows. Allies? Who else is there besides the overburdened and overwhelmed military district behind the scenes, and all the superhumans in Nanjiang? The local mutant beasts of Nanjiang City. They aren't particularly aggressive, as long as you don't provoke them or encroach on their territory. They generally don't cause trouble. Some people even feed these mutant beasts. Wouldn't outsiders invading their territory stir them up? Don't underestimate these beasts, they've got brains now. What you really ought to be guarding against are the zombies in Nanjiang City. When the snipe and the clam fight, it's the fisherman who profits. Hearing this, Chen Gang couldn't help but voice his doubts. Zombies? Although there are many zombies, there haven't been any higher-level ones, and physically they're far inferior to mutant beasts. Wang Yu sneered dismissively and said bluntly, "Then I can only say your official reconnaissance work is rather mediocre." Though still somewhat skeptical, Chen Gang nodded. "Alright, I'll go notify the front line now and pass your suggestions to the regimental commander." With that, he hurriedly departed. On the other side of East City, inside a hastily erected command post. Reporting, Battalion Commander. The beast horde is already less than 50 kilometers from our defensive line and will likely arrive in about an hour. Zhui gazed at the distant mountains and said gravely, "Notify the artillery company to hold fire until the beast horde is fully within range, then expend all ammunition. We must maximize casualties among the mutated creatures. He then turned to the communications officer nearby and asked, when will the military district's bombers arrive? Maximum 10 minutes before we can execute the strike. Zhu nodded and turned to Chen Gang beside him to discuss the information Wan Yu had relayed. On the barren field some distance from the command post, 15 tanks stood in a straight line, each loaded uniformly with armor-piercing shells. Behind them, nearly 400 superhumans sat cross-legged on the ground, chatting among themselves. A common enemy forced them to temporarily set aside their mutual prejudices. These 400 individuals currently represented all combat-capable awakened beings among the civilian forces in Nanjiang City, though there were still some non-combat awakened individuals handling other matters. They were divided into 40 squads tasked with hunting mutant beasts. Before long, military awakened beings arrived as well, over 200 in total, standing in orderly formations across the open ground. They also hunted the mutant beasts in 10-member squads. Time ticked by second. Zhu stared intently at the somewhat gloomy sky, frowning slightly. He turned his head and asked, what about the military district's bombers? Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? Soon after, the communications officer delivered grim news. Bombers 1, 2 and 3, we can't reach any of them. Keep contacting. Zhu looked up at the sky, a faint sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Far in the distance, several dark spots had appeared in the sky at some point, continuously approaching and growing larger. They were 3 falcons, but each measured 4 to 5 meters in length. The crowd was rapidly charging downward. Zhu's heart skipped a beat as he grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, mutant beasts in the air. Take cover. Fire the anti-aircraft guns. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately looked up at the mutant beasts, only to see them swooping down. The group hastily sought cover, though several squads chose to stand their ground and fight head-on. Damn it! Shoot down those fucking beasts! Taste my flames! Lightning strike! These level of ability attacks hitting the 3 charging mutated beasts couldn't just be called minimally effective, more like completely fucking useless. 3 mutant beasts charged down together, pouncing into the crowd. Fortunately, several anti-aircraft guns not far away opened fire in succession. The densely packed 23mm caliber bullets finally had some effect when hitting the beasts. The pain forced them to begin climbing back up. However, their half-meter-long eagle talons and razor-sharp beaks still pierced through the chests of many unfortunate victims. By the time they reached midair, the soldiers who had opened fire no longer held back and began shooting wildly. 2 of the pale-winged eagles had their wings shattered, plummeting listlessly to the ground and kicking up huge clouds of dust. The remaining one fled in panic, leaving only scattered feathers and several corpses in its wake. Report to the regiment commander, it's just 3 D-level mutated beasts. A perceptive psychic from the command center answered. Hearing this, Zhu and Chen Gang exchanged glances and sighed together. 3 Type D flying mutant beasts took out 7 or 8 superpowered individuals in an instant. Chen Gang furrowed his brows and analyzed, our military district's bombers must have also been attacked by those beasts. There's nothing we can do. Ordinary fighter jets can hardly kill those beasts. We don't have air superiority, and when encountering high-level flying creatures, we grounded chickens are useless even with superpowers. Amidst these words, the distant roar of artillery fire echoed. The mountain artillery battery atop Mang Mountain had opened fire. This indicated the beast tide was already within 10 kilometers of them. Chapter 81, Cannon Fodder of the Mutant Beasts. The fleeing goshawk flew toward a massive cave atop a cliff in the northern mountains. Soon, an earth-shattering shriek echoed from within, followed by a gray figure darting out of the cave as if covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhu immediately issued combat readiness orders, then stepped out of the command post with Chen Gang to personally oversee the front lines. The superhumans had no time to mourn their comrades who'd perished moments earlier. Each gripped their weapons tightly, nerves taut, staring intently at the distant camphor forest. After what seemed an eternity, the artillery barrage gradually ceased, replaced by the savage roars of beasts. Report to the regiment commander. We've successfully eliminated most of the mutant beasts from the horde, with only about 1/3 remaining. A joyful voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Hearing this, Zhu was momentarily stunned before responding with delight, well done. As the tall camphor trees ahead began to stir, some of the mutant beasts leading the charge gradually revealed their massive forms. Among them were mutated ants, beetles, wild boars, hedgehogs, and leopard cats. Some were missing limbs, others were mangled and bloodied, yet they still charged mindlessly toward the crowd. Soon, they entered the open space between the tanks and the beast horde. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted. More than a dozen anti-tank mines buried underground were detonated, hurling massive plumes of dirt and sand, once again dealing significant damage to the beast horde. After the bombardment, many beasts still survived and charged toward the group. The tank crews, seeing the dwindling number of beasts, unleashed their full firepower. Armor-piercing shells rained down, reaping lives like the Grim Reaper against the battered and wounded remnants of the horde. Kill them! The crowd of ability users rushed forward together, eager to claim some battle merits. They quickly cleaned up the remaining few mutated beasts. After analyzing the data on these creatures, Yi Tian muttered in confusion, with a beast tide of this level, none of the mutants even surpassed C rank. The military could easily handle this. Was it really necessary to mobilize the entire city? The others were somewhat puzzled, but mostly relieved. After all, who in their right mind would want to fight mutant beasts for no reason? Is that it? That's all there is? I thought it'd be way stronger. Beasts will always be beasts, no brains at all, just mindlessly charging forward. All I can say is, if you're weak, get better. I survived. We won. Long live humanity. The crowd cheered with unrestrained joy, some already beginning to collect crystal cores from the battlefield. Surveying the field littered with mutant beast corpses, Zhu Yi and Shen Gang exchanged puzzled glances. Could it be that the beasts near the city outskirts were universally weaker? Suddenly, the voice of the artillery company commander came through the walkie-talkie again, but this time there was no joy, only desperation and fear. Report to the regimental commander, another wave of beast tides is approaching from the distance. The numbers are several times larger than before, but we're out of shells. By the end, his voice couldn't help but tremble. Damn it! Shui immediately understood he had scammed those mutant beasts right down to their last shreds. Furious, he cursed under his breath. Then he shouted to the crowd, "There's another massive wave of beasts coming." As soon as the words fell, a sharp screech shattered the silence, followed by the clamor of distant roars and the faint trembling of the ground. Everyone froze instantly, only able to blurt out a shocked "damn." Turns out the main course hadn't even arrived yet. They'd nearly popped the champagne to celebrate prematurely. Without the barrier of artillery fire, the monstrous beast horde surged forward unimpeded, tearing through everything in their path. The crowd watched as the tall camphor trees fell one after another. Even mutated beasts are playing tricks now. Zhu Yi's expression darkened as he raised his walkie-talkie. "Order the tank platoon to expend their last shells. We must weaken the horde's numbers." "No, those are our post-war defenses against zombies." But Zhu Yi flatly rejected the idea. "If we don't deal with the enemies before us first, there won't be any post-war. Besides, whether we'll even survive until after the war is another question." A bitter smile curled at the corners of Zhu Yi's mouth. The true form of the beast tide was revealed, with the first glimpse being the strange creatures circling endlessly in the sky, casting a heavy shadow over the crowd below. Soon after, towering mutated beasts emerged in the distance: black bears, South China tigers, giant pythons, chimpanzees, and other ferocious creatures. Roar! Their roars sent shivers down everyone's spines, and the sight of countless towering beasts left them all ashen-faced. The aura radiating from the horde made it abundantly clear these creatures were nothing like the few scattered beasts they'd encountered before. Shell after shell erupted from the tank's barrel, slamming into the massive, broad-shouldered gorillas charging at the front. The tremendous impact knocked them down, yet it inflicted no real damage. Instead, it only enraged them, driving them to charge forward recklessly. At the sight, the crowd could not help but waver. Just then, Zhu Yi and Shen Gang charged ahead fearlessly, rushing straight toward the enraged beasts. Rows of soldiers in military uniforms followed closely behind. Motherfuckers! Today's our special ops team's first mission with the newest and best gear in the whole regiment. Everyone charge to the front lines, we've got to make our mark. Kill! Watching platoon after platoon of soldiers advance against impossible odds, facing death unflinchingly, even ordinary infantrymen shouldering rocket launchers charging onto the battlefield. The awakened ability users momentarily flushed with shame before following them forward. The fighting at Mongshan has already begun. What fools these humans are, leaving us unattended. Ha! Why are all the mutated creatures in the city rushing in that direction? The dwarf zombies' oversized ears seemed to catch some faint movements. At that moment, Phantom murmured indifferently, "It's obvious they're coordinating with the creatures outside the walls to wipe out humanity in one decisive strike." Hee hee, perfect, just perfect. The massive titan zombie wore a childlike, foolish grin. They've grown accustomed to eating human flesh and have long wanted to try some mutant beast meat for a change. The dwarf zombie pondered for a moment before analyzing. "What worries me is that if the mutated beasts crush humanity with overwhelming force, we'd become their sole remaining thorn in this land. Without our king present, our situation would be extremely precarious. Let the three of us go check it out." The three quickly arrived at the top of a high-rise building, surveying the panoramic view below. On one side, the mutated beasts were locked in furious combat with the group of ability users, while another horde from Nanjiang City was already rushing toward the battlefield. They were about to be caught in a pincer attack, and once that happened, humanity would be wiped out in one fell swoop. "Ha! Look over there, is that a person sitting?" Phantom suddenly pointed at a spot below as she spoke. Hearing this, the other two zombies turned their heads and saw a young man seated right in front of a desolate cafe not far away. Beside him was a battlefield filled with explosions roaring and deafening shrieks, yet he sat leisurely on a wooden chair, calmly sipping a cup of hot tea. The keen-sensed dwarf zombie also saw it and couldn't help feeling stunned. "Impossible! How did I not notice him? The Titan zombie licked its thick lips and smiled with satisfaction, saying, humans are so considerate. Seeing me bored while watching the show, they specially delivered a snack. Chapter 82, The Apocalypse Merchant. All three Class C zombies leaped down simultaneously, arriving before the young man in an instant. The young man casually crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, calmly sipped his hot tea, then flipped a page in the book he was holding, completely ignoring their presence. Titan pointed at his own dark, ugly face and asked in confusion, "Do we look friendly? Why won't he even glance at us?" Phantom bluntly replied, "Because you're ugly." Damn it. The dwarf zombie frowned slightly. "I can't sense any supernatural energy fluctuations from this person, but I feel they're extremely dangerous. The last time I got this feeling was from the king." Hearing this, Shadow didn't dare act rashly either. Titan moved his not-so-big brain around and immediately felt somewhat disdainful. "What are you talking about? No energy fluctuations yet still dangerous? That's a contradiction. If you ask me, this guy's just like a plastic bag all show. Watch me beat him back to his original form. I can't stand guys prettier than me." With that, he was about to charge forward and smash this pretty boy to pieces. But just then, a dark figure suddenly dashed out, placing itself between the young man and the zombies. The three zombies instantly sensed a wave of murderous aura emanating towards them. The bestialized Heisey stood imposingly before them, his cold, fierce gaze fixed upon the creatures. Phantom's pale gray pupils suddenly contracted as he exclaimed, "It's that kind of lord-level mutant beast from South City, the ones I warned you about before." The dwarf zombie staggered back several paces, trembling as it muttered fearfully, "At least B rank, incredibly powerful." The Titan zombie's expression froze, its mighty outstretched foot hanging stiffly in midair. They had all heard about that extremely fast and lethally powerful mutant beast in the southern city. Soon, a large swarm of mutant beasts gathered, surrounding the three zombies completely. "We're done for, we're toast." The three zombies froze in place, not daring to move a muscle or utter a word. All zombies in the eastern district have now relocated elsewhere. With just the three of them trying to fight against the mutated beasts of the entire southern river urban area, they probably wouldn't last long before being torn to pieces. Ahem! Wang Yu, sitting in his chair, was the first to break the silence. Hearing this, Heisey's eyes instantly brightened as he turned and wagged his tail, trotting eagerly to Wang Yu's feet before obediently sitting down, a complete transformation from his previously ferocious demeanor. "You have other matters to attend to. Go deal with the mutated beasts in the suburbs first. These three little things can't harm me." Wang Yu patted Heisey's body and said with a laugh. Hearing this, the three zombies naturally didn't dare, nor could they argue. Anyone who could keep a B-grade mutated beast as a pet clearly possessed formidable strength. Heisey barked once, gave the three zombies a glance, then swiftly dashed away. The vast horde of beasts naturally scattered in waves. The three zombies secretly let out a sigh of relief, then looked fearfully at the young man before them. Boss, seems like our gas tank might be leaking. We need to go fix that." Wang Yu stared at the three C-grade crystal cores, a bold idea igniting in his mind. "Wait." The three zombies shuddered involuntarily, their hearts leaping to their throats. Wang Yu waved his hand grandly, sending a red flyer floating toward them. The sharp-eyed dwarf zombie immediately caught it with both hands. "This is my shop. You're welcome to visit when you're free." Hearing this, the three zombies looked utterly baffled, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. "Bro, you're actually doing business with zombies? Damn, you must be really desperate." Under pressure, they still managed to bow and nod obediently. Wang Yu took a sip of hot tea and raised his ability book again. "Get lost already, you three look disgusting while I'm trying to read." The three zombies scampered away as if pardoned from execution. At this moment, Jean Tao asked doubtfully, "3 free C-grade crystal cores delivered right to your doorstep. How can you resist, host? And you're still thinking about doing business with zombies?" Wang Yu shook his head and explained meaningfully, "In this apocalyptic world, three dominant forces stand in a delicate balance: humans, zombies, and mutant beasts. If I kill those three, the zombie forces in Nanjiang City will inevitably weaken. Then with the equipment I've sold it, the Nanjiang base would launch an extermination campaign against all zombies in the area, wiping them out completely." Jean Tiao remained perplexed. What's wrong with that? Without zombies, and with mutant beasts under Heisey's control, the stability of Nanjiang City will inevitably attract more survivors, providing the host with a larger customer base. Your vision is far-sighted, but not far enough. Currently, our biggest clients are the military, but their main purchases are weapons and equipment. For other necessities like food and daily supplies, they have their own channels. If Nanjiang City stabilizes, would the authorities still place large orders for weapons and equipment? If all of humanity stabilizes and the apocalypse ends, would the items in my shop still be useful? Could I still earn crystal cores? The war has ended, and weapons serve no purpose beyond intimidation. That is precisely why certain nations go to such great lengths to incite conflict. And I, effectively the largest arms dealer in the apocalyptic world, profited hand over fist. The more intense the fighting outside raged, the more weapons and equipment were consumed. So, before I max out the shop's level and unlock more useful items, I definitely don't want this war to stop. Wang Yu's tone was calm, too calm, devoid of even the faintest trace of emotion. And who said my customers have to be human? After a long silence, Gold Bar finally asked, then in the end, which side will you stand on, host? I'm human. As he spoke, Wang Yu lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Thick smoke curled before his face, obscuring his features. But before the shop reaches its maximum level, before I achieve my goal, as a merchant, of course, I stand firmly on the side of absolute profit. Holy smokes, the stuff on here looks amazing, makes me so hungry I can't even. The Titan zombie pressed its face against the red flyer, drool uncontrollably dripping from its mouth. The dwarf zombie who had already seen the flyer pondered for a moment. I've seen humans use the goods listed here before, their power was terrifying. If all humans were equipped with these, it would be a massive boost to their strength. Phantom snatched the flyer and analyzed. That guy just told us to visit when we have time. Does that mean we can also exchange crystal cores there? But he's a human after all. Why would he help us? Humans should be trying to wipe us out completely. Not necessarily. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done so earlier. Why would he spare us and even remind us to visit? Forget it, let's wait until the king's meeting starts. With such a big commotion here, he must have noticed. On the battlefield against the mutated beasts, high-ranking Class C mutant Zhu Yi and mid-ranking Chen Gang charged at the forefront, disrupting the beasts' formation. However, the mutants' offensive wasn't as fierce as the beasts. They could only rely on their agile bodies to dodge the charges and crushing attacks from the heavyweight beasts. While this reduced casualty rates, it came at a great cost to both stamina and mutant energy reserves. Among them were numerous speed-type mutant beasts that would always catch people off guard with sudden sneak attacks. Chapter 83, The Sudden Shift in Situation. Minutes passed, yet the mutant beasts' formidable physiques made them difficult to kill completely. This required massive amounts of time and energy, while more and more mutant beasts kept gathering. By now, even the awakened ones were beginning to falter, with injuries mounting among their ranks as the beasts relentlessly pressed their attack. The scene was a cacophony of roars and wails intertwined. It must be said that the special squad, equipped with supernatural weaponry and carrying numerous skill scrolls, displayed formidable strength, repeatedly dealing devastating blows to the mutant beast hordes on the battlefield. At this moment, several of the military's elite superhuman fighters became pinned down by the beasts, and the surrounding pressure from the mutant creatures visibly intensified. On the battlefield, they finally understood the military's true power wasn't just the missiles looming over everyone's heads or their staggering ammunition reserves, but also their formidable superhuman techniques brimming with lethal moves, and their superhuman soldiers who faced death without flinching. It was absolutely incomparable to any civilian force, not even if all the factions of Nanjiang City joined together. Covered in dust and exhausted, Zhang Yingjing had depleted his psychic energy. Watching the ever-increasing horde of mutant beasts, he slumped to the ground in frustration, panting heavily as he propped himself up on one arm. The slightly recuperated Chu Lan squad also wore grim expressions. At this rate, they couldn't see even a glimmer of hope for victory. It wasn't just them, the spreading despair from overexertion was taking root among all the psychics. Yi Tian, fighting nearby, also understood that continuing like this would inevitably lead to death, and was now planning to leave Nanjiang City. As someone who had been reborn, he naturally had no intention of dying here. The other supernatural ability users wore expressions of despair. It hurts so much, where are the healing type ability users? Have they all fucking hidden themselves away? I've exhausted my powers. Brothers who still have strength left, step up. Wait, where's the shopkeeper? Isn't he going to take action? That's right, where is the shopkeeper? Were we tricked after all? At this point, even if the shopkeeper came, it wouldn't make a difference. Damn it, dying at the hands of a few beasts is really fucking bitter. Meanwhile, Commander, call in missile support from the military immediately, we can't win this fight. Chen Gang blasted back the mutant beast in front of him, saving the injured Li Bing, then shouted at Zhu Yi. After unleashing a psychic stun to knock out one of the beasts, Zhu Yi spoke gravely. We've already missed the optimal strike window. Against scattered beast hordes, a single missile won't make a difference, and given our current situation, we can't hold out until missile support arrives. He had originally planned to assess the beast horde's movements before deciding whether to request missile support from the military district. Now it was clear he had underestimated the strength of the beast tide, and more crucially, the intelligence of the mutant creatures. Who could have known these beasts would faint like this? By the time they realized the deception, the real beast tide had already arrived. And even now, Wang Yu's figure remains unseen on the battlefield. There's no way to retreat now. Is there truly no solution left? Zhu Yi muttered to himself as he gazed at the heavily wounded and fallen. With time running critically short, he hadn't managed to organize the evacuation of civilians from Nanjiang. If those monstrous beasts breached the city walls, it would inevitably become a bloodbath. Arg! A powerful howl suddenly pierced the air, instantly overwhelming the surrounding clamor and sending a shiver down everyone's spine. They saw only a black shadow streak by, straight as an arrow loosed from its bow, directly plunging into the beast horde. Upon witnessing this, Li Bing couldn't contain his excitement and shouted loudly, "It's the shop owner's dog! It's the shop owner's dog! There's hope for us yet!" Shui and Shen Gang's eyes lit up with excitement. The shop owner's dog had appeared, which meant the owner couldn't be far away. So while fending off the mutant beast's attacks, they frantically turned their heads to search, yet Wang Yu was nowhere in sight. Just then, the walkie-talkie on Zhu Yi's chest crackled to life. "Come, Commander, a massive wave of mutant beasts has appeared behind us. They seem to be from the city center. What should we do?" Hearing this, the two exchanged glances and suddenly remembered the shop owner's earlier words. Zhu Yi immediately commanded, "Their allies, hold your fire, let them pass, and have all ability users withdraw from the battlefield." When Zhu Yi turned around, he was instantly shocked by the scene before him. The pitch-black figure darted through the frenzied mutant beasts at blinding speed, moving as if through unguarded territory. Every flicker of movement was accompanied by a spray of blood, whether a severed head or a dismembered limb. None could escape the dark silhouette's assault, not the defensively formidable black bears, nor the lightning-fast gray wolves, nor even the lethally powerful tigers. And not a single mutant beast could react to this extreme speed. They could only take the hits passively, awaiting slaughter. Shen Gang was also dumbfounded. The shop owner's dog was downright monstrous. No wonder mutant beasts couldn't enter the city. Hell, I don't think they could even make it back. Before long, the mutant beasts from the city also arrived belatedly, clashing violently with the beast tide. The scene was filled with the chaotic and deafening roars of beasts. A war between mutant creatures was bound to be bloody. Although the number of mutated beasts within the city was far fewer than those in the beast tide, their size and strength were also slightly inferior. Yet under Blackie's leadership, they charged ahead with unstoppable momentum, driving the beast tide back the way it had come. Mutant ability users hiding in the distance watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Where did so many mutated beasts come from in our Nanjiang city? And why are they so ferocious, especially that black one? I still haven't been able to figure out what species it is. I've seen quite a few mutated beasts, but they all seem to avoid humans. I've hardly heard of any cases where mutated beasts harmed people. You all don't know this, but that leading shadow was none other than Dogmaster. It's long been the Beast King of Nanjiang City. If it weren't for him keeping things under control, the mutated beasts in Nanjiang would have gone berserk long ago. With such terrifying power, it actually doesn't harm people? What did you expect? This is the shop owner's dog after all. That makes sense. Just as the beast horde was about to retreat and everyone was on the verge of cheering, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive flock of birds appeared overhead, forming an ominous black cloud. They began attacking the mutated beasts on the streets below. Most of the urban area's beasts, including Heizi, were land-dwelling creatures without any aerial defense capabilities, leaving them momentarily helpless against the assault. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Zhu Yi made a swift decision and immediately ordered his men to attack the airborne birds. Several anti-aircraft guns were reloaded and activated, firing a barrage at the densely packed flock. Strangely enough, the birds in the sky moved with incredible speed, weaving through the dense hail of bullets without a single feather being grazed. Attacks from other ability users were likewise dodged one after another. "It's a peregrine falcon," Shen Gang muttered with a furrowed brow. The peregrine falcon is a bird renowned for its speed, dubbed the aerial assassin, so one can imagine how fast its mutated form would be. Yi Tian's sharp eyes seemed to have noticed something, and his pupils couldn't help but contract. A high-tier B-grade mutant beast. Blackie seized the moment when a falcon swooped down at high speed, biting through its neck during the low flight. At that moment, as if sensing something, he instinctively gazed toward the distant camphor forest.